Welcome to the finals Grand Major closed qualifiers for NA. Yesterday, we took the top 16 teams from EMEA and watched them battle it out for only 6 qualification slots to the Dreamhack Major in Stockholm, Sweden. Today, we get to see the top 16 teams from North America go head to head to head to head in one of the most wild brackets in esports history as they vie for only 7 qualification slots. The competition has never been fiercer, and we're here in Stockholm, Sweden to bring you the action. Hello, everybody. My name is Artie, and I'm joined here by my beautiful casters, Jerry and Rio. Jerry, it's good to see you here, man. We've had a lot of good stuff this weekend. Rio, been doing phenomenal on the cast. Happy to have you here. And
thank you.
I gotta say, everybody in chat, thank you for being here. This whole weekend is a celebration of the efforts of everybody in the finals community to bring the esports scene to where it is today. And a huge shout out to that is everybody that has been doing work behind the scenes of the community, everybody at Embark Studios who's been supporting the community, and of course, you, chat. Rio, I think you have a lot to say about that as well.
I do. Yesterday was full of surprises, upsets, heartbreak, and really, overall, just some amazing finals gameplay. It really got me pumped, and I am so excited to see how the NA hits today, because I have a feeling it's going to be a little bit harder than yesterday.
Absolutely. I mean, this weekend has been full of fierce competition, the likes of which we've never seen. Metas developing and completely crumbling because we've got people with goo guns and swords. But, I mean, Jerry, the competition has never been fiercer.
Oh, no, and I'm still just trying to get over how many surprises and upsets and heartbreaks and the joyous moments we had yesterday. There were just incredible scenes from start to finish. So, yeah, I want more of that on my screens as soon as possible.
100%. I mean, we have seen all of these teams from EMEA dwindle down to just 6. We had QDL, Alliance, Beamers, Vanguard, Team Secret, and the Emerald Grinders yesterday claim their tickets to Dreamhack Stockholm. Today, we're going to be seeing the teams from NA, but let's wind it back a little bit before we get into NA, because we're going to be spending the next 13 or so hours talking about it. Let's look at some of the clips from the qualifications yesterday. I think the Team QDL had one of the best reactions, what it feels like to actually qualify to Dreamhack Stockholm.
Aidez sur moi, aidez sur moi.
Médium mort, médium mort.
Médium mort. Jouez le temps, jouez le temps. Gagnez le maximum.
Je suis mort.
Aidez sur toi. Nice.
Oh, attends,
tu le fais.
Oh les gars! Oui, Tarek! Oh, je t'aime! Oh oui! On y va, les gars! On y va, les gars! On y va! Oui, les gars!
Just so much joy from back of them as Taiki Joe managed to clutch it. That is one of the clips of all time. I think QDL as well, they were just a team that formed so recently with the major specifically in mind. He's still going. He's still going. He was still going. Yeah, they formed so recently with just that major in mind, and it's impressive that they've managed to make this run, but they haven't looked bad at any point in this competition or any others that they've been performing in on the way up to this. And they weren't the only ones, of course, that qualified yesterday. We had some really big teams, some talented players that have been together for a very long time, who have some big org backing behind them, and they made their spot as well. So we're going to take a quick look at the moment that Team Secret managed to qualify for the Stockholm Major.
We need to have TP and off angle.
Déglisse my TP.
I'm 1 floor above.
They're getting fried.
Go. Light, on me. Dead. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go, bro! Let's fucking go!
It's so easy.
No way! No way, bro! Go, putain!
Go. Easy.
Let's go!
just raw emotion. I genuinely get teary-eyed every time I see this clip, and that moment right there is when his twin brother Atelko ran in the room and hugged him, and they cried together. Of course, Atelko being part of Pulsar Esports. He didn't quite make it yesterday, but I mean, we've already seen some incredible upsets in this bracket so far, where teams that come through the open qualifier do what the open qualifier is meant to do, where you have teams that might not have thought they had a chance at this amazing esports production before, where they can make it up to these big stages, and they're able to do it through sheer effort and will. Another amazing team like Emerald Grinders just putting in the work, more work than any other team, by going through 11 hours in one day. I mean, that's one kind of work for sure. But yeah, I mean, Rio, it's just been such a big moment for the finals.
Absolutely. I mean, we have spent years basically coming to this moment, and we got to see so much development from the EU side today, or yesterday, and I am so excited for the NA side because the meta might be different. Everything that we saw yesterday just can be turned on its head because these two regions really do play differently. One of the things that I noticed right away was the fact that with the change in DMAT, C4 is becoming so more prevalent, and I'm excited to see if that's going to be the same in the NA side.
Yeah, those meta changes are really important. The C4 becoming so much more important because of the lack of DMAT maneuverability. And it's interesting because the NA side of things has always been slightly further ahead of the meta, ahead of the curve when it comes to discovering new things and finding out what works. And I wonder whether today we'll see a slightly more honed meta. There was a lot of variety on offer yesterday. Or maybe we'll discover new things that EU didn't quite find in the week or so leading up to this on the new patch.
Genuinely. And I mean, I was watching some of the NA scrims a couple of days ago and just seeing what's changed even since the very beginning of Season 8. And obviously here in the closed qualifiers, well, we won't be using the BFR Titan or the P90. The rest of the Season 8 patch is still standing. And so I think that my prediction, we actually might see some Model 1887 that we didn't get to see yesterday. We might see maybe even more revolvers, the medium kind that we did see yesterday. Also probably a lot more CB01 repeaters. But we are going to be seeing a lot of that through today, so enough about that. Guys, the bracket is insane. One of the most intense brackets in esports history. It's a little bit too big for my smooth brain, so to help us out and digest exactly what it is that you guys are going to be watching, I'd like to send it over to our weather boys. We've got Thixie and Oscar ready to take you through the chaos.
Are we ready as ever?
I am so ready. Listen, if you were here yesterday and you were watching the EMEA games and you were thinking even that was intense, that raw emotion from some of those players that we saw on stream, we've been tracking those NA players for a while, right?
We have.
What you just saw here is just really what it just shows you the pure emotion of how much this means to these players. NA is on, like, obviously it's as emotional, but it's so far ramped. We have such big emotions in this game. We have a lot of players who are essentially very, very fired up. And this is essentially going to be a situation where we go, hey, Oscar, it's going to be an absolute war after that.
I think we're going to see an absolute coin carnage, to be honest, an absolute coinage. I mean, we're looking at some of the teams here where I would say that if we were to combine the EMEA pool and the NA pool into one pool, I think the top would be NA heavy. So I think if yesterday was a game of intense gameplay and absolute upsets and absolute mayhem, today might be even more, but maybe turned to 11. But there's only one way to find out, and it's a journey these players are going to go on. And that journey goes through a certain bracket.
Yes, exactly. If you're watching this right now, shout out to some people, of course. We've got I think a little commit is in the chat as well. Shout out, of course. But this bracket right here, right now, is how your day is going to start. Now, yesterday, of course, you went through it, and hopefully we get to show this a bit more as we go out the stream today. So then we can update you a bit more on what's going on.
Keep you in the loop.
Let's keep it simplified for now. We're gonna do the current of what's happening.
The first part.
And we have a stick today. So right here, we do have, of course, the first bracket here. This is Group A. Group B, Group C, and Group D. You are going to be watching Group A momentarily. The top two of these winners here in Group A will go on to a best of 3 versus 3 in the finals. Oscar, what happens in that best of 3?
Well, what happens in the best of 3 is that they play up to 3 games, and at the end of it, whatever wins the best of 3 punches a ticket straight to Dreamhack right off the rip and won't have to sit through the endurance test that is 98.5 hours of the finals today. But for the loser in that best of 3, 3v3, you're going all the way over to phase 2, which we won't take a look at right now. We'll get to that later. There's enough of the finals here somewhere to get us through for now. So right now we're going to be taking a look at those first 4 groups. We're going to dial in on Group A, watch how the cash out plays out, and see who makes it to the first 3 versus 3.
Exactly, and the losers will not be proceeding up here. They will be going and playing over in this stuff, which we'll take you through later on today. But that doesn't matter. And hey, I'm not going to say right now, I don't want to do much yapping, Oscar. Honestly, I am super excited to get this game up and rolling.
We've japped enough for our intro, I believe. We're back today with more weather. We got a stick today, which feels great. But beyond that, it's time for us to head it all the way back over to the desk, where Artie, Rio, and Jerry are ready to get us in game.
Ready indeed. Oh my, he actually hit him with that. That actually, oh my God, they have a medic running over to Oscar right now. But anyway, guys, it is going to be a fantastic day. I mean, the thing about yesterday is that we knew we were in for a long day, about 11 or 12 hours. It didn't feel like 11 or 12 hours. I think by the end of it did. But it genuinely went by so quickly because all of these teams have so much to show. I mean, they had to battle through over 300, I think NA had 400 teams competing in the open qualifiers to just get down to the top 16 across 2 weekends. And so it is a crazy setup here that we now have, just 16 teams here today.
Yeah, and within the first sort of shortcut phase that I've been calling it, just the very start of phase 1, we're already going to have 4 teams booked into the major. So it is a massive, massive opportunity to get that early run, because we saw what happens with teams that don't get that quick early pass is that they have to endure the whole rest of the bracket. And what is it, 6 teams yesterday, 7 teams qualifying from NA today, and a lot of that gets sorted out in the first few hours.
Yeah, I guess you could say they gotta put in the work and maybe work after hours, but that's for later today. We've got Young Guns versus Envy versus Via versus 6-foot underdogs. In Rio, these teams are very storied in the scene.
Oh, absolutely. We have a lot of names in here that have been around for a very long time. A lot of them have also signed with orgs recently, like Envy. If you really want to see some amazing matches by these teams, Envy had a great run just a week ago in the Ape Squad event, going up against Nightmare. And really just looking at the rest of the list, you can recognize a lot of the names here. If you have been in the scene, watch some of these streamers, and you will really recognize a lot of these teams. So this is going to be an insane first bracket, and I am excited to see where it goes.
We do have quite a spectrum on offer here as well, with Envy being kind of clear favourites, but we've seen how difficult it is going into a cash-out group as clear favourites. You have that target on your backs. And then out of the rest of the teams, you've maybe got, you know, Via and Young Guns, quite impressive. Young Guns actually went flawless in qualifying, which is no mean feat. There's only about 4 teams total today that have managed that, and Envy isn't one of them, notably. So yeah, so Young Guns maybe have that above them. On the other end of the spectrum, you've got 6 feet underdogs who have named themselves very appropriately. They actually had the worst qualifying record, but that's only dropping 2 maps, which isn't that bad.
Yeah, right. And speaking of maps, I mean, let's go ahead and take a look. 6-foot underdogs, looks like they've banned out Vegas Stadium. Via says no to Seoul. Envy says, hey, we're going to get rid of Skyway Stadium. And as Young Guns bans Monaco, a randomized selection for the final remaining maps is going to be Sis Horizon. So get to see these maps go out. I like Sis Horizon for cash out. I mean,
absolutely. And I mean, for those of you that haven't seen it before, Sis Horizon is one of the most storied maps in the entire scene. It's the one that had no variants in the very beginning. So before you had customized private matches, it turned into the absolute playing ground for these high skill players. So it is where we have some of the most insane strategies, some of the most wild plays. And honestly, to get started today, I couldn't be more excited.
Absolutely. There's going to be a lot of action to get through today, and a lot of these teams have a big day ahead of them. We're about to find out which team doesn't, because all it's going to take, 1 cash out and 1 best of 3. Theoretically, this could all be over in 3 cash outs on cash out, 2 cash outs on map 1, 2 cash outs on map 2, 7 cash outs, boom, going to Stockholm, theoretically.
And there were some really big surprises yesterday in this particular area of the bracket as well. We saw Team Secret and Pulsar not make it through the first set of cash outs, so they had the long day ahead of them. So yeah, we're off to a really potentially exciting start.
Yeah, and I mean, personally, I think that we all kind of have a feeling about this one. Jerry, you did kind of allude to it. There's some favorites here, and I just got to say, my prediction for who's going to make it through this the easy way, I got to go with my boy Busy. I got to go with STN. I got to go with Stooge. I think Envy is going to take the easy road. And personally, I think the best of 3, if it's going to be competitive, it's going to go to map 3 on the best of 3. But I think Envy take it clearly.
Now, I have to say, I did put Envy, and that's what's going to come up, because I have to go with my head on this one, and it's what I did yesterday. But I did make all these predictions before yesterday happened, so I'm going with a little less confidence on what's on screen right now for me, because upsets are just baked into the form of cash out, and there could be a world where we see, I would say Young Guns would be my second favorite to go through here.
Yeah, that's an interesting opinion, but I definitely share what all of the casters have, and it's Team Envy. They have been around. They are some of the most fun players to watch. They really embrace the meta, and they are really quick to adapt as well, and that's one of the things that you really need if you're a top-level team.
Yeah, I mean, I was chatting with Stooge a couple of days ago, and just looking at that scrim, there was 2 scrim blocks of cash out that I saw, and Envy qualified the most out of everybody. So it was... I mean, it was telling, to say the least, of how they've been adapting to the Season 8 meta. And, I mean, chat, we are going to be getting into that game very shortly, but I want to hear your predictions in chat. Do you guys think that we're all right, or do you guys think that we're just a little bit, you know, we're just drinking the Envy juice? Because, I don't know, genuinely, anything can happen. There have been crazier upsets already. But, yeah, I feel like, if anything, it's not even the fact that these teams are going for a spot at the major. It's that these teams are going for, I don't want to be in that elimination scary part.
Exactly, yeah. They need to avoid that sort of death run that is the entire afternoon.
Well, and like we saw yesterday, the teams that just get a break in between the brackets seem to be really doing fresh. And then the teams that run all the distance, we saw some exhaustion yesterday. I saw teams that were playing great, but in their final matches, just little mistakes that we weren't seeing. And it really kind of showed that you get tired. 11 hours of the finals is a lot to play.
You're thinking about Books Esports there, I can tell. That lower bracket run in Phase 2, and they almost nailed it right at the end, only for Emerald Grinders to take it.
No, genuinely. And not to take away from Emerald Grinders, because they did a great job, but yeah, I'm glad you said that. Books, they felt like they were running out of steam towards the end. We'll see. Maybe one of these teams is going to be pulling a Books. But you know what, chat? Hear that music? That means we're about to jump into the game. And to guide you through the action, the chaos, the energy, the cash outs, it's going to be Jerry and Rio. So boys, take it away. We're going to cut into that game. We're going to have a very, very good time. I know that they're going to take good care of you, chat.
Thank you very much, Ardy. We hope to do just that. And here we go, our first game of North America, the closed qualifiers for the Stockholm Major. All begins right here.
Absolutely, and as we said, we're getting started on Cis Horizon, one of my favorite maps to watch all of these teams get at it, and Cash Out is honestly just absolutely insane. So let's see how these teams do it. It looks like Vault 1 has been spawned, and Envy is making their way there first.
Now, one of my predictions for today was that we'd see a much more honed meta, and just quick scan of the sides of your screen so shares that every medium here is on Heal Beam, every light on Dash, every heavy on Winch. Bit of uniformity, but there's plenty of variety within that. As we'll delve and get closer, we'll find out those weapons and things. But let's have a look at this fight between 6 Foot Underdogs and Via. Coming up those stairs, 6 Foot Underdogs in a decent position. Now that's a great RPG to open things. An excellent winch to follow up, and Serginal is made mincemeat of by Toxic Joe, who finds a second, but leaves the last one standing for Via. But he's got too many bodies surrounding him. Walk will be credited with that one. But in come Young Guns, third partying on the first vault.
Yeah, this is pretty unprecedented. They just wanted to dive in there, but we have 2 team wipes already, and now the Young Guns have basically taken the glory that they did not earn in that battle.
And that's Cash Out, ladies and gents. You don't need to be the ones that, well, you know, it's just about not fighting hard, it's about fighting smart.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, that's what makes the final so unique, is that, you know, you play smart and you can win even if you're not getting the kills. And it's an objective-based game. But, guys, look at what we have right now. Ruby Labubu is running a sledge. He is a well-known sledge main. And, yep, you are seeing it here. Melee community, eat your heart out. We got a sledge.
Yeah, this is Meow Fun for those wondering what this new name on our screens is. But I like Ruby Labubu. I think that's fantastic.
It flows on the tongue.
It's very satisfying to say, for certain. And, yeah, sledge main heavy is something we haven't seen in the meta for a long time.
And, you know, look at this, Jerry. Envy, they're just sitting over here.
Yeah,
it doesn't seem like anybody. Oh, no, I take it back because Vaya is climbing up. They're about to engage right now.
Oh.
There's the door closed that stops them right in their tracks, throwing some glitch grenades in there as well. They got a lot of information that all of Vaya is right there on top of them. They're trying to get height right now and trying to find any kill that they can. The winch claws go off, but there is the first kill on Belize. They're going to try and res him back up. Nice little defibs. He is back in the battle, but that medium took a lot of damage in this fight. I'm not sure they're going to be able to come back, especially now that Belize is the last one. Taking shot after shot, he does get a kill. And he's still alive in this, but yeah, it's going to be really tough for them to come back.
Surprising. Well, Stooge and STN Busy can pick up the pieces there, but Belize left to squander it. This is a great position being held by Young Guns. And they jump on in, but into the range of that sledgehammer. And you can see the kill is picked up by a teammate, but that damage is so crucial. Trade comes out, and the attempted res doesn't work out. Ruby Labubu with the sledgehammer still a 2 versus 1, makes it a 2 versus none as Tiger finds that final frag. And Young Guns, they've defended this cash out quite successfully.
Yeah, and look at that too. On top of the goo, they're running an APS turret. So this little platform up here is pretty safe from anything that would knock it down generally. So this is a great strategy, and honestly, on this map, it has those really high ceilings that allow for that unique gameplay.
Envy, in the meantime, very successful going to tap cash out of Vault 3, and it looks like Via turn their attention to the other cash out. Cash out B still in progress, and the attempt being made to try and steal. Lots of shots coming out. Hafinio and Belize get the kills, and there's the follow-up from Belize. That's the team wipe. They do have time here after taking Young Guns down to steal their cash, and I don't think anyone's about to stop them.
Wow, that was great. We were just talking about how great the defense is by the Young Guns, and boop, Viatus comes in there and absolutely shuts them down. That was a great kill, great steal, and really a great play to get us started.
Well, Envy, nice and ahead of the pace here, moving that box towards cash out D, and it will be plugged momentarily. The moment we see 6 foot underdogs actually guarding against another plug, they're waiting for that fourth one to unlock perhaps. We see Envy setting up on their defense, and they're going to open a long sight line here so they can hold from across. In fact, they're going to try and winch out the window. A piece of debris almost prevents them from making that work, but thankfully it slips in a fortunate manner, and they've got that lovely perch now to defend from above.
Yeah, and this giant box is a great spot to be at. You have a great sideline, and boy, I would basically leave them alone. I don't know if anybody really wants to dance with Envy at the moment.
Tiger using that APS to great effect, clearing C4s about place. Dropping goos to make sure that this becomes close-range engagement for the benefit of Ruby Labubu, their sledge heavy, but he's taken out by Belize, the ever-trusty and reliable SA-12 in his hands. And Via currently in that 3 versus 2. They don't actually capitalize on it because, of course, that box has been taken in the other direction while they were fighting.
Yeah, and it looks like right now the cash out is almost halfway there for Team Envy. We're watching now as the Young Guns try and make their advance. This is a very difficult cash out to push into, mainly because it is so exposed. So they need to find a way to get in control of Team Envy, get a kill, find an opening, really anything. But right now, they're just going a very slow pace. They decide to winch claw it into the building. This will be great because it's going to force Envy to drop down, find their spot, but look at all the smoke. This is a great strategy. Basically, they have to dive in there, and they're building a goo wall as well. The healing beam, it looks like they're going to get him, but that winch claw immediately pulls him out and stops the steal. He can't find a kill in that swing, and sadly, it looks like the rest of them are about to die. Young Guns are very low. Honor the last one remaining, but there's no way he survives for much longer.
I see the vision there as we cut into an attempted steal from or against Via, and it is successful. Who is that? That's 6 feet underdogs managing to take the other cash out, and the wipe on the Young Guns over here means that Envy can continue to just set up their defense really resolutely. Like I said, I saw the vision from 6 feet underdogs there. They wanted to winch it in, they wanted to make it close range. Here's that second attempted steal back Via, claiming what was once theirs, at least their vault was, it was once in their name. Now they're going to get rid of a fair bit of this debris to make it more defensible, because of course that goo will aid you if you're trying to steal. Closing up that sight line, and they're going to hold from above. About 40 seconds left on this cash out. I do wonder how much attention they're going to get.
Yeah, I've seen it before where people just completely ignore Envy back when they were called Team Ed, and it just seems like we're maybe getting a little bit of that again. But this cash out is running down, and it seems like another attempt by the Young Guns is going at it. They feel really confident in that APS and sledge. Can they make it work one more time?
The smoke grenades are really impressing me here. They're going for these close steals, and out it comes. Here's the swings, and down goes Sergnal from Ruby Labubu. Belize trades back, but Honor the Pure finds the kill onto Belize. And it's a 2 versus 1. The steal is successful. Cafe Neo not in a position to prevent that steal, and the money will go the way of Young Guns.
Wow, that was totally unexpected. I can't believe that they were able to grab it.
Incredible play right there. Now, the final wave of cash outs. Quite a meaningful set, and 6 Feet Underdogs very far behind. Envy already having started their final cash out. They are well out in front. They wouldn't mind a double here, as it would prevent any sort of horrific scenario where both purple and orange jump ahead of them in that exciting bar graph. But every other team seems more focused on getting that plug and avoiding Envy entirely. Second place is still firmly up for grabs for whoever gets the other cash out if this isn't double.
Absolutely, and the cash shuttles are getting up there. Really, the only person struggling right now are the 6 Foot Underdogs. They're able to get anything going. They'd love to get a double, but look at all this SA shotguns just dealing damage. But there is a team wipe on the 6 Foot Underdogs and the Young Guns as well on the other side of the map.
Wow, all right, Young Guns out of the count, and this is going to be Via's choice. Do they decide to fling this? Oh, hang on. They just got a free steal off. How's that happened? I feel as though we've just seen Envy disappear and head over to the other side of the map, and that's a double from Via. Very interesting stuff. Of course, Envy is straight through. They get to be puppeteers in this situation. Via building themselves a fortress, they know that all of the attention is going to be drawn to A. They're going to hope that the other 3 teams take chunks out of each other and they can dive in at the last minute, prevent any steals.
Yeah, this is a really good setup by them. They're very close to each other. That RPG is in the hands of Belize, and he's just ready to dive directly on that, but they get caught from behind. Nice little wind crop brings Rizzy down, throwing a dome shield, saves himself for just a second, but he is incredibly low, and they need to get out there because right now, it looks like the Young Guns are making an attempt to steal this cash out. They're going to try and stall it with the goo, but I'm not sure they're able to. The APS stops it, but look at that. The Young Guns got the steal off. That APS absolutely ate that goo grenade, but the 6 Foot Underdogs are here.
Oh my god, and they might go through. It's Envy trying to prevent them, but they may just let it happen, and they do. It's the 6 Foot Underdogs in ownership of the cash out, despite being wiped now. Via and Envy going at each other's throats. Can Via get the kills they need to force this steal back? Everyone is still in play. Stooge finds that crucial kill on Camineo. Another denial for an Honor the Pure. That's Young Guns coming in. They are in a position where they can try and steal, but no time, Rio. It will be Envy and Underdogs going through to the best of 3.
The Underdogs had $3,500 before they made it through.
That is unbelievable. I sense some bad blood there. Envy going straight after Via while Via were preparing to protect their doubled cash out. Envy knew that they had a better chance against the Underdogs in this best of 3, and that is how you play a tournament right there, Artie.
Good lord, this felt like a game of ranked with the way that last cash out went. I mean, that is picture perfect how I anticipate Envy to make it through this. You could not ask for a better story. And hey, sometimes you just really like when you get donated a cash out. I know I've been at 6 Foot Underdogs spot before, and actually, ironically, I've been in 6 Foot Underdogs spot before queuing with Toxic Joe before having that happen to me. But take a look at the stats here, and we'll see Busy, absolutely insane. 8 elims on the debut match here for the closed qualifiers for NA. Crazy stuff. We're going to look at Via, not too shabby as well, but unfortunately, one cash out can change everything, but that's the game. That's the finals. We're going to look at 6 Foot Underdogs. And I mean, hey, you know what? At the very least, I want to give a shout out to Ruby Labubu. We got 2 sledge kills on the broadcast, and that's going to add to our total of weapons that we've seen in the closed qualifiers.
Yeah,
percentage
of everything chosen slowly cleaning up. But Honor the Pure, 6 elims as well. Really, really good. But yeah, we are going to be seeing Envy and 6 Foot Underdogs go through to this next 3v3. And to be honest, this is exactly what Envy wanted.
It is, yeah. They earned the right to be in control at the end of it. They were so on top throughout all of that game. The first 2 waves of cash outs, they dominated, and that's the sort of benefit that being in first place affords you. You can be in control of your own destiny.
Yeah, and I mean, they also had a lot of control at the very beginning when it was a very, very Crazy set of circumstances for that first box. Envy just had the first box and cash out. Totally
Yeah,
fine.
well,
They also pretty much stayed on the campus side of the map the entire time until the very end.
And Young Guns came in with that vault steal at the very start, the third party on the first vault. We didn't even, I don't think we saw that in EU at all.
We saw a lot of third parties. I
On,
feel like
not
saw
on the
third
first,
parties.
not on the first vault.
Oh, right.
The first vaults were often 3v3s as the spawns kind of herd you towards that.
But I mean, like on this, I felt like every cash out, it was just, there was Envy, and then whoever spawned closest, maybe Via would come in. But everything else was just everyone avoiding Envy.
Envy had aura. They were winning fights before they even finished. And people were like, no, we're going to go the other way. We need to try and be second. Like it seemed like every team came into this with the mentality of we come second, except for Envy. And that is what worked against the Young Guns and Via, who do have another chance later, but that is one of their 3 lives in Phase 1 essentially kaput.
Well, and one thing that I really want to point out is that yesterday, I think we only saw 1, maybe 2 doubles towards the end. So this is really exciting to see a double get us started for the match, because I knew as soon as that got doubled, we were going to get one of the bottom tier teams in there, bottom tier teams in there, and it really did work out that way. So it's going to make for a really interesting 3v3.
And not only that, but this was not just, oh, hey, cool, now Envy is going to have an easy time in the 3v3. This is that 6-foot underdogs genuinely has a chance to cut through the noise.
Yeah.
And in Phase 2, when we get to see them again later, they will have a chance to fight for 3v3. I mean, not to say 6-foot underdogs can't win this, but I definitely think Envy is still favored. They did win one team fight earlier in that game.
Just to go a little bit further back on 6 feet underdogs as well, these are no slouches. You know, obviously they're top 16 NA, technically, right? That's already an accolade in itself. But every time they've played SSG, they've taken them to 3 maps.
Yeah.
Or, sorry, to 3 maps. So in the best of 3, it has happened before. And they could cause an upset here. We've definitely seen it.
I mean, yeah, and I might just be speaking on personal experience, just having queued with the vast majority of the players that we're going to see fight up here. But, well, as I'm getting carried through the lobby, there is a difference between being carried by Busy and then being carried by Toxic Joe. And I think that their play styles are going to have an impact with how this 3v3 goes off. Clearly, Envy, they scrim very regularly. I think they scrim more regularly than any other NA team. And for 6-foot underdogs, they play, they grind, they have that ranked energy about them. This is possible for the 6-foot underdogs, don't get me wrong.
Envy is the form team.
Okay, yeah.
Envy's like top 3 NA, and they're also the hottest team in NA right now as well, having just won Ape Squad. And it's like, if you wanted a game where the odds were more stacked against you, you couldn't have picked the lowest ranked team from the quals up against the most informed team in NA. It's like, it's chalk and cheese. There's no way of putting it.
Not only because it was doubled, but Envy fought harder for 6-foot underdogs' last cash out than I think they fought for any of their other cash outs.
They're not going to get that same sort of favor in a 3 versus 3, are they?
Absolutely, absolutely. But I'm excited to watch into it. We are, of course, going to have our first map on Sis Horizon. We'll see what the other 2 maps are going to be. And when we get into this 3v3, though, what are you looking for? Like, Rio, when we are going to be seeing the 6-foot underdogs versus Envy, are we looking for the first fight? Are we looking for the adaptation? Are we looking to see them just say, hey, we're going up against Envy. We have no idea what's going to happen. Maybe we go for some off-meta picks?
You know, I'd really like to see them just survive in a longer fight. I don't want to see them just immediately get wiped out, and I want to see them really kind of bring what they can, get some kills, find an opening, and then, you know, continue the energy from there. Because one thing that I do want to point out, we do have a lot of teams that play a lot better in 3v3s than they do in cash out. So that is to give the 6-foot underdogs a little bit of credit, because I think that they do deserve it. They are up here in the top teams, as we said, and, you know, they might have a potential to come up against Envy. This might go to 3. I would love to see somebody in the lower region go against the Titan of Envy.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I think that of all of the cash outs to be like, oh, you know, well, hey, this team didn't do that well, so we have to judge them. I mean, if you're in a lobby with Via and Envy, it's not gonna be easy for anybody else. And so I think that cash out specifically, you can't really look at exactly, oh, you know, oh, look at the stats, look at this. They have done well for themselves, 6-foot underdogs. But we can't ignore the fact that they were donated their last box to come in. They were fully wiped for, I think, all of that. They got the steal, and then...
Yeah, they still have to warm up.
Yeah.
They still need to warm up. That's being brutally honest about it. And it's not like Envy are going to give them much of a chance. I personally can see this going just 2 maps. I know you want to see 3. I have to, again, I just want to vote with my head. And my head is telling me this is done in 2. We saw it yesterday with Alliance. They were so ruthless when given that quick opportunity to book an early spot to the major. I think Envy are in that same bracket.
Absolutely. And I mean, you know, I think for STN2K, he just wants to go back to grinding ranked, man. I mean, the close quals is great. For obviously, this is why everyone's playing the finals. This is what they wanted as an org. This guy's just got to get back on the grind. You feel like that's just all. That's the only reason, right? It's avoiding 12 hours of playing through the qualifiers because you just do it now, and I can go back to getting Ruby. All the Ruby guys are here. All the top spots, they're right here. So if there's any time to finish early and then get back to your ranked grind, it's right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just having that break really helped out people, and then you get your whole Sunday, and then you get to watch all of the finals games instead of playing in it. And so there's just so many, advantages to really getting in there and getting up there.
Can we compare Skinergy, by the way? Get this wide shot going because we've got the players as they appear behind us. And I mean, 6 feet underdogs, right, behind Rio. There's some good fits there. I like the pink theme. Flamaz maybe a little bit off-brand. But then this is the difference, right? Envy looking at cold as hell, right? the blind warriors, all in black.
Yeah.
It's just... That has aura.
Also the turtleneck. The turtleneck also adds its own level of aura
I love
a
turtleneck. If it was colder, I'd be wearing a turtleneck. It's quite nice and toasty in here.
It's really nice here in Stockholm. I don't know if it's going to be the same niceness in November when we're here for Dreamhack, but
we left the
cold
studio.
is fine sometimes, guys.
We left the studio last night at about 2 a.m. or 1 a.m. and it was like 17 degrees Celsius.
Hey, we're on the NA broadcast.
A gentle sort of, oh yeah, so what's that in Fahrenheit?
It was about 68 freedom units.
There we go, 68 freedom units. A nice mild night, and it should have been really cold. This is September in Stockholm. You'd expect it to be cold, but it's actually really nice here at the moment.
Yeah, no, it's been fantastic here in Stockholm, and these teams, they want to get there. And chat, they're waiting for us to stop talking to get there. Exactly, it's not that anything in the back.
Really?
No, I'm just kidding.
Do we have the cast? Where's the cast to start game button?
Exactly.
I didn't know where it was.
As you all know in esports, it's the casters who are in charge of all that, chat. We are going to be getting there soon. We're just waiting. I feel like right now what's happening is that Envy, they're all together. They are working on their strategies. By that I mean STN is probably trying to figure out what he's going to DoorDash later. But then when you look at 6 foot underdogs, they're really prepping right now. So we're going to be starting off with Sis Horizon. Envy is banning out Soul. We didn't see Soul yesterday. We're not going to see Soul today. 6 foot underdogs getting rid of Vegas Stadium. They're also going to get the next ban, and they ban Bernal. Finally, Skyway Stadium is going to get banned out by Envy. Then their first choice is going to be Fortune Stadium. Should it not end there, the decider map is going to be Nozomi Citadel. Going to be a very good setup here. I'm very excited to see if it goes all the way. Chat, what are your predictions? What's the over-under that we get to map 3? What's the over-under that Envy does it in 4? Let me know your predictions. I got Twitch chat pulled up right here while those boys are doing the hard work casting. So I get to follow along with all of you.
Well, and one interesting thing was that yesterday it seemed like Vegas was picked a lot, but we're seeing it banned almost immediately as well. So it's going to be interesting as we move into those further matches whether we see more of Vegas or if it's more just an EU thing, or if NA kind of prefers Bernal, or maybe just Sis Horizon.
Yeah, it's worth saying a few of those Vegases were like randomized picks within like the pool of 3 or something after a cash out ban phase, because that's how that works. So I feel like Vegas turned up a little bit more than maybe statistically it should have, but that's just how the dice roll sometimes.
Absolutely. And as far as Sis Horizon is concerned, while we did just watch Envy absolutely stomp and control that lobby with 4 teams total involved, we'll see what they're going to be able to do, and there's only one other team there. We're about to jump into the very first 3v3 of the day. Jerry, Rio, you guys have got this.
Absolutely. Let's get started in the 3 versus 3s. Can the 6 foot underdogs make a run against Team Envy? Well, we're about to find out, Jerry.
Here we go. Starting off on Sis Horizon, familiar territory. First map of every best of 3 today will be played on the map that it was played, or the map that the cash out prior was played on as well. So, in case you're wondering how that works. We're tuning in with Busy here as they set up, and this is 6 feet underdogs on the opposite building outside, being very tentative. This is an incredibly cautious approach to start us off.
Yeah, pretty slow. They just want to find any information as possible. Look at Busy and the rest of his team. They're kind of crouching. They don't want to give up any information, even though they're pretty far away from each other. Nobody's tapped the vault yet. This is a bit of a standoff. Nobody wants to be the first person to give up their spot.
Here we go, the red barrel being created just to open up that wall and make it so that you can exit a little bit more easily. That's a smart goo, but read into perfectly by Envy as they open up the wall above it. And that does give away their position somewhat. There's a back away here and a preset gateway on the vault to allow 6-foot underdogs to just move this back away. In case you're wondering, if this is your first time watching the finals esports, this is the slower pace of 3 versus 3, much more considered. It's all about finding the perfect opportunity to commit to that team fight, but trust me, when it happens, it's quick.
Yeah, and right now they're just doing some poke and prod damage. Fulmaz did take some damage in that first push, but you know what? It looks like Stooge now has the vault. He's going to take it over to cash out a nice little gateway to get them there closer and faster, and there it is. The plug is on. I'm not seeing any C4 being placed just yet, but the rest of his team needs to catch up.
Yeah, this is incredibly cautious. Not a single fight over that vault. An early plug here from Envy. They've got a nice vantage point as well. With this FAMAS and the 93R, these are fantastic weapons at range and at close range. So just to be able to have that versatility in your arsenal, it's why a lot of players at the moment are rocking with this dual setup of burst weapons on the light and medium. Here we go. They decide to find an entryway that includes some cover indoors. Closing the distance here. They've got a jump pad set up and multiple barrels with the RPGs. They're going to try and find their targets in midair, but that's easier said than done. Great shots, though, coming out as STN goes down to low HP, but unfortunately, that is the last of 6 feet underdogs. We were watching Walk FPS there, trying to dish out the damage while his teammates around him fell like flies.
Yeah, it was really cool to see. Basically, when 6 foot underdogs finally made their push, Envy was like, nah, and they pushed right back. You can see that moment right now as they all dive into each other, and then 1 kill, 2 kills, and look at this. There's the final one on Walk as he does get STN, but it was not in his favor.
And the cash out now being winched outdoors. A new puzzle for 6 feet underdogs to solve. And a bit of goo placed opposite it. That's to very smartly deny any easy winching into the opposite building. That would probably be 6 foot underdogs' ideal approach. But right now they've decided they're not going to try and do steal. They're just going to get these kills and follow up with a steal afterwards. The goal here from Envy is to kite away, but the winch is going to make that very difficult. A great one, but the follow-up is there from STN to support his heavy. Busy. It might have been a goner otherwise. 3 versus 2 now. Only 20 seconds left on the timer. 6 foot underdogs, a man down. I don't think they're going to crawl their way out of this one, Rio.
Yeah, it is running really close. They're trying their heart out, but time is ticking down. They need to get 2 more kills, basically in the span of a few seconds. That cash out is so far out there. They have done everything they can to make this push slightly harder for anybody that is pushing them. There's the cash out going the way of Envy. They're still chasing down those kills. Toxic Joe being the last one remaining. But will he remain much longer? And the answer is no, as he goes down as well with the rest of his team.
All right, well, we could be in for a quick one here. But that's everything that was predicted so far on the desk. We really want 6 foot underdogs to stop being underdogs. I mean, I don't think that's going to happen, but I want them to show some fight. I love backing an underdog. I'm a Brit. It's kind of hardwired into my nature to back the underdog, but they got to give me a reason to support them here.
Absolutely. You know, we just need one team wipe, one time that shows us that they can absolutely take on this titan in the arena. But until we see that, we're just going to continue casting the game as it is. Vault 2 is about to pop. Looks like they're going to take it all the way to B, get that plugged, and look at the underdogs. They're starting their approach right now. Going on a zip line, moving a little bit closer, staying pretty close to each other as a team, and I think that that's something they need to work on as well. They seem to be dying one after each other instead of kind of dying as a unit. So maybe they can work on that instead right now.
Dying together is better than dying separate.
I agree.
It's very true. That is a much more important thing to do than you would realize. It gives you multiple chances to go for team fights. You know, the more you fail, the more you can try to win. Is a weird thing to think about in this game. Either way, Envy at least have been shepherded towards cash out B by 6 foot underdogs. They had some say in where this box went by controlling the middle of the map. So that's some nice play at least. Envy holding at range though. The 6 feet underdogs need to have a bit more bite and a bit less bark.
Yep, nice little goo bounce pad. Let's see if they make the approach properly. But look at Envy. They are all set up off to the right, and there is the reverse bounce. They dive directly in there. That winch claw pulls him out. The first one goes down, and it looks like Famaz is close second. He's trying to stay alive, but Walk is the last person remaining, going against all 3 of Team Envy. It is a very hard team to go against.
Yeah, it's really tough. I feel as though, you know, the ideal scenario here for 6 underdogs is to try and isolate 2 versus 1s, but obviously for Envy, they're not going to allow that to happen. And it feels as though Walk, a lot of the time, obviously he's got this gun out, he's trying to get those shots, and that was an impressive one onto Stooge, but by that point, you know, STN and Busy, they've already taken chunks out of his teammates, and I'm not seeing value coming out from the H+ Infuser, and this is not just an issue for the Light, it's an issue for the whole of the 6 underdogs unit. Here we go, another approach coming out from the team in pink.
Yep, this is their last chance to do anything. They need to get a kill, but look at this. STN just popping shots off with that from Moss. He is spotting all of them out, and they're having to dive on this point that is so far out in the open.
Wow.
And look at that. All of them. Busy got a kill. Stooge got a kill. It's great stuff.
And that's this Horizon wrapped up in a neat little bow. We even have time for some fireworks as Busy sends a goo cloud into the sky. And this is just a celebration lap at this point. Utter dominance, just pedestrian for Envy. 6 underdogs need something more than that on the next map.
Absolutely. I mean, this is just to show, right? There are levels to this. It's not that 6 underdogs isn't a good team. It's just that Envy is on a completely different level. And going through this, I was watching 6 underdogs kind of try to get some reps in for their macro plays, right? Where are they going to take those engagements? That very first vault took a while to start, but I think they were just looking for the right time to entry. They're looking for some conditions. But you know, the thing about 6 underdogs is that if they're able to make it into the qualifiers or make through the qualifiers, make it to Dreamhack, they still got 2 months to prep against a team like Envy. Check this out. 1 death on Stooge, 1 death on SGN2K, 0 on Busy, and it's just, I think that that's what I want to focus on. Not the kills, but just the amount of deaths, right? So 6 underdogs, they were able, at least Walk FPS was able to find picks. It's just, I think you said it best, Rio, when you just got to make that as a team. I'd rather see dying as a team in a proper team fight than one-on-one trickled out like what we saw over on the library.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I would say that they need to change. They need to work on that and just, you know, focus your fire as well. Because when you're dying as a team, you are focused on one team, one player, one everything. And just having 2 to 3 weapons just shooting at everybody really makes a difference.
I feel like yesterday was a trial by fire. At the very start, we got thrown into some of the most exciting matchups. And I was, you know, maybe a little overwhelmed. Here, I feel whelmed.
Oh.
You know?
I'm sufficiently whelmed.
Not overwhelmed, not underwhelmed, just whelmed.
Yeah, 100%. But I mean, the thing is that this is a really good way to point out what a ranked squad does versus what a competitive esports team does.
Exactly.
Again, this team here, 6 underdogs, they're not just some randoms, right? These guys are all Ruby. These guys are all very tried and tested. But at the end of the day, they have not had the same level of scrims experience, the same level of just straight up communication training like the guys at Envy have. And communication is everything. You can see it in their positioning, Rio.
Yeah, well, and on top of that, we watched how they just countered every aggressive push by 6 underdogs. They just seemed to just dive directly into them. Yesterday, we saw a lot of teams that would just kind of bunker down, set in their corner, and really not do anything with that. But today, they just dive into it. They do not let any opening, and honestly, it's a really exciting way of playing the game.
I think the best opportunity we saw for 6 underdogs in that game was when they really balled up on that first cash out, found a route in, and got a single winch off.
Yeah.
That was the moment where we thought maybe they could make something happen. Just operate as a unit and play off the back of the winch, get that 3 versus 1 in your favor, and then roll from there. If they can do that a few more times, which, to be honest, the next map of Fortune Stadium maybe affords them that possibility a little bit more than Sis Horizon does, they could start to find the edge.
Absolutely. I think that they need to look for the moment of opportunity where Envy is going to be the, you know, quote-unquote weakest. And that's going to be if you are able to allow them to not just engage that vault fight, kind of like at the very beginning, but you're able to get into an area where as soon as they get the plug, you can hit them before they get that setup time. I think that's when they're going to be able to play off of a nice winch, play off of that little, you know, opportune moment that they can find. But I think the biggest thing for the 6 underdogs is making sure that they are taking the fights when they favor them most, and not just, oh, it looks like he's out of position. He's not out of position. It's Envy. He's not out of position.
Yeah. There is the other option, of course, which is just go all guns blazing and take every fight imaginable and just keep the pace up and never let Envy settle down. We've seen teams like Team Secret and bigger teams, Team Sign Esports, for instance, be really unsettled by that kind of playstyle. Yeah. The only thing is, this is Envy, and NA is very used to that. So it would be a gamble, but now might be the time to gamble. If you lose here, you still get that skip over to phase 2 to try and tighten things up. Maybe this is the time to try something a little bit different.
I hope we see them try something different. I want to see a goo gun. I want to see a flamethrower. I want to see
maybe not that different.
No, okay, you're right. But yeah, Jerry, Rio, take us through. We have another map. Let's see what Envy does.
All right, and on this one, we are starting off on Fortune Stadium. Everybody knows this is my favorite map, and I do love to watch a good Envy match on Fortune Stadium. Let's get started as we move closer to Vault 1.
Oh boy, it's this rooftop. The legendary rooftop of yesterday where we almost had 2 direct trades in the same day. Stooge taking a lot of damage. 6 for Underdogs already have a leg up in this fight. And that's impressive because they've got 4 legs. Well, actually, that's not impressive. That makes it less impressive. You know, if you have 4 legs and you get a leg up, that's less impressive than like a human getting a leg up. I'm saying this because nothing is happening right now.
Yeah, nothing is happening. And, you know, lots of leg talk, but... yeah, it is very slow. I think it was just because Stooge got hit right in the beginning, and so they didn't want to engage. But here it goes, busy with the RPG in hand, and look at that. Stooge got walked down almost immediately, and this is the swarm. They are swarming on them right now, trying to get anybody down. There was a res that went off, but look at this. They are just being chased down, Jerry.
Yeah, and STM playing very smart here off the hip of his teammates. Needs to keep that defib in back pocket because he knows that his opponents have spent it. And ultimately, you know, Envy could have won that fight twice. If someone had lost their lives, say the Heavy going in here of Busy gets taken down, then we end up in a situation where you get the res. That's a really nice opening shot from Stooge that we got caught on that flyby. And here we go, the final kill of that round, of that fight. Yeah, Stooge and Busy. Expect them to be getting the kills. STN is just like the support that everyone wants on his team.
Yeah, really, really well-rounded medium. Great gameplay from him, but they're going to move this cash out over to cash out B, often known as the hospital cash out. It is way over there. The approaches are very difficult. And look at that, Walk already took half his health down as he gatewayed over there. But he did bring the rest of his team, so they're over there without a lot of damage taken from them. But they're immediately in this engagement. It seems like STN and the rest of his team are just dealing the hurt.
Oh?
Can anybody get any kill here? The 93R shots are popping off. There's the H+ Infuser dealing a little bit of health up to his teammate.
Wow.
But there's a first kill.
That is pure confidence from Stooge. I was going to say that Envy might be overstretching themselves a little bit here, but at this point, they are just decimating 6 foot Underdogs, and they know that they can push that line a little bit further right now. This is a team in full flow.
Absolutely. And, you know, it is just so well refined. And I think that's what 6 foot Underdogs are really struggling with. When you have a team that is this so well composed, finding that little tiny mistake is near impossible sometimes.
That moment, the opening kill, we can see both Stooge and Busy chasing down their targets at the end there. Not perfect target prio, if we have to be picky against Envy there. A little bit of split prioritizing, but of course they're in a 3 versus 2 at that point. You can forgive them some.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I can forgive them until they start losing rounds. And right now it looks like we're starting one more engagement over this cash out. Everybody is diving in there. The healing beams are going off, and they are keeping Toxic Joe up there. You want to keep that Heavy nice and healthy so he can deal some good damage, but getting trapped in the stairwell is a death sentence for most of them. They are getting chased down. It looks like Walk is surviving on 1 bar, but now he is the last person surviving in this battle. Doesn't look good, Jerry.
Yeah, Walk FPS slowly being chased down, and this cash out will surely, just as a matter of kind of inevitability, be taken out. You can see there Walk grabbing a red barrel or a yellow barrel to try and make sure he entered that respawn screen as quickly as possible. And that's the first cash out going the way of Envy. Now, that was an interesting fight from 6 foot Underdogs. They said, yeah, first time didn't work. Same again? And I don't know if you know the definition of insanity, Rio.
Oh, what is it?
Doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And it seems to me pretty insane that 6 foot Underdogs would try that exact same approach twice in a row, given how it went the first time.
Yeah, but you know, that cash out is very unique because the amount of approaches is very limited, in my opinion. They could have dropped it, but the cash out was more than halfway done.
Get close.
Yeah, they couldn't even get close. So that is a good observation. But Vault 2 has been tapped by Envy, and now we're watching as the 6 foot Underdogs are just trying to find any damage across these rooftops.
Here we go, Envy once again getting that tap, holding control, and one of the few virtues we could point to of 6-foot underdogs is that when they lost that first cash out on Cis Horizon, they were doing exactly this. They were herding Envy around, pointing them towards certain objectives. But I think at this point, Envy know, actually, we could see out the timer here. We are 25k ahead. You've got to come to us.
You know, I just don't see them running out the timer. I bet you that they get bored and decide to push.
Yeah,
That's my guess.
We have never seen this win con materialize.
No,
it always gets mentioned because you have to explain that 6-foot underdogs, they can't just sit here the whole time. They have to do something.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? One day, Jerry, we'll get that win.
And it'll be the worst broadcast of all time.
All right, they're going through the gateway. They're trying to do this push. They want to get in control of this vault. We haven't even seen them do a very satisfying vault fight yet. So give us something, guys. Go for it.
Stooges are getting in position for a gateway here. So they're just waiting for 6-foot underdogs to get a bit closer, and then they'll have that easy escape route. They're even taking some flak as they get closer. 6-foot underdogs do have the red barrels to try and surge up the building. It looks like Stooges is actually closing the net a little bit, maybe giving the call that, you know, we could take this fight. Why not?
Why not, indeed? Look at that movement as well. I challenge anybody in chat to move that well up the staircases. I try every time and then just slow myself down.
I think there's probably a few people in chat that can do that.
Sure.
I'm not one of them either. I need to learn this tech. Oh, but here we go. 6-foot underdogs exposing themselves on the roof, and Stooge will gobble them straight up. STN is quite low, but you can see as a good light with that H+ infuser, he regroups and finds him. And this should be an easy cleanup now, as unfortunately, we don't see Flamaz and Toxic Joe heal themselves up in the same way. That's another team wipe going the way of Envy. So far, it's just one-way traffic.
Absolutely. At least they did try. They tried to go for a vault fight instead of letting Envy just control it. So
you are such an optimist, Rio, and I love it.
You know, you have to. These guys are trying. They're not just absolutely just turning over. So I got to give them credit, and they have made it this far. So, yeah, they deserve it.
All right. Well, as I've said many times before, this ain't charity. We don't hand out golden tickets for nothing in Envy. They've got their name on one right now. STN already with the opening pick there onto Toxic Joe, who peeks his head just a little bit too wide. They don't even have the totem to recover him with, and Busy closes him down. Walk goes out. Flamaz left squandering, scrambling as STN finds him. That wasn't even a team fight, Rio. That was just pick after pick.
There is something terrifying as well when Busy starts to hunt, because he just can track them down. I think he has his ears turned all the way up and can hear every little movement, and it is just like a hunter. As soon as he spots his prey, he goes after them. And I have been on the receiving end of this before, just in my matches. I don't know how I got matched up against Busy, but I have. So it's very interesting. But look at this. They have pulled this cash out way out of the open, thrown that C4 down, and has basically made this as difficult as possible for everybody in the 6-foot underdogs.
At least this is a different scenario now for 6-foot underdogs to try and come into. More things at play. There's that winch. They've got it in a decent spot. Envy now, though, can surround them. There's some good goo out, but it is cleared. There's the dome. Even more protection being afforded to Toxic Joe, but not enough as that glitch clears the dome quite effectively. About 30 seconds or so left, but STN comes in with that clean kill onto Toxic Joe. Down goes Flamaz, down goes Walk, and surely now, Rio, that is it. There's maybe 25 seconds left. I don't think it's possible, but we'll have to wait and see.
They would have to spawn on top of the cash out.
Envy certainly think they've won it.
That is the only way that this would happen. By the time they spawn, they have 4 seconds. And yeah, math ain't mathin'.
Yep, the math ain't mathin'. And especially with this having been pulled right into the corner of the map, the spawn only just coming in. Envy once again setting off fireworks, but this time it's to celebrate their trip to Stockholm in the very near future. Congratulations to Envy. You are our first North American ticket holders.
Yes, congratulations. Yeah, they absolutely earned it. What a convincing win. They seem like one of the most dominant teams that we've seen in this entire 2-day event.
Yeah, that's just been it. I mean, they couldn't have asked for an easier route, and they controlled it from start to finish. You cannot say that they don't deserve it. They played absolutely perfect finals.
Absolutely. And again, this is just a good highlight at the range that exists here. And of course, 6-foot underdogs, they're not out of the running just yet. They'll have a chance to fight for the 3 remaining tickets in Phase 2. See what they're going to be able to pull off over there with the remaining talent that is going to still be in the competition. But this is just a show of how strong Envy is. Again, I can't understate this. 6 underdogs. They are all Ruby players, but this was a flawless show from Envy. 0 deaths across the board. And I will say that STN2K died once on Cis Horizon 3v3, which means that STN2K currently has 1 death in the entire closed qualifiers.
That is unbelievable. His stats going into the major are going to ruin all of our other stats.
Yep.
They're just not going to make sense. Looking at like a 22 KDR or whatever it might be.
Absolutely. And this is the thing is that, chat, you have to remember that yesterday we also had a bunch of games where it was over in 2, but nothing like this. And that is the amazing part about Cash Out, is the fact that you can do what you want, but you can't control the doubles sometimes. Unless you're Envy and you are the one that makes the double. But yeah, this is just a great way to start off the day with some absolute dominance. We are going to have a lot of very different ranges of groups. I think this was the most variety that we've had in one lobby. But chat, don't go anywhere because we have an even tighter, even crazier group coming up next. We got Group B. It's going to come after a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this.
We know you feel alone, but trust us, you're really not alone. Let Ngimo bring the world a little closer, one element at a time. Breeze through and sign our completely straightforward user agreement about data sharing and join our global community of friends. Ngimo, beyond boundaries, within reach.
free. The code recalls eternally. No more games, no masquerade. Vaya's lies will be unveiled.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the finals Grand Major closed qualifiers for NA. My name is Artie. I'm here with Jerry and Rio. We just watched Envy book the first ticket to the Grand Major here in Stockholm, Sweden for the North American teams in the finals. Got 6 tickets to go. See who's going to grab them next. Group B is coming up. Let's go ahead and take a look at the teams here. Who do we got in Group B representing the second set of contestants?
Ooh, we have Nightmare, the Steppers, Fourth Party Cashbox, and Demo. This will be an interesting teams because Nightmare has been in the scene for a really long time. Fourth Party Cashbox, a really solid team full of, again, names that have been in the scene a while. Steppers, same thing, but Demo, I really only recognize one of these names in here. So this will be a really interesting group, especially because I'm always rooting for some unknown team.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, coming into this, every time we see an org up against some other, unknown teams, it doesn't mean that the unknown teams are not players that you just shouldn't focus on. These are some genuinely good players. But again, Team Nightmare, they do have this aura about them in a way that they're able to present themselves in those matches, in those scrims, and of course in our community tournaments where they just had a different way of playing, Jerry.
Yeah, and I think that it's just all about Uni, isn't it, really? Like, surrounding Uni
and friends.
Enabling his skill as one of the most prolific light players in the scene, not just in NA. Favors the M11, which is an interesting one, but you do see him on pretty much everything every now and then, and it's just about making sure that he can get the frags he needs. So there is a slightly different team dynamic amongst Nightmare.
Yeah. Well, and to add to that too, we don't have a lot of teams that play around their light, and this is just what it is. The Uni becomes this little annoying fly that you're unable to swat in any room that he just dives into. So you have that, and then the rest of his team just absolutely plays off of any pick that he gets, any entrance, anything that he basically does. So it's really cool to see a player like that.
I like that that was a genuine compliment towards Nightmare, but you did describe him as an annoying fly.
I have had other people say that exact thing.
I mean, you're not wrong, but yeah, Uni, especially in the Ape Squad tournaments, right? The man who lived. But yeah, we're gonna look at the map vetoes here. Demo bans out Monaco. Fourth Party is gonna ban out Nozomi Citadel. Steppers say no Skyway. As Nightmare bans Vegas, we are gonna be. Oh my goodness, we're getting Soul!
The first time!
The very first time that we are getting Soul here on the broadcast. That's right. It's gonna be cash out on Soul. We're gonna get hospital plays. We're gonna get some incredible stuff.
If I'm not mistaken, it's Soul under construction as well. Best version of
Guaranteed
Soul.
under construction.
Which is very cool. It's the way that the map should be. I absolutely love under construction. And it just means, yes, there's going to be some really brutal objective spawns. That's why people avoid this map in particular.
I think you could say there's going to be some brutal logic on this map.
Correct.
Yeah, see what I did there?
Rio's happy with that one.
I am.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm excited to get into this because we have some incredible teams here, Team Nightmare and Friends. I mean, honestly,
wow. Okay.
I gotta say, Zuki, though, on this map is gonna go crazy, and especially fourth party Cashbox, Sparrow, Brutal Logic, and Boo Boo. I'm looking at them. What else am I looking at? I'm looking at Jerry and Rio to be your casters for this action. We got another game of Cash Out, another 4 teams coming in. First time we're seeing Soul in the closed qualifiers. It's a very long loading screen on the other side of this, which is why I'm yapping for so long, but that's also why I'm here and why you're here, Jerry. Thank you so much. I'm running out of oxygen, but this is going to be a great time. How are they still counting down? There's only 10 numbers in that. Counting down stop. There we go. I'm going to dial back for a second. And Jerry, we're really looking forward to this, aren't we?
I really enjoyed that. I don't know about you, Rio.
I like watching party laughter. There's something about that.
Pause the game timer. Do it again.
I got baited so it was gonna be so clean. Oh no, but it's all right. There we go. We're jumping into the game. It's Soul. It's Jerry and Rio. Here's your caster.
Thank you very much, Ardy. The long-awaited Soul, not just on the desk, but in all of EU. We didn't see Soul once, and NA is finally arrived. I love Soul. I love Soul.
Me too. I love Soul, and I love this game. Let's get started and see how these teams deal on one of the most unique maps in the entire game.
All right. Wow. We already have a hospital spawn for an objective. And look at this, Steppers opting not to go for the vault at all. That is how impactful this can be. I'm assuming that Kip is just waiting. You see this and sometimes you think, oh, maybe there's a disconnect. Nope, they are waiting. Unfortunate is unfortunately spotted by Uni and Gremlin up on high. He almost loses his life for it. That vault has been tapped. And of course, Nightmare will want to bring it to the hospital if they can manage it, but they would have to get through Steppers on the way.
Yeah, just look at that height. Being on that crane gives you the vantage point of all vantage points, but it does leave you be a little bit of a target. So it is kind of a, not the best spot, but right now they are absolutely controlling B. They want to make sure that they can take it over there, find some kills, find some picks, really anything. But it seems like on the other side of things, we have a lot going on this side, Jerry.
Yeah, in construction, there's a proper brawl going on. Trades going out between fourth party Cashbox and Demo. It's 2 versus 2 as it stands, but the medium's still up. There's a heavy light setup on Demo. Excuse me? Lotus getting a kill with the Deagles. Sparrow, though, finds the crucial final kill for fourth party Cashbox, and they will be in control there. In the meantime, Nightmare have closed that distance. We are finally all on the hospital, but this team fight is only just beginning, Rio.
Absolutely. Look at this. He's getting some good shots off on Zuki from the FAMAS. That height advantage is great here. They're going to bring down Unfortunate. They are taking some shots back, but it is going in their favor. They need to get one more person down. It is all on Gremlin. Can he bring Kip down? Can he stay in this battle? That winch claw brings him out of it, and Nightmare wiped.
That is huge for Steppers. Being able to get the first Cashbox into hospital is incredible for their prospects. And Nightmare really gambling on making sure that they could do that, and now behind the pace compared to everyone in the lobby. Fourth party Cashbox defending their A spot on construction. And we see Demo not too far beneath. And, we only had a moment to process this. Double winch heavy, dash lights.
We saw it yesterday. We saw that with the Wing It.
Yeah, but that was when they literally had to wing it. And they lost a player and had to bring in a sub. Bear in mind, though, before that, they were running HLL. So, yeah, a bit of a weird team, shall we say, and an outlier. But, yeah, we can see this, and it has worked in the past. But we would definitely back fourth party Cashbox overall on paper. They've got such a good vantage point here on the crane.
So one thing that I'm really impressed by is that this crane is still standing. It takes 2 red barrels, and then you absolutely eliminate one of the highest perches.
Heavies have RPGs. They've got 2 of them.
Yeah, there it goes.
All right, finally it comes down, and they lay some traps on top of the cash out just to make sure it's there. Still really tight here over on construction, as the crane has gone down. They're slowly finding that opening. We have Fluidity trying to get something, but Lotus and Heads just really tentative to make any moves here. Lack of mobility may be costing them.
Absolutely. It is very slow. We're down to the last fourth of this cash box. It is running out, and honestly, Demo needs to make an approach, but we're moving over to the other side of things where Cash Out B is being stolen by the Nightmare. They are running into...
How have they done that? That is a crucial steal coming out from Nightmare, and I don't believe that Steppers have just allowed that to happen, but the steal is happening in reverse. The RPG has to be reloaded. They're going to strike it with the RPG from beneath. It doesn't connect. No, it does connect, and it does prevent the steal, thankfully, for Nightmare. About 20 seconds left on this one, and there's still everyone up and ready to fight here. Down goes the dome. Oh my god, some shots coming out from Kip. Can he get the kill? No, he can't. The support is there for Gremlin, and Suki trying to get the backstab. Last one alive, taken out. This is Nightmare's cash out.
Yeah, I'm amazed that they were able to get back in there, get the steal, and they got the cash. Well played, and we're watching now as they move towards vault number 3.
Fourth party cash out as well didn't seem to be troubled. I mean, I must assume that there was a kill or a team fight over for Demo on the side of the construction site, but it clearly wasn't enough. So we have 2 leaders in the lobby, Nightmare and fourth party cash box, the top halves of your screen there, with the cash in pocket. Second wave of cash outs now begin. Vaults 3 and 4 ready to be unlocked.
Absolutely. Watching as they bounce pad onto that zipline, gives him some good movement, and this is Uni dealing some damage onto Fluidity, and he gets that kill. That is going to be a perfect opening onto Team Demo. Team Demo has tapped the vault, but it looks like they are not long for this world as the rest of Nightmare start to swarm on top of them. Turning our attention now to the other side of things, where Vault is about to be plugged onto Cash Out C, but we have 2 teams battling it out. It looks like the Steppers in fourth party cash box.
They ran past it. They didn't want to deposit in C. Instead, they're going all the way to D. Now, this is a very smart one. This box is actually slightly easier to defend, but Zuki catches him in transit. Brutal Logic is close behind, though, trying to stick this res, and Boo Boo is there to protect him. Where has that cash box gone, though? Yeah. Oh, they gatewayed it away. Did they gateway it away? No, it's in the hands of Nightmare. No, he got gatewayed to C, and this is the other cash box now moving to D.
Yeah, they kind of traded places there, but now it is about to be plugged. And finally, Cash Out D is getting started. But there are 3 teams all over here who is going to be able to hold it. It looks like they're starting their approach right now. Boo Boo trying to set up a bounce pad, trying to get to a little bit of better height. They bounced that gas out all the way over there. Look at how far that thing moved.
Has that landed on the building? No, it's still in the courtyard, but much closer to it. We do have a defensive gateway set up above it by the Steppers. Actually, they're not defending it, of course. They'll be able to attack this point. Everyone besides Uni alive in this lobby right now. And the cash out in the center belonging to Steppers. I don't know how much attention they'll get. They are slightly ahead of the pace, so it would make sense for them to be more targeted. A clean winch, and this is nice. Stealing through the vent hole. Gremlin finding that opening. And I don't think anyone on the side of Steppers is ready, but the winch coming out from Kip. Absolutely clutch.
Absolutely good reverse winch here. We're watching these 2 teams battle this out. Lasagna getting some shots off, brings down Head, and he's looking for his next victim. He's healing his teammates right back up. Uni is ready to get into this battle, but there are several teams all on top of him.
We just saw Gremlin trying to steal D, and now he's on C instead. This guy just wants all the money in the world. He's gone and turned his attention to C. There's more of his teammates to support him. Great beaming there from Lasagna. Support is in the hands of Kip as he tries to get down, but he can't find that crucial winch this time. A glitch comes out from Uni, and we see a successful escape for Gremlin. That's huge on their defense of this cash box. Only 30 seconds left to hold it.
Yeah, and they're in a great position. There are a lot of teams here, but it's way out in the open. Uni gets beamed from the Lotus and just absolutely needs to change things up. Look at this. They're in a great position. They've got goo going down everywhere. The steal is going up. They can't get the stop. Did they get it? They're still holding it. But look at the RPG.
Forced off it by the goo, and now the shot's coming from above. Lasagna with the defense, and I don't think there's enough time. Heads gets the trade, but will this box flip? No, it won't. That is Nightmare's money.
Wow, that was close. I can't believe it. But on the other side of things, they are trying to hold control with fourth party cash box. They are running out of time. This cash box is almost done, and they get the res off, but fourth party has held on for long enough.
Fourth party cash box with a steal during all of that. That was once Steppers' money, but now we again see fourth party cash box and Nightmare take the money. A much more involved second wave of cash outs spawning so close to each other. Actually, they weren't really spawning so close to each other. They just got winched into the middle, and they kept getting closer and closer. But now the final wave of cash outs, and this is dangerous territory for Nightmare, who are in second. Every other team in the lobby would want to double this next vault, so it's crucial that they are in control of number 6 and that they prevent any future doubles. That's not going to be easy with Uni just being taken down.
Absolutely. They need to stay in control of this vault and make sure that they do not let it get in the hands of anybody else to get doubled. Watching Lotus take some shots off with the Deagles. Can he find a kill? They are all invised, making their way to the cash out. They're going to try and steal, throwing some goo down, but there's the double. Oh my god, he's holding it, but it immediately gets winch clawed back out. They throw Dome Shield to try and go at it again, but all of the teams are now converging on this one spot.
Crucially, that was doubled by fourth party Cashbox, who put themselves even further ahead of Nightmare, and that means that it's all or nothing on this final cash out. We see fourth party Cashbox basically guaranteed to go through unless they wipe multiple times in the next minute. I don't think it's going to happen. Whoever has this box at the end has that first place.
It's so terrifying when you're in second place with a team like Nightmare, but you know you have to get this steal or just go insane and get a ton of kills, but I don't see that happening in 1 minute.
At the moment, it's being held by Steppers, but they are dropping like flies. We see Unfortunate low on HP as well, and Uni converging everyone, and that is almost a wipe onto Steppers. Kip has to run away, and there's no way he can defend this box successfully. Who is it stealing, though, right now? We're going to find out in a second. It's Nightmare, and they now have it in their control.
Oh my god, this is insane. Now they have to hold on to it, but a steal is going off right now.
Demo.
What is going on? Demo's in a great position. They've got all of the goo surrounding it, but look at this. The Lockbolt has taken several targets, and this cash out is down to the last fourth.
What a monstrous RPG there. Sparrow trying to come in and get so many kills. Heads is out. Demo are out of it, and now there's only a few seconds left. Nightmare have been wiped. Fourth party Cashbox, are they stealing? No, this is Steppers stealing it back. They're going to take it. Fourth party Cashbox, allow it to happen. Dropping the dome on them. Booking them both a spot in the best of 3 and knocking Nightmare into the long, dark road ahead.
Wow, that was an intense cash out match.
Absolutely unprecedented chaos for the second time. 2 cash outs in a row where the very last box is doubled. I cannot believe what I've seen here, but this time it was the signed org. It was on the bad end of that trade. Fourth party Cashbox relatively unscathed. The first 2 sets of cash outs. This one right here where Nightmare was able to drop in amidst the chaos. It really took advantage of Steppers and Demo playing around one another, really fighting between both fourth party and Nightmare. But really, it was the very end where everything just ran away, and it was just chaos. I took so many notes here, but really I do want to highlight Steppers because I said that this is a good map for Zuki. This is a map where Zuki and his team know exactly how to make it around the chaos, especially on that construction site when we're under construction.
And you could say that Nightmare, they're hard done by there. Of course they will feel it, especially as they see that replay with Brutal Logic just letting it go through, letting that steal happen. It's absolutely the right thing for fourth party Cashbox to do because now they're 1 best of 3 away from getting their Grand Major ticket, and as are Steppers.
Yeah, and I absolutely love the donated Dome Shield. It's always so fun when you see like, wait, that's not their team color. What's going on? And yeah, it just absolutely changes everything. It's quite fun, but wow. What a fun match.
I have to say that Nightmare, it felt like they were chasing that game a lot. They never got a plug, I don't think. They were always trying to steal someone else's.
Off of the very beginning, that first team fight that went wrong. And granted, they did finish the first 2 boxes just fine, but getting wiped and then, of course, not having control of Vault 5 and Vault 6 meant that when fourth party Cashbox was able to secure that first place position, all they had to do was just get that double and make sure that they were in control of what came next. But I gotta say, for them, it makes a lot of sense. They don't want to fight Nightmare. I think they are a lot more confident, especially given the beginnings, with making sure that they're able to come through with Steppers as their opponents in the upcoming 3v3.
Yeah, and just one thing that I've noticed so far through the 2 cash-out matches that we've seen, NA plays so differently than EU. These matches are way more wild. The doubles, the third parties just feel so much more intense.
Yeah, I've got to agree. It's been a wild, wild ride. And what's exciting for me is that we saw in that last series, or that last group, the sort of first place seed of Envy going up against one of the lowest place seeds and being able to manipulate that situation for themselves. So the best of 3 that followed was a bit of a whitewash. This looks like a close match that's going to be coming up next.
It's a bit closer. I mean, I will say, if it was Nightmare and Fourth Party, maybe that would have been closer. But clearly, Team Steppers have proven that there's a reason that they went up there. Because, again, unlike the very first one, Steppers did win a clean team fight at the very beginning over the first vault. And then avoiding the third party up against everybody else. I mean, it was crazy when Demo came through as well. And not only did Steppers have to compete with trying to overcome Nightmare or Fourth Party, which they just said, hey, no, we'll leave Fourth Party alone. We'll go fight Nightmare. And then Demo's on their back. Of course, Steppers was struggling a little bit in the very middle parts of that match, but genuinely, Zuki has this aura around him where he's able to control where that team needs to be at any given time, and their util was really on point. It wasn't an accident that they were able to get that steal in the midst of the chaos. They timed that hit perfectly.
Yeah, they were really, really considered with how they did that. But of course, that's all cash out. And now we've got 3v3s ahead. And this is what it looks like. Steppers up against Fourth Party Cashbox. Now, Fourth Party Cashbox, you sort of alluded to the fact there, Ardy, that you think that this is maybe the favoured team coming into this. We've definitely seen that throughout PHL seasons, they've been not quite as good at cash out, strangely, and then surprising people when it comes to 3v3 brackets. Here, they've done enough in a cash out, and now this is maybe their favoured side. But that's not to say that Steppers are nobodies. They're also pretty accomplished when it comes to PHL. I put these teams on a relatively even playing field overall, but Fourth Party Cashbox maybe with an edge, just a slight one.
I mean, I said it at the very beginning, this map takes a sort of brutal logic to be able to navigate. I mean, Seoul has to be one of the more chaotic maps that we have in the map pool here, and genuinely, they know how to work it. It's a lot of, you have to worry about the macro of where your team is moving. You have to worry about where the vault spawn, which cash outs you want to go to, where the other teams are fighting, how you're going to time it, what utility you're bringing. And for Fourth Party Cashbox, they have had that hard road through PHL. It was a very struggle-ridden path, but honestly, that's what drives good competitors. You have to struggle in the beginning in order to get good later. Maybe the same will happen for Nightmare in this bracket.
Yeah.
We'll see them later in Phase 2.
Definitely really hope that's the case because these teams have a lot to show. There were some struggles going on in PHL, but I know that a lot of these teams have just been scrimming, have been practicing, and have been trying to adapt to this new meta, and we're seeing kind of a new team for a lot of these players.
Yeah, we are. And I'm a little bit disappointed not to see the HHL side go through. That would have been very fun. They did have some moments. But yeah, we're going to go back to slightly more treaded ground. And that being said, there is some, mix-ups that we've seen these players deliver. Players like, just checking my notes here very blatantly, Brutal Logic, he does move on to the Shack 50 occasionally. He's been sort of around many teams and he's had to adapt to different sort of situations and scenarios. I feel like, we could see some surprises in terms of loadouts over the course of best of 3. I think there's a lot of adaptation to be had.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I was looking at my notes for what was happening towards that last doubled cash out to sort of see if we can have a nice matchup to see what exactly Fourth Party versus Steppers is gonna bring. And one of the things that I wrote down was during that insanity of all the teams fighting in the construction site was that Fourth Party were the first ones to actually engage Steppers. At first, I actually thought Fourth Party was going to allow Nightmare to come in because Nightmare, they had a top position in the construction site. And along that top position, they were waiting to time their engagement. But Steppers survived the engagement against Fourth Party. Very, very important because now that they're going to be going up against one another in this 3v3, I think that's an important detail to note. Steppers was able to beat Nightmare in the very first vault fight of the match that we saw. They were able to survive up against Fourth Party Cashbox, who did try to kill them initially before they granted them the box. And, of course, Demo was the one that tried to get that first steal. Kip had to leave and whatnot. It was a whole situation. But coming through as Fourth Party... Whoa, my... Oh,
that hurt. I didn't know the zoom lens worked like that. Yeah, sorry.
Fourth Party, they came in, they killed Nightmare. They decided, hey, you know what? I think that we're going to give a nice little dome. We're going to give a nice little try to the Steppers and see exactly what it is that they've got. What sort of
pizzazz. All right. Yeah. I'm still recovering from that.
Well, you know what? I'm excited too.
Bit of a shock.
Jump scare.
We haven't seen Soul before, and we saw it on Cash Out, and now we're going to see it in 3v3, and it is also going to be still the under construction variant. So I'm curious if we'll see a lot of those, middle of the round plays, or if we'll see them try and bring it off to the corners. But we have a lot of those cranes there as well that give a lot of height, and they are harder to bring down in 3v3s because you only have half the teams in there.
Yeah, true. A lot of times we do see the teams trying to combine for the same objective, sub-objective, side quest here and there.
Side quest.
But I will say, we saw a lot of different ideologies on Fortune Stadium, which we got to see a lot of yesterday, how to approach that Sector 6 hospital cash out.
Yeah.
I feel like here, if we get a hospital cash out in the 3v3, this is really going to underline what these teams are going to be capable of in the long term. Because, of course, losing here doesn't mean you're out, just means you've got a good chance at going in the major.
Everyone likes to focus on hospital as well on this map. It's not like it's the only really tough.
No, but it is the biggest.
It's the biggest, of course, but you think about billboards as well, right? If you get a spawn up there, that is sometimes even more oppressive.
That one has the most opportunity for individual team skill expression as far as deciding how to approach it, because there's a lot of teams that will just, hey, first minute, instead of going for a two team fight approach, we're just going to hunt for red barrels. Destroy it, drop it all the way down. And once you drop it into the middle of data center, then it becomes the data center cash out. It's a lot different. That ulti height doesn't matter as much once you kind of recover. Of course, though, with the destruction being the way that it is, oftentimes we see teams just cave in that entire building. Well, why destroy the billboard where you just destroy the roof that it's on top of anyway?
Yeah, we've all played Power Shift on Soul. That's sometimes what it ends up looking like. More often than not in like a busy cash out game. But if you have the time, and there is plenty of time in a 3 versus 3, you can do some renovating. It's an option. Yeah. This is a very creative game, but it's also a very destructive game at the same time.
Dynamism.
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 I didn't find my
verticality. I don't know. There's more adjectives.
Can we get the camera on me for a second, because I missed it. Dynamism. There we go. I think Ardy had about 5 of those yesterday.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's only fair.
Dynamism. No, Rio, your turn.
No, dynamism.
No. It's that one.
Dynamism.
There we go.
Nice. I like it. Very dynamic. Maybe we can check in with Oscar and Thixie, see if they had a nice little setup and they watched that. Hello, very prepared weather boys.
Dynamism. Was that the bit we were doing?
That was the bit, yeah.
Your turn.
Dynamism.
Oh, close. I'll give it a B+.
Yeah.
Well, it's like dynamism. Okay.
Well, you tried really hard, but in the end, it didn't even matter. I can't keep going with that lyric or get DMCA'd. But yeah, what a situation we've been through. I mean, game 1 or group 1, group A.
Yeah.
Kind of expected outcome to my behalf, to be honest. I wrote it down. I actually wrote when we went to the best of 3. I said,
no,
Envy takes it 50-0.
First round decapitation.
What?
My mono just turned off.
You slashed my notepad down so hard you turned off your monitor.
My monitor
that
is
more or
off,
less what I
I don't know
wrote.
what happened.
And it was actually correct. Don't punch the monitor again. It actually worked.
It worked.
Oh.
Nice. Sorry.
Why are you being rewarded?
I guess we can do a quick update if production.
Yeah.
If production wants to get the thing on, we can do a quick update because we're halfway through. If people are just tuning in, that'd be pretty sick.
Poor production is trying to get map bans in order. But
Okay, well, technically this is right, but it's kind of yesterday. All right, so a little bit behind. You know what?
Intensifies. Yeah.
There it is. I'm in the way.
That's. I mean, we are technically right here. No, we are. You were here. No.
This was me like
yesterday.
12 hours ago.
But this is where we're at right now, but in the NA bracket.
Yeah, but
that's phase 2.
That's phase 2. Yeah.
It's all right.
I mean,
people know what's gonna happen. We are heading into a.
No. They do know what's gonna. There we go. I can
get the stick out.
New skin.
The whole point of the stick is so that you can sit down.
Oh yeah, actually, I just realized. I know I'm standing up. Yeah, that's a good point. Sorry. Anyway, so thank you for watching so far. Where are we at right now? Well, you saw here, Envy. Congratulations, going at 2-0 right there. Yes, very big up. Well done. And this cash out right here, was a little bit of
interesting is the word.
Yes, of course. We do have
naturally
the one and only Steppers and fourth party Cashbox.
Yeah.
Yes, they are the 2 teams right here that go through and have the same fate as what Envy does, who did win their match. And then, of course, after it'll be Group C doing the same thing and Group D. That's all you need to pay attention to right now. You don't need to worry about the rest because the weather boys, the weather men, will be providing you with that.
But right now, I think it's time for Ardy, provided with an intro, as we're going to head in game. So back to the main screen we go, and into the 3v3 we enter.
Hello, chat. I've been here the entire time, and so have the games. It's just been us keeping you waiting. So, let's go ahead and take a look. We've got the match getting started. Of course, our first one going to be starting on Seoul under construction. Steppers have banned Monaco. We don't want any of that. Fourth party Cashbox, no Nozomi Citadel. A lot more teams banning Nozomi in NA. We've got Skyway Stadium also getting banned away as Steppers take out Bernal. It's going to leave our last two maps as Cis Horizon and ending on the decider at Vegas Stadium.
I often try to find a little bit of a pattern between the maps that people tend to ban. And it feels like there isn't one here. Like there's nothing really that ties Bernal and Monaco together quite as much. Maybe Skyway and Nozomi have some similarities, but regardless, we're on a very open map in Cis Horizon and then a very kind of cluttered, busy map in Vegas as a potential decider. But of course, all about Seoul for that first map. It really does. It has that feeling of the map playing the game sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I just love under construction. And again, this is the first 3v3 that we're going to see on it today. Maybe we'll get some more.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? We did see a good performance of Steppers, and I think Steppers have to be the underdogs here in Rio. You love a good underdog story. I love a good underdog story. Jerry, I think, does as well. Fourth party Cashbox, though, they got a lot to earn. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it here. Steppers versus fourth party Cashbox. Anything can happen. Don't know what will.
No, there's literally anything can happen. And Seoul, like we said, is such an important... It's like a main character in terms of the maps. It really does determine how the games play out. So, yeah, there could be some really heartbreaking moments in this game.
Yeah, a lot of heartbreak is ready to happen, especially the 3v3s, but I think it's going to be a lot closer than our last one. Anyway, it's enough from me. Jerry and Rio are your casters for the day. Take it away.
Let's get started on Seoul under construction. Jerry, I am excited to see these two teams get at it.
Absolutely. So, fourth party Cashbox and Steppers coming into the arena. And this is a hospital spawn on the objective in the distance at the moment. Fourth party Cashbox just racing straight towards it, taking point on the crane. Where are Steppers in all this? They're actually holding on construction itself, blocking that objective. An interesting choice. Of course, it does give them a bit of a vantage point to win any potential gunfight that follows up. And we have the Akimbo Deagles in the hands of Kip as well as the Healing Ball. So they're definitely looking to play range on this map.
Yeah, that's a great observation. But right now, they're trying to make a little bit of a turn to the right, get a little bit of a pick on anybody. But it is interesting that they're controlling cash out A, but maybe not anymore. There is the advance. They're starting to come close, and they really just want to try and get any advantage they can right now.
Yeah, there is absolutely a valid strategy here from either team to have just headed straight to hospital and blocked that objective, but they want to be in control of the first vault, it seems. They're not willing to offer anything up to their opposition. Brutalogy taking a lot of damage, but of course able to withstand a fair amount of it as a heavy. And that box has moved almost successfully towards A. Sparrow's actually let it fly off into the distance. Now, we're going to get a fairly drawn-out opening engagement here. This might determine what happens afterwards, but it's going to be just a bit of an ego check more than anything. We have Sparrow moving along, trying to throw that glitch grenade, just contact with enough bodies, and that is intel in itself.
Absolutely. Yeah, they did get a lot of intel just from that glitch grenade, but right now it is kind of slowed down. Nobody wants to dive directly for that cash vault, but it is just kind of trying to get height, trying to find a pick. You see a lot of shots coming off, but here is the advance. They decided to go for it. They throw a nice little teleporter down there. They're trying to get to height. They bring the vault over, and it is about to be plugged into cash out A.
Ooh, that was risky from Sparrow. Being caught out in midair there while delivering could have been really risky. Steppers have an opportunity here. That gateway does go up. There's an opportunity for an escape. Sparrow trying to get a flank and a pick because he needs to bail his team out here. They're really trapped in underneath this box. Suki taking massive damage, though, from range. As Sparrow similarly now on low HP. Both the lights will heal up, and the push will be delayed from both of them. No, Kip unleashes the RPG, finds a winch. Massive plays from the heavy on the side of Steppers, but the trade comes out as Boo Boo finds unfortunate in the process. And both mediums down now, no defibs up. 2 versus 2.
That was a great RPG. It stops the res and brings him right back into this battle. Sparrow taking a lot of damage from those Deagles, trying to find any more damage that he can. And there is our first team wipe. The Steppers are going to take control.
Oh, no! Suki! That could have been an incredible clip, but it ended with his death.
And they don't have control of the cash out either.
No. And in fact, the respawn timer is quicker for fourth party Cashbox.
No.
We need to see this because Suki did some incredible job finishing off both of these players. This is earlier in the fight, of course. Here's the moment we're looking for. Watch Zuki. He gets some shots off, presumably there, onto Sparrow, onto the Heavy, and then dashes the wrong way.
Heartbreaking. They're gonna have
time. The time has been ticking.
They're going to have to do that all again and basically watch their step. And right now, it seems like fourth party Cashbox has the ultimate height advantage. They need to stay up there, but taking some shots off from Sparrow. That 93R wasn't really connecting like he needed it to.
They're very close here. They just need it. Bit of match day nerves seeping in for both teams, it seems. Brutal Logic closing this distance now. They have to try and remove this from Dortmund, but without them dematerializer, they have to use that C4. Out it goes, and now the kills can flow in. They might have done enough here with Force Party Cashbox coming out on top in terms of cash. Let's see the way the kills go. Sparrow finds 2 of his own. Unfortunate, Rez's teammate, and gets the kill with that. But unfortunately, Fourth Party Cashbox coming out with both the kills and the cash there. Not even a consolation prize for Steppers.
Yeah, and they really were looking good. I thought the Steppers were taking full control of that last cash out. An unfortunate slip up by Zuki, but yeah, maybe this is just game day nerves. I've seen them play and not make mistakes like that, so the stakes are really high, and you have to understand everything that is going on in their minds. They're going to tap Vault 2, nice little gateway, trying to bring it, I believe, towards cash out B. But we're going to see where they want to take this.
Control established on the middle by Steppers yet again, just wanting to hold construction completely. Another objective has spawned up here, as they often do. We have 2 players from Fourth Party Cashbox also holding up here, while the Vault is being moved by Sparrow. He's going all the way to Hospital, and he's made his route very quickly there. I think this is going to work out for them. He might decide not to plug it, depending on the status of his teammates, but it looks like they're pretty safe. So this should be a quick defense for Fourth Party Cashbox on B. Steppers, though, should be hot on their heels.
Absolutely, and this is what makes this cash out so unique, is that there are only a couple of ways to approach it, but it seems like they have gotten all the way over there without really much damage being taken on their side. They're now on the rooftop. They're trying to get set up. They're trying to find any opening, and Kip gets the first kill. This is great for them. This is exactly what they need. They need to capitalize on this and just dive on the point and try and start the steal.
Boo Boo going down yet again while holding those defibs makes it very difficult to drop all the way not to the bottom there. Unfortunate, very unfortunate not to do that, as he would have found a very vulnerable Heavy at the other end of it. But they do have an opening for a steal. C4 goes out underneath, but it doesn't make its mark, and the steal is stuck successfully by Steppers. But the fight is happening right underneath, as now the steal is being tried, in fact, as Steppers manages to escape. Looks like that box is immediately flipped back by Fourth Party Cashbox, but here we go. Down goes Brutal Logic. Massive kill from Kip, and surely they can roll this to success. Sparrow finding one on the stairs as well. Zuki, the last hope, but the res has come through during the course of this. 2 versus 1, and in fact, Steppers turn it back in their favor. Sparrow, the last one standing for his team, and he has to find a way to get his teammate back up. The steal will go through for Steppers, but it's going to be a 2v2 in the post plant.
Absolutely critical kills by Zuki. He got 2 of them right when they needed it, and now they're in full control of this cash out. Throwing some goo, getting some height, trying to make sure that they can stop Fourth Party Cashbox on this last third of the cash out. Time is ticking down. It's not in the best position. It could be winched out even further if they needed it to, but the time is not on their side. They have to immediately take this battle and try and hold it for this last fourth.
I don't know where Brutal Logic is right now, but he needs to get his C4 underneath that point right away. He's out in the open. Steppers holding from right on top. We have goo grenades. They have the opportunity to maybe seal up some of these doors. They tap the Vault as a little bit of a bait. Steppers circling. They're keeping themselves very distant. A goo roof formed, but it's not going to be enough to protect Boo Boo, surely. A missed dash there from Zuki, and the heals come in, but they come off the steal. They could have stuck that. Why didn't they stick that?
He got winched.
He got winched. No way. Fantastic play from Kip, and that's going to give Steppers another chance in this match as they get the wipe on top.
All right, I am loving this. These 2 teams seem to be way closer than the last ones that we watched. This is a great battle, and I love that we're going to 3 cash outs. Yeah, look at that. He pulled him out perfectly.
No wonder I didn't see him. He was dropping at 20 miles an hour mid-winch. That's incredible from Kip.
Yeah, that is some good plays right there. We're watching now the Pike. Unfortunate, and this is a great setup for him. He's got a lot of vantage points, and we're going to see this Pike get into action. Boo Boo taking some headshots, and his teammate having to grab him and get the res. This lets the Steppers take absolute control of this Vault and bring it to wherever they want to take it.
A lot of people have been saying that the Pike is being slept on even post-nerf. An effective weapon, a close range and long range. And of course, Steppers leaning into that long range, like we've said, with the Deagles, with the Pike, with the 93R. They don't want to be brawling at close range, but they've shown that they can do it if forced into a corner. Here comes fourth party Cashbox, though, with their light forced into, well, Steppers light being forced into a corner. Zuki, though, seemed fairly okay. He's dealing with it. He's found Boo Boo as a kill as well. And now they're chasing down Brutal Logic. I feel like fourth party Cashbox, they engaged so well in that, but then scrambled out of nowhere. And Sparrow decides it's quicker to get his whole team into that respawn screen.
Yeah, they're going to have maybe one attempt to go at this, but this is a wonderful spot for this cash out. It is all the way up here. It is out of the range of really anybody. They can go up onto that crane, and we're going to see them probably get to height right now.
Just a closer look at how that fight unfolded. Zuki winning that light battle maybe a little bit more often. And this crane still intact. Of course, all the damage resets from cash out. We get a nice clean stadium every single time. Halfway done already on this final cash box, and there may only be one more fight as it does get brought down, just mimicking the last round. And the fight is going on underneath. We have Kip maybe caught out with the rest of his team. Unfortunate, and Zuki need to offer him some support, but he manages to scramble out without much damage in his direction. Goo Fortress built on top of this building, on top of this part of construction. Only thought about 30 seconds left yet to hold, Rio.
Yeah, and they're trying to kite this as perfectly as they can. They're not perfectly on the point, but Zuki goes down in that first battle. That is critical and is going to change everything. If they can't bring him back up almost immediately, we're watching now as fourth party Cashbox are starting their approach. They're getting really close to this cash out. They're holding it, they're sticking it, they're throwing some C4 on it. They've got a goo wall, and this might be it. I don't think the Steppers have enough time to get back in there, get the steal, but they're going to try.
Oh, what a winch!
There is the winch out of the map.
Did you see Kip try and winch it back up as well?
Wow.
The desperation at the end, but absolute genius. And what a fantastic first map.
Chaos through and through. Like I said, don't doubt the Steppers, but Steppers got to step up a little bit more. But a last-second take by fourth-party Cashbox at the very end. What a wild turn of events. And hey, we got another double team wipe. I can count that, right? I mean, Zuki fell off rather than... Yeah, we'll count that. It's a double team wipe yet again. Crazy stuff here. Also, great to see another bit of variety. We had the Shaq and Famas over on the side of fourth party, and the double Deagles and the Pike over on Steppers. And I definitely think that for Steppers, unfortunate found himself in places to utilize that Pike quite a few times. But towards that very last cash out, it was a lot harder as fourth party just knew how to set up around it. Although, not due to lack of trying, because Steppers did have a phenomenal start to that last cash out. But fourth party, I think after that last wipe, I think they were able to read it a little bit better. Come into these stats and look at that. I mean, Steppers actually leading the way with the kills here.
Yeah.
Thanks to Zuki.
Yeah, incredible performance from Zuki. I cannot stress how awesome some of the winch play was in that game. Across the board. I mean, Kip and Brutal Logic both impressed me.
I really wish that last winch, like to catch it and bring it back up.
That would have been amazing.
That would have been wild.
Yeah, I mean, the timer was definitely dwindling as well. We saw a lot of steals in this game, back and forth. It never really mattered, it seemed, who got the plug in the first place. So, yeah, we saw a lot of that in EU, and we were saying, oh, this is quite an EU thing. Do EU just not know how to defend or what? But actually, it happens here as well in NA.
Yeah, I feel like every single game we've seen a steal that has been happening before the team is wiped. It's kind of wild that that's happening as often as it is between these two teams, right? I mean, looking at fourth party Cashbox, they seemed like they had a really stable approach to each setup that they were going into. But for Steppers, it was very dynamic, and I think that bit them more often than not.
So you think just them being dynamic has changed it up? I could almost see that. They kind of didn't have a set strategy, and that kind of doesn't flow well when you have a team that is just destroying them like that.
Yeah, I just can't wait to get some more matches between these two teams because that was incredible. And we often said, you know, Seoul very determinative of how things would play out. That actually felt like quite a healthy Seoul game. There wasn't as much of what Steppers probably were hoping for, which was that real long-range engagement and holding from, you know, with the Pike and Deagles, right? It actually became much more of a brawly game.
I'm really glad you said that because I think that genuinely, if Zuki had dashed the correct direction back onto the platform on that first cash out and they had the chance to actually have a proper setup with the Pike, defend that upper position, I think they would have won it because obviously they got the second one. So I genuinely think that very first set was just a few misplays. I think match day nerves is the best way to describe it for these teams. But for Steppers, now is the time to shine. Of course, fourth party cash box, all you need is 2 more cash outs. You have booked your ticket to Stockholm. Steppers have a long way to go. They've got to get to map 3. Either way, these teams are both going to make it into phase 2, so it's not too high of stakes. But Jerry, Rio, let's take us into map 2.
Thank you very much, Artie. Here we go. Fourth party cash box, 1 map away from Stockholm. And we load into Cis Horizon. Sparrow, we do get to see, of course, his 93R. I'm still curious to be seeing what the loadouts are like on the sides of the heavies and the mediums across the board. We've got the Shack coming out again from Brutalogic, and we'll see the rest of them as we progress through the game. But at the moment, we have Steppers loading up just underneath, trying to find maybe a sneaky pick from downtown.
Yeah, they are basically on top of each other right now, but nobody has gotten into a full engagement. I take that back, because Sparrow is at 1 HP, but immediately gets healed right back up. Looks like the vault is about to be tapped, and it has been tapped by the Steppers. But right now, they're just on top of each other.
Yeah, that's just light things, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, I'm on HP? No problem, I'll come back. Proper team fight in a few seconds. Just wait for me, guys. I'll be fine. And here we go. Sparrow with a fantastic bit of parkour, positioning himself above the rest of the team, but unfortunately, he's a clear target all the way up there. Has to be juiced back up yet again, but now more utility being spent on both sides. Domes, glitches, everything being thrown out. And again, in this healing meta, everyone just wanting that clean push, but knowing that you can always fall back on this protection that they have. The dome out, and they try and stick that RPG next to it, but the first pick goes the way of Kip Kip. The trade not there as Zuki and Kip Kip himself continue to rain forward. That's the SA-1216 coming out on Steppers. And I think at these close quarters engagements, they're going to have a bit of an edge.
Yeah, absolutely. These are just explosions of combat. It's slow, 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 then boom! Exactly what we're going to see here. Look at that. The glitch grenade goes off. Brutal Logic just being taken down, but there's 1, 2, and 3.
Zuki just won his 1 as well. That was a 1v1 between Zuki and Boo Boo. Medium coming out in the worst position there. We've already seen Zuki can be fragtastic. Oh. That was a really cool little bit of a bunny hop coming out from Kip Kip on the exit. Really cute. They find the gateway. That's pretty huge. Removing it from play with the glitch, and now they have the gateway of their own to engage above, and this is going to be a quick one if they can get that RPG ready, Rio.
Yeah, they just seem ready for combat. There's the RPG trying to heal himself back up with the H1 Infuser. The heals are coming out, and they're ready to engage again. The 93R taking some great shots off, but there goes Boo Boo. Sparrow also pretty low, trying to bring his teammates back up, but they're just getting chased down, getting stuck in a stairwell, and it's all on Sparrow with the 93R. Can he get some shots off? He tried. He almost got Unfortunate down, but unfortunately, he couldn't make it happen.
No, and Zuki once again proving a real difference maker when it comes to dishing out damage and finding the cleanups. But that was a positional win from fourth party cash box, or from Steppers rather. They had themselves in a really nice setup, and they knew the approach that fourth party cash box were going to go for. It was a little bit telegraphed, if you ask me. That gateway sort of lingered for a little bit too long, and they lost the element of surprise. But this is a fairly nice spawn for fourth party cash box. They can stay indoors as they approach this, but they opt not to. Gaining some height with that gateway yet again. And again, we have to say, you know, with the lineup that they've gone for, they do want to try and avoid those close quarters encounters, but at some point it's going to happen, and that's why the Shack is just so dominant in the meta.
Absolutely. This cash out is running down.
Sorry, the SA-1216. That's why. A bit of a stumble. You go.
This cash out is running down. We're at the last third. The winch clock goes off, but did not connect with anybody. Instead, he gets winched out, and Unfortunate is the last person remaining. These clashes are so quick, but they are still trying to go for it. They can get the steal, but can he stall? He goes for a goose stall, and he does it. He needs to stall one more time. He's in his head.
My God!
Are you kidding me? Do they have it?
No.
I don't know.
That's Unfortunate with the goose stall and then the kill onto his heavy to stop it. I can't believe that. How did a H Infuser Light and a Heal Beam Medium not manage to stop that? I mean, that's the FAMAS landing all headshots for you, but there's just no other form of disabling, is there? They couldn't prevent him from shooting at any point. Maybe another fire comes back into the meta. Come on.
Maybe, but look at that stall. That is a perfect goose stall. It just surrounds him, but they couldn't bring him down fast enough, and that headshot's right in front of him. Kind of love to see it.
Incredible play from Unfortunate. The hero moment of the game so far. That gives Steppers the edge. In a game where they have been showing some improvements compared to Seoul. That cash box landing right up in the sky, but it doesn't matter. Bubu's right on hand to collect it, bring it to the right position. Needs to watch his back, though. Sends out a red barrel. That's pretty neat. Oh, there's another passenger on his train. Manages to find a bit of an exit, but has to leave that vault behind.
Yeah, this is an intense battle already. We're down to a 2 versus 2. Can they bring their person back up? But there's Sparrow getting the res, but getting in there. Brutal Logic went down. The 93Rs are popping off. There goes Bubu. It's all on Sparrow to try and save his team, but he is going to be chased down. I think instead he decides to dip out of there. Well, nope, I take it back. He's coming for the fight. It's probably easier for him to get the wipe here.
I've seen nothing but pure value from Zuki.
Yeah.
This game. Every single time we look at him, he's doing something really important, pushing out pretty much every single bullet he can from the 93R to make an impact, or whipping out that H+ infuser at the perfect moment, positioning himself brilliantly. He's just on top of things right now in this lobby. Great little winch play there to bring it out into the open. That could otherwise be stalled about 3 or 4 times, so it's a deliberate choice here by Steppers to hold from above.
Yeah, and having that height advantage from the very top is a great spot to be in. They can see so far down, and it's going to make all of the approaches by fourth-party Cashbox that much more difficult. They are now trying to get up there and trying to get to height.
This is one of those instances where we really start to see that DMAT nerf in play, because, you know, the C4 is the only way of doing it. Sparrow finding unfortunate, and wow, that is unfortunate for Steppers, because they have 2 versus 3 to get this hold, and the goo to prevent recovering the totem. Really smart there from fourth-party Cashbox, winching it indoors as well, getting the dome down. They have other forms of protection. Everyone else is just on patrol duty. Zuki has found his way up to the top, and they can re-engage as a 3 versus 3, but now the defense is in the hands of fourth-party Cashbox.
Absolutely. We're halfway done with this cash out. Everybody is diving onto this right now. There is a dome shield in hand. Didn't really connect the way they wanted to, but now he is on the hunt. He's trying to spot out Sparrow, but that SA shotgun's a little bit away. Sadly, Kip misses that winch. That would have been a crucial time to pull him out of there, because they are slightly out of position.
Unfortunate has a heavy on his tail. Okay, no, let's escape him. Okay, I was really scared for a second there. I thought he was a goner. No. All right, 40 seconds left. And there's an attempt to get this steal going by Steppers. Wonder what the strategy is here. They're stepping outdoors, maybe hiding in plain sight there. Gateway is an escape. Kip gets the flank because of it, and that's really nice. It gives him the 1 versus 1 against the heavy that they were hoping for. Incredible forethought from Steppers, but Sparrow lets his bullets fly, and down goes the heavy on the other side. Unfortunate, gives them an edge. That's the medium on the side of Steppers, really keeping them in this one, as he has done throughout this game. And that might be it. Do they have the time for the steal, or did they leave it too late, Rio? We're only going to find out in the final seconds. There it is. Steppers taking map 2 and bringing us to a 3rd and final map in this best-of-3 series.
I love that we're getting 3 from these 2 teams.
What a matchup. I mean, that's the redemption arc you want to see. I have to say, unfortunate on the side of Steppers. Very fortunate for him to be there, absolutely standing up. Zuki, of course, being ever present in our minds as a frag leader. But this moment right here, unfortunate, absolutely nailing it. And I like that they were on both sides. The very first cash out, Steppers, they had to get that last second stall to make sure that fourth didn't have time. And then on the other side of it, they had to make sure they finished that team fight fast enough to get the flip. And I mean, there were a couple rough patches, right? I mean, fourth party, the difference being the Shack versus the SA-1216, and it genuinely had a few moments where fourth party was able to get the difference, but right here, this was such a good strategy where Zuki was able to utilize the gateway to flip up to height, flip out exactly where they needed to go. Some good stuff.
Good stuff indeed. And one thing that I really saw from this last one is it felt like these 2 teams were really going at it, and a lot of the nerves that we saw, a lot of the little small missteps just didn't seem to be there. I think that they might have been warming up, so I have a feeling that this third map...
They cleared the nerves.
They cleared the nerves, and I think that this third map is going to be intense.
Unfortunate in particular just had the game of his life there. His timing was impeccable at every single step of the way. Whether it was delaying the cash out or denying a steal with the goo and the headshots, or coming in with a clutch res on the final box, and then having the clarity of mind to stick the steal immediately once that happened. Didn't matter. He trusted his teammates to finish that fight, and it bought them the win. You know, that was really, really good stuff from a medium who has flown under the radar on Seoul.
Yeah, you know, the second cash out, the reason that fourth party was able to get in and get that steal was because they got the pick on Unfortunate. He was the only person that died, and turned into a bundle of coins where the rest of fourth party was able to come in. They got the steal, they set up, but Steppers waited. Steppers waited for the moment where they were able to get the res. They had the ability to take control of the situation in a proper 3v3. And that was a nail biter, honestly, that last fight. But yeah, when Zuki had that gateway pre-prep, they were able to go in for it. They baited them out. Genuinely, when you know I'm gonna bait, and then you back off of it, because so many times a team will be like, I'm gonna bait the steal, and it's like, maybe I could just steal this. I could just everybody gets it at one point.
And that's some like incredible team synergy as well between specifically Zuki and Kip with those gateways, the way that they were moving around the heavy so much. And it's worth saying that Zuki's like the newer player on this roster.
Yeah.
It's been a core of Kip and Unfortunate for a very long time. And to come in and sort of synergize that well with your heavy specifically as the light is really impressive. It bought them that 1v1 that they needed at the end of that final game.
Yeah, to be able to pick up a strong light that's able to actually come through and play with your heavy as that core unit, especially through that Season 7 meta of having the light plus heavy core with the medium on the angle, I think that allowed Zuki to kind of get the experience that he needed, you know, growing and allowing himself to learn how to do these perfect motions together. And honestly, it has been paying off because, again, up against fourth party, it was really just a couple of missteps, as Rio said, on the first map.
Yeah, and from watching Zuki, he is just popping off in all of these combats. He's really starting to remind me a lot of Uni, to the point that I want to see them kind of clash today, because light versus light with that might be a battle of the ages.
If he gives me an M11, he'll remind me of Uni. Honestly, put an M11 in his hands, we'll see what happens. But yeah, I've seen great things from Zuki throughout, you know, PHL, Ape Squad stuff. So genuinely excited to see what's going to happen here. Our first map 3 of the day, ladies and gentlemen. As we get ready to come in here, I have no idea if this countdown is going to be accurate. So we'll just see what happens. But it looks like it's going to be good. Jerry, Rio, fourth party cash box, and of course the Steppers. Let's see who's going to Stockholm.
Here we go. It all comes down to this, for that golden ticket. And it's on Vegas as well. I love this map. It just feels like such an appropriate final bastion.
It's a good place to gamble. Gamble your luck if you're going to end the day here or continue on the long road to the next step.
All right, a battle across the Megadome, and this really is trench warfare here. Everyone dug in on opposite sides with Goose to protect them as well. Just aiming for some cheeky headshots, but it's so difficult with the 1x sight on the 93R. Oh, the unfortunate red barrel, yellow, orange barrel, I can't sort of colours. The flame barrels, let's just call them those. The flame barrels causing fourth party Castbox some problems. It spawns right above their trench, and a smart shot there from Steppers just unseats their entire formation. So now, fourth party Cashbox stuck underneath. Steppers with that high ground is very valuable. They can go and tap that vault if they want. Sparrow's making tracks here with the rest of his team. It's quite difficult to get to for either of them without exposing themselves a little bit. So it looks as though fourth party Catchbox being the ones on the ground are going to be the ones to tap it soon. But yeah, really tense opening moments here.
Yeah, because it is a very exposed cash box, and there's the tap, and you look at that, even Brutal Logic, I don't think they got the tap. They did, they got the tap on that, but Brutal Logic even took some damage just going out there. Just exposing yourself to anybody that has that height advantage. They can just aim down right on you. You have full sight lines to that vault, and I'm really curious how they're going to get it out of here without that exact same situation happening again. Kip with the RPG ready. He does shoot it off. Didn't really connect with anybody, but he tried to get a winch claw following it up with that, but look at this, all of fourth party Cashbox go through the teleporter and just bring it over there.
Yeah, good prep there by fourth party Cashbox. And this is a bit of a risk from Sparrow taking that jump pad, but of course with the dash to give him a bit of boost. Oh, Boo Boo just about escapes there. They're all going to have to hit their regen, so they are going to be split up here, and Brutal Logic is going to decide to plug this. A little bit risky, of course, he wants to get that C4 on it, get some control, but Steppers are all over them right now. Thankfully, the light and the medium have regrouped. Can Brutal Logic return to his core, though?
Yeah, you see the setup right now, and they're on top of this building, just dealing damage from below. They are trying to kite this as much as possible. Boo Boo, great setup.
I thought they found him there for a second. I thought Brutal Logic was done for in 3 versus 1, but no, he has escaped. And there's that regroup they needed. They want to open up some sightlines above now to prevent an easy steal for Steppers, who are positioning themselves around that cash box. Kip's going to start it, just a bait. Does bring them off the top of the building at least. Now they're in arm's reach. This jump pad is already preset and allows them a bit of a reposition to take them head on.
Yeah, that was a great bait. It did force them all down there, and it seems like Unfortunate is ready to go for it again. They blow it up, and look at that. Great.
That's not... that's your heavy. That's not worked at all. Oh, dear. Well,
dealt some damage to your own team, but it's okay. He's got that healing beam, can bring him right back into the battle. But everything is just really slow right now, Jerry. Everybody's taking a very measured approach towards all of these fights.
And this favors fourth party Cashbox right now. Steppers, you know, they keep delaying themselves with that bit of a blunder there. Kip just running through the detonation. 40 seconds left, and we still haven't had a single death yet in this lobby, but these teams are so primed and ready to go. It's just a powder keg waiting to be lit. Kip finds a great opening with that RPG onto Boo Boo. The heals need to come out from the light, but I don't know if he's close enough. Brutal Logic also suffering, and there goes Boo Boo as well. Great kills coming out all round from the Steppers. Sparrow, the last one standing. He has to delay this all by himself. He has the gateway to try and avoid immediate death, but Kip is getting that steal, and Zuki wins the 1 versus 1 against his other light. Fourth party Cashbox. Unfortunately, they didn't set up well enough, and Steppers, taking their time, take one more step towards victory.
Yeah, I mean, they did take every step in the right direction there. I was really not sure about their approach because they took it so slow. They waited until 40 seconds, not even that, it felt like 35 seconds before they started their approach to really get on that. That takes some really good strategy and then amazing gameplay to pull that off.
But what was great about it is that Steppers were always applying some form of pressure, whether it was presence, whether it was just the speed behind them to keep fourth party Cashbox from any situation where they got to set up a defense properly. And that patience can sometimes pay dividends, as we've just seen. Now they are only 1 cash out away from their Sweden ticket. Fourth party Cashbox trailing here. Some shots traded between Sparrow and Unfortunate. They'll heal back up fairly shortly. Long range from above as Zuki finds Boo Boo. Again, he's juiced back up by that H+ infuser. You really do need the high impact and the focused fire to get anything done in this meta, especially with these two teams being so cautious.
Absolutely. Cautious is the name of the game right now, and height is the second name as well. They're just holding this vault. They know that we can run out the time. They have to start the push, and here is the push by fourth party Cashbox. They decide to bring it there, and look at this. Their heavy is out of position. He is letting all of them take some good damage, but they're going at it, and look, there's a great glitch grenade that is going off.
Oh, wow. That was a moment where Brutal Logic had his heart in his throat there. And they're closing the distance now. Zuki has done a fair amount of damage. Brutal Logic does go down to Unfortunate. There's a jump pad here, perfectly placed so they can re-engage. And it's a 3 versus 2. Boo Boo and Sparrow are scrambling. They don't really have an edge in this at all. They managed to find the Cashbox at the very least and throw it away. Sparrow trying to survive. And if you're going to be any class trying to do that, it's a light. A little bit of an alley-oop there as he takes the zip line up while they go down. He's still alive somehow, but not for long, as Unfortunate spells his end at Boo Boo. The last one alive, and he's just going to hide and wait for the ability for his teammates to coin back in. It's going to be a long wait, though. Brutal Logic, he will be in any second, but Sparrow, that 18-second timer still, Steppers can move straight towards an objective.
Yeah, and just having all of that time to set up really sets the advantage towards the Steppers. This is a fun spot as well. There's an opportunity to drop it, and when it drops, it is in a wide open area. Look at this. They're poking holes with red barrels. They're trying to get to height. This is a wonderful cash out for the Steppers. If they can hold on for just a little bit longer, they will secure their ticket to Stockholm. On the other side of things, if fourth party Cashbox can bring this back, they have an opportunity as well, but it is not looking good so far. They're starting their approach. Let's see what happens.
Oh, the glitch doesn't meet the gateway in midair. Really nicely thrown out by Zuki to keep it out of range. So they do have a quick re-engage if they need it. The C4 being set just to immediately drop that cash out and trigger anything that might be on it. Already committing to this. The smoke barrel thrown out and the dome. Good distance here, but all it will take is a single winch. I don't think that Kip is in position, though, and that is a still successful fourth by Cashbox. They have an escape route as well. They're being followed through, but they are dishing out the damage in return. Steppers are losing this fight very quickly. Zuki, the last standing, and he goes down. What a execute from fourth party Cashbox. They only have to defend this for another 50 seconds.
Absolutely perfect by definition, pulling in there and getting the cash out stolen. They did everything perfect in this moment, and Zuki was sadly the last person remaining.
It has to be said, though, that Steppers, that's a misstep. Allowing that steal to go down in the first place, no delay at all. Where was the winch? Where was the goo? Anything would have done it. But here they go, Steppers. They could sweep in here. If they get the steal at this last second, then that is it, that is over. So fourth party Cashbox, they need to keep their nerve. About 20 seconds left, and there's the commit. The RPG used to open up the wall, but there's so much goo in the way. They have to stop it. And then there's the dome, but the winch is there from Kip, or from Brutal Logic rather. Just about does it, and I think that's done enough. So much chaos and so many kills all around. We see the attempted steal there from Zuki, but it was never going to be enough. And fourth party Cashbox are rewarded with a wipe for their efforts as well. We're going to the final Cashbox, Rio.
Absolutely. I couldn't be more excited than this. These two teams have been battling it out. The flashpoints, when they finally clash, is amazing. And you really never know which way it can go. But look at this perfect winch. They almost ran out of time, but that just stopped it in their tracks, and we get to go to one more cash.
There was a goo thrown by Unfortunate during that steal to prevent it, to prevent the winch, and it was so close to blocking the sightline. As he hit the winch button, it almost materialized right in front of his crosshair, and that would have been a win. That would have been another moment for Unfortunate that could have won them the game. But it's a game of fine margins, this, Rio. We head to our final cash out. Uninterrupted, fourth party Cashbox get it started on cash out C, right in the far corner of the map. It's going to be the Njimo district where it will be thrown down. And this is for a spot in Stockholm.
Yeah, and look at their positioning. They're setting up not too far away from this cash out. I think that this is a good decision because previously they've been a little bit too far away and it hasn't worked in their favor. They're staying close still, but really, and going into another room, trying to cut off any advance by the Steppers before they can even get close to this cash out.
Definitely a split here with Boo Boo and Brutal Logic far and wide. They've got Sparrow on patrol. Where is he, though? Unfortunate, deciding to close the distance. Sees that C4, warns his teammate. Oh, but Sparrow with that perch. The bird strikes from ahead. Unfortunate, though, almost nails him. Somehow the Sparrow flies away. Zuki's gone down, but he's brought back up by Kip. The long res and a 3 versus 3 will ensue. They get a second chance here, but do they? As Kip is melted by Brutal Logic. The shack attack causing damage. Still 50 seconds left. Steppers, they need to regain their composure. They have to find some way of bringing Kip back. It's a 20-second timer on the coin. They're not going to be able to get the totem, Rio. They have to wait.
Wow, this is going to come down to the very last few seconds. 10 more seconds before Kip can come back in, and you absolutely need your heavy. He's the one that needs to get the steal, so he has all of the health, and you can just block it if needed. But here it is. He's coined back in. They're going to get into this battle. No, they didn't coin in. They rezzed him somehow. And look at this. He is now coming into this battle. He's only got a little bit down on his health, but they need to charge in right now.
So much rest on Brutal Logic's winch here. They need to move it as soon as that seal starts. Wow, Steppers are taking their time here. They cannot afford to do that. The C4 comes out, it takes out Zuki. All they need is a good winch, and that's even better. They find the kills. It's a wipe. It's fourth party Cashbox with the victory. They clean house, and Steppers, unfortunately, have to wait a bit longer. Fourth party Cashbox, congratulations. You're coming to Sweden.
Absolutely crazy stuff as fourth party Cashbox. They're going to punch their ticket out here to Stockholm alongside Envy. For now, though, the Steppers, they got a long, long night of the finals ahead. It was close, though. At the very beginning, that very first cash out looked so convincing for the Steppers. But it was this moment right here where fourth party Cashbox just took the steal, and Steppers, well, they stepped away for a moment and unfortunately didn't have the moxie to come back and get that fight. Then, as it came down over the next few fights here, it just looked like Steppers didn't know what to do to recollect. They were trying to get into positions where Kip was going to be able to use that SA-1216, but fourth party Cashbox, if you look back at all of these fights, they were very careful to stay out of winch range, and I think that that is what gave them a huge upper hand here. Of course, then on the Ngimo cash out at the very end, this was just a succinct victory. Sparrow being perched up at the top to prevent anyone coming in. Wow. It's Brutal Logic.
Yep. 8
eliminations showing us the Shack 50 absolutely has a spot here in the meta and here at the Major.
That's a vindication for me. I love the Shack. That is my main weapon, and it feels so good to see Brutal Logic come out on top. What a performance from him. Just controlled every single engagement. The winch play, again, crucial, as it was on Soul. He has He's a macro master in this game.
And Sparrow also had the highest damage output on that as well. And he had 8 assists, which means that he was always assisting Brutal Logic. So that is exactly what you want from a light player.
I mean, I gotta say, it really is a great team there. Every single player on Fourth Party Cashbox putting in the weight, but I gotta say, that Shaq 50, so good. If there are no Shaq 50 enjoyers, and that means that me, Brutal Logic, and Onyx Graves got team wiped, and we haven't come back in yet. So,
And
you, yeah,
but,
right.
you know, 3 players, so yeah, that works.
Well, chat, we're going to see if there's going to be any more Shaq 50 gameplay. I know that we got a lot more finals gameplay coming up. You've only seen half of the teams that are here in North America, ready to fight it out to see who can punch their ticket to the major in Stockholm. Don't go anywhere. We've got Group C coming at you right after this break.
The stars. Distant. Watching. When will they arrive? Will your family be disintegrated first or last? Will your family dog become their leader? With Holtau's alien invasion insurance, you don't have to worry. Alto, we got your back.
everybody, and welcome back to the Finals Grand Major Closed Qualifiers for North America. I'm Artie, that's Jerry, that's Rio, and you are our Twitch chat or YouTube chat, depending on where you're watching this from. And hey, we're having a great time today. We've seen 8 teams from NA come through, and 2 teams are already getting their flights and hotels booked here in Stockholm, Sweden. But for the rest of them, they still have another shot. We have 3 more tickets. Anybody that loses here in the group stage is going to be able to grab later today. But for now, we still got 2 groups remaining before we head into the chaos that is the rest of this bracket. But we have Group C coming up. It's on deck right here. And to see where we're at in the bracket, to see who this Group C is, we've got the weather station of Monsieur Oscar and Master Thix.
Ooh, hey, I
Hello.
like that title.
How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. I watched them amazing in the finals, which makes me feel wonderful. How are you doing?
I'm doing absolutely beautiful. I mean, hey, Envy confirmed.
Envy
Fourth
confirmed
party after
Stockholm.
that goddamn intense battle going all the way. Now confirmed.
That was I mean, the last series we just watched.
Yeah.
There was some intense moments there. I was saying to Young Thix here earlier that the irony if Steppers win that best of 3 with 4th party Cashbox donating the dome to select the master opponents for the best of 3, if they lose that, they pull through.
Yeah.
And I think there's a specific someone who might beat themselves up over a certain dash of a building, but not what we're here to talk about.
No. We're here to dash over to what is happening right now in terms of the bracket. As you can see right here, we do have earlier on today in the first group, it was Envy that was successful in their match. They earned their ticket through to the Grand Major.
Welcome to Stockholm.
Yes, of course. Welcome to Stockholm. And of course, a 4th party Cashbox in the match that we just watched.
Welcome to Stockholm.
True, there it is. During the meantime, of course, we do have this cash-out match right here, which was the losers from Group A. We actually had, a loser from Group A and Group B. It was, if we go to here, Nightmare and Via. That was it, Nightmare and Via are currently in the final round, 3 versus 3. It is currently Nightmare up 1-0 in that match, so we'll see how that one finishes. That should be actually finishing very shortly. These matches are played off-stream just because we have scheduling. We need to keep the ball rolling, but Oscar, you're pointing your pen at me.
To add some context.
Yes.
What are Via and Team Nightmare fighting off right now? What is the thing they're fighting for?
Yes, so essentially right here, they are fighting for their spot to proceed into phase 2. Exactly. If they do, let's say Nightmare do win the next match against Via, they will earn their ticket into phase 2.
Yep.
But of course, for now, our next Ion is all the way back over here, and we have a certain, I'd say a chat favorite right now, of course. Space Station Gaming, of course, everyone in the chat has been singing their praises.
Excited to see Space Station. I always am, because there's a couple of reasons.
Yeah, why?
They're good.
Yep.
But more than that, when they play, they have fun. When they play, they have fun.
Exactly.
I love seeing them play.
Some would say they're Holtile's finest as well.
Some might call them Holtile's finest. Some might call them Space Station Gaming. What I'm calling them is probably my favorite in the group. But it's not going to be a walk-home situation. There's multiple teams. And now we're going to see how that group plays out as Dixie reconnects his headset.
I can't, yeah, I don't think they can hear me. I've cooked it.
To the studio.
Leave it to Thixie to just break this beautiful set. You didn't even need a sledgehammer to do it. But yeah, guys, we have a very amazing set here with these teams. Take a look at it right now. No Hour is going to be starting us off. Dylan Arco, Apollo SG, and Visions. We've got Space Station Gaming, of course, Lamp, Normalize, and Grad. Shout out Grad's mom. Looking at Ape Aura as well with Bimo, Udrakoni, and Bubba, the Ape Squad themselves. And we've got TSG with Ricardo, TF, Noose, and Hani.
Yeah, no, this is a really interesting matchup because we have 2 really well-known names and then 2 not-so-well-known names. So it's going to be really interesting to see if we have maybe a dark horse in here that can take on one of these teams.
I mean, look at what happened in the last one, right? You had 2 great teams, and everybody wasn't expecting that to be a different result with Nightmare. But, Steppers was able to come through because in the chaos of cash out, anything can happen. Let's take a look at the map veto here. TSG has gotten rid of Monaco. We've gotten rid of Seoul. Ape Aura says no Bernal, and as No Hours removes Fortune Stadium, we are going to Nozomi Citadel for our map here on cash out. And it is a treat whenever we get Nozomi Citadel for cash out. 4 teams, 2 of them in the CNS side, 2 of them the VIA side. Who am I kidding? We're in NA. It's going to be 3 of them all on one cash out, usually somewhere. We're going to get a double. It's going to be phenomenal. I'm hoping for another double. If we get another double for the final cash out, it's going to be 3 for 3, maybe 4 for 4. Who knows?
Yeah, that could happen. It very much could happen. I think we saw it yesterday on Nozomi twice, if I'm not mistaken. Definitely at least once. And it was one of the most incomprehensible ends to a round I think we've ever seen. So for my sake, I hope that it's somewhat more digestible, and for your sakes at home, it'd be nice if we could understand what's going on. But we always have replays, we have VODs, we can look back. So the important thing is, Nozomi Citadel, very exciting map, very dynamic, our keyword of the day, and it's also quite close quarters a lot of the time. You've got these long sight lines in places, but more often than not, you're fighting inside a building.
Yeah, well, and on top of that, it's the newest map. So they have had 1 season and a week to basically figure out any strategies on this. And I really still feel like we haven't seen the top level strategy. I think a lot of them have been holding them for today, maybe. So getting Citadel, knowing me Citadel is probably my favorite map that we're going to get today.
Yeah, Nozomi Citadel has to be one of the better maps in the map pool. I'm just saying. I love it. The chaos is phenomenal, especially when you have that gap that you can jump across. But, chat, we're also going to be jumping across a gap of teams that bring you through that. It's Jerry, it's Rio, my GOAT casters.
Cash out starting now with 4 amazing teams, 2 well-known, 2 potential dark horses. I'm excited to get started.
Here we go. No Hours, 8 Aura, Space Station Gaming, and TSG. So, Space Station Gaming, firm favorites coming into this, but that always means you have a target on your backs, as I like to say. We're tuning in here with No Hours. Surprise entrance, flawlessing the qualifiers, but relative unknowns. And here's 8 Aura squaring up against Space Station Gaming, the 2 bigger hitters in this lobby. 8 Aura quite consistently 5th or so across various leagues, sort of striving for the aura that Space Station Gaming have already achieved. That cash box has already been opened and moved by 8 Aura. And you can see Space Station Gaming now beginning to mobilize.
Yeah, they're starting their approach. RPG in the hands of Lamp, going through that gateway, perfect little entrance, bringing his teammates with him, and they're starting their approach, it looks like, on towards Cash Out B.
A much tighter fight going down between No Hours and TSG as the guns come alive and the heals needed for Ricardo to stay alive are goo heavy, but unfortunately he can't goo himself to immortality as No Hours clean them up very quickly. Here's a fight though, Lamp closing down on 8 Aura. They find the pick onto BMO and he gets his second as well. That's the heavy traded out. It's only not Bubba left, and he does manage to find a totem. How has he slipped in and done that? He's right around the corner, but we can see Grad hot on his tail, chasing him down with the shots in midair. A very early coin coming out from BMO to keep 8 Aura alive in this, but the steal will go through.
And that took a lot of reservation by Grad to not chase BMO down, to not get that final kill. It's really a good play, because most of the time, I would do that.
Udrakoni spawned back in and triggered his C4 from the previous life there, I believe, but it wasn't enough to prevent the steal continuing from Lamp. So they're going to hold here for now, boxing themselves into the corner of the room, and we'll see if 8 Aura do close them down.
Yeah, this is about halfway through this cash out, and 8 Aura is here. They are just a door away, and they're ready to go into it, but I don't know if they're about to engage with all of Space Station Gaming. They're trying to stay alive in this, but the shots are going off. Getting some nice shots with that FAMAS, trying to connect again. He's chasing them down, going behind them. This is a good positioning. He's found BMO out, trying to get some shots, but look at this. Not Bubba is at half health. BMO at just 1 bar. All of them getting healed back up. This healing meta is interesting, and they're just staying in this battle.
Oh, but of course, Lamp being taken down during the middle of that. Now the res comes through, so it's back to a 3 versus 3. Maybe a missed opportunity for 8 Aura. Normalized, caught out in some goo there. Udrakoni chasing him down, but he has goo of his own to protect himself. The steal does go through in return, and that is an interesting development here. Udrakoni the last alive. Can he keep it himself alive? He gets 1 kill. He almost gets a second. He just needs more, but is that it? I think they have the time. Space Station Gaming just about do it, and they're going to flip this box back in their favor.
Yeah, it was a really close battle, and I thought that 8 Aura had that until right now. But moving over, we're watching one more advance by TSG. They're down a man, but they need to get on this if they want to try and steal. I don't know if they'll be able to do it with just 2 people.
Hani pushing for that cash box, very close to completion on cash out B. TSG have a chance to go for it. We have to tune into that right now. There's the goo fortress around it being built, or having been built already, and that is a great perch for Apollo to be on. He takes down one with that shack. The RPG helps him with the second. Arco finding Hani, and it's a clean wipe from Visions. No Hours successfully defending their cash box as we enter the second wave.
Yeah, that was a great defense by No Hours. You could see the TSG tried to make the approach. They just weren't able to get through that goo defense. It was really nice, nice little goo fortress. You know, we don't see that often, but it works every once in a while.
Absolutely. Here we go. Now, No Hours squaring up here against 8pora. A slightly different matchup to what we've seen so far. The way the spawns have dealt them. Not Bubba already finding an opening there onto Arco. That's a light dealt with. I wonder if he's being recovered here. Looks like he has been rezzed up. Everyone in the lobby in place right now. As that fourth vault gets tapped, we can see Space Station Gaming have tapped the distant vault as well. So just some moments here for teams to coalesce, to find their positions. Move around. We've got, of course, TSG now moving that box successfully towards B. It feels like they might be intercepted, but we're going to stay here. Have a look at them. They do get to that Via building. Where is this cash box? I don't actually see where they're going.
Yeah, I mean, they're just kind of taking it over to the corner here. Maybe they want to bring an engagement out before they take it to C. I don't really understand this.
This is this is an interesting movement here.
Is it a missed call, maybe? Because now they're going back the way that they came.
They're in last place. They need some cash, and they need to plug this. So we'll tune back in with them in a bit, as cash out D is currently in progress, and it looks like more bodies are playing around with it. I feel like they're just hoping to get a plug at an ideal moment, get maybe a double in the middle cash out. This could be it. Maybe they're trying to double the second one so that they have some say in the end game rather than just being puppets.
It's going to be interesting, though. They've only got $1,000 roughly to their name, and just diving into all of the teams doesn't seem like the play. And there's Udriconi going down in that first battle, trying to get a reload on that Shack 50 Apollo, looking for his next victim, but he's not finding anybody just yet. This cash out is being stolen, halfway done. No, they haven't started the steal just yet.
It's a very puzzling game of cash out so far. The steal is being attempted, though, right this second by Bubba. Or not, yes, by Ricardo on the side of TSG. They do have a second attempt here. The goo comes out around them. Ricardo allowing this fortress to be built. And it's worked perfectly for the goo heavy. TSG get the steal in what could be a very busy cash out, as it has been successfully doubled.
Yeah, a double in the second cash out is insane, but this goo fortress might be able to help them for just a little bit longer. They need to hold this cash if they want to get anywhere out from fourth in this leaderboard.
Now attempted steal from Space Station Gaming. The big hitters in the lobby. Out comes Bimo to try and melt him down, but the body block is huge from that. Unfortunately, that goo materializing prevents the steal. Still in the hands of TSG, and there's going to be a lot of kills in the next 10 seconds or so. You can guarantee it. 20 seconds remaining on that cash out. Completely doubled, I need to remind you. And now Visions taking out Lamb, and that brings down the heavy on the side of Space Station Gaming. Their hope of stealing this may be over. Arco taking some damage, and who above? It's just constant chaos and calamity, but Apollo has found an opening. No, he hasn't. In comes one. Ricardo, the last one standing for TSG, and somehow they get away with it as 8pora come in to delay the attempted steal by No Hours. TSG, I mean, we were wondering what they were doing about 2 minutes ago, walking around the other corner of the map with a vault, but clearly everyone else was playing checkers while they were playing chess.
Big brain plays, apparently, and we're just not that big brain. But Vault 5 is about to be tapped by Ricardo. His whole
No, it's not.
He's
sealing it up.
That's a good strategy, actually. They want to just deny anybody else access to that vault, and this is a really good play. So we're going to see all of the attention turn to this next one.
TSG coming out here with some next-level plays, it has to be said. And they're going to guard Vault 5 with all their might. They sit in first. They've put themselves in this power position, and now it's just a battle for second place. Or, well, it might be first place, but either way, the battle for that second spot in the best of 3. Out comes the plug from Not Bubba of 8pora. So whoever holds this at the end will have that spot, assuming that the protection of 5 can go through. But no, 5 has been tapped in the meantime by No Hours. So I think that fortress has fallen.
Yeah, goo can only do so much. Everybody is here at 5.
It's not just fallen, it's under siege. This is ridiculous. Look at that, Space Station Gaming losing bodies and No Hours getting all the kills here.
Yeah, it is just on one person normalized, trying to stay out of this. He's jumping out. He does seem like he gets away. I say that as he takes a few more shots in the back. But yeah, he looks safe for now, and his teammates are going to have to coin back in.
Where is that second cash box going? Will it be split? Will it be doubled? We've seen 2 final cash out doubles so far this game. Based on No Hours movements, looks as though they're headed all the way to the other cash out. And in fact, TSG, they understand that they want this to be doubled. They are guarding A, because this is their win con. They want a double in this situation. And look at what they've done to guard it. Another goo fortress that somehow has to be cracked through by Visions and the gang.
Well, we've seen it. Basically, one C4 can break that goo fortress, but right now it looks like Cash Out C is being stolen. The box has been holed, and they're trying to bring it over to Cash Out A, but look at this. Everybody is here. The APS turret is eating things left and right, and now we're getting healed back up.
We don't know whether that box has been plugged yet. So far, no time. It's disappeared. There we have it. So we're all focusing on Cash Out C now. And it's currently in possession of Space Station Gaming, who have got full strength here. Every single player is up. Lamp grabs a kill. Everyone else besides No Hours is suffering, and No Hours are the team attempting this steal right now. They may get away with it. Space Station Gaming are too busy trying to get themselves back up. They're distracted. The steal has gone through for No Hours. They're going to be going through as it stands. BMO getting kill after kill for Apora, though. Apora in pink, maybe with a chance to get back in. And this steal, who's getting it? It's in the smoke. These heavies, they can't see each other. Someone's got to stick it. No one can stick it. They're all killing each other. It's absolute carnage. And No Hours come out on top with Tech Source Gaming in second place.
Okay, that was totally unexpected.
Absolutely unprecedented chaos here in the virtual arena as Tech Source Gaming and No Hours topple the titans of SSG and Apora. Like we said, anything can happen, but I gotta say, some of the craziest battles here. It started off pretty normal, right? SSG versus Apora, some nice kiting, some nice fights, but it really slowly just dwindled into chaos when that second set of cash outs got doubled. I mean, TSG, they were the first ones to come and plug this double. Right here, Space Station, they tried to get the steal, but 3 teams prevented them. Every single team said, nope, we don't want you in our next lobby. And somehow TSG was able to walk away with this as No Hours, well, they were busy fighting everybody else. Then came down to this where TSG, they first tried to block the...
What is this?
It's just chaos. It's chaos. And honestly, Ricardo using the goo as well to try to block out steals. 2 Elims on TSG! And the what? And they controlled the entire game. They doubled the second. They got an absolutely insane steal. They were blocking Vault 5. Then they realized, hey, everybody's here. We're going to go and block the other cash out, which they blocked until it went away. Anything is possible here in the finals. This is how Cash Out rolls.
Wow, that is incredible macro play. The most objective-based play from TSG imaginable, and No Hours as well. Look at the frags on their side. Arco dropping double digits. We haven't seen that many times in this tournament. We only saw it a couple of times for kills, or maybe 4 times.
4 times have we had
EU
double-digit kills in EU. I think this is the first NA.
So you can't say that No Hours don't deserve that first place. They fought hard and long for that top place finish here.
I want to say that this is just what the finals is meant to be. When it comes down to it, when everything is said and done, I mean, you can have all the strategies in the world, but this guy's got a goo gun.
Yeah.
So no idea what's coming down. I mean, great opinion. Unfortunately, goo gun.
Yeah, I know, right? I've been messed up by this because I've been a staunch advocate of just the winch is always going to be better, but there's so much you could do with the goo gun that we just haven't seen until now. He did about 3 or 4 different incredible macro plays just by blocking objectives.
Yeah.
And that's what got them in this situation. It was a massive spanner in the works of Space Station Gaming and Apora, who are not used to that. And of course, why would they be?
Yeah, it was crazy. They did it twice. Yeah. They blocked Vault 5, and then as soon as Space Station came in at No Hours, and they realized, guys, we only have 2 kills. We are not going to win against Space. We're just going to go block the other cash out. That is the macro control that I expect from the top of the top.
Yeah, basically. And it just blows my mind that every single cash out game has been so wildly different. We had a cash out where they went doubled on the second one. That's just wild, and it turned the entire balance of everything. Having everybody dive on that point 2 times was just intense. We had no idea what was happening until all of the smoke cleared.
I have to say, we are 3 for 3 right now as far as cash outs are concerned, where in our 12-man lobbies, we are getting doubled cash outs. This time it wasn't even the last one, though. It was the second set of cash outs that got doubled. The last one, we had a vault that didn't get plugged.
Yeah, and I feel like this is the point now where we're talking about 2 relatively unknown teams coming into a best of 3, and we kind of have to empty our pockets in terms of notes. I have so little here.
Yeah.
I have so little here on these 2. Like, Texas Gaming, they played the EU quals for Ape Squad because they were a late sign-up.
Yeah.
They formed for this, and then they were like, oh god, we've got to get some games in. There's this thing happening. Let's sign up for that. And they played EU instead of NA. Got immediately wiped out by, to be fair, Team Secret and QDL. Fair enough.
Fair.
Good teams. So, virtually no tape on them. And then you've got no hours, literally no notes.
Literally no notes.
Like, where did these guys come from?
I have to say, one of the best things about this is that at the very beginning, Rio said, we could have like a great game with, some well-known teams or a couple of dark horses. And I was just thinking about like couple of dark, like usually it's just one because like the good teams are like, the teams that are signed and everybody knows stuff about like a couple of dark horses. That would never
Yeah,
it happened.
It's not out of disrespect.
How?
It's not out of disrespect that we know nothing about these guys. There's just nothing on them. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I got to go talk to them. That's we got to learn here. This is now the source of our information. And to be fair, no hours. They went flawless through quals, so they're still maintaining a flawless record, which is insane.
One of them, too, is going to be getting their ticket to the major. This is one team that we don't know anything about, and we're going to be shaking their hands in a couple of months.
Guaranteed.
Yeah.
Either no hours or Tech Source Gaming. No idea. I'm rooting for the team that has 2 elims.
I'm rooting for the team with the goo gun heavy.
Yeah,
the
two
really
elims.
Same guys.
Exactly. 2 elims and a goo gun.
Yep.
Okay.
If you could get to the major with 2 elims and a goo gun, genuinely, you deserve it. Let's take a look. Again, No Hours is comprised of Visions, Dylan Arco, and Apollo SG. Now, Dylan Arco has been in the scene for quite a while. Used to compete under a different name, but has been around and has been grinding that Ruby ladder for quite a while. For TSG, Ricardo TF, an up-and-coming content creator, as well as Exihani. A lot of these players here just sort of play around with the LFG communities, and this is their first time competing as an actual tournament. Definitely, we haven't seen these names pop up in the likes of Ape Squad or even like Sunday Showdowns or Thursday Night Throwdowns or anything like that, but still, these clearly are competent players if you're able to take out SSG and Ape Aura. This is what Cash Out is meant to be.
Yeah, and maybe just to kind of reiterate the titans that they're dealing with. SSG, PHL champions who went flawless in the Global Championships, didn't drop a single map there. Ape Aura, not quite as decorated, but very much in the top 5 or 6 teams in the whole of NA consistently for the past 6 months or so.
Oh, yeah.
Those are significant scalps to have taken.
It's genuinely not just like, there's a reason. It is kind of like a slip up where we say, oh, the good teams, right? Because we're not saying that they're bad teams. Everybody's here in the closed qualifiers at the same level. There's a reason that one of those teams got signed to Space Station Gaming, and they ended in the bottom 2.
Well, I mean, maybe some of these sides will be signed by the time we get to Sweden if they impress
I
here.
bet.
Okay, if there's any org that would like to sign the team with 2 elims and a goo gun, that is a storyline of the century. Get this team a coach, an analyst, a performance coach, a nutritionist.
Let's see if they
What do you think they could do?
Let's see if they make it.
I would love that.
Let's see if they make it.
I think they can. I think that they can make it.
You're so pilled on this one game, Artie. We haven't even seen them play a 3 versus 3 here on stream.
I haven't, but you know what? I have seen Ricardo go crazy on stream before. And Ricardo has hit some clips. I've seen Ricardo's TikToks, and I genuinely think that TSG actually has what it takes. But the thing is that they weren't trying to just go for, ego chows and like the likes of, hey, take a team fight against SSG, right? They were playing smart. And that's the thing is that, yeah, we haven't seen them take a proper team fight, but I think that's the point. But then looking at No Hours, right, and what they actually have for us in stock, I think that No Hours has no idea how to fight a team like TSG. They have no hours of screen time.
No Hours have no uniforms. Those are basically default. Like,
Those are the default. Yeah, they did.
Like, it's just that, you know, they're just so kind of in here for the vibes.
But that's what I love, and that's why we're so excited. If you guys out in chat are just like, 2 no-name teams, but we're like, yes! I have been saying this for months, ever since we went through the open qualifiers, that I want people to be in this scene that I haven't seen, and I just love that we're here.
Well, let's see. We're going to be starting off our first set on Nozomi Citadel. No Hours has banned Fortune Stadium. We're going to see as TSG gets rid of Monaco. Following that, TSG gets rid of Bernal. No long sight lines. Interesting to note. That's what those 2 bans are there. No Hours going to take away Skyway Stadium. So No Hours trying to make sure they don't get a jump pad gated. Now here we are going to see that No Hours takes up stock in Vegas. TSG says the decider, if they get there, is going to be on Cis Horizon. Chat, I don't know what my predictions are. I have no idea, and I'm not supposed to do this right now because they're not ready and they're not prepped, and Thixie's on his laptop, but I want to hear their predictions. Thixie and Oscar on the weather station. This is unprecedented.
What are you thinking?
I wasn't supposed to do this, chat.
Well, we have actually, or me personally, I was just now looking up jobs in Stockholm in finance or think of career swapping, because apparently I have no idea what I'm doing. Every single prediction I've done today, every single prediction has been 100% incorrect. I have no idea anymore. You know, we talked earlier, we said EMEA was insanity. Upsets left, right, and center. Teams we didn't really have good track of qualifying. And we said, you know, NA, surely a bit stabler.
Yeah. I mean, if I can't even speak. Yeah. I'm worried about speaking right now.
You know what? And I'm gonna save you from speaking by saying I think there's a game coming up. Let's find out who goes to Stockholm. Farewell.
Thank you very much, Oscar. Wow. Here we go, the start of our best of 3 between No Hours and Tech Source Gaming. 2 teams we really didn't expect to see here, but they're not that far away from Stockholm now, Leo.
I am so excited to see which one of these 2 will be taking it another step further and will be shaking their hands in Stockholm.
Now, interestingly, we see Ricardo already coming off the Guga. Clearly, just a cash-out strategy. And that makes perfect sense, to be honest. Winch heavy, certainly very viable and very useful, more than viable, absolutely meta in these 3 versus 3s where you need to have those fights run in your favor.
Yeah, and what we see at the top-level teams is teams that can do that. If you're dynamic and you're not locked into one thing, it really makes it a whole different type of meta. So, love it.
And they're certainly not going to get away with dropping only 2 kills across this entire match. Unless they plan on losing, which, not a good plan typically.
Yeah, I wouldn't plan for that even on my worst day.
All right, so this vault being fought over from 2 opposite buildings here. Pops open. And some good shots in both directions, but nothing too meaningful. The gateway nicely done, and he can't reach it on the return. No. And now he's stuck out in the open, but he just about manages to find some cover, but that's not great. Ricardo can take a position of power. News, though, also taking a lot of damage from above because the medium, or rather the heavy of Ricardo Apollo is still holding from very high. And now the damage can start to come out. Visions finds a kill for his team, but Hani trades it back out. The medium's doing work. In comes a light, though. That's incredible from Arco. Massive damage dealt. And TSG wiped within the blink of an eye.
Yeah, they just immediately dove into that very enclosed area, and you had that light Arco just taking shots left and right and just helped clean that up. They get the plug, and they're going to have plenty of time to set up and get the height advantage while TSG is licking their wounds and about to respawn.
It's a great cash out if you're a fan of dropping it very many layers, about 6 floors at least, to bring it down, maybe 7 at my count. They're not winching it, no. But of course, there's very limited utility to drop the cash box, and we did mention this a few times. The C4 is really all that's left in the meta, considering everyone in NA so far has been going.
There was one DMAT.
There was one DMAT. You are correct, but pretty much everyone, besides that one guy, on the heel beam. And I think we might have just seen a drop from Hani. Unfortunately, his name disappeared from the HUD there for a second, and now he's dead. So there may be an opportunity for a tech pause here, but cash out is in progress. We'll leave that up for the admins to decide. In the meantime, TSG have to sit and wait. Maybe that coin will help. We'll just see. But No Hours set up very nicely here. News just deciding to pull the trigger regardless as they drop it a few floors here.
Yeah, this is interesting. They're going for red barrels. They have an RPG in hand. It does seem like their teammate is back in the battle, so I'm not sure what happened there, but he is rejoining the fight.
Yeah, well, that certainly put a bit of a stunt on their push, but at least they dropped it a few floors. No Hours opting to remain above. There's still plenty of routes down. Now, we've seen goo roofs be formed quite often to prevent that kind of return to the site. Of course, DMAP not being an option here. And look, No Hours a little bit far afield, and Ricardo maybe could have stuck that if he was feeling frisky, but Apollo SG finds his man, and he's chasing down Hani. Apollo, though, goes down as Ricardo wins that fight. Ricardo with a second. Arco, though, trading it back. There's 1 versus 1, light versus heavy. Arco and Ricardo. Ricardo does manage to find a totem, but importantly, they're going for the steal here. Ricardo, where is he? No, there we go. Arco with a fantastic bit of delay with a red barrel, perhaps that was, and he's done it perfectly. Now he's baiting him out into the fight. Doesn't matter that he's got wiped. Arco, the hero of that one.
He really was. He played that perfectly. He went for the res, decided to pull off of it and just get the cash stopped.
All right. So, TSG licking their wounds here as they bring everyone back into the game. That cash box has spawned about 100 meters away, so I imagine that the foot race, once No Hours spawned back in, is going to be relatively even. In fact, they've got an even more favorable spawn, you would argue. It's going to come to a battle through the buildings for the vault.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're making their way towards vault number 2 right now, trying to get a little bit of a height advantage on it, so they have a nice little vantage point, and they do go down in that first fight. That is interesting, but they immediately defib him back up, but they're still not really winning this height battle.
Great
Look at that, pulls him right into there. Ricardo taking some massive damage, but somehow surviving, going down, and it does look like Arco went down in that battle as well, but the battle continues as Noose gets deleted. There's 1 person remaining, and there goes Hani.
Wow, Noose was off alone there, fighting Arco, and he did win the light battle, but clearly that winch just separating Ricardo from Hani, separating the heavy from his medium, made the biggest difference. And look at this, the winch helmet there. He couldn't have picked it better. Hani just couldn't keep up, didn't manage the jump to stay in that fight. And look, he's just scrambling out through stairways. Too late to the fight in the end. Great little engagement there from No Hours, though, holding that height.
Yeah, and great shots by that Shaq 50 as well. They really just dealt some damage to everybody on the receiving end of it. TSG trying to make their approach now, going up that zip line, getting some height, going closer towards Cash Out A. Cash Out A is about a fourth of the way done, but they are dealing some damage from across the battle, across the rooftops from each other.
Yeah, No Hours once again holding from above, and it worked for them the first time, but they were afforded a little bit of good fortune. TSG getting in on the action a little bit earlier, and the steal now being stuck this time by Hani, knowing that maybe Apollo and No Hours just a little bit late to return, and they've spotted a weakness, and they've struck right at the heart of No Hours with a quick steal. But maybe they've retreated too quickly as No Hours immediately try and flip it back. The goo will protect them, and it might as well have not happened. TSG, where did you go?
Yeah, they just ran away from that objective, and now they have to find a way to get it back. Dylan Arco went down in that first fight, but now they're trying to find the next one. And look, this Hani is down to just a sliver of HP. He's trying to survive, but there they go. It is all on Apollo. He can try and stall if he wants, but he's going for a res. This is a good time to bring his team back into the battle, but he gets chased down.
And Noose with the final blow there. TSG really playing with their food, it felt like, in that one. Very smart maneuvers. I have to assume that the retreat was just to regain a real advantage in the positions for the fight that followed, because they did feel like they were really on top of it there. No Hours will spawn back in about 3 seconds, but I don't think they're going to have time to close that distance. Only really 10 or so on the box. So we can consider it pretty much a formality as we head into this final cash box on Nozomi Citadel.
Absolutely. This has been a great performance by both of these teams. I love that we're getting the 3rd box spawning, and it's going to be a tight one. It seems like TSG has spawned a little bit closer towards vault number 3, and they're starting their approach. They're right on that divide line, going off to the left, going onto the Via side, and starting to get close to the vault.
An explosive entry there. I wasn't expecting that one, as No Hours make their point. And Ricardo and Hani both within an inch of death, but they don't go down. Now they do. Noose left standing, but not for long. Visions with massive value through that, getting 2 kills and the defib in the middle of it. Really nice play from the medium.
Yeah, it's just kind of seeming like there's just these massive flashpoints, and then these teams are pretty close. Look at that RPG.
Oh, that's not good. Yeah, it just hit him. It hit their feet.
Yeah, and made him drop too, and that does throw things out of balance as well. If you have teammates that just fall, it takes that few seconds to get back into it, to get back into formation, and really find your footing again.
Yeah, it's a little bit scrappy for both of these sides. A nice little long ball there to Apollo to get this plug started sooner rather than later. You have to do a little bit of maneuvering. Can't find his way around the map very easily, which is questionable, interesting. But he will get it started soon. TSG just closing that distance. Really, I feel as though No Hours have missed an opportunity here to get themselves set up on the defense. They're not watching for these long angles. Maybe it's just their playstyle. Maybe they want to draw people in. TSG have snuck in underneath.
Yeah, maybe they really want to bring this battle so close to each other. Try and find any entrance that they can, but they're trying right now. They're maybe going in below it, taking some shots off. They have the RPG in their hand, but they're pulling back. This is a good opportunity for them to find another entryway in here. I think that they want to go maybe to the left, maybe find a bounce pad, and that's exactly what they've done. They've bounced off to it. Arco goes down in that first battle, and now they're looking for the next victim.
And they're guarding the totem as well. This is difficult for No Hours, who have to hold for quite some time. They need to commit to a fight here, honestly, because if they die in about 40 seconds, they're not going to have a chance to steal it back. There's that fight committal, and they do strike on Ricardo. A 2 versus 2 now, but Apollo and Visions very low on HP. Harney does get the res, and this is still an advantage TSG. They just need to connect with a few more kills here. Maybe force the engagements with a steal. Jumping up on top. Oh, but the drop, very smart from Apollo.
Yeah, can they hold on for just a few more seconds? There goes one down. They're getting healed right back up, but they're on top of this cash out, and it's all on Arco.
Oh, no.
Can he kite for a little bit longer? There's the dome shield, and I don't think he'll be able to get all 3 of them down. He is trying, but boy, it is tough when he's the only person there. But look at this. He's getting shots. Can he get 2? Can he do this? Can he get the 3rd kill? This is going to be insane if he runs in there.
Ricardo, you cannot allow this to happen. This cannot be a 1 versus 3 clutch. He's going to get the res? This is ridiculous. TSG, they might have blown it here. How are we seeing this? Ricardo alone. He's playing off the winch. He's playing the time, but Arco has located him. There's no way he's going to get burst down here. Being chased, harried, harassed. No time for the coins back in. Ricardo taken out, and it's a clean steal for No Hours. Blunder after blunder, but No Hours are the ones on top. And they're going to take the win on the Zombie Citadel. What did I just watch, Arnie?
How does Ricardo not push that? It's a heavy versus a light. You can do the damage, but No Hours can get the W. I mean, wild setup here, where at the very beginning, you know, TSG did get a wipe on No Hours, but No Hours had already secured the cash out right after that very first set. At the second one, you know, No Hours, they were able to take really good control on that second vault fight. Come out back here to this, and so Ricardo in that 1v1 situation, I think the stress can get to him. The SA-1216, clearly it can do some chunk damage, but at the very end there, I guess he just didn't know what decision to make. But we look over to No Hours here. This is the fight that made me sort of think that No Hours really did have control of the situation. Apollo really showing the SA-12 that the SA-1216 was not good enough to match the Shack. And over here with TSG, it started off so good. It was Dylan Arco putting it on his back here. Ricardo just deciding to run away, probably try to kite, play for time.
No.
Genuinely, I think that for Ricardo, I think swapping to winch was not a good plan. I think TSG should have stuck with the goo gun here, but for No Hours, they've stuck to what works well for them. And by sticking together, those 15 elims has brought them some good fortune here on Nozomi Citadel.
Yeah, this is actually a really close battle. The eliminations are close, the damage is close, even the support scores are pretty close, with TSG having a little bit higher on the support side. So just interesting way that these teams played. It's a little bit sloppy at times, but you got to appreciate that they really tried.
A little bit scrappy, sloppy, a little bit, you know, I mean, hey, this is the thing though, is that these are clearly things that work, because it's one thing if one team cheeses their way through a cash out. Both of these teams took out Ape Aura and SSG.
Yeah, that's important.
Well earned.
Yeah. I think we have to give Arco his flowers for the end of that game as well, right? That was a really impressive clutch. And as much as it felt like, obviously, TechSource made some mistakes in that, right? Dylan Arco played the hand he was dealt, and you can only do that, right? If you play the best that you can, doesn't matter if your opponents are making some mistakes. He was the one who basically pulled out a 1v3 clutch at the end there, right? And that's impressive, and it's bought them a whole map.
It really did. And, you know, during that map, I actually took it upon myself to try to figure out, okay, admittedly, we didn't really get a lot of notes on these teams. So I wanted to go back and figure out, okay, who are these teams? No Hours, TechSource Gaming, where did they come from? What have they done?
Story time with Artie.
Story time with Artie.
All right, cool.
Ricardo and Noose actually have played in PHL. They actually have had a little bit of experience before.
See, we did so much digging and we couldn't find them.
They used to be in Ape Squad before moving on to do their own thing.
That was it.
And they have actually a really good track record. Like I said, Ricardo, TF with a 1 instead of the I, TikTok, YouTube, Twitch as well. Genuinely somebody that has gone slept on in the community. Now can put on his resume, deleted SSG. And I especially personal, given the fact that Ape Aura was in that bracket in Cash Out. Now, behind me, No Hours, again, the team that is so fresh, so that we genuinely don't even have their character models, right? We have no logo, no character models. They come from a different, more portally FPS, the name of which I will not say on broadcast here. But genuinely, Dylan Arco is an aimer of aimers. Apollo SG, an aimer of aimers. We saw that Shaq really hitting in Visions as well. Right place, right time, pretty much every time. So for No Hours, this is really surprising because for TSG to actually have history in the finals competitive community and make it this far, they were the ones that really had control over the first cash out, but to not be able to clutch up the 3v3 up against No Hours shows that really it is just a lot of team strategy and teamwork that even coming from a different title, you can put your team together, you can win a 3v3. So for No Hours, they're one win away from Stockholm. But we'll see if TSG can clutch it up. Jerry and Rio, we're going to Vegas.
I am so excited to see if this is where it's all going to end, or we'll get to see one more map as we get started on Las Vegas. Perfect place to do some gambling.
And it's raining out.
Ooh.
I do like to see it. Storms ahead here for TSG. Can they weather them? No Hours set up on the top here. We've seen Vegas be an interesting battleground a few times today. Some really kind of high-level team movements, you want to say, and positional plays coming out here. This long gap is finally being covered here by a Goose, so No Hours closing that distance. But yeah, this is quite often how the start of Vegas plays out.
Yeah, it's all about the Megadome. It's trench warfare. Everybody just pokes and prods. You know, you want to control the height. And if everybody has the same level height, get up there, take that first battle. But it seems like TSG has decided to pull off a little bit to the left. And now they're in control of the vault. So they did it right.
Yeah, they're doing it right so far. And wondering about an assault from above, but B is just clear. They can go straight there if they want. There's that gateway. We'll speed them along. And I like this objective. It has an opportunity to be dropped a few times, but this is Ricardo opting to go underneath the safer path and do this little mount. But in the meantime, News getting caught out, and that means Ricardo takes a diversion. He doesn't want to plug it because he's in a 2 versus 3. Throws it back that way. Interesting, he just wants to get the engage, and that's a great winch to follow up, but the follow-up winch from Apollo is enough to do a lot of damage. Ricardo does win that fight, though. Unfortunately, it's too little too late. And yeah, that early pick onto News really costing TSG there.
It really did, and sometimes just being a little bit out of position can turn the entire tide of the battle. Watching now as No Hours is trying to get some height set up on this cash out. We thought we saw some C4 being thrown. They want to keep it up there, which is an interesting strat, and they are opting to drop it instead of winch clawing it out of position.
Visions with the sight line up on top. This FAMAS so favoured across mediums at the moment, and I do love the red dot. I think on most guns it just feels like one of the best sights. There's a red barrel sent the way of the fortress, and it does actually drop both of them down to the ground level, so has a good effect. Opens up a bit of an opportunity as No Hours scramble to reassume a defensive position. That dome shield, oh, a bit of a waste. It just gets evaporated in midair. But the shots are coming out in both directions. Some goo required. Again, this trench warfare, this healing, this poking. Someone's got to come out on top with a pick at some point. Otherwise, it's all for naught.
It really is a very slow battle. They're very close to each other, but that Shaq 50 is trying to get some good shots off, but he's not connecting just yet. Pulling out the RPG, he decides to get a little bit closer. I guess he wants to go for a winch, but that dome shield goes down and they have to back up for just a second. They're trying to make any approach here, but it seems to just be consistently shut down by everybody in after hours, or no hours.
A lot of baiting at play here. The winch not really working to full effect, but it's good enough. We'll put down a goo, we'll put down a dome. I think that they're going to allow this to go through. Interestingly, yeah, no hours don't decide to commit the winch or anything, which is brave with this much time left, but the kills are coming through in both directions. That's not great for no hours. They're still being stuck. No, it isn't. Hani and Noose with crucial kills. Noose with a final one there, and that's a wipe onto no hours. TSG managed to do it all in the final 20 seconds.
Those are some great shots that went off there. They had good positioning and just dove right on there at the right time. Now they're getting up towards the Mega Dome, RPG in hand. They've got plenty of time as we watch the reset. Here's that replay. They're trying to goo off everything, that gateway, but here is the dash. They dive in there, and Hani getting one shot, Noose getting the second, and then the third.
Still very scrappy from all sides, as it feels like whoever makes the least mistakes, it feels like, is going to make their way through here. So far, we've got one box up for TSG, so they've given themselves a bit of a buffer. No hours need to tighten up as well. Here we are on top of the Alpha Actor building, and that second box being moved by TSG. Height established by no hours.
Yeah, and no hours just setting up on the Mega Dome. They are trying to intercept if possible. They have a good sight line, but things have slowed down. TSG knows that they have the win if we just play out the time. So I think that we're going to get a nice little stall for a bit. Things are going to just take a chill, you know? They're just finding their position, finding their zen.
Don't they know they have an audience to entertain, Rio?
You know, I think that they completely forget about us when they're in the battle.
We have, to be fair, got a team here that went and got 2 kills across an entire cash-out round. So maybe understand their reticence to get into any fair engagements. No hours. Again, they're sitting above the box as it stands. And there's a potential bait there. TSG just giving themselves up a little bit to draw no hours in. It's all part of the plan, you feel.
Yeah, I think that they are wanting to just draw them in, like you said. But right now, it's still just nothing is happening. There it goes. Noose with the shots, beating out the other 93R, just getting those first headshots.
It was a close fight there. Noose juicing himself and Hani back up with the returning of the favor. Those heals dished out in both directions. 2 versus 3, still no hours, not getting this res. For whatever reason, they can't find it. The ground's taken by TSG as they move like one death ball towards this staircase. No escape here for Apollo. They have that fire exit on the top, but they're going to be met with TSG in the Alpha Actor building yet again. And unfortunately for TSG, it feels like they may have missed an opportunity here with Arco spawning back in. But just as he does, Hani snipes Apollo SG, and now Vision's at risk of going down. All 3 of those pink players bearing down upon him. The protection here, Arco thinks he can get a pick on the retreat. Great little trap set there, excellent bait. And now they heal each other back up for a 2 versus 3 as Apollo has coined back in as well. Plenty of coins being burnt through here by no hours.
Yeah, they are right in each other's faces. This battle is still continuing. The heals are going off, but so are the bullets. And they're all just trying to stay in this battle. Noose and Ricardo, the last 2 remaining on TSG. It seems like no hours is going to take this opportunity to take the vault and bring it over to cash out.
Wow, so many opportunities for a team wipe, none of them taken, it felt like. A lot of ground covered by that very lateral gateway will draw us to a little bit of respite for a moment. No hours look like they're clean through to deposit on C. That was a long, long battle for that vault.
Yeah, it really was. I think it took about 4 minutes, maybe 3 in total, but still, that is way longer than we normally see for our vault fights. Moving now, TSG is still staying on this Mega Dome, but this cash out is way over there, so they need to make their approach right now. But also, No Hours is setting up really close to this cash out. They want to just stop this engagement at the source.
Well, they've been stung by slightly too distant kiting before. They don't want to be too far afield now. There's the good winch, and it will be followed up on with a kill. Hani trying to get the trade, and he does, taking out Arco. But Medium's alive on both sides means defibs are active. Apollo getting juiced back up by his. I don't think the totems are accessible. There they are, defibs matched on either side. Now they'll be healed up. We go back into a 3 versus 3. No Hours having to retreat from their initial position. TSG is slowly cracking through the layers of this defense.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need to do. They need to find the little cracks in this foundation. And there goes Ricardo. Noose is going down second. Can they find the third one on Hani? He's staying up in this battle, but it's impressive. And there he goes. He goes down.
That's a quick one there. No Hours. It all went to plan for them. That's a quick wipe. TSG having to spawn back in. They will get, I feel, another go at this cash out, but it's going to be a scramble. They may even opt to just hold position after this completes instead and make sure that they have the edge when it comes to a final cash out. Depends on their spawn, really. Hard to tell how far that is from this perspective, but I imagine they're not going to come, or maybe they will come for this here.
If they do make it, it is a last-second dive.
Here we go, they are.
That's what we're going to see. They're on top, and they're ready to dive down, RPGs in hand. But look at this. Noose is in a good position to just intercept anybody that comes in. But time is ticking down. They really need to get on this field right now, and I don't think that they've done it in time. But the battle is still continuing, and Noose is the last person remaining, and finally goes down.
They didn't really commit to either there.
No.
They went in and they thought, oh, maybe we could start getting a steal. Didn't put down a dome, didn't put down much goo. And then they thought, oh, maybe we can get the kills, but then that happened. It was, yeah, they just got caught between a rock and a hard place there, between sort of indecision.
Yeah.
And that's why I was so kind of unsure about how it would pan out when they were spawning back in. Great C4 impact, though. Look at the damage that dealt. I mean, the H+ Infuser can only do so much. I feel sorry for News in that situation.
Absolutely. And now we're watching them as they start their approach towards vault number 3. No Hours has the absolute height advantage. It's going to force TSG to go inside to the building so that there's no vantage point for Arco to really deal some damage from them. He's been doing really impressively with that 93R so far today, getting some great shots off, and it's really amazing what they can do at distance.
Should remind everyone as well, No Hours are 1 map up. They've already got a cash out to their name after that one. Puts them 1 cash out away from their golden ticket to Sweden. And they are in control here of the cash out, but TSG are guarding D. They're very close by. No Hours will know that something is up. They haven't come across anyone just yet. There's the option to go for a bait, but no, Arco is heading straight into it. This is risky. And the C4 pre-prepped does drop him down. The pick is there, right into the trap, but No Hours have their box started.
Yeah, see, he burned that gateway when he moved the vault instead of moving his team, and then he just got caught out. There's no way that they're going to be able to stop this steal. TSG is in a perfect position to get set up now.
Dylan Arco. He's going to regret that one for certain. Excellent move by TSG, but No, I was really walking straight into it. So now, 2 versus 3. They are going to wait for the respawn here. 2 seconds and only 2 coins left for Arco, but you're going to burn through them at this point. Doesn't matter. Here we have TSG kiting away from the point. A few rooms and a few floors as well. Probably 1 floor, it looks like. They're right on top of each other, Rio. They must hear each other.
They must, but they are crouching and trying to stop as much information from going in the hands of TSG as they can. They're really not that close to them, so they're about to get a little bit closer, though. And look at this. They haven't spotted out anybody that is there. They just walked right past somebody from TSG. I'm not even sure that they notice it yet, but as soon as they dive on it, they will be
got to clear the C4. They shoot it. There we go. All right, there we have it. The C4 cleared, and now they can attempt to steal. Arco on Overwatch. Brilliant play positionally from the light. The bait into the open. News taken down, but immediately raised. And Arco gets him a second time. How is he allowed to do that? And now TSG on the back foot. They have to hold this. Otherwise, No Hours take the series. A 2 versus 3 against them. They are running. They are scared. And that's a great flank from Vision. He's winched, but it doesn't matter. That's a kill onto Riccardi. Hani takes one down, but Apollo finds the kill, and it will be a clean steal for No Hours. This is it. That's their Vegas. That's their series 2-0, and No Hours
are your third North American side to book their spot to the Stockholm Major.
Wow, I thought TSG had that. I thought they had the setup. I thought they were going to be able to dive on there. It just fell apart at the last second.
I mean, the pacing of this was very wild, to say the least. But I gotta say, for No Hours, what a run. To be able to knock out Space Station Gaming and Abe Aura and make it up this way. Not to mention the fact that they also just got this slot ahead of TSG, who were arguably the reason that that cash out was as chaotic as it was. But yeah, I mean, again, coming from being pros of another title and then swapping over to the finals, say, hey, you know what? The finals isn't a healthy place. This is an esport that genuinely we can get behind. And as a team, let's jump in. Shows that the finals esports is in a better place than most other FPS on the market. And for Apollo SG, Dylan Arco, and Visions SG, we'll see what is in store as they punch their ticket to Stockholm, Sweden.
Wow. And what a performance from No Hours. They really did just come out here. And this reminds you that in the cash out game that they won to get here, they didn't just win with the most cash, they also had the most kills in that cash out match, I believe.
True.
They were dominant throughout here, really, taking it in 2 as well. They were flawless in qualifiers. They remain flawless in qualifying to the major itself.
That's actually wild to think about. And yeah, you're right, because I think what happened was TSG, they were in hard control of the macro with the goo gun and the doubling, and then No Hours was hard to control the kills. Yeah. And so together, they got to the top 2. But yeah, still incredible. Big congratulations to No Hours. I know there's a big community of players from that other game that are very excited to see one of their own up here in the finals, but they're not going to be the only ones in Stockholm. We still have 4 tickets left for these teams remaining, and we're going to be able to see the final 4 teams that you have not seen yet go head to head to head to head in Group D. Coming at you right after this break.
Ce que tu désires devenir, c'est ce que tu es. Alors, absorbe, absorbe.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the finals closed qualifiers Grand Major for North America. I said one of those words in the wrong order. That's because we've got Caroline out here filming, and it's good to see you guys out here again. We've got one more group for the North American qualifier teams. 4 more teams have yet to show their stuff. And if I were any of them, I would be absolutely petrified to jump into a game of Cash Out right now. My name is Artie. I'm here with Jerry and Rio. And guys, it's been a chaotic day.
Yeah, this is like a rage-inducing beginning to anything. It's so funny just seeing people get absolutely livid about this. But there's so many ways to get to the major, guys. Keep it calm and play your best game. That is the message to all the players right now, because there's anything that could happen in one game of Cash Out, but you're in control of your destiny if you just keep winning.
Absolutely. Just win your games, right, Rio?
Yeah, easy. You know, hit your headshots, click your mouse, and really just take the victory home. It's that easy, yeah?
We've seen it done. We've seen Envy dominate, and that is how you do it, right? Be in control.
Exactly, right? Just left click your opponent's head and don't let your head get left clicked. It could be that simple. What's not that simple, though, is the bracket and the format and everything that's happening. So, guys, even though we had some orgs get eliminated now, they're not out. There are still 3 tickets remaining for those that didn't grab the easy way out. So, to check in, help you digest the chaotic environment that is the Finals Grand Major 2025, we have Thix and Oscar with the weather.
Well, welcome over to the weather station. Now, much like SMHOE, the local Swedish weather forecast station, we are currently rather clueless about the weather, but what we're not clueless about is the current format. And
yes,
what a series of games it's been.
Yes, it has been an interesting series of games, that's for sure. And hey, I think that now we are going to our final group, and that is also going to give us our final early day invitation to the Grand Major.
Indeed. Should we take a look behind us and see what that manifests as? And you get the stick out, I get out of the way.
Yes, this is the stick, and I'm not going to get killed in the cables this time. Of course, so what just happened then, or what has happened so far? So, of course, we did see No Hours right here. They are given their spot to the Grand Major.
Welcome to Stockholm.
The losers of that match was TSG. They are not out just yet. They are going all the way to Phase 2, which is later on. That's a different format, of course.
Format needs 4 PowerPoint slides.
Yes. A quick update on how we actually got over here, because some of you guys are probably wondering. The losers of these cash-out matches that we had saw earlier on, they culminated into this cash-out game right here. And it was Via and Nightmare that were the winners of that cash-out match. They went into a best-of-3 final round, and it was an update. Nightmare won that with a very intense final round. They had gotten their spot into Phase 2, and this means that Via are guaranteed over here into our sudden death round, which we'll talk about a little later on. Now, going back then, what does that mean, of course, in that first cash-out match? We were talking, of course, Space Station Gaming. This was a team that every single person in the chat was expecting to win their cash-out match.
Me too.
And unfortunately, also with Ape Aura as well, they were the bottom 3rd and 4th, which means that they go over to the same experience that Via and Nightmare had. Currently, right now, they are sitting here into Group C and D.
Waiting.
They are waiting for what is going to happen when what you guys are going to see over here, which is the Group D right here. Same process, top 2 winners right here go over to that Grand Major spot. The loser of that match goes to Phase 2, and the losers here will be facing up again. I mean, Oscar, if you're going to be facing up and knowing you're going to be facing up against Ape Aura and SSG...
You're making sure to win your cash out, you're making sure to win your 3v3.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
And if you read the notes, then, I mean, it's going to be an absolute...
My latest note that I wrote down, are we just doing bracket intensifiers over... great. Now, my latest note just reads, Perry Hotta, who I saw log in during the score screen of an earlier game. So Perry Hotter, if you're playing World Tour right now, hope you're having a good time. But with that said and the format explained, we can't intensify it further than we are. Might be time to throw it back over to the desk.
I love how the bracket intensifiers graphic is another image of the bracket intensifiers graphic laid on top of the old one.
Yeah, I didn't notice that.
It's getting worse and worse.
Yeah, about 8 more hours of this, and it's going to be a wild image.
Yeah. Absolutely. It continues to intensify just like this next group. Kansas City Pioneers, Brendy, Llama, and Spawns. Fire Strays here. Slothy, T-Mills, Varian. 3F Tears, Space, Butch, and Beathor. 1UP with Akazo. Polkia and TTV Grazev. Now, they used to go by a different name, but for 1UP now, they will be taking the goo gun into cash out yet again, bringing us, I hope at least, Akazo, if he's going to live up to everything he talks about in chat. He is our resident goo gun player, but let's see what's going to happen with the maps. We're looking now to see 3 Ifketeers. They get rid of Seoul. No more craziness out there. 1UP, they're going to get rid of Skyway Stadium. Next up, Fire Strays. No Monaco here for Fire Strays. Kansas City Pioneers are going to take out Bernal. So, with our remaining maps, it's going to be Fortune Stadium. Comes next as far as our first cash out here. Fortune Stadium going to be a phenomenal place to get to see these teams go at it, head to head to head to head. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy that it only took like 3 hours to get into the spicy bracket territory, whereas yesterday was like 7 hours, 8 hours, and then it got crazy. It's already crazy, and Thixie said it best. If I knew it's going to be SSG, if I lose this, I'm winning right now.
Yeah. Yeah, because after that, you'd only have, what, 1 life left, and you're down in that elimination zone. So very scary for the teams that don't make it through. But of course, if you win here, you're in that best of 3 with a very good chance of booking a spot in Sweden. So yeah, it's all to play for right now.
Yeah, and this is a really stacked group. There are so many well-known names in the scene, in the community, streamers, just well-known players. And then you got Akazo. You know, he is an amazing goo gun player. He is the man that basically defined the goo meta, and it's always fun to watch. So if he doesn't bring anything goo related today, I don't know. It must be the end of times.
Absolutely, but at the same time, though, you do have pretty much 2 orgs right now vying for that spot. You've got the Kansas City Pioneers, and you have the Fire Strays. And for the Kansas City Pioneers, there is a lot on the line. And for the Fire Strays, they are going to have to make sure that they're the ones that are trying to set the pace. Because, of course, for the rest of the teams, they could try to grief, but at the end of the day, there's only 2 ways this can go. It's going to be the easy way or the hard way. But as far as I'm concerned, we've got Jerry and Rio here to let you guys know how to make this work out. Cash out Fortune Stadium. Let's get it.
The final cash out of this early stage of the NA qualifiers for Sweden. Here we go. Pioneers, Fire Strays, 1UP, and the 3 Ifketeers on Fortune Stadium. Some really big hitters here on the left of your screen and the right of your screen. Some potential surprises. And we've seen those really pull off some upsets today. Here we are. Starting on Vault 1, it's going to be Kansas City Pioneers getting the tap, and underneath is 1UP.
Yeah, 1UP is right there. I'm surprised that they didn't get the tap because I thought they got there first, but they're just setting up, maybe trying to bait them into some kind of surprise, or maybe just yoinked that vault out right from underneath them. It'll be really interesting to see, but Kansas City Pioneers are set up on top as well. They have an RPG ready to just go, but yeah, it looks like 1UP might have just grabbed it.
Yeah, and that's definitely an option. It feels like they've just disappeared. No, they're still in. Oh, yeah, they have moved it. Wow, that was quick. I don't know how they managed to get away with that, and Kansas City Pioneers are also quite surprised, it seems. Plenty of denial on here. We've got the goo gun from Mikado, as expected, Deagles and Pyro Mines. This is going to be a horrific detonation if he hits it, but he's boxed himself into a corner now. The winch only saved by this box, but unfortunately he's taken out. Llama gets a better response, finds Polkia, leaving only Grazev in the 1 versus 3. It's a DMAT medium, one of only 2 we've seen today. He's taken out very quickly, and Brendy gets the credit. They have to melt their way through this setup. There are mines as well on that, so they have to be careful. But it will begin its steal. So we can head on over to the second, or the other cash out here, which hasn't even begun yet.
Yeah, because they are still fighting over this vault. That dome shield is still taking some damage away from it, but it looks like they finally swapped up that vault. It is now a floor away, and there it is. They grabbed it, and they're going to take it over towards cash out A. They've got a long road ahead.
Yeah, the 3 Ifketeers being forced back there. But that long first vault fight has given 1UP an opportunity to spawn back in. They're getting a second chance at an objective here to guard A, but the plug is successful. T-Mills, though, and Co. on Fire Strays have to be careful because it's coming down upon them. 1UP are getting the kills slowly. Polkia with the Matter finds the kill onto Slothy. Varian trades it back onto Grazev. The lights doing the work here between purple and pink. You have to watch out here because 3 Ifketeers may appear, but T-Mills finding that crucial second kill and the res. That is massive value from the player. So famed for using a pike, but here on the FAMAS, Ikazo getting a kill with a with a pyromine. You never see that. I was just processing.
Yeah, no, that was a pyromine. I mean, this is all Akazo's strategy. You ever watched him stream or anything like this? He loves to set up for defenses on the point. But there he goes. They're trying to winch claw him out. Slothy gets a nice little pull out there, but T-Mills brings him right back down. It looks like they're trying to stay in this battle, but everybody's dying. Grazitiv got some amazing kills right there.
And look at this. There's an attempted last-second steal going on over by the Kansas City Pioneers box, and kills are coming out in favor of 3FKTs. I don't think they hit the steal soon enough there, though, and it will go in favor of Pioneers, despite the wipe going against them. On the other side, 1UP gaining control over the chaos that surrounded that point, and they have money to their name as well, but it's not in pocket yet.
Nope, not yet, and these totals are still very close. Kansas City Pioneers are really up just by only about 5K, and that'll all change as soon as this other cash out gets finished. But watching it as it ticks down, I'm not sure if anybody's ready to challenge 1UP just yet, but here come Kansas City Pioneers. They're diving into it, and if they time this properly, they'll have just enough time to get on this cash out and grab the steal.
And what a lead this would give them. It would give them both of those initial points. About 20 seconds left to try and execute here, but this is decent positioning from Akazo. He's dug himself right in and does still have that live C4, I believe. This is too difficult for Pioneers. I think they've decided to back on off here.
Yeah, I mean, Akazo just made a fortress. There was no way without blowing up a wall or blowing up anything, but then the man can just throw down goo like crazy, so they have earned this cash out.
Pukia with an interesting setup here, also rocking the Vanishing Bomb on the light. No glitches, and goo as well, so foregoing the H+ Infuser with that matter as well. We see 3FKTs picking up kills, Space and Beta taking down bodies on Fire Strays, and they get a plug over on D going. No, they haven't, sorry, that is still in the name of Fire Strays. They have an opportunity to go for this steal. It's only Slothy on the defense with the F-car. Or not with the F-car, that's a heavy. The winch, maybe waiting for his opportunity. Nope, he decides it's better to wait for his team to spawn back in, and that steal was successful for the 3FKTs.
Yeah, let's see how they set up for this, because they need to get their defenses perfectly for this, because it seems like 1UP are wanting to go for it, and I say that, and they immediately go over to cash out C. They're going to try and intercept vault number 4, but this is a good setup for them. They have a gateway in hand. Grazitiv is set up over there a little bit of ways on the edge of the map. He's ready to intercept this vault, maybe grab it, and go from there.
Good position, of course. Oh, great C4 from Llama. I can't believe he's got away with that one. Takes down Pulkia, and now the chase is on. Lands a fantastic RPG. Doesn't connect with the winch, but I can sense that that fight is definitely going their way. We have an attempted steal here, though, coming out from Fire Stray, so we're tuning in with it. The goo comes out. Everyone on the side of 3FKTs are up. And watching from above, that RPG brings it down a further floor. That might actually benefit Fire Strays. They maybe go for a second attempt here. They've got to be close by Buck, maybe a few too distant. There's a great winch to prevent it. The steal does get jumped back on, but here come the kills. Slothy raining hell upon the players on that staircase, and we can see the chase going on. Slothy and Varian in a 2 versus 2. Light and heavies on both sides. How's it going to work out with 30 seconds left?
Oh, I don't know. It's getting tense, but they are trying to steal one more time, but everybody's pushing in. Here are the
good winch.
Trying to pull them in. They do go down in that battle, but I'm not sure if they've done it in time. He needs to buy a little bit more kiting, but he goes down, and I think that they're going to be able to get this steal.
What an important cash out to get. Fire Strays launching them back up, but there's a C4 underneath. Ooh! He stuck it! No way! 1UP tried to rain on his parade, but the 3FKTs, my goodness.
And what was the point of that? They didn't even have time to steal. They just wanted to stop them from getting the steal, and that, just impressive way to play that.
Wow, that was chaotic as all hell. Now, cash out C being watched by Pioneers. Artie's going mental. Artie's absolutely livid about that one. That was crazy. And no one is challenging the Pioneers here. This would put them ahead in first place. But a lot of these cash outs have taken a long time to start. So I would expect maybe this final wave to be a little bit delayed. 5 has already been tapped by 1UP.
And the Kansas City Pioneers, nobody's really challenging them.
No.
They're sitting pretty. They're just having the time of their life.
3FKTs are moving this box all the way over to the other side of the map, but they've got 2 teams to contend with, 6 bodies blocking their route, as Pioneers have just farmed aura, basically. No one wants to touch them.
Yeah, I am impressed by that, but it does happen every once in a while, and the 3 FKTers are moving vault number 5. If I were them, I would try and bring it all the way over for maybe A or maybe that hospital.
Oh no, the second cash out has spawned also over there. Everything's going to converge to this corner of the map on Hospital and Clinic, and I can understand why the 3 FKTs are leaving that behind now. They have to do something, though. They're trying to control the game, but they are in last place.
And Jerry, we're coming down to the last minute. We might have a situation where this is how it ends.
Yeah.
If they don't get a plug, everybody is just trying to control this vault, but time is ticking down, and they're getting in their positions, and nobody's really moving.
The cash out or the vault currently in the hands of Polkia. And he's a team that needs to plug it. At the moment, Fire Strays and Kansas City Pioneers are very happy to kill anyone that might try and plug this vault. It's going to become very difficult. Oh, he can't even land the shot on the button to drop the bridge. And this C4 just won't clear. It's not working for Beta. Finally, it gets cleared. But look who's waiting for them on the other side. It's Fire Strays, and they are saying, no, you shall not pass. Slamming down their Gandalf staff. But they found the jump pad, maybe the route. No, he has to take a left turn.
15 seconds.
There's only 15 seconds to get this plug, but can he do it? He's the dash light. He does get it in, and we will have another minute of this game.
This is so crazy. Everybody is here. They want to grab this cash out. A steal is going down by 1 up. Can they hold on? He's getting shot, and he has to pull off of it. That sight line was amazing by Spawns. He is now set up. They're in control of this, and he just bounces out of there.
That is crazy. Pioneers clearly trying to get FKTs here through because they killed 1UP while they were going for the steal there. But this is one hell of a fortress that 1UP have built now. Surely they pull this one off. It gets shifted a tiny bit. Ikazo almost costing his team there with that uncontrolled goose spurt. But it's enough. There's still 30 seconds left on this timer, Rio. Everyone is going to want a piece of the action except for Pioneers. They can take a break. Everyone else needs this cash out.
Absolutely. This will determine who goes on to the next round and who has a longer day ahead. Oh, nice little red barrel getting some shots off, but it's still in the hands of 1UP. We've got about 15 seconds left before somebody can steal it, and they are trying. Everybody's diving on top of it. The winch pulls it out. They need to stop one more time. The goose stall saves them. They have done it. They're going to move on to the next round.
Pioneers once again coming in with the winch there to keep 1UP through. That's what you got to do. You got to control the game. Fire Strays and the 3 FKTers, unfortunately, have to wait. But Pioneers and 1UP make their way to the best of 3.
That was a fun cash-out match. That's all I have to say.
Well, for Team Millslot, the Invarian, the Fire Strays, they chose the hard way. With the Kansas City Pioneers, it was a great stall in order to make sure that they had their passage secured. 1UP, though, absolutely well-earned. They were able to clear off the third party at that last cash out, get that steal when it mattered most. And honestly, this fight right here with Fire Strays, this was actually crazy to me to see that they were a bit panicky. I can't believe he held that steal. Absolutely wild, and 1UP had no time there, but 1UP absolutely made up for it later. But right here on this last fight with just seconds remaining, it genuinely seemed like Fire Strays, their only option was to try and hold them off before that vault got plugged, but somehow that's not how the cookie crumbled. And we have 1UP finishing first place here. 1UP in KCP. They're going to be going on to our final round for the very first part. Phase 1.
That was a really tight game. Yeah. Really tight cash out. Anyone could have taken it. It felt like it was on a knife edge at every single point. And, you know, 3 FKT is only coming out with 8K. That doesn't do credit to exactly how well they played there. Of course, we will see them and Fire Strays later down the line. I expect good things of those teams in particular.
I would like to call to attention one of the craziest statistics that I can't believe I'm saying. For our first round cash outs, 25% of the winning heavies used Goo Gun. Wow.
Okay. Hey, North America's making it work, and, you know, Ikazo is kind of a role model for the Goo. I just love the way that the man just instantly tries to set up that nest, and it works. We saw a nest yesterday just get immediately blown up, but somehow maybe they just haven't, the NA side hasn't realized how to counter this Goo yet?
Well, to be fair, I feel like the Goo has that incredible efficacy specifically in catch out, right? That nest was in a 3 versus 3. No chance it's going to work. But
Good
here...
point. The nest didn't work for him, though. It worked for Fire Strays.
Yeah.
But, I mean, at the same time, though, it is one of the things where Goo Gun has so much potential. Again, when I was talking to the Balance team earlier this week at Embark, we were talking about the fact that, you can create and you can destroy in the finals. And really, I'm wondering why there aren't more people that create. But Akazo has shown us the Goo Gun is good. And Goo is 3 out of 4 letters of the word good.
Yeah.
So
you can't spell good without goo.
Very true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rio, you were talking about yesterday, we love having goo on our hands.
I don't remember saying that, but I do love watching some really fun goo plays.
Rio quotes out of context?
Oh, yeah. Out of context, the Rio quotes go crazy. But what goes crazier is what we're about to see with basically Akazo and friends versus the Kansas City Pioneers. It's going to be basically what this boils down to is if we want to get a Goo Gun skin for the major, you're rooting for 1UP. If you are rooting for Kansas City Pioneers, though, it's going to be taking a lot of, very storied individuals in the finals competitive scene. Of course, Brendy having previously played with Holto's Finest, as well as Llama and Spawns being storied individuals of themselves, very clear favorites in PHL, finishing with very high stakes. Honestly, on Team 1UP, you've got Akazo, Polkia, and Graziv. Akazo and Graziv, both insanely well-known streamers. Polkia, if you are a well-known streamer and I'm not aware of you, I apologize. I am not as familiar with your game as the other two. That being said, looking at the replays of this match, I want to point out that 1UP wasn't just, oh, haha, Akazo, Goo Gun, funny. Genuinely, 1UP held their own in these fights.
Oh, yeah. No, that's a great way of putting it. They absolutely did. This is a great example of it right here. Just throwing it down, trying to hold on, and then they did it. Amongst all of this chaos, they stalled it perfectly and just held on for when they needed it to work out for them.
Yeah, that was the second attempt as well.
Yeah.
They went for a first attempt and were denied. And then they went again, and it worked out for them. So yeah,
that's true.
Persistence.
Persistence pays off, but the Goo Gun pays off more as well. Again, I just find it crazy. 25% of the teams that win the cash out were using Goo Gun.
Yeah.
That is an insane stat to have in the Big 25, the Big Season 8.
And I never expected that at all. Like, we have seen so many games in the community and in other places, and it's just not common. So the fact that the 25% of the people have done it is really impressive, and maybe it's signaling a shift in the NA side of things. Maybe we're starting to see more goo. Maybe after this, maybe everybody will just pick it up and play it in their games, and who knows, that's how things get started.
Genuinely, I just want to play Goo Gun right now.
Yeah,
I mean,
It does make you want to do it, yeah. And it's worth saying as well that there are cash outs further down the line that have slightly different stakes, eliminations on the line.
Yeah.
But always you're trying to get in those top 2 spots, no matter what, whether it's comp, whether it's your ranked games or whatever, you always want to be in the top 2. So it really is just playing out exactly how you could take these strategies into your ranked games, into your World Tour games.
Yeah, I mean, guys, you can't just pretend that there's no stakes involved with here. This is the closed qualifiers for the Grand Major. So yeah, I mean, Goo is good, Goo is life. Goo Gun allows us to get cash outs we might not have previously had access to, including in real life.
Goo is love.
Goo is love. Goo is life. Goo is love. Goo is life. You know what else is life? The finals. At least it is for us 3 up here on the desk. Maybe a lot of you in chat as well. We have a final round 3v3 coming up here between these two teams. 1UP, Kansas City Pioneers. I did that in the wrong order, but really looking forward to seeing the maps. I mean, obviously, we're going to be starting on Fortune Stadium, and I'm curious because the last time we had a team pull out the Goo Gun and qualify, they chose to swap over to the Winch Claw when it came to the 3v3s. That was Tech Source Gaming. Now here, Akazo, I know you can commit to the bit, Akazo.
Yeah, and the thing is as well, we dismissed it because the winch has so many properties. You think about what a winch does in a comp game. It's a fantastic engagement tool. It can pluck someone out of midair and get you the kill on them if you have the follow-up. And then the other main use is cash out manipulation, okay? Yeah. But you can do those with goo, right? You catch someone running, shoot them with a Goo Gun, it slows them down. You can block exits. You can give yourself defensive properties that the winch doesn't give you because they're always pulling someone towards you rather than keeping them at bay. And then the Goo Gun, of course, can do so much more when it comes to cash out manipulation. You can move it out of a building with some nice goos. You can build a fortress. There's all sorts of things you can do. You can get so creative with it.
I'm just so curious if KCP is going to be making any adaptations to the Goo Gun, right? Given the fact that they know that they can anticipate Akazo to be running the Goo Gun, are they going to be changing something, right? Do they think that it's worth it? I think we talked about this yesterday, right? Where it was like, is it worth it to pull a pyro grenade in favor of something else? And I feel like in EU, it was a little bit tighter. But this time around in NA, we've been seeing teams pull out anything. I feel like already we've seen more than half the gadgets that are available.
And it's funny, we've been talking about the goo in respect to 1UP, but Pioneers also have some, like, goo kings, right? You know, like, we've had Brendy, who was, like, one of the earliest adopters of the goo grenade. You have Llama, who was, like, so pilled on goo before everyone was as well when he was back using the sledge. So if there's anyone who can deal with goo, it's probably Pioneers.
I was just about to say that. I mean, the Pioneers have an amazing lineup of people that are probably some of the more storied individuals in the scene. So yeah, they probably know how to work with goo.
Absolutely. But we've got Fortune Stadium here for the first map. 1UP has banned Skyway Stadium, Kansas City Pioneers. They take away Seoul, and KCP also going to be banning out Monaco. And as 1UP gets rid of Sis Horizon, it's going to be Nozomi, Citadel, and Vegas for our final map. So, could be great. Are we expecting 3?
Oh, for sure. These are two amazing teams, and I would expect all 3 matches to go to 3 cash outs as well. I think that they just have the firepower, they have the strategies, and the kind of off-meta plays that are going to make this a very unique matchup.
I'm going to do the old-fashioned thing and vote with my head again. I've done this a few times. When it comes to the 3 versus 3s, Pioneers have a little bit more behind them. They've been really consistently sort of part of the competitive scene for a long time. They have those scrims in just to a greater degree than 1UP. And I think when it comes to, you know, cutting through the chaos of cash out and getting down to the nitty-gritty of 3 versus 3, that they might just do it. It might be 3 maps, though. I will say that it could be a closer one.
They might. And as much as I do love the Goo Gun, I do love this team. I mean, Graz plays with my duo all the time. I gotta say that I do also think it's KCP. I think it's Pioneers. I think that they have just a little bit of a better consistency. And yeah, like you said, they know their way around the goo. They were running 2 goo nades at one point, one on the heavy, one on the medium. I remember that back in season 6, season 7, I don't know. But either way, I think this squad has what it takes. HD spawns as well. No, he's going to be able to play around anything that's thrown his way. But yeah, Rio, what about you?
Yeah, my pick is the Pioneers. I'm a huge fan of Akazo, but I think that the Pioneers just have that perfect lineup. When I really think about all of the players on their team, they seem to be really high performers.
Awesome. And you know who else are high performers? It's going to be my boys, Jerry and Rio. Take this cast away. We're going to the 3v3 on Fortune Stadium.
Oh, I do love a good Fortune Stadium match in the afternoon.
Well, Pioneers effectively chose their opponents here, so let's see if that choice pays dividends. 1UP, it's not easy opposition. And maybe it was just the best of a difficult bunch that they wanted to fight against. But here we go, Akazo not changing his tune. The exact same loadout that we saw in Cash Out brought to bear here. The same goes for Palkia as well, sticking on that matter with the Vanish Bomb and the Goo Grenade in place of, say, for instance, a H+ Infuser and a Glitch Grenade. It means that those domes that Llama throws out are going to be a lot harder to remove. You're going to have to rely on the bullets. And then, of course, Graziv with the Dematerializer. This is a team from 1UP that are flying right in the face of the meta as it stands.
Absolutely, and nobody has gone for the vault just yet. This is all just set up. Everybody's just trying to make their approach. Nobody wants to give away any information. As I say that, an explosion goes off, and all the information in the world is telegraphed directly to the Kansas City Pioneers.
Brendy just setting up even more. This is a little bit of a vault goo for him, just to get back up here. No one having topped that vault. Of course, they don't want to fall into Ikazo's trap. Good shots coming out from Graziv, but nothing on the other end realistically. And yes, worth mentioning, of course, Ikazo on the Deagles means that they can play range, but that's interesting because you don't have the 93R on the light. They're instead sending Palkia as an assassin at various points to get in close. It's a very risky style of play, but of course you've got that Vanishing Bomb to work to your advantage. So expect to see Ikazo and Graziv sticking together with that maneuverability. They group up and they take a few chunks out of Brendy, but they're forced to fall back.
Oh, it looks like Spawns got caught in the crossfire as well. Took a little bit of damage, but he got out of there, I think. And now we're watching as Llama just tries to get out in this battle.
This Dome again. It's going to help him a lot in this fight, but his teammates need to get in. Ikazo deals with Llama before there's any reinforcements. The res does come through, though, and these are some great shots being landed. Brendy chips in with the FAMAS. Palkia gets a trade back, but it's only Llama now left against 1UP. There's a great winch, and the goo comes out to stall the fight, but it should have been a gun, because Llama just lands the shots. And now, the 2 versus 1 again, as Palkia gets Graziv up, but Llama given some time to bring up Brendy.
Yeah, it's now a 2 versus 2, and they're still on top of each other, but they are going to get Ikazo back in this, but I'm not sure if they're near Spawns' totem or not. But there is the res, and all of 1UP is here. They need to make their way towards this vault. We need to get something plugged. We're just counting down the time, and nothing's really happened yet.
This is true. This is just a fight over a vault, but it's evaporated to another building. 1UP, finally, get things going and just think, oh, wait, why are we fighting? Let's go over here and grab the box for free. Now they go to A and get the plug started in the Njimo building. Not too much time to set up. Ikazo, though, has to turn and face the music. Some, oh, that's a nice looking. I love those pyro mine skins with the sort of lava. Ardy, I'm sure, would know the exact name of that decal. But we'll check in with him later.
Yeah, and they're trying to get set up right now. 1UP is staying a little bit off into the corners, but they are just gooing up every wall, every door, and you know that that must be so frustrating for the Pioneers to just break through. And the time is ticking down. They have made their way to the top of the roof, and now the Kansas City Pioneers are down on the bottom floor. They're trying to figure out what to do with all this goo.
There are quite a lot of steps to 1UP's collapse. They've got the gateway positioned in a room directly above the cash out as it stands, so they do have a little bit of maneuverability, but they've split up, so that gateway isn't necessarily going to work. That being said, Kansas City Pioneers are closing the distance instead, going for that fight. That's a great winch, and it stuns Ikazo, giving Llama the moments he needs to get the finishing shots, and Spawn's able to chip in with some damage as well. 3 versus 2 now, and the goo heavy down for the count.
Absolutely, and the timer is ticking down. We're more than halfway there. They're trying to find another kill on 1UP. He's being chased down, and there it is, all down to their last person, and there he goes. They successfully broke through the 1UP's defenses.
Wow, Spawns just turned on a dime there to find the second kill. We didn't even see it, but brilliant play, and that leaves 1UP with absolutely no time remaining to get the steal back, as they will spawn back in later. So let's just watch these kills as they unfolded. Llama chasing him down. Look, Spawns dropping down there and finding the last one, I believe. So yeah, really, really nice stuff. We see 1UP spawning back in. There's about 15 seconds left on this point, so they're just going to hold from height and guard against the next vault.
Yeah, they got a little bit of a bad spawn. It was so far away, and maybe if they would have gotten a little bit lucky, we would have seen one last-second dive, but I think this is okay. They're all set up. They're going to wait for this next vault to pop up, and then they're going to decide where to go from there. Now, just taking some pop shots off at each other, they decide to turn their tide towards vault number 2.
It's one of these again, really. It's one of these again. We're watching from height. Kimbo Deagles and the FAMAS, the weapons of choice to dish the damage from range. Palkia waiting on the other side of this bridge, but the gateway will give Pioneers a free trip across. Vault tapped by Palkia, and it looks like Ikazo not too keen on using the regular...
Oh, we don't see zipline very often.
That's interesting. So he's really going max mobility here, Graziv, to keep moving Ikazo around.
Yeah, absolutely, and there is the pull. They finally grab vault number 2. All of 1UP is on the top of this roof, so this might be a little challenging for Kansas City Pioneers to bring it over, and they've decided to pull back a little bit. Maybe they've set that up as a bait. They want to get the battle right there.
Oh, Palkia decides to grab it and run, going straight over to C. That's going to leave them with a 2 versus 3 on that side, and they immediately win it. I mean, Pioneers, like, just given the opportunity to take an advantageous gunfight and immediately just go for it. Palkia going for the fight. Of course, he knows that he has to head for the hills and speed up that respawn timer. Brendy finishing him off, taking him out of his misery for just a moment, and this steal will work. Perfect play by the Pioneers, just allowing 1UP to do the work for them.
Yeah, that was a really good setup, and they executed it perfectly. It went down 1-2, and then just left with one person on the other side of 1UP, and they just walked their way over there and cleaned up. And by the time they got over there, he just ran off and was just going to jump. They've now respawned. They're going to start their approach. They seem to be about 80 meters away, so by the time they get there, this cash out will be about halfway done.
Spawns and Brendy both holding this angle, really opening up more sightlines as well. It's going to be hellish for Palkia to try and come across, but he does so. Maybe just waiting for the reload, it felt like. Very smart play. Positioning themselves just below this box, and they have the goo out, which is nice. That will prevent one sort of route back. Lots more goo to provide a roof. Llama needs to get underneath with the RPG, and it works. Preventing the steal, but now the guns come alive as out comes his dome. That's going to stay up for a while. Remember, no glitch. Kazo wins that fight, however. 2 versus 3 in favor of 1UP on the attack here. Graziv goes down to a very low HP. Palkia being juiced back up. Brendy, you're not in a position to get Llama up, but that's a huge pick for Spawns, taking out the medium. No more defibs up. Brendy with another. Palkia overexposing himself. How does that happen? Ikazo, the last one standing, doesn't have time to get a steal, and that's going to be map 1 over and done with Rio.
Oh, wow, what a great performance by Kansas City Pioneers. They just seem to be the dominating team on this. They controlled the vault fights, they controlled the cash outs, and eventually they controlled the win.
The 2 versus 3 won by Brendy and Spawns at the very end as well on the defense. You've got to give them credit for that.
Absolutely. I mean, the thing about this game was that, well, with 1UP, they did put up a good fight when they fought, but it really was up to KCP to actually set the pace. Everything was well-timed and well-tempered, and genuinely, I very much have to hand it to KCP for how they handled individual fights. After that, right? After that, you're like, okay, guys, we got to just collapse it on them whenever we can cut them off. Because you don't want to get stuck in that goo fortress. Every single time 1UP would try to go set up, there was so much goo on the walls, it looked like a college dorm. But for Kansas City Pioneers, all they needed to do was come in at the right time and the right moment, and you just win the one fight that actually matters. And that's good macro.
Absolutely. All of their setups just really impressed me. KCP just seemed to be on top of the leaderboard and just everything, even in kills, damage. They're playing their own game.
Yeah, they really are. And for Brendy, Llama, and Spawns, for them, they're just playing a good old-fashioned ranked game, it seemed like.
And when I feel like every time we've seen one of these bigger orgs come through to a best of 3, they've pulled out and come out on top when it's mattered for qualification specifically. The only real example I can think of to the contrary would be Pioneers being knocked out yesterday. But if a big
team... You just said Pioneers.
Oh, I meant Pulsar, of course.
Yeah.
The other
P.
Yeah, the other P. Makes sense. But for Pioneers, of course, coming through here, elimination not on the line, it's just a qualification match. And they're making it work. They want a really quick day.
For sure, and they're about to have it. I mean, they're 1 map away. Just 2 cash outs remain for the next map, if Pioneers are able to do it. That being said, though, Akazo was able to use his goo gun to good measure against this team, and that, I think, is an important note. I mean, obviously, was sometimes.
There were
2
moments.
kills.
There were moments where you just felt he had it out instead of his deagles. And we saw it in the replays there. There was a moment, I didn't check whether he'd run out of bullets. Maybe that was part of it. Maybe he didn't know quite how low Brendy was on the other side of it, but he had a free kill in front of him and he whips out the goo gun. And this is the problem I have with goo gun heavies. I'm gonna go rant mode for a second. Sometimes it's just better to shoot, right? The goo gun takes up a lot of your action economy when you think about it. You gotta have it out, you gotta be shooting, you gotta be reloading it as well. And maybe people are just a bit too attached to it in those scenarios, but we've seen it do some amazing things. So I'm always flip-flopping on the goo gun.
Yeah, honestly. But at the same time, I think that the biggest change for this match was just KCP's macro control, their timing. How many other times have we seen a team be able to say, all right, we'll pull back, we'll wait, and then we will just jump in immediately? Because they knew that the only defensive strategy 1UP had was to just bunker down and throw goo on the door and throw goo on the windows. And as soon as you can actually get past that, you figure out, all right, hey, we lost that one scrappy fight up the dorp, so let's just make sure that we're going to jump in. We'll ape them exactly when we need to. I think that that's why KCP is favored to win this.
And I love the fact that Pioneer's coming to this and they see, you know, there's permanent forms of destruction. They're grabbing every red barrel, every C4, every RPG they can use to make those openings permanent and prevent those goo fortresses.
100%. But what isn't permanent is the chance to go to the major. But for KCP, if they win just 2 more cash outs, they'll be able to do it. My casters, bring us through this. We got 1 more map.
We are going to find out if it is...
Hold on. We got 1 more map? That's very Pioneers biased, right? We could have two.
We could absolutely have two, but we're going to find out in this map if it's better to create or destroy. Let's find out as we get started on Citadel.
Banking on anyone to destroy here. Back Pioneers, destroying one up, but they've done it once. Can he do it a second time? Deagle's out, one of the best skins of the game. That's going to be the banana skins. Incredible. And he's got the Twitch charm on it as well. That's perfect for the content creator that he is. And yeah, the reload by eating the bananas is just truly inspired.
It's my favorite skin. It really is. And I don't even run the Deagles, but I did spend, what, $10 on them.
It's absolutely worth it. Most expensive bananas you'll ever buy. But to be fair, that's $5 per banana.
Yeah. No, and I don't know. I live on the West Coast, and that's pretty accurate.
Yeah,
but
exactly. It's not as bad as eggs. Not as bad as eggs.
we're watching as 1UP somehow has gotten in control of this vault. They're taking a very aggressive approach. Last time they took forever to set up, but they grabbed it, they ran with it, and now they have plugged it. Let's see the setup from Akaza.
With their setup, they absolutely want to be playing on the defensive, so it makes sense that they're grabbing that vault at any opportunity, getting it stuck in, and just doing it as quickly as possible, not worrying, counting on the goo gun to be able to build a fortress ad hoc is in the heat of the moment. They've actually split up into a slightly different formation here. Graziv separate from the core of Akazo. Now they've split into 3 here. Everyone on Kansas City Pioneers contributing here, committing to the steal. Is going to be stuck as no one really on 1UP in a position to deny it properly or find the kills that they want. They don't even capitalize on the knowledge that there's someone around there. Trading places, maybe going for another bait. We've seen this so much in the current meta, but look, there's a response. There's some resistance from Pioneers. This is what 1UP should have done.
Yeah, they should have done this earlier, and now they're just kind of scrambling. They seem to have some kind of disconnect with their team, but he's throwing down goo, but it's just being burned in front of him. He needs to pull out those deagles, get some shots off. He throws a dome shield down to try and save his teammates, but he goes down in the process, and it's all on their last light player. He does bring one of them down, but his days must be numbered. They know he's close. He's in Viz. He goes for some shots, but after all, it didn't work out.
No, and Brendy, with a big part to play in that one, collected a few kills. And look at the timer again. It just feels like every time we tune back in to a 1UP respawn screen, they're in this horrible situation where they're going to have to dash for a last chance at the cache. Goo goes out, you know. Pioneers can use it too. As we said, they're no strangers to goo themselves. But this looks like a far more defensible position. They could be in any of those windows above, or they could jump down. 1UP trying to close the distance. I'm not sure they even have time, Artie. They're going to about face, and again, just control the middle of the map.
Yeah, Artie doesn't know either, but that's okay. Kansas City Pioneers are now 1 cash out away from getting their ticket to the major. Can they hold on, or will 1UP show us something a little bit differently? They are now taking some shots off. Things are going to slow down here. We're taking some rooftop battles, do some poking and prodding, see who can find any opening. But I think KCP have decided to just jump in there.
Goo wall once again formed, just blocking up every entrance. But of course, Pioneers above can just open up a sightline, open up a roof, and they do just that. There's the winch. Brendy collects the kill. It's Akazo down. The heavy once again lost. Polkia and Graziv, they don't even have control of the box anymore. That's left up to Pioneers. So now, 1UP, without even the luxury of choosing the objective that they go to, will have a lot to climb. This is the winning cash out on the way, Rio.
It could be, and you know what? I'm just seeing this time and time again that the real downside to the goo gun is that you can't goo off everything. In a game where every wall is destructive, you can't put it up everywhere. You can try your best, but boy, there's just always an opening, and KCP seems to have figured that out.
They can get what they want, but not what they need. And here we go. Pioneers on top, playing range, waiting for some intel. The pings come out. They do have an eye on Akazo and the rest. Polkia again being sent in as that lone assassin. Gets spotted by Brendy. He knows what's up. That's some smart play by Brendy. He's watching the streets. 1UP being a bit too predictable in this. And they've left it quite late as well here with already 30 seconds elapsed. If they don't close and get a team fight soon, then they might be in that horrible position again, where it's just one fight on this cash out that determines the game.
Without a doubt, and look at the setup by KCP. They are just above it, they're ready for it, but there is the DMAT, one of our first times really seeing it used today. They drop it down several levels, but they don't have any DMAT to close it back up, and KCP are just swarming on that opportunity. They get a Kazo down in that, and if they can find the next one, this might be a GG.
Ikazo once again being picked out in the open. Palkia not finding an opportunity to res as well. Has to go in for the kills, gets spotted, only does minimal damage there. Backing away, and Graziv being caught out as well. That's a kill for Brendy. It's just stagger after stagger. There's no way back in, surely. Palkia does find a totem. He can get the res off here. They have to pull off some 2 versus 3 heroics. 40 seconds left on this cash out, Rio.
It is all ticking down. All of 1UP are back there, coined in, and they're running in. But look at this, Palkia went down. Spawn spotted him out, and this is going to be incredibly difficult to overcome. Time is just running low, and they are just holding back. They're not even doing the push. They don't have time to go for a res. They need to do something.
Graziv trying to find shots. They have to do this right now. It's now or never. Otherwise, Pioneers are going through, but Pioneers are absolutely flawless. Spons gets the kill on Akazo. Graziv surely not long for this real world. Spons gets another, and that is Pioneers making it look easy, booking their spot to Stockholm.
Wow, great performance.
There you have it. KCP has gotten the 4th ticket to Stockholm Major. Absolutely incredible stuff. And right here, even though 1UP did start off, it was the same start where KCP just knew they could take a timed approach. And Picasso being unable to get that goose stall, it was just time and time again. And KCP just decided to go in on what works well. And I gotta say, 1UP did show a little bit better control here, but it was the second cash out where KCP just said, all right, it was fun playing against a goo gun, but we're just going to plug and also just win immediately.
Yeah, I actually have to disagree. I don't think 1UP had control of that map at all. They were constantly staggered on that final one. They didn't really have a clean team fight at any point. They were always...
Before they went in, I mean.
Oh,
yeah,
okay,
as soon as
enough,
that was when it all went away.
They lost control here, and it shows in the scoreboard, right? Only 2 kills for 1UP. Pioneers just dominating performance across the board. And you have to hand it to them. They played the game that was in front of them, and they did the best they needed to, which wasn't their best. You know, that is not the height of Pioneer's power. We get to see what that is at the Major.
It was only 1% of KCP's power, but at the same time, for 1UP, there are going to be more chances for that goo gun to qualify. We still have 3 tickets remaining for the Stockholm Major Dreamhack in November. So, who will find them? Who will get them? Chat, you won't have to wait long. We are going to a break, but when we come back, we have the rest of Phase 1, and the entirety of Phase 2 is going to be about eliminations. It's going to be about passion, friendship, goo guns, and getting those 3 tickets. But don't go anywhere. We're coming at you with more finals action right after this break.
We are glad to do the dirty work. Power is power, and you want it.
Welcome back, everyone, from that break. My name's Oscar. I'm your new temporary host here as Jerry's catching his breath and resting his legs. Joining me now as casters will be Rio and Artie, here to take you through the games that are coming up. And ooh, I am excited. It feels good to be back here. I was more nervous yesterday when I went up here, but today I feel fine. I feel fine.
You were nervous yesterday?
Oh, absolutely. But now I'm feeling great. Now I feel warmed up. I have comfy in my shoes. You know, the suit's getting to the right size. It feels great. But I think someone else who's also getting really warmed up at this point is probably our friend Thixie over with the weather station, joined by Cora, who's going to talk to you about what's happening in the format right now.
That's right.
It's getting dicey.
Thank you, Oscar.
Sounds about right.
That is right.
And
I am feeling absolutely fantastic today.
Yes,
Caroline,
I'm
what
so
does the
excited.
atmosphere feel like right behind?
It's like I've been standing in the sidelines, watching this go down, watching the screen, watching the casters, and I've been like jumping up and down. It's been so exciting, and I'm really curious to see what the bracket looks right now. And there's so much happening.
What is
I
going
don't
on?
have any words.
What's going on?
What is going on? Tell me.
All right, fine. So let's take a look at what's happened today so far. You will see here on the very left, if you're just tuning in, the games that we had gone through was starting off on our cash-out matches. We have Group A, B, C, and D. The top two winners here proceeded into a best-of-3 final round 3 versus 3. You can see here that the teams in gold were the ones that got their spots, their golden tickets to the Grand Major. Congratulations. But the teams that lost right over here proceeded into what we call this is kind of like a lower bracket translation. These teams here managed to battle it out, and the same thing happened again. The top two proceeded here into a final round 3 versus 3. Right here was Nightmare and Via. Nightmare were the ones here to earn their advancement. And you'll see here they have this little like blue turquoise color. This means they proceed to phase 2, as you saw. And for the cash out matches on the other side, can you believe it? We had Ape Squad, SSG, FWR Strays as well, and it says T3F, the translation changes, but that is the 3 Kateers. They played out their match as well. And I have an update for you. If you're wondering what the heck is happening right now.
I want to know that because I am, as per usual, a little bit confused.
There it
I
was
need
fine.
an update.
Hey, it's all good. So again, for scheduling issues, we wasn't able to. Yeah, bracket intensified. Exactly. This is, you can see my yeah, there it is. Just to explain, these matches were not streamed because we have a goddamn tight schedule. We only have 1 day to do all this. But in this match, I can confirm that it was SSG, and if I'm not mistaken, it was Ape Aura that managed to proceed into the next round right here.
Well
so this
done.
here should be SSG and Ape Aura. They are currently playing in their best of 3, and we will see if it is going to be SSG to proceed into phase 2 or Ape Aura. And again, that is a team right here. It's Via waiting in the sudden death bracket, which hopefully I do get to explain what happens. Now, in your head, you might be thinking, wait, here we saw that the 2 teams that were the top advance.
Right.
What happens to the 2 losing teams?
That is a really good question. Do you have the answer?
I do. It's right here.
Fantastic.
Down here, you will see the teams that lost these cash-out matches. They are playing in a best-of-3 to either advance or join the team, which is Via over there, and they are waiting right now. So these are the matches that the beautiful casters are going to start off with. It's going to be a final round 3 versus 3.
I am excited. That is going to be a game to be seen. I mean, from what we've seen so far, the game before this, all the goo. What's going to happen in this one? I don't know. I guess the caster will have to tell us
We'll find out.
that.
That's right. Take it away, boys. I'm super excited.
Wow, and just like that, back at the desk, and we're going to head into this best of 3 3v3 between Young Guns and Demo. And I believe, like Luke just said, whoever loses this game heads into the sudden death. Whoever wins this game goes on to phase 2. So there's a lot to talk about here and a lot on the line as we dive into these 2 teams.
Yeah, 2 lives remain, and they're gonna find out who's on their last legs, Rio.
Yeah, last legs indeed. One of them will really be going up against it, and the other one goes on to the next round. So this will determine a lot. But these 2 teams, a little bit of unknown names, but that'll be really interesting when we get into it to see which one is really the dominant force.
Yeah, I mean, either way, though, terrifying prospects.
Absolutely terrifying prospect, but it's going to be exciting to see. We're getting closer and closer to that point in time in that day when we see who doesn't get to stick around anymore. But before that, we have this game, and this game is played in the arenas, and the arenas we have on screen. So first up, it is a map video coming through where Demo says, we're not playing Seoul, although we got to see Seoul today, which was fantastic. Young Guns says, we're not gonna see any more of that Nozomi Citadel map. Young Guns also says, Skyway Stadium, no thank you. And also, then Demo says, we don't want to play Bernal. We wind up playing Fortune Stadium, makes Rio smile a little bit. Then we head to Sis Horizon, and then finally, if needed, we're going to Monaco.
We're going to Monaco, baby! Woo! I think so. I think we get to map 3.
Really?
Rio, what do you think?
I would love to see all 3 maps. I mean, this is a fun little group.
Yeah, I would love to see all 3 maps, just because I really want to see Duck and Cover on Monaco if we can get there to map 3 and we luck out and get the right variation. That would make me very happy, because I think I've seen almost every single map I want to see now, but I would like to see a Duck and Cover if one could ask for one.
No, absolutely. I mean, hey, I like Duck and Cover, but the new suspended sponsor structures from Season 8, I love it. I love Trentilla. I love the Holto colors as well.
They're good, but we've seen it.
Yeah, exactly. We saw it twice yesterday, and it was
good,
yeah,
but Duck and Cover.
I can't get enough of my boy Ruby Quentile. I don't think that's his name. I think I screwed his name up. But,
yeah, you kind of did, but that's
whatever.
okay.
That's
Quemby
all right.
Rutile.
Quemby, that's the one. Quemby Rutile.
Luckily, though, you won't have to say the names of the CEOs as you cast this game, because we're heading into game. It will be cast by Artie and Rio. I'm gonna sit down. We're gonna go in game. See you later.
I signed with Trentilla.
Me too.
Alrighty, jumping in here. Very excited. Young Guns. If there's any time to see what Honor the Pure is going to be capable of, it's going to be right here. And Rio is going to join you in the casting then for once in a while.
Absolutely. You know, I was going to say, I normally give out a fortune before starting on Fortune Stadium, but right now my fortune is I'm fortunate to be casting with you, Artie.
Aww.
Yeah.
That's so cute.
Of course.
Well, who's Sledgehammer?
Oh, yeah! That's a great surprise. We also have a heavy, medium setup on Demo.
Wait,
this is
you're
a
right.
really interesting setup.
They didn't run that before.
No, they didn't. They had a lighter thought.
Yeah. No. They
Or
ran.
HHM.
Yeah, they did HHM.
Ah, that's right. So this is neat because, you know, we don't really have a ton of dynamic teams that play.
Yeah, so, I mean, you know, destroying all the statistics. It's going to be a fun one for the people tracking. But another thing is that Young Guns just ran away with this vault completely for free. We've got Ruby Labubu running over, taking Vault 1, plugging it over to B in the Ngimo building, where Demo, well, they've got Quemby Rutiles building over there, which they will head over to. Looks like they're going to plug this right now. Young Guns drop it down to the bottom, and I believe they're going to gateway all the way up to height to make sure they're trying to cut Demo off early.
Yeah, absolutely. And getting some goo down as well. That sledge really might come in handy. They're wanting to play this really close, throwing down some mines as well. They really are playing the defenses, staying also in the smoke. This is an interesting setup, and really, Demo hasn't made the approach yet. I don't know what they're doing over there.
I mean, they have swapped height with them, which is good. I think they saw Young Guns was trying to head over there, but yeah, it's a very weird approach. I think that they're trying to gain a little bit of info first. Now, curiously, they're running double DMAT rather than usually you would normally see a double medium, a DMAT plus a heal beam in this meta. But interestingly enough, you know, I like it. We've been saying all day, the off-meta picks is great. Gonna get a jump pad RPG opener here, but Ruby Labubu, he's waiting, got the sledgehammer in hand. And as they drop into, well, hammering range, we'll see what's going to happen. They use those DMATs to break into the building with ease, but Young Guns are playing the kite game first and foremost.
Yeah, they have just kited. They've left the spot, basically, and they've left them to forced them to figure out what to do next.
And apparently, what to do next is to swap height yet again. As Demo just continues up. Again, 4 DMATs. It is going to be quite a good amount of util to be able to rotate around. But there hasn't been a kill yet, and this is almost done.
This is so slow.
We have a revolver on both sides. We have a revolver on both sides. All right, they have to dive in now. There's Ruby Labubu. Takes a little bit of opening damage, not that much. Sledgehammer is ready, waiting. Demo is terrified. That pyromine is going to basically prevent them from getting on the site at all right now.
Yeah, why would you pop that? You just stopped your own steal.
Okay. Here we go. They're actually fighting, and Young Guns that actually loses the first one, but Fluidity gets a hammer into his skull, and Ruby Labubu goes down onto the pier, though. 1v1 situation here. Cash Out went entirely to Young Guns in the middle of this. The building is crumbling. I don't know what's happening.
It's our job to break down what we saw, but I have seen thousands of rounds of 3v3, and this is one of the weirdest. So
I mean, break down what we saw. We didn't see anything.
Yeah,
they didn't fight.
Just everybody was kind of.
Should we tell them that they're supposed to go for the cash out?
Yeah, especially not in the last 10 seconds. Like that's when you steal, after you've wiped. So this is interesting gameplay. You know, we've said it before. Maybe it's just some early game day matches that are. What am I wanting to say? They might have just some, game day fears that they're trying to get over.
I have game day fears now. This is tripping me up. But let's see what's going to happen. We get into this next one. Young Guns definitely looking good up there. They are on the hospital tech. 1 HP on Tiger. Ruby Labubu first to go down. See, Demo, you could have done this before. Look at how perfect that approach was. This Fluidity is going to be able to use the CBO1 and actually get a couple of kills there. Tiger, still alive, has the opportunity to use the defibs, bring up one of his boys back, but peeks out with a revolver in hand. Unfortunately, meeting a revolver and a CBO one-shot, it's gonna be a lot to deal with. The Tiger goes out. Young Gun gets wiped here, and you see, this is the thing. Demo, you could have done that on the first cash out.
Yeah, I mean, they looked strong in that battle, and honestly, everybody but Tiger didn't seem to really hit a ton of shots. So as long as you bring that guy down, I think that they're going to be sitting pretty, but now they're in control of the vaults, and I'm curious if they want to bring it over towards C or maybe anywhere a little bit more controlled.
I mean, the craziest part about that is that, like, Demo did that fight really well. Like, they were really in control.
Yeah.
It wasn't like, oh, they barely did it, but that... Okay, yeah, it was crazy. But we're going over to Sector 4 now. Cash Out C. Demo should be able to get this plug. And I'm actually excited because this is going to be one of the best points for them to make a ton of use out of those 2 dematerializers.
Yeah, you would think that, but instead, it seems like they winched it out of the building. I can't really tell, but it fell right back in. They winched it too far off, and it got reset back up. So it fell off of the map, but there is the Sledge coming in, trying to get some shots off with the repeater. It is too hard to get him down, but the Sledge is down in this first battle, and it is a 3 versus 2 as the Young Demos trying to stay in it.
Absolutely. See what Young Guns can do here, but Lotus Law actually gets a lot of damage dealt to him there as Tiger finds an opportune DMAT that wasn't closed. Now that the entirety of Demo is rotated off, Ruby Labubu going to get defib back. Look to see Demo trying to find their moment of entry. Oh, Sledgehammer running at you is terrifying. A missed winch there from Head TV, but see exactly if Young Guns just continues to play this weird kiting game. Demo is the one that has to kite around, but there we go. Ruby Labubu finds one on Fluidity. For Demo, they are too far away from that trophy as Cash Out C continues to surf the rubble all the way down to the bottom as this building crumbles to shreds. As what happens with a Sledgehammer in the lobby. We will get an opportune steal. Ruby Labubu, he's going for it. Steal's gonna be committed to, and Demo, they've got no way in.
Yeah, they just brought that down and were able to get the steal. There is a Sledge. We saw a bonk, but that winch claw didn't connect. He's trying to elbow each other, but he couldn't make it happen. Ruby Labubu went down in that first fight.
Crazy moment of opportunity for Demo to get this stolen back, but Honor the Pure takes out Head 5. Missed shots there. Honor the Pure are going to be able to survive, and they know the Demo is headed over towards that cash out, but the question is, who has an angle? It's Honor the Pure with the angle. And it's going to be a wipe as Honor the Pure picks up a perfect 3K here. And in one of the most wild rounds, the final round that we've seen, it's already done. And genuinely, chat, I don't know what I just watched.
Yeah, we're going to have to break that down. So that's the finals.
That's the finals. Who better to break down the finals than the John Finals himself, Oscar?
Well, maybe the one better to break down the finals is that Sledgehammer user we saw in that game who truly broke down the finals. But what an absolutely interesting game through and through, as we saw double DMAT, as pointed out, not something we'd see typically. And then we see a Sledgehammer who not only plays Sledgehammer, but absolutely wins with a Sledgehammer. We see a steal that doesn't happen, even though it maybe should have. And ultimately, to me, I think one of my favorite moments is actually seeing Ruby Labubu get winch clawed and then just raises the hammer on the way over. And on impact, it's a double-hander to the back of the head of whoever used the winch against them. What a way to counter the winch claw, by the way. You say, are you sure you want to get near to me? You probably don't want to. And let's take a look at the storyline. We do see that Honor the Pure did pull through quite a bit. Rubilabuba gets 2 kills with the sledgehammer, but most of the kills are on Team Demo.
10 kills for Team Demo and $0. 6 kills for Team Young Guns and 50K.
It felt like Demo was just scared like the entire time. And like I would understand that if they were going against a like weird signed org, but this is another team, and like they should be playing it like this is one of their quick cash main.
Like if they had lost that engagement on the rooftop, I'm like, okay, that's why they're scared. They won that so handedly, and then they played every other fight that actually mattered so timid.
The fights they actually took, they won decisively, and then the fights where they just didn't take them, they kind of lost them, which is such an interesting thing. I mean, I think you're right. They should have played it like any other game. I think maybe the fact that there was a sledgehammer at all got into their heads, or maybe, you know, playing double DMAT isn't something they're used to, or maybe they are. Maybe it's just game day. Who knows?
Yeah. It could be game day nerves. We've seen that get ahead of a couple of these teams before, but I think the thing is if you have double DMAT and you're going up against a sledge, that's almost better. Because if someone's running to you and you're on Sector 4, just DMAT them, and then now you're on the floor, go catch the elevator or something, and I'm going to deal with what's going on up here.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Rio?
Well, and I really liked, too, the amount of destruction that was happening. We had the DMATs, but we had the sledge, and honestly, in that last dash out, everything was crumbling on top of each other, and you saw them struggling to try and find those shots, and, you know, it just makes it a very finals game.
I also like that building just collapsed at the same time. It was like, there was a little destruction, but it all just crumbled at the exact same time. It was one moment, we were looking at the sledge fight, and then we came back to the top. Where did the building go?
The building, all 19 floors of it, or however many there are in that building. There is a lot of floors in Fortune Stadium. They're all just gone, and you see the cash out station fall all the way down, and joining it at the bottom is our yellow barrel as well that just finds its way like a pinball machine towards the bottom, where it explodes into nothing but coins. And here we take a look at some of the fights that happened that were just so interesting as that building starts to crumble.
Yeah, this is the spot that I was talking about, because they kind of got pinched in there, and then their whole sightline just disappeared.
And who likes a disappearing sightline? A sledgehammer.
A sledgehammer.
Who doesn't even need to see, as long as he knows you're near enough, they will just start swinging.
Yeah. Also, it's so funny. Of all the winch claws, that was like only one of the winch claws we saw hit, and then it was the sledgehammer you already talked about. I mean, crazy stuff. Yeah, a lot of floors in Fortune Stadium. Call that Fortune Stadium. But yeah, I'm doing your job.
I like Fortune Stadium, but what I like even more is to listen to you guys talk, and I am in luck because we're heading into map 2 in this lineup. Artie, Rio, please do the pleasure.
Absolutely. Let's see if we can have any changes from Demo, or if Young Guns take it away with their sledgehammer.
Old habits die hard, but for the Young Guns, for Rubilabuba, old habits bring the sledgehammer into the official closed qualifiers. I love to see it. Vault 1 already tapped and open here on Sis Horizon, Rio.
Sis Horizon at nighttime, and I think a little bit of fog as well. It's a really cool, fun variant. Goo pad being set up. They want to bring the aggression immediately. Demo seems to be on fire. Winchclaw goes off. They're trying to get some SA shotgun kills, but Honor the Pure brings him down with that 93R. They're getting some shots off as well. Tiger down in that battle. Demo is all pretty low, but they are still staying in the fight.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you got double medium. You have a lot of sustainability here, but for Young Guns, they are still giving the chase. Lotus barely escapes. Head 5 going to be able to get a slow res over to the top here. For Young Guns, just 12 seconds left for Tiger to be able to coin back in. So for Young Guns, it's going to be advisable to just wait up until you can have your entire team to push this. For Demo, though, they seem to have left one player behind, maybe still hunting around that campus, but for the rest of them, Head 5 going to make sure to head over here to cash out A, get a lot of time to set up.
Yeah, in this one, there's a lot of opportunity to set up, but we save that, and there is Rubilabuba. He is just coming directly in there. Everybody reloading their guns, getting ready for this next engagement, trying to find some height, but the sledge is here, breaking down walls, throwing a winch claw, didn't connect with anybody, gets thrown down a few levels as well. They need to find a better way to approach this.
Oh yeah, Honor the Pure goes out there after a little bit of damage, but unfortunately, not enough. Tiger also gonna have to escape, wait for that coin back in, but Rubilabuba, who's got the slow res on to Honor, Now all three stacked up, ready to go together, but they are somewhat split there from Tiger. Tiger, though, he's going to be just fine. Get some damage over to Fluidity while Ruby chases. This is hilarious. Oh, completely deleted Fluidity. No longer of this plane, and a Pyro Mine on the trophy. Oof. In an official tournament, you love to see it. Head 5 going to be taking damage from Honor the Pure down on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. But for now, Lotus Law, he's going to have to wait for that HP to reset as Young Guns gets a steal.
They have the steal, but can they hold on? Demo is down to just Lotus Slam. He gets one bonk, he gets two. Are we going to see the bonk kill? There it is, the bonk.
Oh, that one hurt. He just turned into coins, Rio. He turned into coins.
No blood here in our virtual arena. Just
Yeah.
coins.
Just coins. It's a good shout. And hey, hopefully he's got Holto insurance. Unless you like me signed for Trentilla. Let's see what happens now as a nice little replay. Yeah, beautiful overview of this. And oh yeah, that's terrifying. The fact that we could just get sledges in the official matches.
Honestly, the combo that always gets me is Sledge and Goo. They seem to be able to goo my body and then just run up to me and stop. As soon as I break free, they just get me. So, surprised we haven't seen that combo, but maybe one day we will.
Maybe one day. For now, Demo, they do have a little bit of time. I don't think they have enough time to win and steal, so they're just going to try to get this. Hey, play aggressive. This fight doesn't matter as much. And look at that. They're able to get the first pick there. Fluidity using the repeater takes out Tiger. No medium means no quick res for Young Guns, but honestly, it looks like that Sledgehammer is buying enough space for Honor the Pure to be able to get this long res. I am so dizzy. Fluidity is going to be able to take out the Sledge user, but for now, a trade has come through, but it's going to be a wipe for Young Guns, and this is what I'm talking about. See how Demo did that aggressively and they won? This is 2 maps in a row, Rio, and if Demo doesn't learn from that mistake, yeah, if they can just get aggressive like that every time, then, well, they'll be safe. If they can't, it's going to be elimination in the next one.
They seem like a solid team. They have good gameplay, but they just are scared. And I just don't understand it, and I really hope you're right in that they are able to adapt and change, because otherwise, this might be it. This might be the Young Guns just getting their ticket on to continue in this bracket and go into phase 2.
Yeah, so let's see that aggressiveness. Right now, they need to just push into Young Guns while they know where they're at. They're waiting to be able to utilize the RPG pad, and they do. It's beautiful, and there it is. But Tiger and Honor the Pure are able to get one pick each. Thankfully, double medium, they get a res, and here we go. Head 5 manages to pick up one more, and a winch, and a sledge, but Ruby Labubu not going to be able to get it up, and there we go. See, they're going aggro, and it works.
Yeah. That was great gameplay. They were on top of that battle basically the entire time. Only lost one person, and yeah, that is some good gameplay. I think that they might be building some momentum. I think this is where we're going to see everything turn. Look at that RPG. That was perfect. Following it up with that SA kill. Really good stuff.
Mind you, this is the most wild dynamic that I've ever seen in the finals, where we have Demo winning every single team fight.
Yeah.
But right now, they are literally 0 for 3 cash outs and are on the verge of getting sent to the sudden death.
Yeah, that's an insane stat. I can't believe it, but their Honor trying to find some shots off with that 93R. Had to dip back into that building. Demo seems to be even setting up a good defense so far.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely not unfollowable, though, as the Young Guns. They're going to get a nice setup there with the pad RPG. RPG doesn't quite connect, but Head 5 goes down to super low HP. Ruby Labubu gets taken away here. Pads are going to be ready, and Honor the Pure going to get healed right back up. So, Demo manages to stay alive, just very few HP. Lotus Law going to get healed up at the same time that Head 5 is. Now, Demo, they are ready to reset, but the question is for the cooldowns. Head 5 has all the util. I don't believe that Ruby Labubu does. Let's see if they're going to be able to utilize that difference, especially with those D-mats, and they are. Fluidity finds one, but it's immediately traded out as Tiger grabs another revolver shot, just down to Head 5 in the 1v2. But Tiger and Honor, they're both super low. SA-1216 can just chunk them out, but instead chooses to go and res one of their beloved mediums. This gives Young Guns a really good opportunity to steal, but the question is, will they, Rio?
Yeah, they're going to get their res up, but they are just they're just losing time. We've got a third left on this cash out. All of Demo are back in this, but there goes Lotus. Just get deleted with that 93R. Can he find a second one? Honor seems to be locked in, and the steal is going off. They winch clawed out, but it wasn't in time. They were able to hold on, and Artie, is that it?
That's it.
That's it.
Yeah, that's it. Young Guns just completely flawless.
after Demo won the vast majority of the team fights. It just goes to show, with the finals, it's about specific action. It is about making sure that you're maintaining timing within your team to win the fights that matter. And to be honest, yeah, Demo, they were able to win the ones where they were aggressive, but Young Guns won the fights that mattered. Now, that being said, Demo isn't out yet. They will have a sudden death, but for now, it seems like Young Guns, we will see them again in Phase 2.
In Phase 2, we will indeed, and before we head into Phase 2, we're gonna need that explainer again, I feel like, because who knows what's going on over there. But it's just another game where Young Guns just managed to pull through somehow in the end, through some kind of way, a sledgehammer in hand, and maybe again, those fights that didn't happen were the odd ones, but yeah, they pulled through in the end.
Yeah, I've never seen, like, pick your battles, pick the right fights mean anything as much as it did in this last fight. It just was so strange. And I really think that there's a lot of promise from this team. So maybe they're able to figure it out before they get into their next match.
Mind you, Demo, the team with 2 D-mats, was not able to get to the bottom and stop the steal.
Yep.
Crazy stuff here, but also still good macro control from Young Guns. Honor the Pure, PHL veteran, 9 elims here, proving that Young Guns definitely aren't to be scoffed at, Oscar.
Managing to hit an over 2.0 KDA in a game like this is impressive. That is extremely impressive and way out of the norm. And it goes to show that maybe that experience does matter in tournaments like this. Maybe it helps you keep calm and keep organizing your team, whether it's an off-meta pick or not. But it's important to note that we haven't said farewell to Demo just yet. And so this team with Fluidity in hand will have more chances to actually still claim one of those 3 remaining tickets. Because like we said before, 4 tickets are gone, 3 tickets remain. And so far, there's still, what is it left? 12 teams fighting for those tickets. No one's gone home just yet. Anything can still happen.
Yeah, crazy that nobody's gone home.
Yeah, I mean, that means that we're getting ready for a bloodbath.
Ooh, and I'm getting flashbacks from yesterday, seeing those games happen where we eliminated, was it 7 teams in an hour?
Yep. Yeah.
Ooh.
You just have so much hope where it's like everybody does have an honest shot.
Yep.
And now today even more so, but still, it's going to be cash out bloodbath, personal vendetta matches in the 3v3s. It's going to be wild stuff.
It's going to be absolutely insane, as it always is. But anything can happen in the finals. Anything can happen in the close qualifiers. Whew. Rio, how are you doing at this point?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm still just trying to figure out what just happened in that last match.
Yes.
Like part of my job is to be an analyst, and yeah, I'm reaching.
Yeah, if anyone's like showing their friends the finals for the first time, like, hey, yo, check out this tournament. Just do not show them that match, because I don't know what happened, and I've been casting this game since beta.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we had those games yesterday as well, where we get to the end, we were just like, what happened here? I think about the game where we had 2 steals hacking in the very last millisecond of the game, and all 4 teams changed plays in the brackets. Yeah. And we were just standing here dumbfounded, like, trying to reverse engineer things to know like what team went where, what happened. Fortunately, we had a replay for that. But those kind of moments happen, and you know, I might get off the hook being a rookie, but standing with seasoned veterans who go, I've never seen that before, speaks limits to just how much you can see in the finals before you've seen everything.
And I mean, that's the thing. This should be inspiring to the vast majority of players at home who maybe just think, you know what, oh, I've hit diamond a couple times, but I don't know if I can compete genuinely when it comes time for the next Open Qualifiers tournament. Maybe not even just the major, but any tournament. Sign up. Yep. See what you can do, because I guarantee you that these are teams that you've probably taken on and maybe won a cash out or 2 against in your ranked or World Tour games.
Absolutely. I mean, we see these teams that, yeah, obviously we have the bigger name brands, we have the bigger teams that maybe we recognize, and then we have these teams who just put on performance after performance, show after show, that we are like, how did they even get here? You know, I immediately think of TechSource Gaming going 2-10 in a game.
Yeah. Against
building a goo fortress against SSG and somehow taking that spot. It is insanity.
Yeah.
And
it's good stuff.
We're heading to the next game.
We are.
I have the next game on screen.
Thixie looked over and sent an aura over the stadium.
he thought I was going to get a chance to talk, but...
do we?
No.
Shall I update quickly or not? I can update the thing, but it's up to you.
Well, do we want to see a little update?
Yeah, let's send it over to the weather station.
Let's see what the weather station has to say about this. Let's take a look. He said yesterday we went to him too few times. It was hard to keep along. So back over to the weather station now on camera.
Welcome back.
Hello. Yes, I do apologize for interrupting the flow of the broadcast.
But we need to make sure that I and also everyone else understands what's happening.
Yes, and I'm going to do it very quickly, otherwise production are going to scream at me. So, if we can plot the brackets, I don't know if they're ready for it. Oh my god, they are ready for it.
Look at us go.
Okay, I do not believe it right now. If you guys were tracking SSG, it is currently 1-1, which is why it looks like this right now. It hasn't been decided. It is absolute chaos over here. I could just, I was just looking at my laptop. It is going absolutely insane. And they are typing right now. We're about to see who will be going through into phase 2. The admin that is doing the match is typing. I am
My
absolutely...
heart is beating so fast.
This is going to be insane. A4 or SSG. It is going to be SSG that will proceed into phase 2. We'll do phase 2 later, but congratulations so far for SSG. Your job is not over just yet. Holy moly.
What a day.
And that means then that is going to be, what does this mean here for Ape? Well, we are going to see them right here joining Via. As well, and of course in the winners of the last match, the Young Guns, that'll be Via, Young Guns and Ape. And we are now at this culmination stage because we have FYR and the 3 Fratiers, and whoever wins this match will be joining them in the sudden death, which hopefully I get to explain before it proceeds later on. However, this is going to be insane. Take it away, boys.
We're going to take it away, and not only are we going to take it away, we're going to take back what we just said, because what happens when you throw in a jester on a desk is that the jester on the desk might bring the wrong information. After all, I was sponsored by CNS. Actually, I used to see the information as Jerry came running into the studio waving a flag around saying, Oscar, you dummy, you said the wrong thing. We have actually said farewell to Team Demo. Team Demo are gone. There's no more chances. Scratch everything I just said about how it's never over in the finals. It is never over until it's over, and for Team Demo, it's over.
They never got a full release. It only stayed a demo.
Oh my lord.
That's a bar. Unfortunately, a bar. But yeah, I gotta say, I think the prior weather report, a little bit of a CNS disinformation campaign, but we do what we can. I gotta say though, we definitely gave that cast a lot more light-hearted energy than I think we should have.
We thought we'd see him again.
What do you mean they're not coming home?
They're never coming back. They are gone. There's gonna be an empty spot in my fridge going forward. It is a wild situation to be had. But I think it's time to lock in and look towards the next game, which we can now properly introduce with the full gravitas of the situation at hand. Because the 2 teams heading into this game between Fierce Strays and the 3 Fratiers, if my mem isn't completely messing up, is an elimination match. And first up, First says no thank you to Seoul. The 3 say no thank you to Monaco. The 3 say no thank you to Las Vegas Stadium. And then finally, we won't be seeing Skyway Stadium either. The map is going to be Fortune, which might be fortunate at this point. Then we go to Sys Horizon, and finally it is Nozomi. CNS taking space once more in the broadcast.
Absolutely. I mean, hey, all virtual arenas here. None of those time travel-y ones. We just get straight up Fortune Stadium, Sys Horizon, which is kind of like a stadium, but CNS's stadium, and then Nozomi Citadel, which is CNS Via Stadium. It's pretty good. Good choices for the Fire Strays. It's do or die. I guess you could call them the Dire Strays. They're in their dire straits. The Fire Strays get ready to go up against the 3 Fratiers.
That's who pronounce it.
Yes.
Well, not my first language. we learn as we live. I want to just ask quickly. We're heading into this game. Now we know the full importance of it. Who do you have?
Fire Strays.
Yeah, Fire Strays.
In how many games?
Ooh, I want to say 3. I want to see 3. That's what I want. I don't know if I'll get it.
I got him in 2.
You got him in 2?
I got him in 2. Straight up, I got him in 2.
I think we're going to see 9 entire cash-outs happen. I think we're going entire duration, the entire way. Because why wouldn't we at such an important point of the day?
You know what? Weirder things have happened. Today, I genuinely couldn't have told you. Like, my pick'ems are in shambles. I think everybody watching. So, maybe. Who knows? And I don't know. I mean, I've already used up the easy way or hard way joke, but at the same time, Oscar, it's going to be good to see Fire Strays out here again.
Yeah, and time will only tell if this game is going to go the easy way or the hard way, because I hadn't used up my one use of it yet. Rio still has his to go. But the music is rolling in the back of my head, and before I spread any more misinformation, I'm going to take a seat and let the pros handle the rest. Artie and Rio, we're heading into an elimination game. Let's take it away.
Thanks, Oscar. I love that guy.
Me too.
He's so Swedish.
That's a great way of putting it. All right, but we are getting started on my favorite map, Fortune Stadium. These are two really interesting teams, and I'm quite excited to see how they handle all of what Fortune throws at them.
Absolutely, and as I unscratch out the elim on my notebook here, because this is an elim match, we'll see if Fire Strays really get locked in here. I think this is going to be 2 to 3, maybe 4 times sweatier than the last one that we saw.
2 to 3 times more sweaty. All right, well, that will be interesting to see because right now, not much is happening. Taking some shots off, doing some rooftop battles. There is some shots happening, but not a ton.
And that's why they're called the 3 Fketeers, because we got space on the F-Car. F-Car enjoyers rejoice, but Vitor with the SA-1216 gonna have to try to get a little bit closer to Fire Strays. We're currently holding a nice long angle. And if I'm looking at cash out B, I'm seeing that Hospital is a possibility.
Hospital is a big possibility, but you know what? They have to get the vault first. They have to bring it over there, and they have to do something with it, and that's exactly what has happened. There's a nice little gateway. It didn't go to Hospital, but it did go to B, which is a great spawn as well. Lots of opportunity to drop it. There is the Infuser healing his teammates back up, and now they're at a good distance to deal some damage.
Yeah, over here on Hospital Tech, it's going to be a very fun fight here as we get 3 Fketeers closer and closer. Look to see Butch get his team in right now with that gateway. And we had some crazy stuff happen over here in the last time and that we were on this map. And so I don't think it's going to be that crazy. I don't think we're getting any goo fortresses, of course. But a nice jump pad RPG to start. Sloth taking a little bit of early damage. F-Car going down those Varian. Use that 9-3R in perfect fashion. But it's going to be a perfect 1-to-1 spread as every player on Fire Strays gets a kill for the team wipe.
Yeah, that was a pretty convincing team wipe. Everybody got their kill, and now they have plenty of time to set up, enjoy the beautiful scenery of Fortune Stadium, and really plan their next defensive strategy. I think this will be really interesting because 3 Fketeers have to do something differently and have to do something quick.
Yeah, and for Fire Strays, remember, this is just one of a very long start they have. They have to go to that sudden death later on. They make this crazy. The Fketeers, though, facing elimination. This cash out where they can prove to us they have the moxie. Take out Fire Strays. Jump pad up to the very top, and early damage from space, but well-timed goo grenade from T-Mill is going to put him between the bullets and safety.
Yeah.
You see Vitor getting ready to utilize the C4 and winch, pulling that cash out to safety, but C4 does a little bit too much explosion damage and, well, drops down maybe where he didn't expect it. Trying to track that C over to Fire Strays, collapse it on his location. They're going to be able to stop it with no questions asked. Slothy, Varian both find one. Slothy finds a second. 3 Fketeers, they're wiped out yet again.
Yeah, they just don't seem to be able to really break through the defenses of the Fire Strays. They just have control of this map so far. They're making their way towards vault number 2. They're going to tap it way before any of the 3 Fketeers can come back in here.
Yeah, and we got Varian ready and waiting on the Hospital vault here. Take it, it'll be a reverse gateway, looks like, to bring it back over to Sector 5. Now, Engimo is available. I believe Holto is available as well for these 2 cash outs. And 3 Fketeers, they're going to try to set themselves up on height within the middle of the map to try and space themselves in a place they can get to them no matter which cash out they choose.
Yeah, that is a good strategy. Just kind of concede it for a little bit, but if you're able to get control, it will change the entire battle. But now they're just taking some shots off. It seems like these Fire Strays have made their decision. They want to bring it over to C, but here is all of 3 Fketeers. As we mentioned before, they had the opportunity to just rotate on a dime, and there they are, but the cash out still hasn't been plugged just yet. This vault is going on a journey. I am not sure if they're going to try and wrap this around, go somewhere else, but you know what? He's still being taken.
Yeah, taking their time with this. I mean, this shows you how locked in Fire Strays are. They are taking this very, very seriously right now because they absolutely could just go in and take this team fight, and even if they lose, it's just a vault fight at the end of the day. But Fire Strays is not about to make any little mistakes. They know what is on the line right now, facing elimination, and this genuinely could be one of the times where if 3 Musketeers don't make their way over to take this fight, Fire Strays would absolutely be one of the teams to just let that 15-minute timer run down.
One of these days, we are going to get that match. And as Jerry said, it would probably be the worst match we've ever seen. But today, hopefully, isn't that day. I hope not. Throwing some goo, trying to build their fortress. There's that wall. Maybe we'll see a bounce pad. There it is. They're going to try and dive directly in here. Can they find the opening kill? They're on top of this rooftop. There's a bounce pad. T-Mills in the background trying to get some shots off, but the 3 Musketeers have already lost one of their members. The 2 of them remaining are staying very close to each other, but it is not long for the world if they cannot get a kill, and there they go. Fire Strays are looking really strong, Artie.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's what they were waiting for the entire time. Said, hey, if you don't come over here, we don't need to go anyway. So finally, Fire Stray is gonna be able to make their way over and finish this a lot quicker. Look at that replay here, decisive. So BTOR grabs the first winch, but look at that, playing through the bubble, playing with the H+ infuser, and just hitting every single shot that matters. Now, look at that perfect setup Fire Strays has all the way down here at the bottom. 3 Musketeers already taking a little bit of early damage, but they are also playing in that double heal meta, and they're gonna be able to clear it right back up. They're deciding to go straight into the point, goo grenades and dome in hand, but they need to go around to the outside. They want to try to match height with Fire Strays, take this fight early. Oh, but the F-car, they might be the 3 F-car tiers, but it's not going to be hitting as easy as they thought. Varian able to heal a T-Mills in a perfect fashion. BTOR goes down, but Varian gets traded out immediately. But here comes the FAMAS. Space, though. Oh, is he making the F-car work? It's a 1v1.
T-Mills has to make something happen right now. He gets Varian up, but this might be the end because his 2 3 Musketeers up and they're surrounding him. And finally get a kill, finally get a wipe, and are finally going to get a steal.
Space got 4 kills there with the F-car when I had started that by saying, oh, he's missing the F-car shots, but he was making them work. Right here at the very beginning, I was super worried because where was Space? But after he backed out, he finished that long reload for the F-car. He was able to just put bullets down range. And right here, when just had Varian set just dead to rights.
I don't know why T-Mills went for that res there too. I think he could have pushed it and gotten the kill. Instead, he just let his teammate die. But they're gonna have one more attempt here. We're down to the last 4th of this cash out. The 3 Musketeers are on height advantage. They're blowing up the C4, and we're gonna watch as the Fire Strays try to make their approach.
Yeah, they have to go for the team fight. So there's the pad, there's the dash shot. Varian has a nice angle. Gonna take a lot of crosshairs off and a lot of health off as well. B towards Space doing a lot of damage though. They take out T-Mills and Sloppy, and Fire Strays, they know that this cash out is good and done. So Varian, well, he's gonna make his way over, and instead of going into the void, Varian chooses to instead get early control of the vault on the other side of the map.
That was an interesting strategy. Now he has to wait 9 seconds, try and hide under the stairwell. Nope, he's gonna climb the stairwell, let his teammates coin back in. But right now, the 3 Musketeers are making their way towards vault number 3. They seem to be uncontested right now as the Fire Strays are just regrouping, finding a new strategy, going to some height, probably gonna even concede the tap on this vault and let the 3 Musketeers get it. But right now, there's a rooftop battle going on. Nobody's gotten towards the vault just yet. And things are just kind of slowing down a little bit, Artie.
Yeah, I mean, still, I'm thinking about that Space clutch up at the top that last time. 3 Musketeers, just great stuff. But yeah, Fire Strays trying to move into position. But we're on Sector 5, this infamous rooftop. 3 Musketeers going to be the ones controlling it now, but Fire Strays, they get to control the rotations. They're putting themselves on Sector 4 in between the vault and both cash outs.
Yeah, it's a good setup. Can they make it work, though? Because right now, they're just controlling it, but is one cash out away from winning or losing this map. Lots of goo being utilized, nice little goo walls, bounce pads, but the healing beam as well. So it's an interesting, slow strategy.
I gotta say, I mean, at the same time, it is still down 3 Musketeers to make the move, and make the move they will as they dive over, but that bubble's not gonna be much use to anybody. Space goes down early, BTOR trying to make his way up the stairs, but 3 Musketeers, they have to dive down to the bottom somehow, try to see if they can get Space up, or at least put themselves in an advantageous position for Fire Strays as they start to close in. Sloppy takes a bunch of damage. They're unable to be healed up, but T-Mills he's got the defib available immediately immediately, but what a weird fight. Vitor still up. Bavarian gets cleaned up immediately. Slothy half HP in a dream. Vitor hits the winch, but he has to reload. Slothy can get the finish with a nice placed elbow, but that fight was a lot closer than it needed to be, and now I know exactly why Fire Strays was taking the early parts of this match so safe.
Yeah, Vitor seems to be a master of that shotgun. And look at that RPG as well, pushing them into the corner. Sad it didn't work out for him, but honestly, also just the crumbling of the arena made things a little bit more difficult. There's that winch claw, but he ran out of ammo at the worst time. That's how it is.
Close fight at the vault, but Fire will be able to get the plug onto Cash Out D to start our final cash out of this 3v3. And as they retain control of it over here in Sector 4, we're going to see how they kite around. T-Mills goes down super low HP. 3F Kateers definitely want to chase into that. They smell the blood in the water, but Rio, what's this rotation I'm seeing 3F?
Yeah, it is an interesting rotation. They've gotten towards the height, but right now they can't spot anybody out. There's even smoke that went off. I think the Fire Strays have played that really appropriately, and they're still not able to see them, but they're right there in the corner. This is a great setup.
Yeah, hopefully Assault has Holto insurance for this building, because they're going to need it. But we're looking to see 3F Kateers dive down to the bottom with a red barrel. They're still looking for any sign of life. They found it. Slothy, bit too thick, sticks out from the side. He's going to be able to rotate here, and they go down one more floor. Just playing floor by floor by floor. 3F Kateers, they're now one floor above Fire, one floor below the cash out. Fire Strays, though, they have the drop ready to go. It's going to drop all the way down to their level. It gets dropped down to full bottom, or at least one floor above it. 3F drops down to 2F, and now we see Fire Strays trying to take these fights, but Vitor trades with Slothy. No heavies available. The mediums will both go to res. Space hits it first to T-Mills. Still alive, but Varian is down. But T-Mills, he's good for 2. It's a 1v1. Vitor is awake. T-Mills is going to be able to get the res on the Varian. Buys just enough space in order to let Varian heal up, go over to the side. Vitor is going to slow res here. The question is, does T-Mills and Varian, do they know? They see Vitor, but the res is onto Space. That means Space is going to be able to come through, and there it is. T-Mills, though, he gets the res of the slot. The Vitor trying to find any opportunity to set away, but timer's ticking down.
Yeah, it is just down to the last few seconds, and I don't think that they have an opportunity to get it. I think that they even dived on that at the last possible second, but sadly, they're all getting wiped, and Fire Strays gave us quite an impressive performance.
Absolutely. What a run.
What a run indeed. And now that we know how dangerous these games are, we find ourselves in a situation where Fire Strays are one game away from proceeding into the elimination game, whereas 3F Kateers finds themselves one game away from elimination. A terrifying situation to be in, especially after a full day of the finals, and it's all going to come down to just this. In a game where aggression was on both sides, in the end, Fire Strays maybe utilizes more experience in the arena, and they choose not an easy way necessarily, but they make their way through. I only said half the phrase, it doesn't count. And we're going to take a look at the stats in just a moment to see if the stats actually speak the truth of what happened in this game.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious for the stats here, because as 3F Kateers warmed up into it, they had a lot more presence in these fights. And I mean, hey, this was a really close fight at the very end, but Fire Strays, it was on T-Mills to get that double kill right at the top that really changed the game. There's the stats.
And the stats are on screen. I mean, they sort of represent what we see right here. The combat score is higher across the board. The support score is higher across the board. The objective score is higher across the board, as are the eliminations. Maybe the stats this time actually spoke justice to the game we just witnessed.
Yeah, it was a pretty close one, but it is just that little bit of an edge case where you try and get any advantage you can, and that's what they did. The Fire Strays took it in the first match, but you know what? You called it going to all the cash outs, and we did go to all the cash outs in the first one.
So far, 9 cash outs is still on the menu for this elimination match, which would be absolutely insane, taking it all the way through, seeing as much of the finals as you can, and it ain't over until it's over. But right now, talk about backs against the wall for 3F Kateers.
Yeah, they're on map point to be taken out of the major. This is for qualifications, but this map is for eliminations.
For qualification, core or elimination. But even then, if you make it through this absolute meat grinder of a game, you're not in phase 2 right off the rip.
Yeah.
You're going to the elimination cash out match.
It's a long day if you're able to make it through the elimination match and into phase 2, and that's just not even the end of it. So, can they make it? Can they survive this next match? That's really what it's going to all be about.
Yeah, whoever wins this, even then, Multico's calculations say that we still have about 5 hours left, maybe more. So
the entertainment quite literally never ends because, you know, we're wrapping up a bit of phase 1 here soon. We're just last 2 games away, potentially 3 games away from ending phase 1. But that's only half of the day, as phase 2 is just around the corner. And we haven't looked at it yet. We're going to take it over to the weather station before we go to phase 2. We're not going to do it right now, so Luke, you can put your laptop back on your computers. I see my peripheral vision that it disappeared under the table, because we're not going there yet, because we still have potentially two more games of First Race versus 3 F-Keteers.
Honestly, after I saw Fortune Stadium, I am kind of on board with the 3-map theory.
Ooh,
I do think that there's a chance they can get it, because on this next map, anything can happen.
We're gonna find out right now who's correct and who's not. 9 cash outs, 3 maps, 2 maps. We'll find out. We're sitting back down. We're letting Artie and Rio take it over. We're going in-game from map 2.
Oh,
we are then putting it right back into the caster's desk, as we heard that they're gonna redo the lobby. And so now we're back to thinking about ways to stall for time. And actually, I'm gonna answer a quick question I've seen a bunch of times, because I've seen people ask about the little ping indicator in the bottom right corner over and over and over. Those with astute eyes will have realized that in the bottom right corner of these games right now, we're seeing a little bit of a ping indicator, and people are asking, are the players lagging? No, the players are playing in NA, the games are happening in NA, but the observers watching the games are sitting there?
Yeah, right above us, I think.
Here somewhere.
Somewhere here.
Right there in Europe. So no, you don't
In our
have to
hearts.
worry. The players are more than safe and sound. It's just our observers trying to keep up as much as they can.
Absolutely. And yeah, I did see a lot of Twitch chat and YouTube chatter about, oh my god, that was aimbot, or those bullets absolutely should not have hit. But remember, on ping, the observer's POV is a little bit different because of that ping. The physical distance between EU and NA, it just brings about some quirks. But we have the strongest anti-cheat available for this build, don't we, Oscar?
We do indeed. We've cranked every single setting available all the way to 11. Things that we would never think of doing to normal players. We're doing right now unspeakable things to these players' accounts.
Jesus.
But they will never be safe. Or they're safer than ever. That's the entire point.
Yeah, via personally inspected each PC.
They actually Each person now has a mandatorily, optionally installed brain chip. Let's just make sure that, the X2000. Yeah. These players might have been the X2.1000.
Yeah.
Right now, we're making sure that nothing is spared to ensure that games happen as well as they can. But, whew. 2 more games, and you have to understand, like, you're heading into this game 2, you're on your potentially last game if you're 3F, as I don't dare to say the name anymore, and you head in game, and it's a restart. What do? Do you take a breath of relief, or do you panic? I don't know.
I would definitely panic. Just basically anything that goes wrong, panic. I think that's my response to anything.
Chat, with your back against the wall, when things get tough, when you have a difficult game ahead of you, panic!
Yeah. Word from the wise, or wise from the words. I don't know which way the saying goes, but chat, press 1 if you get panicked, press 2 if you stay calm, and I will have the answers in about 1.5 minutes when the delay is over, at which point we will be in game, so I won't read them. But at least we'll know, and we can take it in consideration for the future. I just realized that we're only live in the past.
Yeah.
We're live in the past.
By a minute.
That's a fun phrase.
Yeah, live in the past by 1 minute's margin compared to what the viewers experience. So, with that said, we are live, at least.
Absolutely. And well, I could say from here in the future, Oscar, it is still phenomenal out here. And I could tell the chat that right now, we're not in the game in 1 minute in the future. If I could tell them right now, I would, but they'll find out in 1 minute, at which point we will be in a different situation.
We could use a baited chat by us typing into chat right now.
Oh.
And then we would have seen it. I don't really know at this point. I'm
My favorite part yesterday was when I said, like, they're waiting for us. We're just talking, and we're keeping them. And, like, so many people believe me in chat. Trust, we want these games to start just as much as you guys do.
Chat, we want to showcase us. This is the whole point. We don't care about these players. It's just Artie, me.
It's the Rio and Artie show. I mean, this is what that says right there, right?
Yeah. The Rio and Artie show brought to you by some random guy they found on the street who was wearing a tuxedo from an after work and never went home in between. But I'm hearing now that we're getting somewhat closer to a game. And again, what we saw in last game, will we see it again? Is it Fur or is it the FK
I think it's Fire. I think that Fire genuinely was a bit shook by the actions of 3 FKtiers, but they were able to lock in mid-game and make sure those adaptations were made. And granted, they did lose a cash out, but I think that's going to light a fire under them. A fire under them.
Ooh. Rio.
That stays.
Fire or FKtiers?
I want to still root for Fire.
There it is, you heard it here first. I'm still praying for 9 cash outs, which gets fun, that gets us to see a lot of the finals. But now we'll see some more of the finals as we head into game 2 that now is actually launching.
Speaking of launching, that camera angle launching into the fire logo, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good indeed. We lock into our next map, which is of course going to be Sis Horizon.
One of our favorite maps of the scene, so we're going to be watching them as they get started on Sis Horizon. A nice little nighttime, and I think we get fog one more time.
Oh yeah, this is the second time we've had the fog. Immediately though, 3 FKtiers. They have ulti height before I even know we spawn in the lobby, and Fire Strays, well, they're fighting an uphill battle.
Yeah, they're just trying to find any opening that they can. They've moved over to Dash. That's a nice little change there. Will it work in their favor?
They've moved over to, having Butch over here with the Dash setup. And honestly, I think Butch trying to make his way over with this Dash pad could possibly allow them to get super aggressive. That's what I was waiting for, but looks like they're not pad RPGing just yet. I do think that Slothy, Varian, and T-Mills, though, they know that they are in an advantageous position because 3 FKtiers, they have to head over their way. So I saw the pad get set up, but 3 FKtiers, they're not budging just yet.
Yeah, it's a bit of a slowdown. Everybody's just poking and prodding, looking for any opening that they can, but it looks like the 3 FKtiers are trying to make a move. They found a new spot. They're trying to get some angles, but again, everybody's just kind of turtling up.
Yeah. Chilling.
Yeah.
Poking.
Yeah, drinking.
There it is! Finally! Waiting to dash over, and here they go. Fire Strays. They pulled the string first. Vitor gonna let an RPG rip, but it's not gonna connect. Bolts from Varian, though, absolutely will. And the space closes the gap. It's T-Mills and Slothy with perfect shots. Vitor, half HP, a dream, gonna be able to heal back up in the stairwell. Slothy, though, blood in the water. He's gonna be able to dive forward. But Vitor does not reload that SA-1216. Once he gets to safety, he does. Slothy going to be a little bit slower on this approach right now. But in the meanwhile, Varian going to be able to walk away with the vault. And they get wiped just seconds before the team was going to be able to coin in. This hurts a lot for the 3 FKtiers, but for Fire, it's the best case scenario.
It is the best case scenario indeed. As they're getting set up, we're even watching them put a gas barrel down below. So this is an interesting strategy. They want to drop it into the gas, probably throw some C4 there as well. And yeah, there it is on the rooftop. And they're trying to get set up as much as they can right when the 3 FKtiers have spawned back in.
Oh yeah, they got a really close spawn though over in red rooms. Let's see what they're going to be able to do coming out from Art. Right now, 3 FKtiers, they're going the bottom floor route, making their way over. Possibly going to be, going as Jerry likes to call it, trench warfare style, making their way through the long hallways and different rooms in campus. But they do zip up to the top eventually, and here they are. Space taking a lot of damage. This is FCAR versus FAMAS, and the FAMAS there from T-Mills just hits so hard for Space. He's got a lot to prove there. The FCAR team, let's see what they can do right now. First, it's going to be Vitor launching an RPG. The RPG doesn't hit. T-Mills full HP right now. Vitor, Space, and Butch all half. Space goes down first. No more FCAR for 3 FKtiers. As Butch gets sniped out of the air, it's Slothy with the SA-1216. It's going to be able to chunk out the rest.
Well, and T-Mills just had such great aim. And it's important to note that T-Mills is a controller player. He's doing that aim with a controller. We don't have a ton of controller players, but one of the most commonly asked questions I get in the scene is, do you have people that play controller? Yes. Absolutely. So if you're a controller player out there, T-Mills can be your inspiration.
Absolutely. Controller is somewhat rare on medium as well. The vast majority of the controllers are lights. For example, Grad is a light controller player. Roma is a light controller player. But yeah, T-Mills, Tyler doing a great job out there. Let's see if you're going to be able to keep it up. A lot to prove after today. 3 FKtiers Not going to be able to come in for this cash out, but there's more on the way. But right now, it's do or die. 3Fketeers, 1 cash out remains before they're eliminated from the closed qualifiers.
Oh, I think that they have so much potential. I've seen some really good engagements, and I hope that they can turn the tide of this battle. As, you know, Oscar said, I want to see all the cash outs. I want to see this match go the distance. They have the opportunity. They have the potential. But can they do it, Artie?
It's possible. It is possible. Yeah. But I'm not seeing Space play close enough with his heavy. I'm not seeing Butch take enough angles here. And right now, I got Fire Strays right involved with Vault 2. They're controlling the movements. I think we saw this before.
Yeah, it is all a formation game almost at this point. How close and how tight can you play together as a team? You spread out too far, you lose one person, and it just turns the entire battle. They're still getting set up here. The Strays are in control of the vault. They're just trying to find their next move. Bounce pad is set up as well, so this could help them get over there. But they're in no rush. They don't have any really place to be at this time because they are sitting pretty with 25K in the bank already.
Yeah, technically, they don't need to.
No.
Yeah. You know what I'm also just realizing is we had Fortune Stadium Sis Horizon for our last Elim match. Fortune Stadium Sis Horizon for this Elim match.
Yeah.
Wonder if it's going to be the old NA special. But moving over towards the workspace, we do have Vault 2 finally making movements. And for 3Fketeers, they're going to be able to get a gateway over to cut the gap and make their way over. But Fire Strays, it was all a ploy. They're able to make their way over knowing that 3Fketeers have burned their gateway. Wait, depositing the cash, not in the cash out, but behind an AC unit. We do have Slothy playing 5D chess up here.
This is an interesting setup. Staying right below them.
They think that they're over to the side because obviously it's on campus. So that they think they're on the campus building, but Fire Strays, this is insane. Oh my goodness. Okay, they've taken the bait. Space now has control of the vault. But remember, Butch still doesn't have gateway just yet. He's about to have it back by the cooldown. But see what's going to happen. They know that Fire Strays has just duped them, and now they are in control in between of A and C. See what's going to happen now. Varian setting up to cut them off here in the museum.
Yeah, this is interesting. I think they're all aware of where they are now. The engagement is going off, but everybody's kind of dipping away from it. Their engagement is happening now. But yeah, healing back up, going behind the walls, taking some pop shots. This is still a vault fight.
After that fire fake out, I do think that 3Fketeers genuinely has no idea how to move around the map. Varian hasn't actually left a gateway anywhere, but they're terrified of that. They have no idea if a gateway has been left so that they get cut off at any angle. Space could be trying to use that F-car to get some early damage, but Varian, he's keeping everybody at bay. Right now, 3Fketeers cannot make progress towards either one of the cash outs.
Yeah, I would just abandon this push. I would go somewhere else, back off, let them have the vault. You guys have a great offensive, line. Y'all can get in there, but it's really a very slow match right now.
Here we go, 3Fketeers, they're making the push, and the RPG does a lot of damage as Team Mills and Varian both get taken down to half HP. H+ Diffuser and the heal beam gonna be used, but not to enough extent. Slothy gets taken back up, but that opening RPG was just too much to deal with, and 3Fketeers, they've just won a vital battle. With 12 minutes remaining, they're gonna be able to get at least one of these cash outs started. They have to win it to stay in the running.
Absolutely, they have to stay in it to win it. And they're going to get the plug on cash out A. They'll have plenty of time to set up. This is one of my favorite cash outs, mainly because look up. There are these massively high ceilings. We've seen people take full advantage of it, and then teams just completely ignore it. Getting a nice replay here as they all just get wiped. It was probably some of the most convincing plays we've seen from the 3Fketeers so far.
Absolutely. I mean, looking at exactly how 3Fketeers was able to win that was just by taking advantage of the opportunity to just get that early damage. They're looking to do exactly that right now. They have this upper height here in workspace thanks to these well-placed goo pillars, but Fire Strays, they have the opportunity to drop this here with a well-placed red barrel or C4. That's what Slothy has planned. That's going to be a little bit of a C4 drop ready to go, but they're setting up to bait them into it first. You can see that Team Mills stacking right next to Slothy, while Varian goes and gets an off angle on the other side. As soon as that cash out drops, they know the 3Fketeers is going to make a move. It's going to drop. RPG is going to open for Slothy instead. 3Fketeers is going to be using some healing util, try to undo that damage. As As both domes drop, neither team will play around it. Instead, T-Mills has to back up to stay alive. Slothy goes down, the H+ diffuser can't reach around corners, and Zvarian gets winched into his demise. It's just T-Mills. For now, 3FKTers, they do look like they're staying in it. I think that we might actually go the third cash out here, because T-Mills is going to wait for his teammates to coin back in, and after they do, Rio, there's only 10 or 15 seconds left.
Yeah, it's going to be a last-second dive, and the setup of the 3FKTers is really great right now. And if they are able to coin back in, we still have 8 seconds by Varian, 5 by now, and it is just ticking down. They're going to have one desperate last-second push, but if they are able to do this, this will secure their spot.
But T-Mills goes in first. He gets opening damage onto B-Tor and gets at least a little bit of location information to give to the team while they come back in, but immediately T-Mills, he has to lock in with Slothy to make sure that he's going to be able to cover him for the steal. That's not going to work. Space at B-Tor, they've got it locked down. 3FKTers, they got cash out too. We're going to cash out 3, which means anything is on the table.
Anything is on the table indeed, and we might be 3 cash outs away from Oscar's prediction being correct. Vitor and his team making their approach towards vault number 3. They decide to go a floor above. I think they want to try and cut off the fire strays before they spawn in. Just control this vault, really take control, because they're really building some momentum here, Artie.
Building momentum indeed. Exactly what you want to run off of, but at the same time, Fire Strays, they're not a team that gets toppled by momentum very easily. Vitor, he's got that pre-placed C4, that C4 RPG combo, deal a bunch of damage should, some Varian fellow head in way, but look at that T-Mills, he has an angle on Vitor instead. He has to drop off his height, use his dome. That's pretty much all of Vitor's util burned off for nothing. Vitor escapes this life. Space, not so lucky at the moment. Butch has a different angle as well. That means Fire Strays has control of all 3.
That is a great change for them. They've grabbed it. They're running out of there. They don't want to go for the wipe. They want to get the plug. I think that the Fire Strays are a very defensive team, so this could absolutely go their way if they're able to set up the defenses and hold on for the full 2 minutes.
Yeah, but the difference is that once Fire Strays sets up here, without that team wipe, they know that 3FKTers isn't going to give them a lot of time to set up those defenses. So 3FKTers can expect to be there within just a few minutes. So Slothy just going to be pulling that back. And, well, 3FKTers, they're not in just yet, which I think is a little bit slower than Fire Strays was anticipating. But either way, Fire Strays still not setting up fully because they don't know where that fight is going to come from.
Yeah, and I think that they're actually pretty spread out right now. T-Mills is starting to come a little bit closer to Slothy, so this will, bridge that gap, and they're just hiding in these corners. This is a really interesting setup. It might catch all of the 3FKTers by off guard, but they need to do something right now. This is a very slow approach when you can't afford to waste time.
They're guaranteeing it's only going to be one team fight here. They don't want any chance of any crazy runs out. I mean, especially given how that last one went. Could last this entire 1 minute that remains on the cash out. Vitor going to be going up from the upper deck, but Slothy, Varian, T-Mills, they're all set up underneath. As that cash out gets dropped, guaranteed that C4 pre-placed by Slothy. The question is, will they continue the kite? Slothy, Varian, and T-Mills, they are going to take a little bit of early damage, but 3FKTers, they're set up in a good spot, but there's a second drop all the way to the bottom. Fire Strays, they are cut off by Goose. They have to make this approach right now. It's going to be stuck through 3FKTers, but they lose space. They don't get the steal. Vitor and Butch go down as T-Mills and Slothy. They just collapse in on them. And I believe that the Fire Strays have just punched their way out, but they're not done yet. 3FKTers, though, unfortunately, that does spell elimination.
It does indeed. There's no chance here. We're just running down the clock, and basically they would have to spawn on top of this cash out, and they're doing everything to ensure that that's not a possibility. And yeah, you hear them counting down, you start the emotes, and they've earned it. T-Mills dancing it out with that guitar. He really gave us a great show today. That was some great aim on that FAMAS.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this kind of felt like defending the choice of using FAMAS, because 3FKTers, they came through wanting to prove that the FCAR is a weapon that has stood the test of time. But T-Mills, formerly the Pike Demon himself, well, switching to the FAMAS here in Season 8, Oscar proven to be a good choice for Tyler.
It does indeed prove to be a good choice. As they're still in the run, they're still fighting for survival in this absolute endurance test of the finals, something that the 3 FKTers won't be able to say that they are, as we unfortunately saying bye-bye to them for now and for this tournament, as we've now eliminated our second team of the day. And
Wow.
it's brutal.
It is. Although I gotta say, for these players, Vitor, Space, and Push, I genuinely think that by this time next year, we could see them make a really great running for Major 2 or whatever future tournaments are happening in between then and now.
Absolutely. I think when we see games that are this even, it's not actually losses due to any major mistakes or any big, lack of game knowledge or lack of, mechanics. It's those fine details that separate the teams from winning and losing. Taking a look at the scoreboard. Do I want to say that this one was more even than the last one?
I mean, I'm just stuck on the fact that Team Mills is top fragging. Usually you don't see a medium with a heal beam getting that much damage downrange, but that's why we love the Tyler T. Mills Miller.
Yeah, he's a wonderful player. I am always amazed by his aim, and really, he's just one of the most well-rounded mediums that we have today. So I'm excited that they continue their run, and I'm hopeful that they can do well in the next round.
Absolutely. I mean, beautiful stuff all the way, Oscar.
Beautiful stuff all the way through. And oh, what a series it's been. And coming up is actually one of those most insane parts of the entire day. If I'm not misremembering, I don't want to spread any misinformation, but I do believe the next thing coming up is that sudden death elimination cash-out game where 2 teams go home, which is insane, because if you think about it, just moments ago, we hadn't said farewell to any team. Now we've said farewell to 2 teams, and in one more game, we've said farewell to 4 whole teams.
Wow. That's 1/4 of the entire teams participating, and another 4th has already said hello to their tickets to Stockholm, which means that after that, only going to be 8 teams left, Oscar.
Only half remains. And what happens to the fate of those 8 teams, we will find out in just a moment. But before you get to find out what happens to those 8, before you get to see the cash-out elimination game, we're going to go on a quick break, refill our water cups, grab another cup of all spews, maybe stretch our legs a little bit, make sure that we're combed and ready, maked up, all touched up and ready for the elimination game. We'll be back in just a moment. Don't go anywhere.
The life giver. The sun, always on, the source of everything that is good. But can it be trusted? Holtau's Sun Insurance will have you covered if the unimaginable happens and the light goes out. Holto, brighter than ever.
Welcome back, everyone, to the studio and back to the finals, back to day 2 of the close qualifiers, as we're here with the bracket for NA. And we are about to head into a cash-out elimination game. I'm joined here, of course, by Artie and Rio, my wonderful casters who are taking us through the rest of today. What a day it's been.
What a day, and it's not even halfway done, Oscar. We're not even into phase 2.
But phase 2 is just around the corner, and the ways of getting there right now for 2 teams, this is gonna be a make it or break it. Or actually for all 4 teams, this is break it or make it. For 2 of them, they will break it, and for 2 of them, they will make it. And to understand the difference between breaking it and making it, we are gonna throw it right away over to the weather station to talk about the elimination cash out.
That's right. You were about to make me break this stick if you didn't stop trying to go for that one. But hey, yeah.
Hello again. Welcome back to the weather station.
Yes. What is the weather like today?
It's been pretty good. I feel a bit scared. I might start getting a tan and, you know, looking like I do.
Yeah, these lights are going to give me...
I'm probably going to look like a lobster. But it is what it is. Lobsters can be cute, right?
Sure. Yeah.
The game
why not? Why not?
Today was so interesting. Yesterday we had a bar in the game. Today we have a sludge. We have a medium that gets the best eliminations. We got goo.
Yeah, we have goo.
Can it get any better? I don't know.
There it is.
Maybe you can tell me.
Well, yes, it's going to be pretty damn intense because we do have some absolute classic teams still left in this one. As we go through, of course, to the summary of Phase 1, some people are wondering what Phase 2 is going to like. We'll explain that in just a second. But Phase 1, how did we get here? Well, when I was last talking to you, I updated you that it was SSG that did make it through to Phase 2, and we'll talk about that in just a second. And the matches you just watched are down here. As you saw, of course, it was FYR Strays that were the team to win 2-0, and then they now proceed up here into sudden death. Now, when we talk about sudden death, of course, we do it the final style. So this is going to be a cash out here. This is 3v3, v3, v3, and this is a last chance, which means that the top 2 teams will be proceeding into phase 2, and the bottom 2 teams here will be eliminated. And of course, to turn up the heat a little bit more, first place will get to choose who they are going to be playing in phase 2.
That is going to be a game to be watched. I'm scared already. The eliminations being on the line. I mean, we're getting closer to the scariest part of the entire day.
Yeah.
But also the most exciting.
Yes, and again, we can take a look here in phase 2. Actually, I think we do have that graphic as well, and you can see. Oh, hey, we got the little armors in the way. That's yeah. There it is. So we do have 6 feet on the dogs. Oh, okay, yeah, 6 feet under, of course. Yeah, sorry. And then, of course, is this NTM? This is Nightmare. It's meant to be MTM. Oh, well. It's CNS, I swear.
Every time CNS, come on.
Whatever, either way. Okay, the winner of phase 1, the cash out match, will have to choose if they're going to go up against the either Group A or Group B. Second will, of course, fill that slot. And then essentially we're repeating what we just did with phase 1, but again. So if you were here at the start of the stream, then you'll kind of understand how that kind of works. It's the filtering down process. But of course, phase 2 will happen a little bit later, and I'll be taking you through that as, of course, we go for the rest of the matches.
Amazing. Thank you for the clarification. I think that's a really, really funny thing.
Can I hit this thing again and it's just... No, I can't. All right, so there it is.
It is as shaky as it looks, but we're happy. The bracket looks great, and I'm excited to watch more games, and Oscar is just dying over there. I don't know what's happening.
Dying indeed, as I'm trying to figure out if we do have to replace that monitor after those taps. Fortunately, that is not a golf club, which was actually the other option I had for a stick frame.
Is that why that was in the office?
Yeah, the golf club was the other option. I'm happy now I did not opt for the golf club. Either way, we need to look at something that's going to feel like a golf club to the back of the head for 2 of these teams, as this is sudden death cash out.
Sudden death. And there are some names in here as well, because we saw Young Guns prove that they have what it takes to fight with the best of the best. Fire Strays, Ape Aura, and Vaya, I would certainly consider them up at the best of the best as well. And Rio, this is going to be wild to see 2 of these teams go home.
Absolutely. I mean, when you have 4 of the top teams all going at it and 2 of them going on, 2 of them saying goodbye, it's going to be a heartbreak of a sudden death.
It's going to be an absolute heartbreak of sudden death. And we saw one of the teams right here. You know, we see Vaya, we see Young Guns. Both of them are right now up for this game that they're going to be trying to fight through. And it is not the most static of composition. I think 3 of these teams are going to be something that we're kind of used to seeing. But then, of course, Ruby Labubu is still going to roll into that arena wielding a massive sledgehammer, one I'm happy Thixie did not have access to right now. Well, and I guess it's gonna come down to a thing of, is it good to play to your own strength and the surprise? Will meta reign king? Who will know?
I mean, if we're looking at Vaya and Ape Aura and Fire Strays, going off meta is why we are here in the sudden death anyway. Look what 1UP did over here, right? I mean, literally, going off meta is how a lot of these teams who don't have the same training as some of these signed rosters, that's how they're able to kind of circumvent everything. They're playing into the dynamism of the finals.
Absolutely. No, that's the perfect way to define it. And honestly, there are some heavy hitters in there outside of the sledge. So this will be a very, very fun, very close cash-out match.
It absolutely will be. And I got to shout out our design director back home and said, if you're going into a game and you know that you're worse at aiming, why not do something creative and see if you can beat them based on experience? And that's what we've seen some teams do. Question is, will we see it here? As we have map vetoes on screen. First up, Young Gun says, nuh-uh, not playing Soul?
Yep, that's
Soul. First race says no thank you to Skyway Stadium. Have we even seen Skyway Stadium today? We haven't. Whereas we saw it so much yesterday, it's just out. Monaco won't be played thanks to Ape Aura. Vio says farewell to Las Vegas Stadium. And the map will be seeing, Rio, I saw the glint in your eyes. It's Fortune Stadium.
I am just a very fortunate person today because we've got Fortune Stadium, every time?
It's the best map. It's the best map.
It is a fantastic map. And I mean, for me, it's a very special map because we actually premiered this map live for some players when we went to TwitchCon last year, just in that release it before Season 4. And we got to see it in the hands of players in the flesh before we got to see it online, which was fantastic. So I love Fortune Stadium as well. And it's something fitting about a Stadium of Fortune being where 2 of these teams will have fortune and 2 will not be so fortunate.
Yeah. Now, honestly, it's a great place to have it. There's a lot of different areas where you can have control of the macro. You could use a lot of off-meta stuff. It's Fortune Stadium that we had a lot of the crazy stuff here earlier today. So it's a good place to be.
I'm looking forward to 2 specific things. I want to see a double team wipe, maybe a quadruple team wipe, and I want to see the button.
You want to see the button. You want them to press the button and just destroy the arena.
I want to see them blow up the TOS. I want to see them bring that building down. Hopefully they will. Who knows what they're going to actually do. It's going to be insane. But what we do know is that for 2 of these teams, it is the end of the line. For 2 of these teams, it is just a continuation into the second half of today because we're just at the halfway point now to dictate and narrate the fate of 2 of these teams. We have already in Rio as we head into the elimination cash-out.
Thank you for that introduction, Oscar. We're moving to my favorite map, but everybody knows that by now. These are some amazing teams. I cannot believe that this one cash-out match is going to send 2 of them home.
It's a wild circumstance to bring us here. I genuinely did not think I would see it, where Ape Aura, Vaya, Young Guns, and Fire Strays, only 2 of them are going to survive this, and they're not even done.
Nice little picture of us. Yeah, I'm giving that same view right now to this map. I'm curious where it's going to go, but Surgeonal taking some massive damage already in this fight.
Yeah, it looks like Vault 1 tapped by Ape Aura, but Ape Aura's not going to be the ones to run it. Fire Strays gets the first wipe here. And honestly, for Fire Strays, they're in the best case scenario because Vault 1 is going to find its way all the way over to cash out B in Sector 6, the hospital.
Yeah, and there's already some combat going on. We see that sledge being slung left and right. An APS turret is staying at the feet of Ruby Labubu, but he's trying to find his next victim. He's charging him with the sledge, but it did not work. Vaya was able to bring him down and is not looking good as they're trying to turn the battle, but they're being chased down. Belize goes down in that battle, and is Vaya looking strong.
Yeah, crazy stuff here. Vaya versus Young Guns, Ape Aura versus Fire Strays, and it was a very clear-cut fight for both of those. So over the next 7 minutes, 45 seconds, we'll see if that trend continues. And for Fire Strays and Apora, it does, as Varian finds 2. And Team Ills managed to take out Udrakoni as well, wiping Apora for the second time. That's 2 team wipes, and it hasn't even been 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's really impressive, or a little bit sad if you're an Ape Aura fan. Maybe they can find their footing, come back from this, because they're such a strong team. They have an amazing lineup, and I really want to see some more from them.
Yeah, and the arena's own Via starts to cash out A. We are going to see Young Guns now make the approach over to Fire Strays, see if they can do what Ape Aura couldn't, and taking that gateway, find Young Guns at the bottom level of the hospital. For now, we do see Via setting up top there on the Angimo building. Ape Aura trying to make their way over to A this time around. If B didn't work out, there's always a second cash out. That's why we love this game mode.
Absolutely, and cash out A is ticking down. It is in full control of Via. The jump pad goes off. Nice RPG did connect with Cafaneo. He is being chased down, but I think he got away, buying himself just a little bit more time. But sadly, there goes Belize. His teammates are just dying left and right around him. Cafaneo being the only person remaining. Can he survive in this battle? He's trying to get some shots off, but he is the last one. He gets not Bubba down. But he's still in this, but boy, he's at 1 HP, maybe a couple more than that.
The blueberry he was trying to heal himself up on didn't even pop. Light melee, it wasn't enough, but we're going to jump back over to Young Guns, who has cleared out the Fire Strays over in Hospital. And Fire Strays have just lost control of that first cash out. And Tiger onto the Pure and Ruby Labubu, they have just secured their first cash out of the match. Coming back over to A here on the Angimo building, and Ape Aura versus Via is still under full swing. Sergnal and Belize going to be up, the 2v3 up against Ape Aura, but they still control it. Ape Aura, they need to go for the steal now. Udrakoni look for the opportunity to try to get early damage to the RPG. He knows he needs to do a lot more to protect the steal. That steal's not gonna get protected. The goo stalls it out. Ape Aura not gonna be able to do much here. Young Guns also now in the mix. They're trying to steal the second. If Young Guns gets away with this, that's gonna be Young Guns with 2 cash outs here. Is it possible? No, it's not. We do have a stall. And for Via, even though they get wiped, cash out's still going to go in their favor here, but absolute chaos in the arena as both teams who grab the cash outs get wiped, and Ape Aura and Fire Strays, well, they don't have a lot to show for it.
Yeah, what an intense combat. I really thought that they had that. The bonks were coming out, the steel was going out, the goo, everything seemed perfect. But too many teams just diving on one point does not work. Now we're just watching as the cash out has been started. C is on its way. He's taking some shots off. Slothy needs to get to some protection, but the steal is going off by Ape Aura. Nobody is near there, and they're just going to get it. It's going to trade hands.
What? Fire Strays, they just left it again. But this time around, though, Varian has another double pick here. Possibly the triple. BMO survives just 1 bar. It's about 30 HP to his name. For Fire Strays, though, they do have the ability to get control of this cash out yet again. It's going to be another 1,000 in the bank for that steal as C comes back under their control. But BMO just chooses to survive and let the team coin in. Luckily, because Ape Aura was in control of the cash out before the team died, they do have the faster coins. But over the side of Via and Young Guns, Cafaneo going to get wiped here in Young Guns. They are now in control of their very own vault number 4. Over here, we check back in, see Ape Aura and Fire Strays. And, well, this fight still hasn't really petered out in any certain direction. Slothy has the ability to press one of Oscar's buttons.
Absolutely, and this cash out is finally going at it. BMO getting some good shots with the 93R, but unable to bring anybody down. They just heal him right back up. Now he has T-Mills in his sightline. He's trying to get any shots that he can. The Witch Claw went off. T-Mills unable to stay in it. Sounds like he went down it. No, he's still in it. No, there he goes.
Yeah. There he goes. Udrakoni, fantastic shots there. And Fire Strays, once again, towards the end of the line, they lose control of their box at the worst possible moment. There's no chance they've got time to go in. But for Ape Aura, it's good tidings. Young Guns in control of cash out D here. That is not on my bingo card. But once again, Ruby Labubu making the sledgehammer look good on this map. But he doesn't get the double. Cafaneo going to be able to pick up a kill there with a mine. But TTV Tiger has the opportunity here with the defib in hand. Going to be able to keep him healed up. Sends a sledgehammer and a heal beam all the way over. And Via is going to be vying to respawn as a team.
Yeah, I love it when the medium is just walking the dog, and that dog dog is a dog with a sledgehammer. It's always fun, never fails to disappoint. Now the gateway over, trying to go directly to cash out D. A lot of teams are here. They want to dive on it. It is about halfway done. Explosions are going off. T-Mills and his team are diving onto the point. They want to try and go for the steal, but not yet. They're looking for any kill, any opening. But there's a sledgehammer getting in the mix, but he goes down.
He goes down, Young Guns, just up to Honor the Pure here, and Honor the Pure knows that in the stake of a third party, you just have to be right with the timing. And for now, Ape Aura and Fire Strays, they're going to keep each other more than enough company right now. Honor the Pure just going to be focusing on getting his team back in the mix, but the steal being stuck by Slothy. Can he do it? He does! The steal comes through for Fire Strays, and for the first time, it looks good for them, but already being stolen back, this time by Ape Aura. Fire Strays, they can't stop it the way the Goo does. No, it doesn't! Bubba's taking it, and that's going to be Ape Aura taking that steal. Another team! Young Guns! This cash out might change hands again, but this time it is stalled through successfully. Ape Aura, they hold on to it, and with 35K, there's no way they could be overtaken. Ape Aura is secure. Now, as far as everything else is concerned, it's going to be Via that starts one of the last cash outs here. Cash out A over in Sector 4.
Yeah, I'm curious if we're going to see a double here because the bottom three teams are only at a difference of a few $1,000s. It couldn't get any closer than this in an elimination match for that. This will be really exciting because Vault 6 has been tapped. It's also not very far away from cash out A. It is a very quick destination to get over there, but looking right now, Via seems to have a really good setup. They're staying close to this cash out. They don't want to lose this spot.
It's anyone's case for second place.
Yes.
I just can't believe how close this is. The competition is so tight, and over here on the Hospital, the cash out B, look at that, Ape Aura. They do not want this vault to get plugged. That cash out about to make it in, though, and Fire Strays, they get the deposit, but it costs them T-Mills. No medium, though. They're going to take some damage. But Slothy variant of T-Mills, they lock it in anyway. Ape Aura gets wiped. But on the other side, over to cash out A, this is Young Guns and Via doing their best to fight it out. This is where it matters, but at the same time, you have to struggle over for the other cash out as well. For now, Felice, he goes down. Losing that much money means that Young Guns, at the very least, they are secure. But as it stands, Fire Strays has enough money to remain in second place should their cash out be successful. It's going to be up to Ape Aura to decide who goes next.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting, and it looks like Ape Aura is starting to make their move towards cash out A. They want to control this, as already said. The time is ticking down. It seems like it is in full control by the Young Guns, but will it stay that way? We're ticking down, and it looks like Ape Aura is here. Maybe they go for the steal and just change everything.
Yeah, Ape Aura and the Young Guns, they're fighting it out here. Fire Strays, this is good news, but if Young Guns gets the kills on Ape Aura, genuinely, Young Guns could overtake them. Right now, it is going to be a little bit of a bloodbath. Honor the Pure goes out first. That's going to be good news. And as Ape Aura starts the steal, but look at that, the kill. Oh, wait, it's just neck and neck. One kill separates them right now. Young Guns has second for now, but for Fire Strays, they need at least one kill to guarantee. At the same time, though, Young Guns, they need to be hunting as well. Luckily, there is going to be a team that they can fight for. Via, they also want in on this. They need to steal. Only 15 seconds remaining. The question is, where do the kills go? Hey, Fire Strays, they grab one onto Felice. They get the wipe. That should be enough with the bonus. And with 20,000 plus 18K, it should be Fire Strays at first. But Ape Aura gets overtaken as well.
Ape Aura just messed that up. They got into that battle. They got wiped. They didn't get any kills. What just happened? They were in. Oh my God.
In a situation where we comfortably said, well, at this point in time, Ape Aura are comfortably on, but they do not need to worry. They get to play the role of the balance master. They did not.
They just literally needed to not play the game.
Yeah. They could sit it out and be in safe hands, even though the cash outs got split. It did not matter. Maybe biting off more than they can chew, they decide to try and fight it out. They opt to play the role of the balance master, and in that, they tip the scales unfavorably for themselves. Fortune laughs at them. Fortune favors Fear Strays and Young Guns. And in some twisted way of events, we find ourselves with a genuine user of the sledgehammer.
The wipe right there. That was the wipe.
Yep.
In phase 2.
Yeah. No, I wish everybody could have seen our mouths. Artie and I, we just looked at each other, just agape. That is not what we expected. That is not how the last minute of that map should have gone.
Not. I started standing up halfway through.
Oh, me too.
I
Me too.
couldn't sit anymore.
My
Wow.
notes just say WTF. That's all I wrote on this page. Wow, but Fire Strays and Young Guns, they're going to be able to progress into the second phase of the night. But for Ape, Aura, and Vaya, this major is not for you. If we do see you in Stockholm, ticket yourself.
That is how it's gonna be, and ironically, maybe it would have been better to sign with Holto and Vaya and pick up some insurance for that flight ticket to Stockholm. In the end, security wasn't what was needed, or at least it didn't pan out for Vaya and Ape Aura, as we are saying farewell to both of them. And in a matter of 3 games, we have gone from no eliminated teams to 4.
And again, I just can't make predictions for what's going to happen because Young Guns was not on my list to make it through to phase 2. They've come out of nowhere, but Honor the Pure, again, having competed in PHL Ape Squad events, but then the Ape Squad themselves not making it through? Who could have predicted this?
To me right now, Rio, it feels like we have a team right now that just reminds me of Wing It from yesterday, where we find ourselves with this team in phase 2, where you have to go, did they deserve to be here? Absolutely. But did we think they would be here?
No.
Maybe not.
I wanted them to. I love a sledge. I love the Melee community, so they're eating good right now.
Eating good at 1 weapon out of 24 being theirs, but eating good comparatively compared to 0, I suppose. And the fact that the sledgehammer has just been beating their way through the bracket is insane.
We have had the sledge make it through to phase 2.
We have.
We've had the sword make it through to phase 2.
We have.
It doesn't count as a melee, but it is my heart. The bow has made it into phase 2.
Medieval. 2 letters are correct.
There you go. I mean, how?
How? Because anything can happen in the finals. It's a game of dynamism. That's the only way to put it. And creativity shines because it's not only that, it is also, I believe, a Gugan that made it through, if my notes didn't get jumbled. I think so, at least. But my notes at this point are absolutely jumbled. I did a better job this day than yesterday when I just gave up when we came to cash out. Today I tried keeping up. I got some tips before, so now I'm feeling better. And actually, maybe to get some more tips again on how to do this even better, we are going to go on a slightly longer break. Make sure that the wonderful talent here gets some food. Make sure that Thixie has a chance to clear up the bracket. Makes it sure that Caroline has a chance to look at the weather. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with phase 2 right after this break.
Clarity, unity, progress. Naturally you want it. Naturally we provide it. We refine instinct, polish doubt, erase contradiction. You'll feel it, not as restriction, but relief. A version of you that doesn't question, doesn't falter, only moves forward perfectly in sync. Together, we are the immune system of society, the antidote to chaos. We are the architects of order. Naturally, you understand that obedience can be beautiful. You are not being controlled. You are being aligned with the system, with the signal, with each other. Via, we as one.
Welcome back, everyone. And I say everyone, hoping that no one decided to tap out during that 25-minute break. I'm back again, Oscar, your temporary host. Joining me to cast the coming games are Artie and Jerry, refreshed, mealed, moisturized, and ready. He is here to help guide you through the coming games alongside Artie and myself. Ooh, phase 2 is inbound.
It is, and I am so ready to get it started because it starts with the most chaotic of game modes, the one we all love the most, Cash Out. I cannot wait to get it started.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there is nothing better than a game of Cash Out with stakes so high, such as a chance to make it all the way out here to Stockholm, Sweden at Dreamhack, November 28th to 29th for a shot at your piece of the $100,000 pie.
Ooh, now that is a pie that I want a piece of, and I just had dinner and I still want more. What a fantastic thing to talk about. But you are absolutely right. We're gonna head into actually 2 groups now of Cash Out leading into best of 3 3v3s, where we're gonna be filtering down the format yet again. Tickets are gonna be handed out, and right now there are 3 tickets left. 8 teams fighting. That means that about 3 of them are gonna go out of here happy.
But Oscar, how am I gonna know which teams are left and how they can get those tickets?
Well, there's literally only one way to find out what happens next, and it's by checking in with our lovely weather station, where Cora and Fixie are ready to guide you through the mayhem.
Welcome back to the weather station.
Yes.
How are we feeling?
This has all the hallmarks of an absolute classic. Under the floodlights of the arena, it is going to be insane. As Oscar rightfully pointed out, 8 teams, 3 tickets left to the Grand Major.
That is not a lot on 8 teams. It's gonna be, can you say coiny? Is that weird?
Coiny,
It's
that's
not
a new
bloody,
phrase.
So
I like that.
coiny, I guess. It's going to be coiny, and I am shaken in my boots because it's terrifying.
That's right, exactly. And this is the thing, right? Why is this terrifying? Well, first of all, take a look at this phase 2. So essentially, we have finished phase 1. I don't know if actually we could pull up phase 1 first, just so I can explain what happened in the sudden death. But if not, it's fine. I can.
Cool.
Thank you so much, production.
Amazing.
As you can see, all the way over here, we had Via, we had Ape Aura, we had Young Guns, and FYR Strays, and it was an absolutely insane cash-out match.
The wildest game I've ever seen. I was standing up, I was shouting, and scared that it would be so loud that they could hear it, but
Yes.
I don't think you did.
Exactly. And essentially from that combination of these matches, unfortunately we did have to say goodbye to Via and Ape Aura. It was Young Guns and FYR that proceeded into phase 2. And FYR Strays finished first. And let's see on the left side of phase 2 how that's had culminated of where they would like to be positioning. So they are going to be joining right here. I need to move back. Oh, wait, why am I stood up? I just realized I have a stick for a reason. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, so we have, of course, 6 feet under. We have STP. I keep forgetting the name of that. Steppers, that was it. Nightmare, which is MTM. FYR Strays. We have the Tech Source.
Tech Source Gaming.
Yep.
Dice, 1 up. SSG and the Young Guns right there. That's your 2 final standing brackets left. And how would this happen then? So the top 2 teams in these 2 brackets will go ahead and face off in a best of 3 3v3. Kind of classic the final style, apart from this time it is a best of 3. Should the team win here in this best of 3, they will be punching their tickets to the Grand Major. And this means, Caroline, that we are going to have 1 ticket left. And we've only gone down from, if I'm not mistaken, 4 to, if I do the math, 4 minus 2. No, it's 8 minus 2. That's 6 teams left.
6 teams left fighting for that last one.
Yes, exactly.
Oh my gosh.
The losers of the match right here and right here, kind of similar to phase 2, they are going to be going all the way over to the right side. They're going to be playing off, if I'm not mistaken, a team is going to be here and a team is going to be, a team is going to be here and a team is going to be here. It's a little bit different to what I've seen before, but that should be fine. And then they'll be facing off to fight for the very last match of the day. I'll get you guys updated on that later on. But however, of course, we're looking at Group A, Group B, and Group A is the match to start off with.
I'm very excited. I mean, both these groups have actually stacked teams, so I do think we're going to get to see some real good gameplay and intense bracketing as well.
That's right, exactly. So, yeah, shout out to you guys, of course, for still watching so far. Grad's mum, of course, as well. And, hey, thank you so much, of course, for being here so far. And we hope you enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you.
At some point in time, someone needs to fill me in on what that joke is, because I've heard it so many times now, and I don't know. I mean, my catchphrase sometimes is, make sure your grandma is watching the finals, but maybe it's time to say, make sure Grad's mom is watching
She's
the
a
finals.
sweet lady.
I have no idea what this joke is. I just
so
hope it's in
supportive.
good faith now that I said it. Either way, thank you, Weather Station, for that information about what's about to happen. To summarize it very quickly, we now have cash out into best of 3, 3v3. One team right there punches through the Stockholm. The leftover 6 has to fight through a couple more games, and it will all culminate in one final face-off at the very end of the night for the last ticket. But now, we've got cash out.
Now, one interesting detail about this first group is that, of course, we just saw Fire Strays about half an hour ago win their elimination cash out match. They survived. They came first in that match, so they chose this group. There's one spare spot. They're avoiding the lower group, which we'll cover later, which has 2 Goo Gun Heavies in it.
Oh!
Which is very smart of them.
Oh,
because
I
we've
didn't even
seen just
realize.
how crazy the Goo Gun Heavies are in cash out. They're also avoiding Space Station Gaming by coming here.
That's what I was like hooked on. I was like, oh, they just want to make sure they're not in the same bracket as SSG. I didn't even think about the 2 Goo Gun Heavies.
It's scarier. Honestly, what's scarier? Is the best American team in the world, Space Station Gaming, or 2 Goo Gun Heavies on different teams?
If you're talking about 2 Goo Gun Heavies that have made it this far in the close qualifier, I might also say I'm avoiding the double Goo Gun at this point in time.
Yeah.
You know what? Sign me up to fight against another team.
Thankfully, we don't have to... Well, we're going to wait before we see those Goo Gun Heavies. They're a tasty treat for us after this cash out and best of 3.
A tasty goo treat.
Yes.
Tasty gooey surprise.
Had to quote one of the most recently released cosmetics. Ooh, we are so full of goo. Anyways, moving on from that horrible contraption where the voice lines somehow got approved. Our legal man, Mr. Shrimp, must have been on vacation at the point in time, but hey, the cosmetics in the game. Either way, we're taking a look right now at some of the highlights that brought the teams all the way here. Looking at Steppers right now. And we did one of the most weird winches I've ever seen, I think. The one that pulled them almost through time and space itself to qualify them through. And here we have them against Fourth Party's Cashbox in the game, with Fourth Party Cashbox actually went through the Grand Major.
Great stuff here from every one of these teams. This is a stacked lobby. Don't get it twisted. Every single player here earned their spot in Phase 2. We're going from 8 teams down to 3. It's going to be tough. And yesterday, it was difficult. Today, I have a feeling is going to be even harder, Jerry.
Yeah, and we haven't really talked too much about the 4 teams that are in here. We just talked about Fire Strays dodging that goo-shaped bullet. Nightmare are in this bracket. Right, Nightmare, clear favorites potentially, and they have that first ban.
And that first ban they've utilized to remove Las Vegas Stadium from the pool. They don't want to see it. 6 Feet Underdog said no thank you to any more Fortune Stadium. We've seen enough of it at this point in time. First Race said nope, Seoul is not getting their chance this tournament. Steppers said bye-bye to Monaco. And the game they'll be playing on is Bernal. And out of your surprise, Artie, is it the first time?
The first time we're getting Bernal cash out, I believe.
I think you're right.
Am I right? I don't think we had Bernal cash out. Chat, if I'm wrong, let me know. But, I mean, straight up, this is going to be a great time for these teams because Zuki versus Nightmare versus Fire Strays versus Toxic Joe, Walk, and Flamaz. It's going to be a good time on a map with long sight lines like this.
Yeah.
I've confirmed my notes. I can't find Bernal. I think you're right.
Well done. I love the matching green with the notebook and the suit. It's so tasty.
Thank you.
Green, my favorite color as well. You wouldn't know looking at this, although my trousers are green.
A
bit of
big
Jerry leg.
stream. Jerry has legs. If you didn't know it before, you know now.
You guys wear pants?
I remember having a stream with a cast with Rio a few weeks ago, and he did this, and I was like, Rio, I think that's the first time I've seen your hand. And so now I've seen his entire being. Well, not in that way, but yeah.
Whoa. On that note, I'm gonna say that you're not gonna get to see more of us right now, but you will be hearing from Artie and Jerry to cast this game as we're heading into cash out on Bernal.
That we are. Here we go, cash out on Bernal, and once more, this is just like the start of Phase 1, really. We've got
top 2 teams progressing to a best of 3 with a ticket on the line.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, it's not the same as the EU bracket. We have extra tickets to hand out for those lucky North Americans.
Yeah, lucky North Americans indeed. It's also a normal time over there. It should be around 3 p.m. on the West Coast, 6 p.m. on the East Coast. And these teams should all be nice and warm by now.
Shout out to my Europeans for whom it is approaching well past bedtime. If you're here, you're the real ones.
Gamer hours. Everybody plays the finals at this time anyway, right?
True.
Yeah. Vault 2 going to be tapped by Steppers, being the first little bit of cash deposit in any accounts for now. Vault 1, surprisingly quiet on the other side of the map, but 6 Feet Underdogs are going to trade some blows with Fire Strays, Variant, Slothy, and T-Mills. They're all going to do a little bit of work there. Everybody gets one piece. 6 Feet Under is going to be 6 Feet Under. And Nightmare over here, they're going to avoid a fight with the Steppers for now. They get that Vault smoothly over to Cash Out A.
Yeah, the Underdogs being wiped before the other Vault had even been released. So that's a quick death from them and some good money in the pockets of Fire Strays, who get that box moving. Unfortunately, it does catch Nightmare, and Lasagna specifically, mid-transit, and that leaves them a little bit thin on the ground for this defense. 2 versus 3.
Yeah, over here on the newly appointed, taken away from Via, sent over now to Trentilla, this building over here in Bernal. Going to start Cash Out B, Fire Strays, but they already have company. 6 Feet Underdogs already deciding how they're going to make this approach. On the other side, Nightmare is going through it as well, but 6 Feet Under, they are taking a lot of flack right now, but it's T-Mills gets the first frag onto Flamaz. Dealing damage back, though. Toxic Joe puts the Deagles to work against Slothy. 1 pick each, and on the other side of the map as well, NTMR still trying to figure out if they're going to be able to survive this. Lasagna gets one here as well. T-Mills takes out Walk FPS. Trying to track both these fights at the same time, but Fire Strays, they got under control here on B. Check back in to see Nightmare. This is where Steppers start to lose footing. Nightmare has a very good grasp on the healing situation. Unfortunate and Zuki, they both survive, but Jerry, they are not surviving easily.
Yeah, this seems like it's been a long war of attrition that somehow Nightmare are coming up on top of, but unfortunately it does pick out Uni, and that is the true gunner on the side of Nightmare down and out. Lasagna finds that res. Again, no team wipe here between these two sides over this cash out. An attempted steal being made here by Nightmare. Of course, Steppers on that defense. And it looks like he's going to be locked in. That is successful with about 30 seconds left. And both teams at full strength.
It's just wild how these fights aren't ending. But again,
no one cares about B.
When Nightmare is in the mix, though, this is what happens.
Yeah.
Uni is consistently the man who lives in these fights. And the ARN on Bernal going to be able to do a lot of work.
Oh, 6 Foot Underdogs coming in with a potential third party. Both of these teams, both Nightmare and Steppers, not at their best state right now. In comes that dome. It gets evaporated. This is a horrible steal position. The goose stall from Lasagna, absolutely crucial, but he goes down, and Gremlins and Uni left standing. But thankfully for them, Steppers and 6 Foot Underdogs are too busy fighting each other to care about getting that steal. And Uni and the rest of Nightmare could thank their lucky stars for that one.
That was the best third party that Nightmare could have ever asked for.
Yeah.
And similarly, Fire Strays as well. The best third party they could ask for because they didn't have company over on that Trentilla building.
Absolutely. They exuded some aura in that one, interestingly enough. We haven't seen that too often as a sort of a real kind of turn of pace coming out from the 6 Foot Underdogs. They really thought that they had a chance dashing over there, but immediately shut down. A really great goose stall, specifically from Lasagna in that moment. That was the defining moment of the entire first wave here.
Absolutely. And as Fire Strays currently retains control of Vault 3, see which cash out they're going to be able to take it over to. But the other vault on the other side of the map has not yet found its way into the hands of any individuals. But right now, Fire Strays, they are currently headed into a trap. As Cash Out C and D, they are close to one another. Steppers has tapped the vault, and it looks like 6 Foot Underdog is going to fight over that vault. But right now, Fire Strays is encountering Nightmare on their way to one of 2 Cash Outs.
Here we are. This is Steppers trying to guard over this vault, which is being unlocked. That cash out has been successfully plugged by Fire Strays, so that trap not very successfully laid by Nightmare on the other side. Unfortunate being chased down here. Does manage to recover the totem of Kip Kip. And he needs to get his heavy up. Goes for the long res here. But there is a cash out in progress, and it feels as though a bit more action over here. We see Nightmare
having to flee behind cover. Fire Strays chasing after them.
Oh, wow. It's all coming down now. Nightmare jumped off the Cathedral and into this fight, but they've already lost one. They're about to lose another. Gremlins, 1 HP. Fire Strays, though, they're not faring well either. That fight on that cash out is about 80 meters away from where the other vault fight was occurring, so they got the the rest of what happened there. Now Steppers, they've just got a free cash out to steal. No one's even here.
We saw a moment of Nightmare really indecisive, trying to decide whether to intercept that vault in transit or go for the nearer cash out. Of course, in the meantime, Steppers far more decisive, just go straight for that steal. And now we've got a different team fight. Kip though finds Gremlin just wandering about. And where is the team play from Nightmare? They are squandering what should be an advantage here.
Yeah, I mean, Graham was trying to get the res on Lasagna, but at that point, just let him coin back in. 6 foot underdogs, they're also now in control. And this is what I'm talking about with the finals. You have 2 org teams, and right now, neither have control of a cash out because 6 foot underdogs and Steppers, they have taken control of the dynamism of the game in order to be on path to get on top.
If you're wondering why Cash Out D is just not being touched, it's because there's only a few, well, 30 seconds left or so on Cash Out C, so this is the more prized possession. You want to get that steal as close to the end of the timer as possible. But it's going to be a bit difficult for anyone to try and steal here because so many parties are focused on it. Kip closing in, of course, they are on defense here. It's just tagging Cash Out D, saying maybe we should turn our attention there later. The onus is on either Steppers or, I mean, rather, it's Fire Strays and Nightmare. They're just not doing anything.
It's just hilarious because Steppers was basically just gifted this out of circumstance. But now on the top of the Cathedral, it's all going to come crashing down on Nightmare's forehead. But Graham was ready. Takes out Toxic Joe. Walk FPS Flamaz is going to try to find some way out of the situation, but unable to recover. It's going to be Nightmare getting a good grip on this. They're going to be able to steal the box, but from up top, it's Fire Strays. Finally, both of these teams have encountered an opportunity to take control. Nightmare, they are going to be successful in the steal and Cash Out D, but Graham goes down as T-Mills has an opportune moment. Now, Fire Strays, they could get this steal themselves if they have the chance. Uni and Lasagna, though, they have a perfect split. Slothy, Variant, they are still alive. They're going to try to chase down Uni, but in that time, they won't be able to get back to the box here.
Still got Lasagna on this perch. Oh, he's dicing with their very limited HP. Varian just needs to cover this deal, and he does! Slothy should be able to stick this.
There's no time!
No! So close! Wow. Lasagna doing just about enough there to keep Nightmare in the lead.
Wild there's Nightmare stays in control. The kiting was just enough.
Wow. Well, look at the scoreboard, ladies and gents. 6 feet underdogs, very far behind, but they do get Vault 6 tapped and have proximity to Cash Out A as well, so they can get that started at some point soon. Meanwhile, Vault 5 being ferried over to B by Steppers. They were in second place. There's no 6th place in this game, what am I talking about? But with that plug, they put themselves almost ahead of Nightmare. It's going to come down to kills potentially between those two teams, but obviously that last vault still needs to be determined. At the moment, Steppers, they hold their destiny in their hands.
Absolutely. Steppers have a great chance to get ahead of this right now, but Fire Strays are already getting involved, and 6 foot Nightmare have a little skirmish on the other side of the map trying to finish off Uni.
Ooh,
that is going to send Nightmare now in a very scary set after they've lost their cash. But here at the Trentilla building, Fire Strays, Slothy going to be putting damage down range. Steppers, though, going to be able to mitigate through with the heals. Slothy goes down. T-Mills and Varian still up, but Zuki is good for another. Varian does manage to find Kip, but here's the res. Unfortunately, it's still available. Fire Strays going to get eliminated. Both of the org teams not standing strong.
Cash Out B is slightly further progressed, so, but only slightly. This is going to be a duel battle. We may see 2 3v3s at the end of this game. Nightmare have spawned back in and are targeting A. That's where the dice has landed. It's really just going to come down to who owns these boxes at the very end.
Yeah, the cash is so tight right now. Gremlin Lasagna, they are here. That was the fastest I've ever seen a team get wiped to 6 feet under. Goes 6 feet under, and for now, it is going to be Nightmare in control. There is only going to be 45 seconds remaining on that box. 30 seconds for 6 feet to come back and recontest. Over on the other side, though, we have Cash Out B slowly being progressed on by Fire Strays. This is their most important push. They're going to be diving onto it now. We do see Steppers.
Kip's just left his team. Zuki's been taken down by Varian. It's a 3 versus 2 now in favor of Fire Strays.
Yeah, Fire Strays has this, but Kip, he is going to try to go for a winch stall. Last second stall. But Varian, he's privy to this. He sees him, tries to take him out. The winch is going to stall him out. There is still time here, but Steppers, they're dealing to Zuki. Zuki gets wiped. Fire Strays has this steal at the last moment, and just at the very end, it is going to be going in favor of Fire Strays if they can get... Yeah, it's all done here.
That's
Nightmare Fire Strays. Absolutely insane out here. It comes down to the wire every time, Jerry.
2 steals on the final 2 cash outs. Fire Strays and Nightmare really needed those, and they did get them in the end. They're going to be progressing to that best of 3 for 6 feet underdogs and Steppers, the unsigned teams in this matchup. They will drop into that elimination zone. Very dangerous territory for them.
So many third parties, so much craziness. Oscar, how do we even parse that?
You begin parsing it by trying to obstruct and look at your notes. And my notes right now said A, B, C, D, A, B, and then there's a bunch of circles, which I think just means there were 6 cash outs that happened that game. And all those 6 cash outs panned out in Nightmare and FYR Strays taking it and moving through to the 3v3.
To be fair, that is notable. This might be the first cash out game we've seen today with 6 separate objectives, because there was not a single double in that one.
You're right.
And all the way down to the wire. This was almost as difficult to parse as the game we had yesterday during EU hours, where all of the steals happened last second and entire bracket jumble. But also shows how quickly games can change, because we said, hey, right now both of the signed teams looking bad. 8 seconds later, both of them are on. That's the finals for you.
Hey, that's what we're talking about with these teams, though. The reason that these teams have that visibility to get signed isn't because they've got flashy shots and, really cool clips. It's because they know how to control the timing. But with only 3 tickets left for the major and 3 orgs remaining, it's going to be time for them to actually prove it.
Absolutely. And what this means really for us now is that Nightmare and FYR Strays are heading into a 3v3. It means that one of these 2 teams are potentially 2 maps away from going to Stockholm. For the other one, there's another couple games. And for the 2 teams who lost here, Steppers and 6 feet underdogs, I don't want to say the nicest getting started, but they're far from the finish line.
Yeah, and their next step is an elimination cash-out game, which is terrifying. Nobody wants to hear those 2 words side by side, but let's focus on the victors for a little bit. Nightmare and Fire Strays. Nightmare going into a qualification best of 3. Yep. This is their strong point. They love they love 3 versus 3s. Cash-outs can be a bit dicey for them historically. I think they could do it here.
I mean, cash outs maybe favor the jesters at points in time, and maybe it features more the people akin to the chaos. But to me, when you talk about being very precise your gameplay in the 3v3, I think Nightmare stands out as really, really exemplary in that situation.
They have the most unique play style of any of the teams that are out there. I mean, a lot of that has to do with the fact that Uni consistently chooses the M11 on maps where maybe more 9-3Rs would be prevalent. We just saw them go ballistic with the ARN.
Yeah.
And genuinely, I think that the way that they play around one another in the 3v3s is everything. Because in a meta that actually does revolve around healing, well, Lasagna, I get healed by Lasagna.
But, hey, maybe. And also, now that we know that we're heading into Bernal for the first game as well, we know that since that's what you've played on.
Yeah.
Are they staying on the ARN, or is it the 93R?
I think they stay on the ARN.
Yep.
It lends itself even more to the control playstyle that you want in a 3 versus 3. And they do exert control in these 3 versus 3s. Just this time last weekend, they came a very close second to Envy in the Ape Squads tournament, the Ape Squads Worlds. That was a big one for them. And honestly, they looked like one of the better teams in the world doing that. So, yeah, I don't think we can... It's no disrespect to Fire Strays to say that they are up against it here.
They are absolutely fighting in an uphill situation, but Fire Strays have just shown themselves the entire days as absolutely being on the grind in the endurance test.
Oh, absolutely
a big moment.
I will say, though, in this game, we did see Nightmare and Fire Strays have, I believe it was 2 or 3 skirmishes total. I did see Fire Strays have a little bit of the edge in those fights. Now, again, it's hard to read. Cash outs sometimes can be a little bit more involved than 3v3s.
That one in particular, that fight that we just saw in the replays with the bearing down across them from the top of the cathedral, that was after a moment where Nightmare had to fight a different team. It's effectively a third party, so you're not going to have that benefit in this match.
That cash out in particular was so beautiful to play. They managed to win the fight. They managed to steal the cash out. The third party comes in late, and towards the end they're down to, is it just Lasagna sitting on an elevator, holding out as well as he can, and with milliseconds on the timer, they secure it, and that is effectively what put him in this game right now.
Yeah, 100%. Also, it helps when you get wiped before the cash out hits, just
True.
so that extra cash out
does.
money doesn't go away. But, I mean, still, overall, both these teams prove that they deserve to be here in this 3v3. It's going to be explosive no matter what.
It always is in the finals. Predictions? Nightmare?
I think I've placed my flag in the ground. Yeah, Nightmare.
Nightmare?
I gotta say, I know both these teams quite personally. I love both these teams quite personally, so I am gonna feel this no matter what I say. I think it's going to map 3. I think it's gonna go to the decider, but I will say, I think Nightmare has the edge.
I will have to actually concur. I'm not even gonna be a contrarian today. I think it is Nightmare. I think it's time for Fierce Race to fear the Nightmare, as the slogan goes.
Oh.
I believe that's their slogan, actually.
I like
Fear
that.
the Nightmare,
And
which
then-
is pretty cool.
And if you go, like, we don't really know how to say fire. We said like 5 different ways.
Fire,
Well, it's
FIR,
it is
fear.
fire.
But
It
you
is
could say fear, right? And
You
they're
could say
fearing the
Fierce
Nightmare.
Race.
If you
It's a bit of a
mispronounce it, you could
stretch,
say
but
fear.
yeah, that could be what happens right now.
As the person who I think is the closest to an actual English teacher at this point, Jerry, you're going to have to make the call right there. Is it fair to say, just because I like the word now that I learned it, that both of these teams are coalescing on their ticket?
Yeah,
Why?
that's fine. It's close enough. It kind of makes sense.
Close enough
Give it
is
to you.
how I live most of my days, so that makes me happy. That's way beyond the goal for me. Most of my exams in university, I was 1 point above passing grade. But hey, I made it all the way here, so...
That's all you need.
That's all you need, just like a last-second chance at a cash-out.
Absolutely. Last-second steal, put some extra money in the bank. I mean, you know, I have no idea how that makes any sense compared to exam scores. How do we even get on this topic anyway? To get back to topic, to come back to the finals, to come back to everything.
Yep.
No matter what, there's one signed org
Yep.
coming into the finals here, into the major, which, I mean, hey, yesterday for the EU games, that wasn't always a guarantee.
True.
This is a very, like, I guess, lighthearted match in that sense.
Oh no, absolutely not. These guys have a route to the major right now. There's not going to be anything lighthearted about this, Ardy. They are going to be going gung ho, throwing everything at each other.
I'm hoping to see some absolute aggression in this match. I'm hoping we see action right from the rip. I hope we see 19 consecutive fights over the first vault. In fact, I don't even want to see the first vault plugged until there's 3 minutes left on the clock. I'm not telling to run down the timer, but I want to see them fight non-stop. That's my goal.
Yeah. I don't think they ignore the objective.
Ah.
They're smarter than that usually, but
Goes to show why I'm hard stuck silver 1 and these guys are playing in the close qualifiers.
you just got to go to where the yellow is. Just go click on the yellow. That's the game.
Yeah. Yeah, any of the like, you know, things that make the little nice noises, like the you just go like touch them.
Can we get an Ardy
sound pack
Yeah.
in the game?
Hey, look, map bands!
Oh, hey, map bands! Well, as we know, they're going to be starting off on Bernales. That was the map they just played on. After that, Nightmare decided to say, no more Las Vegas Stadium. First Race, yet again, removes my opportunity to see Seoul. And then First Race keeps keeping not Fortune, Skyway Stadium out of the rotation today. Nightmare says bye-bye to Swiss Horizon. We are, however, seeing Monaco in the hands of Nightmare, and then we're going to Fortune Stadium once more. And is this the chance where we might finally get to see Duck and Cover? Ironic as it would be, with Rio no longer on the desk, but hey, that just might be how it goes.
Yeah, 33% chance. We'll see what happens, but we haven't seen Monaco that often today.
No.
And I think that this is another map where genuinely the gameplay differences between Nightmare and Fire Strays can show through. So I like that this is Nightmare's pick.
I really like it as well. And I think the times that we were about to see Monaco is actually the third map. And we didn't even go to third map. So we've seen very little Monaco today.
If at all.
If at all.
It's true.
There it is.
I can only say yes.
With everyone in agreement, what better way to start a match? We're no longer opponents, we are friends because we agreed that this is going to be great. I'm going to take a seat. Jerry and Artie are going to head in game and cast us through this opportunity of a game. Let's see what happens.
Thank you very much, Oski Woski.
Oski Woski.
All right, let's head straight into this as we go to Bernal for Nightmare versus Fire Strays. Best of 3 to seal a ticket to Sweden.
This broadcast is so unserious. I love it so much. But yeah, Uni's going to be staying on the ARN 220, which is not a surprise. We were talking about that at the beginning. So at the very least, I'm happy that, well, our analysis was right. So that's going to be a big thing to focus on here. With Varian on the 9-3R, it doesn't necessarily mean either one has a pure advantage. But for Nightmare, they are going to be preferring playing at a slightly longer medium range. For now, Lasagna, though, he's found himself in the end of a little bit of trouble.
Dicing with death here. Just be careful. Don't step over the edge there. Gremlin is aware of the threat, I think, but they're just so close to each other. It's real tense, this heavy standoff, I can't lie. T-Mills decides to join him and give him a pat on the back, said, don't worry, it's not too scary. Out goes a winch, but it fails. Yeah. Both heavies backing off because of that.
Yeah, Varian has an angle over to the side. Uni has a slightly longer angle in the back. Oh, but Varian goes down as Lasagna makes that FAMAS shot hit. Down to the bottom, we do see Slothy and T-Mills trying to look for an opportunity to deal some damage, but Grem has it over. He's going to be able to take him out there. Slothy goes out with a bang. That's going to be the first team fight going the way of Nightmare, and it wasn't even close.
No, I feel like Slothy and T-Mills were slow to react to the death of their teammate. Didn't quite know where that totem lay, and that really cost them that hesitation. They couldn't escape. But really nice play by the individuals on Nightmare. That felt like a couple of good 1v1s and then just cleaning up at the end.
Absolutely, and we're going to get started over here with Cash Out A on the amphitheater side of the map. Getting ultimate height once again on the Trentilla building. Going to be winching the Cash Out up to a little bit easier vantage to cover, but Fire Strays are already here and fighting.
Yeah, that gateway spotted mid-air. Lasagna bearing down upon the rest of his team. He needs to keep pace here. They're backing away, they're kiting around this Coliseum. It's not the best cover, though. You're going to have to wait for Fire Strays to come into range. Varian has a nice perch here. Lasagna in particular has to be very careful. He doesn't poke his head above the parapets too often.
Parapets?
Yeah, it's another word I know.
Wow, you know a lot of those. You should be a caster.
You'd think I'd have done that by now, right?
Yeah, well, we're going to see Varian make use of the 93R by trying to rotate into one of the closer angles where he'll have a slight advantage over Uni. He almost takes advantage of it, but he's playing it safe. He backs off, even though he doesn't get shot here. Lasagna going to be healing Uni back up. For now, T-Mills trying to get equal long-distance shots here with the FAMAS. Varian now getting aggressed by Nightmare, forced to fall back, but now it's Fire Strays that has control over the area of the amphitheater where the cash out is. They're going to drop it underneath. T-Mills going to drop his health all the way to 75 HP. Varian goes down. RPG from Grem waiting to land. It's going to hit. T-Mills is down. Slothy is down. Nightmare, once again, a very efficient team fight.
And Gremlin with huge explosive value. The C4 followed up by the RPG that hit not one but two targets, and Slothy was mincemeat after that one. A nice job by Nightmare, doing a bit of a ring around the rosy in this circular corner of the map, and they're going to head right onto the middle of the map. This is the best thing to do when you know you're about to complete a cash out, is just get right to the middle, give yourself a maximum chance of spawning somewhere near that vault, and it's worked quite well. Look, it's very near them.
Oh, there it is. Fire is also very near them as they start to make this aggression really early on. T-Mills gets taken out a little bit there. Varian has the heals ready to go, and right now, looks like Slothy is looking for an appropriate time to get a cheeky winch off towards Grem, but he's not going to get the chance.
Everyone on Nightmare just peeking over the edge of this rooftop with something destructive in hand. Varian very low himself, and that call will have been made. But he heals back up. And again, this is where we saw the very first fight of the map.
Yeah, very first fight over here, but second fight gonna look a lot different. I feel like Fire needs to get a different condition. Here it is. T-Mills gets the first pick on the Uni, but look at that big winch over the top, but a goo grenade can actually stop him from going all the way over the edge. T-Mills still alive, very low HP, but Slothy has the opportunity to pad all the way up the top, gives Varian the chance to get defibbed, and for now, as Uni falls, Lasagna will after just Grem alive. Fire Strays in 3v1. They're going to take advantage of that. Fire Strays winning their very first team fight of the match. There's only been 3 of those.
Very surprised by that opening pick. Uni clearly just having the better of him got by T-Mills. And these opening picks have been really determinative, whether it's a FAMAS or a ARN. It just swings the balance of your fight. That 3 versus 2, so difficult to come back from sometimes, especially if the player that's taken down is just out somewhere in the open, unrecoverable. And really, it was a Gremlin and Lasagna show for the most of that. Here we go. Cash out being delivered by Slothy at the top of the Cathedral. An interesting spawn for this Cash out C. Lasagna and co just working their way around the corner. Interesting routing.
Oh, yeah. They want to take this from the alleyway just to mitigate different areas they get cut off from. Everyone's mostly going to be shooting from the same direction down here, so it makes a lot of sense. But Uni has a chance to get a gateway off, make sure they can pop up to the top in a quick fashion. As you can see, it looks like Grem Lasagna have opted to take the pad instead. And as that glitch grenade lands, it is going to be preventing a little bit of util coming back at them. But got a glitch rail ready anyways, and Lasagna is going to go down as Team Hills takes control of the situation. Slothy handles Gremlins with ease. It's just Uni, who's good for 1, but that's all he's going to get here. First team fight's going to end quickly, though. It's going to be enough time for 1 more.
I've never seen a more welcome glitch barrel in my life. That was a really nice surprise. He's like, oh, hello, perfect tool for the job. And then Lasagna has no protection, immediately melted by Team Hills there. And again, just spiraled out of control from there. Some great shots being landed by Slothy with that SA-12-16, wins the heavy fight.
See, I had thought they were going to take a gateway up. They took the pad. Definitely not the right idea when you're fighting the Fire Strays.
It exposes you for a good few seconds. Everyone that's played an arena shooter for long enough knows that the easiest shots to hit are those on opponents hanging in midair after they've hit a big jump pad.
Just like an aim trainer.
Exactly. Yeah. Gremlin taking that gateway. Here we go. Lessons learned.
There's the gateway. Allows them to enter here. 30 seconds left for the cash out. Fire Strays. They moved around the sideline here. They know that that is going to drop all the way to the bottom, but he's surfing it. Grem, though, super low HP during the serve. Team Hills going to get the first frag at Lasagna. Slothy finishes off Grem. Uni, not a lot of life left, but he's going to be able to take Varian out with the little life that he has. And for now, Slothy trying to get that slow res. Get caught out. So does Uni. Right now, Fire Strays, they just leveled up. It's 1-1 on cash outs. We go to cash out 3 here on Bernal.
Uni had a bit of trouble there. Of course, a 1v1 between a light and a heavy. You really got to hope that your dodging is impeccable. We had a moment there of Lasagna just seeing Gremlin's fate in front of his eyes. Gremlin going, I'm going to hop on top of this cash box.
That's what he sounds like. That's
yeah,
what he said.
And then Lasagna was like, no, don't do that. That's a really bad idea.
Do we have player comms? That's crazy.
Yeah, I know. I'm tapped in.
That's a listening right there, folks. Very first one on the broadcast. Gonna see Nightmare now heading over. They're not opting to tap Vault 3. It's because they actually have the upper hand here. With the first cash out go to them. They just wait 11 minutes. This fabled win condition, but we'll see what happens now. Fire Strays. No tap just yet, maybe. We'll see. Gremlin looks like he wants to tap. Oh, but he's getting shot in the back. Goo barrel and also an H+ infuser. Gonna undo some of that damage, but Fire Strays will swap locations with them. Lasagna, nice damage out onto Slothy in the meantime.
Yeah, surprised he was managed to get that many shots off, but Varian decides to try and punish Lasagna for his poke. Doesn't quite work. A few bruises here and there. Slothy gets winched down by Gremlin, but that heal is massive coming out from Varian and the support. But his heavy does go down in the process. Has to leave and reload the 93R. Does turn and burn Lasagna, and now it's only Uni up against him. That res, so huge. And now the 1 versus 2. Again, Uni left in dire straits.
Uni, the man who lives, why we call him that. He has the survivability of him, but what a play from Varian. Genuinely, some crazy shots, crazy heals. This is why the 93R is still much preferred. Slothy gonna get the res onto Team Hills now, and as Fire Strays has a full reset, Nightmare waits for their coins. As Grem comes back in, waiting on Lasagna to do the same, but Fire Strays are not wasting any time. Slothy has the box. Varian has an angle onto Uni. Both of them will dash away from one another as Slothy gets the plug over here on B.
Starting to feel like a very long time since we've said Nightmare are in control or Nightmare have won a team fight. Fire Strays are starting to take the edge here. Falling up here, just dropping a orange barrel on top of that cash out.
They're going to pad as soon as they hear these footsteps. There's the pad, there's the RPG. Big damage onto Grem, but it could be bigger. For now, though, we do see Team Hills getting it traded out here. Lasagna and Slothy both going to go down. Slightly better trade for Fire Strays. They're going to be able to defib him right back. Nightmare won't have the same ability with no defibs.
But that early damage can be played off of Uni. What's he going to be able to do here? We do see Grem taking Lasagna's trophy. Heal will happen. This is a possibility for Nightmare to be able to recover.
Yeah, that was a really tense one, and somehow we're back to a 3 versus 3. I don't know how, Hardy, because it really did seem like a team wipe was on the cards there for a moment. We have Nightmare now reassuming some height, and that is a good spot, finding Slothy alone, juicing back Lasagna, but Slothy manages to escape for now. Looks like Gremlin's going in deep without the support of his teammates. This could be risky. He needs a good winch off this. He misses, and now he's out in the open, but Lasagna following close by. Oh no, he wasn't expecting that at the top of the stairs, Artie.
Oh, where'd the dome go? The dome didn't throw it all! Grem goes down! Now Slothy, T-Mills, Varian, they're all lit here, but for now, Uni, as he falls in a hail of gunfire, Grem has his back, going to be able to pick up one himself. It's a 2-on-2 situation. Oh. Varian, he survives with just 1 HP. Grem, though, he has a vengeance, but the winch doesn't bring him down. None of his kit's working. But his shotgun is. SA-1216, though, going to get blocked by the goo. This dome lands. See what's going to happen. And for now, Fire Strays. They're going to be able to take map 1 for Nightmare. That one's gotta hurt. They started so in control, but it just left.
Wow, T-Mills with some impeccable stalling at the end there, some clutch reses from start to finish. Varian hitting so many shots, and it felt like for Nightmare, little things like winches, like pads, just weren't going in their favor.
No, it's the little details that it all comes down to in these games where the teams are so even when it comes to skill and execution. And really, that single missed shot or winch that doesn't fully pan out is just enough to seal the fate. But, of course, looking at some highlights in this game, we see Lasagna being absolutely devious with the FAMAS, and then, of course, the absolute cinematic RPG that almost takes out 2 people.
Those might have been the only 2 fights that we saw in the Nightmare win, though.
Yeah, and again, it started so stable, but Fire Strays, they locked in, and that's the thing about Fire Strays. I mean, they are fire, it takes time to warm up, but I didn't think it would go like this. I mean, they locked in. It started close, and it just slowly got more and more into Fire's control.
It absolutely did start close, and then dialing back to what Jerry said earlier, it feels like it was a while since we heard, said the words Nightmare did this, Nightmare did that. And looking at my notes, I see the same thing. I have 4 Nightmare things in a row, and then 6 Fear. Yeah. And the game just kind of shift right then and there. Again, the stats also speaking of a very even game, but kills are in favor of Fear Strays, as is the cash.
Just barely kills, at least. The cash, of course, the most important stat, the only stat that matters at the end of the day.
Yes.
And yeah, I was just very impressed with Fire Strays in general. Their style of play, they seemed a little bit tighter. When you look at the fights that Nightmare won, it was off the back of 1 or 2 really big moments. That pick right at the start from Lasagna with the headshots from the FAMAS, and then later down the line defending the cash out, the big C4 followed by an RPG to wipe out everyone. Over the course of a longer fight, Fire Strays seemed more composed.
Yeah, they did absolutely. It wasn't those explosive fights where Nightmare was in and out quick and dirty, got a job done. But in the extended fights, like you said, Fear proved to have the stamina and the resilience to really whittle out Nightmare and slowly win the fights.
And without those big set pieces, without the set plays available, it really did run away from them. Not only that, but Fire Strays kind of figured out how to play into Uni's ARN pick. Knew exactly how to make that 9-3R hit where it hurt the most.
Absolutely, and that's the power of those burst weapons when we see them, right? We see earlier on in the game, we see Lasagna with the FAMAS use 3 tappings of another game. Then, of course, in the opposite, we see the 9-3R doing the same thing. Odd as it is, that is the burst damage, and we just said that Fear was better in the elongated fights, but at the end of the day, it doesn't have to make sense. It just has to be gaming. And speaking of gaming, we are actually gonna get to see Monaco, I believe. Finally some Monaco, and ooh, is it exciting to see how this goes. Currently, it is for Fear to win this and claim their ticket to Stockholm. It is for Nightmare to fight back, and it is for these 2 gentlemen to cast a game as we head in.
Thank you very much, Oscar. Here we go. Map 2, and Fire Strays ahead against all of our predictions, Ardy. And we're heading to a lovely dusk, a lovely sunset in Monaco.
Yeah, I don't see any suspended sponsor structures, and I don't see any ducks in the air, so I believe we are on the standard issue. And with that big cathedral underway, very beautiful sight. For Nightmare, they spawned so close to that vault, already well under their control. Fire Strays
Slothy's already sent an RPG out, didn't really get much value. T-Mills also kind of stuck in between a Cathedral and a goo wall, unable to make their way down. But Nightmare, they're also a little bit split. There's going to be a scrappy fight, but again, as Oscar was saying earlier, you just kind of aren't going to be able to do quite a bit until you understand the means of the fight. That's exactly what Oscar said.
That is word for word what he said. You are correct. See? A good memory. Uni taking point on top of the crane, interestingly enough, as the light. With the rest of his team just guarding that vault as it stands. Firestray sitting inside the Cathedral. And the important part here is that both of the objectives are on the other side of the Cathedral. So Firestray are blocking right now. And of course, this gateway is going to need to be used to move across. Uni takes it to the far side of the map, interestingly. I don't think he's going to have a clear path to run it to the objective, so there has to be an engagement here. The Gremlin's getting very close.
Yeah, he's allowing Grem and Lasagna to know exactly where Fire Strays is going to be set up. That's a perfect piece. They knew that Fire Strays would come to the far end of the Cathedral, and they did. Walked right into Nightmare's trap. T-Mills still alive, but phenomenal macro.
I didn't know we had recon sensors back in the game. Uni just activated a UAV there.
Yeah, I mean, he just knew exactly what to do. But, I mean, you can tell Fire Strays, if they're taking height out of the Cathedral, you can draw them to one way by doing, well, just a little bit of, hey, look over here. CVO1 repeater on Lasagna.
Oh, exciting. Very exciting, as, of course, that allows them to hold from range a little bit more effectively. We haven't seen too much repeater action at all in NA. We saw maybe a couple yesterday
we
for
saw
EU.
A couple today, but yeah,
I might have missed those.
Not a lot.
I think that was while I was having my lasagna, which literally is what I was eating earlier. Not just, I wasn't eating Nightmare's medium. We all did that.
Well,
we all had lasagna. That sounds really wrong.
Well, talking about Lasagna, let's not be repeatering any of those things as Lasagna starts repeatering down towards T-Mills. Right now, as these shots ring out, Fire Strays will maneuver around this flat top building on the very bottom floor. Fake steel going to be coming in as the C4 lands. T-Mills eats a lot of damage. For now, though, Grem still holding on to that RPG shot. Going to waste it on Varian. Only takes a little bit of damage out the window. But down to the bottom, he sees an opportunity to fight with his dome. Let's see what Grem has in stock.
They're just waiting. Again. Oh, Uni, again, from above, picks T-Mills, who just escapes that building. Slothy is taking into a bit of a 1v1 against Gremlin here. They're trying to wait for that winch opportunity. The support is there from Uni. Gremlin finally chases him down. Varian wins the refrag against Gremlin, but Lasagna quickly dispatches him with a nice ADS shot with the repeater. That's a clean and tasty team wipe, and that should be the first cash out going the way of Nightmare yet again.
Can't believe you said tasty after all that conversation about Lasagna.
Yeah.
But you know what? I'll accept it. Chat might not be so generous. But yeah, a great way to end this cash out and a great way to see Grem landing those winches that didn't really get landed in Bernal.
Oh, that shot wasn't easy. Varian was around the corner at the top of the stairs.
Okay.
That is a really nice move.
I take it back. It was a really tasty shot.
Yeah, you stand corrected, I guess.
Yeah.
We both stand right now as things are starting to heat up. And at range, this SA-12 isn't going to do much, so he's relying on his teammates, Uni and Lasagna. Of course, that repeater ARN combo, really devastating at range for the light and the medium. They do have Vault 2 behind them, untapped. It's locked right now. And Fire Strays just weaving their way through the many apartments in Monaco. This is one of the best things about Monaco. If you want to have a close-range engagement, you can absolutely manufacture that. But Varian, having already taken a little bit of damage, they have to be very careful about exposing themselves to this setup from Nightmare.
Absolutely. I mean, T-Mills is ready with pad in hand to be able to swap height there, but with Varian on the other side, it's going to be a very, very scrappy approach right now. Varian does have sightlines, though. I believe that from that balcony, he has seen exactly where Nightmare is set up, but they're about to do something as Slothy goes up to the rooftop. There it is. Grem going to be taking the brunt of the damage. Will get healed right back up by the H+ Infuser. Lasagna's here as well to aid, but in doing so, he's going to take a lot of damage to Varian. Getting chunked out by the ARN right now. T-Mills going to lock in at the bottom. Varian 1 HP.
That was a beautiful setup from Fire Strays, taking their time to spread out and find that crossfire. And it worked to put out a load of damage. That's a great witch from Slothy. The stun on the end of that one was very long. Varian cleans it up, and this looks like Gremlin going down as well. Uni the last one alive. He has to clutch in a 1 versus 3. It's winnable. There's lots of damage out on Fire Strays, but 3 guns versus 1. You've always got to favor Fire in that one.
Fight fire with fire when it comes down to just being extremely explosive. Fire Strays did a great job to bait Nightmare out of their strong position. And look at how beautiful this fight was. Every single player on Fire Strays was within 5 meters of one another for the entire time. For Nightmare, they had Uni in a great spot to get that early damage, but without him during the midst of the fight, it just ran away from him.
Yeah, he did seem a little bit absent during that, and that is occasionally Uni's shortcoming, as he can wait a little bit too long to get into the action and leave his teammates to do a bit too much. But when he pops off huge, so you gotta keep him. Lasagna, again, posting up. They want to control these long-range sightlines, but Fire Strays keep dictating the terms of engagement with their positioning, with their snaking around these rooms. Gremlin finds an opening. That's a big RPG onto all 3 of them, and he follows up with the finisher onto Varian. Out goes a huge glitch grenade from Uni. This feels like a foregone conclusion, RD. What kills rain in for Nightmare, and nowhere near matched by Fire. It was closer than I thought. T-Mills really gave them a run for their money, but that was some excellent utility from Nightmare.
Yeah, I mean, the damage kept flying back and forth, and Nightmare, they were low enough, but actually Uni, with the glitch grenade on the remaining players on Fire Strays, he prevented T-Mills from getting the defib that he wanted on a Varian, and hey, if you remove the defib ability, well, you at least still have the gun in hand, and T-Mills, well, he was able to use it.
And that's the impact that we wanted from Uni. He was absent in the previous fight. That one, he got in there, in the action, very impactful glitch grenade, and it made the difference. Only 40 seconds left. Fire Strays need a steal if they want to do this in 2 maps. Otherwise, we will be going to the final one, and we will see Nightmare in that win column.
A big winch over to the other side of the highway, but Nightmare was ready for it. Here comes the winch. Grem kidnaps his opponent. Uni goes down, and right now T-Mills is going to make sure that he's going to pay for it.
Ooh.
Nightmare goes away as Fire Strays was more ready for that engagement than I thought. They're going to be able to successfully flip the cash out. We're going to cash numero tres.
Second time running, and this game, it really does have 3 maps written all over it, but for that to happen, we have to see Nightmare claim this one at the end. This is Fire Strays now sitting, what, 1 cash out away from their ticket to Sweden. Nightmare have gotten a fortunate spawn between themselves and the next vault. Everyone on Fire just checking those objective locations. They're on opposite corners of the map, so it's going to be very difficult to screen Fire or to screen Nightmare away from either plug.
Yeah, but at the same time, though, Nightmare doesn't need to plug. They are in the win con, so right now looking to see Fire Strays really do what they can to try and just egg them on to, well, bait them into a position where they can fight from. Because right now, remember, Nightmare is playing with range. They have the repeater, they have Uni on the ARN. Fire Strays does not have that same capability, and for them, they need to close this gap quickly.
Oh, that's a sneaky winch into the attic from Gremlin. Couldn't keep Slothy down there, escapes through the window. A moment of terror for the heavy on the side of Fire Strays as they try and do the same to him, climbing up through this building. They've got support in tow. Everyone on Fire Strays bunched up, but look at this. Uni, sensing the danger, goes in to give a bit of a tap to the opposition. And here we go, the repeater being let loose out through this attic hatch. Gremlin being healed. He's got the edge in this fight. He just needs to land a few more shots, and there it is, but the trade comes out immediately from Varian.
Wow, I mean, this is just going back and forth, and for Nightmare, having Grem back up is everything they need. As the reses come through, nobody's trying to stop them just yet, but here it comes. And it's going to be Slothy that goes down first. T-Mills and Varian, they're set up to the side, but up through the window, T-Mills trying to find an angle. He's going to get it, but Gremlin going to clap a little bit harder. And as Varian goes down, Vault 3 is available to be plugged anywhere Nightmare wants.
Gremlin having an excellent game so far. This cash box perched dutifully up on top of the fountain. It's grabbed quite swiftly, and now we head all the way over to B. An interesting cash out, to say the least. We're going to see a lot of the defense focused around Grandma's house in the corner of this map.
Cliffside Park, very difficult. We know that Nightmare is going to absolutely have the advantage with Lasagna on the CBO1, with Uni on the ARN. They'd hold height at Grandma's house and make sure that if Fire Strays wants to get close to that cash out, they're going to pay the price. T-Mills, see him running out with the goo grenade, knowing that he can just stop the damage coming in at any time. But look at this. They're locked in over here, Jerry. They're underneath the flat top, and there's no way to get over.
And they're not doing, Nightmare, what a lot of teams would do in this situation. In your ranked games, you just all stand on top of Grandma's house. They are spread out. They know that they don't want to telegraph their defense. An unfortunate jump pad there for Slothy as it leaves T-Mills off by his own. And Lasagna hits some crucial shots on the opposite medium. That's massive for longevity. That's no defibs. And another winch. Gremlin now with an incredible solo play for Nightmare. And it looks as though they're sitting pretty for the first defense. That is a team wipe going the way of Nightmare.
Absolutely impeccable from Nightmare. There's going to be one fight left for Fire Strays, but how do you cut through this? Again, this cash out is so perfect for Nightmare. Couldn't be better. We see Grem getting a double C4 setup plus a fire barrel. Fire Strays has to deal with a lot of util on the point for now. Let's see what's going to happen as Uni and Lasagna, they're looking for their opening angles here.
Couple of mistakes creeping into Fire Strays' approach, but they can't have any mistakes here.
They're swapping, trying to get behind Lasagna's last position, but Lasagna, like any good sniper, is not going to fire twice from the same position. Here, he hears Fire Strays coming up from the top. They are now on top of Grandma's house, trying to fight inside. And as Uni gets healed back up, Fire Strays are making their way in. They're over to the top of the Cliffside Park. Very gets the opener, but he's traded out immediately. Slothy goes down, but the winch hits. Grem hits anyway. It's Grem and Uni, down to just T-Mills. He's not going to be able to do it. We're going to map 3.
Wow, what some incredible plays from Nightmare at the end there. They truly locked in for those last couple of cash outs. They are not done yet, Oscar.
They are not done indeed. I had my mic turned all the way up, which means it didn't make any noise at all, as wrong as it is. Wow! We get to see 3 entire cash outs. We get to see a game that started off identical to the game before it. We had Nightmare pings one, Nightmare goes to A, Nightmare wipes through, Nightmare cashes out, he just kept going, but then finally 2 cash outs, the differentiator happened, and Nightmare winds up taking game 2. We head into such an intense moment now, where it's Nightmare versus FYR Strays. They're both on 1 point. They are 1 game away, both of them, from punching a ticket to Dreamhack Stockholm. For the other one, the night isn't over, but for one of them, we are potentially just 2 cash outs away from going all the way to LAN.
Whew. That we are. Wow. It's been a wild ride, and it's not over yet, Artie. This has been incredible so far. And yeah, Nightmare really stepping up there. We said that their first map was down to a load of individual moments. Gremlin deciding that he needs to keep doing those in this game. 11 kills. I did say halfway through this that I thought he was a standout performer. We never got a look at that scoreboard, but now we get a proper sense of what it was he was accomplishing.
Close to 8,000 combat score as well, accompanying those 11 eliminations. But also, shout out to Uni and Lasagna with those many assists.
Yeah.
It truly is a team that sticks together, plays together, as they're all involved in everyone's business in the best of ways.
I gotta say, I mean, for Lasagna, playing the wire at the best possible way, because when you're running heal beam, you usually want to be really close to, the rest of your team. You want to make sure your heavy is healed up, but on the CBO1 repeater, you also want to have that off angle. And finding that balance can be so difficult, but really, they're proving why Monaco was their map pick.
Absolutely. And someone else who played those off angles, I believe, was our good light friend, who was also just constantly looking for angles with the ARN, truly opting for 2 ranged weapons there. Well, someone has to make up for the shotgun that we see in every single game, I suppose.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one, no matter what way you slice it. We're heading to Fortune Stadium for the Fortune Stadium is Rio's favourite map, so he's not here, so he doesn't get to talk about it. But
we can talk about it instead.
Yeah, and I don't think we've seen... we have seen a ton of 3v3s.
We have seen a lot of eliminations. We've seen so many fates come to the end and so many fortunes happening in Fortune Stadium. And we go there yet again to find out which team is going to pick up the one of the 3 last tickets.
3 tickets remain. One of them sorted out now. Crazy.
Crazy. In just a moment. It's time to see who Fortune favors. We head to Fortune Stadium. It's game 3 between Nightmare and Fierce Strays. Artie and Jerry, take it away.
Thank you so much, Oscar. It would be our pleasure. Here we go. Nightmare and Fire Strays heading into Fortune Stadium, escalated. And the FAMAS being brought out by Lasagna here, back off the repeater. Just a little bit slow back to the keyboard there. He'll catch up. Don't worry about him.
You know, sometimes you got to stretch. Finish your lasagna, you know, as we did before coming back here.
Fire Strays are going to tap one and be quite close to an objective as well. This is a horrific spawn for Nightmare, who need to close the distance, and I sense that something might be a little bit awry for them, as they're not really moving as a unit right now. We'll get some handle on what that is. You expect the teams to be right up in each other's face by this point. Maybe they're just playing it really safe and a little disconnected.
Oh, but this is not the time to just be away from your keyboard, because look at this. They're already with the vault all the way on Hospital. This is literally the worst case scenario for Nightmare, as Fire Strays has full control. They already get the plug, and at this exact moment, Lasagna has made it over, but it's not the same story for Uni and Grem, who are finally making it over the pad now.
They're very lucky that Varian didn't capitalize on that, and Lasagna made it through relatively unscathed, because right now, with that slow start, they could be a lot further behind here, but they've caught back up. That RPG not ideal, the winch miss as well. Slothy has plenty of utility to spend, and he's spending it right in the face of Lasagna. Takes him straight down. The heavy, though, of Gremlin picking up the slack as he finds that separation. He now targets Slothy. Him and Uni want to find the 2 versus 1. That's the call, but they don't target him quickly enough. Varian now finds himself staring down Gremlin's barrel, but Varian wins that fight, and now it's a 1 versus 1 between Uni and Varian. Light versus Light. Time to get the reses, though.
Yeah, Uni knows that Varian went to go get his heals back up, so he takes that opportunity to get the slow res on Lasagna, who has paddles available. You get the quick res here. This is going to be crazy. Now that Grem's back up, it's a 3-on-1 situation. Varian, even though he controls, he does not have his team. T-Mill's going to coin back in. 8 more seconds for Slothy. Nightmare going to take full advantage to get this cash out stolen. But in the meanwhile, Varian, T-Mills, Slothy, they need to find a place to regroup. The tables have turned.
Thankfully, of course, with that close respawn and the defender spawn advantage, they are right on top of Nightmare here. Nightmare not really had a chance to set up Slothy right above them. The glitch goes out for a bit of recon, a bit of damage. The attempted steal, that's brazen.
Perfect time to drop. Grem is going to take this opportunity to winch the cash out here. Slothy through the door! Gets Uni through the door, through the goo. Crazy. Grem finds Varian as well. Both lights removed, but immediately Uni's brought back up. T-Mills can't, because he's already dead. Just Slothy now, 2 HP. Wow. Crazy performance as Nightmare locks it in for a very important fight.
I'm going to need to see the scoreboard right about now and find out how much work Gremlin did in that last fight, because he went down quite quickly in the first one. If we could just get a quick hold of tab from our observer, that would be really nice to see. We'd be able to get a damage stat, but it feels like maybe our comms are a little bit broken. CNS, what you doing? There's something up.
See exactly what's heading out over here on the Holto side of the map. Sector 3, Fire Strays, well, taking some early damage there as Uni crosses the gap from one Holto building to the other. Lasagna has been spotted out here. T-Mill's not taking any pot shots just yet, but Nightmare, they've got a full top here. Lasagna taking shots over the side.
Is that CNS in my ears?
I do hear CNS.
Something weird going on right now, but either way, we've got now this Overwatch coming in from Nightmare. They are so close. Lasagna goes down to minimal HP and is able to get juiced back up by Uni, who bails him back out.
No idea exactly what Fire has in store for this. 1 floor away from the top. Slothy, he comes up to height. Doesn't even look at Lasagna putting bullets into his side. That's because Grem has just gone down. Varian and Slothy working together there as well. Beautiful shot from Fire Strays. Nightmare is definitely struggling to recompose after that, and Zuni gets taken away. Lasagna wondering where it all went wrong. He's trying to pad back up and get anywhere near Gremlin's body, but T-Mill's life, they're making that difficult right here. Lasagna goes down. That is going to be a team wipe in favor of the Fire Strays.
Crucial one as well. They managed to take control of that second vault, and both objectives somewhat distant. They actually go for C over by Sector 2, and this is out in the open, Arlie. This is really nice for the defense. They can set up anywhere
on this Njimo building and have that crossfire. And of course, this is a great island to be on as you can spot any kind of approach. But look at this spawn. Nightmare in the same building. How fortunate is that? Gremlin finds the kill, but Sloppy trades it back.
Immediately, it's just down to Uni and Gremlin, and Uni will heal Grams all the way up. Oh, the C4 kill on a variant. Sloppy eliminates himself. Nightmare have just won that team fight with the most Fortune Stadium spawn that I've ever seen, as Fire Strays don't have any time to set up for this Ngimo courtyard.
Oh, wow. Luck is a cruel mistress sometimes here. But boy, did Nightmare take their chance when it was offered to them. Look at the engage, the gateway, the RPG, everything went in their favor. Fire just weren't set up for that. And look at the shots as well. At that point, it's a 2 versus 2. It's certainly winnable, but then it all went to pot. The self-RPG, that's really not great.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and from here, Fire Strays, they've burned their gateway. They have to take it now. T-Mill, Slothy, Varian, they make their way over, wriggling their way through. They have to separate here for a little bit, but they need to take this engagement now. Less than 1 minute on the clock. One of these teams could go through now. Nightmare locks in. See what's going to happen. Opening damage on the T-Mill is going to prevent it from earning this fight with his team. The Lasagna gets down too. Gremlin has to back off. Lasagna goes down first here. Uni tries to fight for his life, but this is huge from Fire Strays. They res up Slothy, and his Graham and Lasagna are down. It's up to Uni to stall this out. If they do, it'll go to cash out 3, but for Fire Strays, this is everything.
There's huge clutch potential here from Uni, and he gets it started with 1 kill. He has this highlight on Slothy, and that's another one. He could do this. It's just a 1 versus 1 up against Varian. Where is he? He can't see him. He's fighting Ghost right now. He's disappeared into the skies. There's no time. Uni has done it. That is the win. The 1v3 clutch to seal his ticket to the major. A Nightmare. Make it through!
What are we witnessing? I am standing up and screaming. Thixie has left the weather station. He's crying in the corner. I don't know why. An absolute play you wouldn't think you'd see right here. What was that? When it matters the absolute most, Uni shows why he should really be named Uni, being an absolute demon, putting the team on his back when it matters most, clutching out the last cash out of the series. And with that, Nightmare has punched their ticket through to Stockholm.
Uni. What a wild stall there. Slothy just tried to steal in the open.
Yeah, but T-Mills as well. Look at this. This is Fire Strays fumbling the bag. You've got to be honest. As far as clutches go, credit to Uni, but Fire Strays, oh my God, did they play with fire and pay for it.
Nightmare played with fire.
They didn't just play with fire, they just
destroyed in the end, Fire Strays were firing strays that did not find their target.
We're really milking it now.
Maybe we are. But oh my days. I think I'm gonna say it. That is play of the tournament for me right there so far. I mean, we have like 3 more games to go, but I can't foresee something that's gonna feel the same way. That might have taken my voice away. It definitely took my breath away. I even lost my pen. I think it might be on the side of the studio. Wow.
Oh, that is tough. But at the very least, 2 tickets remain.
And somehow, even though we've been through this intense game, somehow we are still not in a situation where Fire Strays are out.
They still got some life left in them.
Fire Strays can still qualify.
Yeah, and it's thankfully for them, they're done with cash out. It's still best of 3s, 3v3s that will see them with that possible chance of the last ticket that they have available to them.
And to explain just what's going to happen now and how we're going to deal out those last 2 tickets, I found my pen. It was in my booklet all along. No need to chase for a pen, but even though I found my pen, we're still going to go to a break so that we can catch our breath over at the weather station. Don't go anywhere. The most intense games are coming up, and we'll be right back after the break.
We know you feel alone, but trust us, you're really not alone. Let Ngimo bring the world a little closer, 1 element at a time. Breeze through and sign our completely straightforward user agreement about data sharing and join our global community of friends. Ngimo, beyond boundaries, within reach.
Welcome back, everyone who's still watching. Thank you all so much for being with us this entire day and night of the finals. This is the close qualifiers for NA heading to the Grand Major in Stockholm on November 28th and 29th. I'm Oscar, temporary host, Chief Clown Officer. Joining me today at the desk right now is Artie and Jerry. Artie wasn't here 4 seconds ago, but he managed to run in the very last second.
You would have got away with it. He's just done your day.
Yeah.
I think that the illusion was kept up until that moment.
It wasn't, except for the fact we could hear his breath on the mics in our headset.
No, I mute. I pressed the button. But yeah, I mean, dematerializer gateway. I make my way through the studio pretty easy.
Indeed, he made his way through the studio in the same way almost that Nightmare just made their way through this tournament, punching their ticket to Stockholm just before we went on that quick 5-minute break. And what an emotional journey it's been for that team, what an emotional day it's been for all these teams. And now we find ourselves in a situation where we are down to the final cash out?
No, there's one more after that.
Second final cash out.
Yes.
Either way, we're heading into Group 2. And we are going to see, for example, standout teams such as Space Station Gaming, a team that we have not seen on camera for quite a while. Don't worry, they don't have cold hands. They had to play a bit off camera in between. But here is our coming game.
Yeah, wow, what a lineup here. 2 goo heavies, as we mentioned in the breaks. We have
goos on top.
Yeah.
We have a sledge
on the bottom and Young Guns.
on the bottom right, and we have Space Station Gaming,
who are slightly normal.
What?
I mean, I wouldn't usually call Space Station Gaming normal, but in the context of this cash out lobby, they are the normal ones.
In the context of their loadouts.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
And now, not to have any sort of insider information or anything, I do have a message from Grad. It says, Artie, my sweet baby boy, can you mention that first game wasn't me? It was me, but I didn't have my controller, so I was playing KBM. But now I'm back on my controller arc, and I'm gonna win this one for you, my sweet boy.
What an interesting take to just make it extra difficult for yourself in such an important tournament. But he's back on, he's back on, he's back on, he's locked in. And on screen right now, obviously rolling through some highlights of how the teams made it all the way here. That's just we get reacquainted with them. Of course, right now we see 1UP who made it so far against the Pioneers before they got taken out by them. 1UP, of course, with Ikazo's magnificent goo gun, who used to make some devious traps for other teams to fall into. It didn't quite work out then and there, but they're back now, trying to secure their ticket to Stockholm. Also right now, we have Demo and Young Guns, both of which we're done with, but here they are anyway.
Yeah. And Young Guns
almost fell over.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I missed that. I started talking. Apparently there was some sort of crisis going on this.
No, I leaned a bit to have it to the right and then came off balance. I was going to look at a watch on time on me. It is currently 20 minutes past 1 a.m. in Stockholm, but we're still going strong because the games are going strong, the gamers are going strong, and oh boy, Jerry's looking like he's feeling strong.
Absolutely, and it's also feeling like maps have been vetoed somehow, some way.
Fantastic. And when we look at that map veto, Monaco is out for this one on the hands of TSG. Young Guns said no to Seoul. Space Station Gaming does not want to see their fate decided on Fortune Stadium. 1UP does not want to see Skyway Stadium. We won't see that map today, I fear. And the game we'll be going to is Las Vegas Stadium.
A trip to Vegas.
Oi!
Yeah.
Gosh.
I mean, hey, if it's not going to be Fortune deciding anyone's fate,
might as well
just be gambling. So,
hashtag not sponsored.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
I mean, Monaco's also a gambling place, right?
True. I typically think of different criminal activities, but you know what? That might just be me.
I don't think of criminal activities. I think of the finals, and I'm excited to get into this game. I don't know what my fellow casters are up to at this point in time, but to be honest, everyone's a bit jet-lagged, everyone's a bit sleep-deprived, and everyone's excited to see where this game goes. And ooh, I want to know, who do you have in this game to advance?
Okay, I want it to be SSG. Right, because I want to believe my boy Grad that that is why they had their unfortunate run to make it here. I want it to be SSG. I think it can be.
Right.
I don't know if that's going to happen.
Right.
I don't think that level of defeat was just because we weren't on control.
Of a misinput. Jerry.
And the other thing is, I cannot place a bet on this game when there are 2 goo heavies in.
Right.
It's so much chaos that is going to unfold. This may be one of the wildest cash-out games that we ever see. Mark my words.
Yeah, because there's also Sledgehammer running wild. There's not just the Goo Guns that we keep coming back to, it's also the Sledgehammer. I think if I had to pick anyone, I'm gonna pick one with my brain, that's gonna be Space Station. I'm gonna pick one with my heart, that would be Ikazo on 1-up. But who doesn't matter what I pick, I've been wrong before almost 100% of the time. Let's find out instead by going in-game. Jerry and Artie, take it away.
My honest prediction is that there will be a surprise team in the next best of 3. One of these top 2 slots is gonna surprise us for certain. Well, here we go, let's dive straight into it. Space Station Gaming will be hoping for no surprises at all. And if there are any, they want to hope to adapt to those, as they often do. Young Guns, we tune in with them in orange, approaching Vault 1 and fending off against TSG.
Young Guns, APS in one hand and a sledgehammer in the other. Genuinely a wild combo to have here, but it's going to be TSG versus Young Guns on that engagement. Over on Vault 2, Space Station 1-up are about to have a clash of the ages.
Oh, wow. Okay, that's a nice snap out of midair from Tiger to take out Noose. We're hopping around a little bit, and we catch Lamp finding Ikazo. A lot of damage dealt as well to 1-up in general. Only Graziv left in this fight. And they find him at the other end of that teleport. Easily dealt with. Space Station Gaming moving towards B without a problem in the world. Young Guns, in the meantime, managed to avoid contact or wipe out enough of TSG to close that gap. TSG have actually moved in on A and are presumably building some kind of defense around it.
Yeah, probably some sort of goo defense. Oh, yeah, Cash Out A is buried at the same time as soon as they move up. But Ruby Labubu has the counter to goo, which is just a giant stick with a weight on it. Let's see exactly what that sledgehammer has in stock. But for TSG, Hani has the vault now. Take it away, and wait, what is this?
Oh, wow.
What are you doing?
They're going directly to double it. This was something TSG were doing.
But they're doubling the first one!
Yeah, it's chaos.
What?
This is chaos. I did say this was going to be one of the weirdest games we see. B is already about a quarter complete, which means that when this double gets over here, it's going to cause even more ridiculousness. Ruby Labubu finds an opening kill of this presumably 4-way melee onto Noose. TSG down with 1 player lower. SSG have to be really careful about how they control this box.
Honor the Pure has just completely saved SSG as they took the box all the way over, but Young Guns, they are going to pay the price for it. The TSG special, they start to deal some damage downrange, and Young Guns, well, they are still trying to make sure that doesn't get doubled. It doesn't suit anybody very well here. It's Space Station Gaming, though, it serves them best to just not have that happen.
Oh, that's a big dive.
Squad, they're diving up behind SSG. They didn't know. They are going to survive a little bit, but Normalize just, no, he goes down.
Pokio getting that kill. Lamp manages to trade it onto the light, but he's taking bullets in behind from Graziv, who's also finding shots onto Grad. They don't have an opportunity to get the res on their medium. That DMAT opens up the wall. Lamp not used to that in this meta, and Lamp so low on HP, but they do wait long enough for Normalize to coin back in with that defender advantage. 1-up are taking heavy casualties right now, down to, well, they've been eliminated, Artie. Out comes Normalize, but he's taken out. Kills are plenty for Young Guns. Maybe they could get a steal going, but it's TSG currently holding F on the point. Lamp can't find him, and this is going to go through. Surely not.
No
That's a steal for
way!
TSG. How have they done that? But it's not over yet. 10 seconds left. Young Guns still at full strength, have the opportunity for it, but the Goo Gun is causing so much mayhem, and it might just stall him out. Can he get the kill in time?
Oh, he's holding on to it. Oh, he's not going to get it. TSG, what is happening? Wow. SSG finds themselves in 3rd place.
It's a steal.
But there is still time. But right now, Young Guns, they are losing their cash out as 1-up has come back into the fray. This is the finals with 2 Goo Guns in a lobby.
Yeah, it's like nothing I've ever seen, Hardy.
Smoke, goo, steals, amidst Space Station Gaming. This genuinely could be history here.
To be honest, if 1-up managed to see this one out, we'll have ended the first wave of cash outs in a pretty much level playing field, which you rarely see. Oh. But there's still action to be had here with 40 seconds left on this cash out. Funny that barely anyone is prioritizing 3. Space Station Gaming, they've seen the bigger picture. They know that is worth a lot more in the long run, but everyone else seems focused on A here.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what happens. Young Guns, they do have the opportunity to approach. There is just less than 30 seconds on this point. TSG, they're going to be taking a little bit of damage here, but he'll back up, and TSG doesn't have to worry too much about positioning. But for now, 1-up, they are spread around the point, triangulating the position. TSG is about to dive in, and if you know anything about TSG, they've already done this once. They might be able to do it again. 3 smoke grenades about to land in, make this steal a little bit easier. But Ricardo still has to do a lot of work here. 1UP trying to dive in. A goo gun stall could happen, but Graziv looking for it. They don't see him in the smoke. Oh, he gets it again! No way! You can't keep getting away with this, TSG!
Ricardo has pulled off 2 major heists in Vegas. They need to maybe get Vire on for the security here because something's going wrong and these casinos are going to be very out of pocket. If anyone tells you the house always wins, they're wrong.
TSG, goo gun smokes. Oh my god. And oh wait, what is the Space Shape? They're losing their cash right now against Young Guns for free. They've left it.
Grad died at some point, and so I feel as though Space Station Gaming are allowing this steal. They must be nearby and aiming for the retake. They are very close. But of course, this Sledge Heavy wants to create chaos. And they're really tight in. Here we go, carrying the APS close. This will be useful for any protection against RPGs or anything like that. They're going beneath to try and get this. Of course, dropping it into a Sledge Heavy is certainly one way to play around the defense. About a minute left or so on this cash out.
I just can't believe my eyes here. Space Station Gaming, they're trying to lock in right now is normalized. Keeps Grad healed up, but the shots ring out. Polkia goes down. This is good damage, but this is against 1UP. 1UP doesn't even have much of a stake right now. For SSG, they need to make their way through Young Guns. And Young Guns just holding steadfast on the point that once was theirs. Sledgehammer going to be taking a bunch of damage right now. Normalize makes his way over to the cash out, but still, there's not a lot of safety in this steal. And there it is, Ruby Labubu with the Sledgehammer going to land right on Normalize's forehead. Normalize is going to be able to pick up 1 here. See what happens as the rest of the Young Guns flow in, but Lamp goes out. It's a critical pick here. Normalize gets the res. In the meanwhile, a lot of damage ringing through onto the Pure Ruby. They're still up there. Sledge is still back up. Is there time to steal? There might be. Sledge, though, he throws his dome into the APS. Oh, but the res has just happened. Tiger's back up. Ruby Lubu heads in. The steal sticks through for SSG. Lamp does manage to get the frags. Young Guns goes out. SSG, they're safe for now. On the other side of the map, TSG still holding steadfast as 1UP continues to try and fight their way through. This is chaos!
And this is a cash out that TSG have been holding for quite some time without any contention, but 1UP are right on their tail. You can see right here, the medium of TSG, Honey just right above with that perch. Everyone bunched up for 1UP. They've got the goo fortress from Akazo. He's created this. It's dropped down. The steal is being stuck here. The goo gun delay has worked out though, and it forces them into a chaotic brawl. Akazo does find the light. He dishes some damage out as well into Ricardo. Brilliant shots coming out from Akazo. But here's Space Station Gaming on the third party. About 10 seconds left, but this gas is going to stop them from stealing. Polkia is still up, but he's over 1UP. Why is he here? Harney on the solo defense. Can he get in to prevent the steal? He lands his shots onto Normalize. He can't land the shots onto Lamp, but there's goo, and that's what's prevented the steal. TSG held on to that.
Oh my god. This is unprecedented as SSG. They're used to fighting teams that are running the meta, but this lobby is anything but. And I can't believe what I'm seeing here, but TSG is genuinely controlling the flow of the match through and through and through. Not to mention, Akazo, even though they don't have a lot of cash to their name, they are still making a massive impact. We're going to be seeing one of the final cash outs get started over here as B in control of the Young Guns. Haven't made much of a name for themselves just yet, but if they do it here, it's going to be quite a ride. 1UP has control of cash out 6. Do they want to double it or not?
I don't know if I can take another one of these waves of cash out, Hardy. We've only got 1 minute and, well, 20 seconds or so left on the timer, but this one looks like it is going to be doubled. That 6 volt flying in midair. Everyone with different ideas. Space Station Gaming want to take it away. They don't want that double. They need to get it in a separate cash out, but they only have 22 seconds to do so before AD spawns. It gets thrown away.
But Lamp and Normalize, they go down. The cash is going to be now in control of 1UP. It is going to get doubled, and if SSG wants to survive and have an easy way in, they are going to need to get this cash out specifically.
Wow, Young Guns and TSG going through as it stands with only 45 seconds left on that timer as the klaxon sounds for overtime. Goo everywhere, and expect there to be a hell of a lot more by the time this game ends, Ardy.
Absolutely. For now, TSG, they are 100% confirmed this time, I mean it. We're looking at 36K on the line. Young Guns doing whatever they can to hold on to it.
One up.
It's one up, going for the steal. Space Station Gaming working their way in slowly but surely. They take out Young Guns. No more Sledgehammer in the lobby. Just one up. They get the cash. It is a perfect steal for Space Station Gaming for now, but only they hold the Goo stall! The Goo Gun prevents it from stealing! Only 9 seconds left, and with 8 on the clock, they don't start the steal in time! SSG, they can't get it!
Normalize has been permagooed! He's been stun-locked in the corner! SSG got stun-locked out of that game! Holy smokes!
That was insane! The Goo Gun stall that took SSG to the lower bracket.
The Goo Gun stall heard across the world. The predictions are out the actual window at this point in time. We find ourselves with 1UP advancing and TSG advancing, a team that has absolutely, more or less, I'd say after this, probably have a patent pending on their aggressive smoke steals that just keeps them getting through and through and through into this tournament.
I mean, SSG still has a chance, but...
SSG still has a chance, and that is important to note. Next up, we will have 1UP versus TSG in a best of 3v3 to figure out which team is going to Stockholm. And it is insane to say, but 1UP will be going against TSG. One of them will punch a ticket through to Stockholm, which at this point in time, we know it's true, but if you asked us about 19.5 hours ago, no one of us would have believed it. And the end frame in that game is just normalized, permanently good and stuck. And the numbers are as strange as everything that led up to them. We find ourselves that the top 2 teams are the bottom fraggers, but they did have the most money. Money is everything that matters in this world, is something that I would have said if I was a banker, which I do look like at this point in time. Numbers that speak for themselves, cash outs that speak for themselves, and money. 40,000 almost neck and neck to 1UP and TSG as they get ready to duke it out in a 3 versus 3. Artie, how do you even land after such a game?
I don't know what to think. There's Jared, that's how he landed. What is...
Fortunately enough, Artie, we do not need to land. The only thing that needs to land is Thix's laptop on the floor, because we are going to go over to the weather station in hopes that Cora and Thixie can shine some light on what's happening.
Thank you.
I mean, the last game before we had the pause, and then this on top of that. I don't think any of us is standing, and none of us are breathing. The absolute chaotic wonderfulness of these games.
Yeah.
Mind blown.
It is absolutely insane. I have no words for what I'm witnessing right now.
Me neither.
Space Station Gaming on the last breath of this one as well. We'll talk about how we got to this stage so far. But of course, in the last game that you guys watched, we will give dividends to the team that did go through to winning. And what the heck? Oh, this is actually Sweden. This is not where we're playing right now.
But very important, you can see the weather.
Yeah, this is the weather,
This is exactly why we came here, actually, because why would we look at a bracket when we can look at the weather? This is, after all, the weather station.
That is right. And I do witness an absolute storm is on the horizon, because no one would predict that the matches would be forming this way with this storyline.
And that the Goo would be the actual savior for Ekazo's team at the end of that game. Holy moly.
That is right. And of course, as we do see up here, this is how Nightmare got through. They beat FYR 2-1. And now on the other side, you just watch this cash out match. This is the cash out, cash out B, Group B right here. And it was SSG. If you guys do follow them, they will be going through right here and starting off what is going to be a long, long hour and a half of matches left. But we do give dividends to the winners here, 1UP and TSG, who are absolutely causing
mayhem.
Yeah, this is absolutely insane. They are causing an absolute earthquake here in the finals and, of course, in the community as well. So they are going to be playing their best of 3 versus 3. The winner here will be going through to the Grand Major. And, of course, everyone over here is fighting for the very last spot to be invited. It's either going to be an absolute cinema.
It is definitely going to be absolute cinema. There's nothing else that's the option when it comes to the close qualifiers. And so far, it's been a ride. It's been stormy. It's been rainy. We have some teams eliminated. We have some teams going to the Grand Major where sun is shining. And we still have some rocky parts left.
Yeah, exactly. This is it. All or nothing for the teams left here. And it's about to get goddamn tasty.
Ooh. Man says tasty as he hands it back over to the desk. And we get ready for a tasty game of the finals. This one does not taste of lasagna. Instead, we have smokes and goo at large as we take a look at TSG versus 1UP in this qualification best of 3 series. One of these teams are going to Stockholm. Jerry.
I can talk again.
Wonderful.
Still recovering, but just about. That was truly insanity, and I'm lost for words about that. And yet there's so much to say. I mean, Space Station Gaming now in an elimination cash out. Oh. But TSG and 1UP here off the back of Goo Guns. I'm speechless.
Did we just discover the Goo Gun meta? Is this undiscovered tech that all these pro players that are sweating in these scrim lobbies, they think, oh yeah, the winch, so good, all this other stuff. The entire time, underneath everything else, the Goo Gun just sitting there waiting to be discovered?
Potentially.
I'm gonna be that guy. I'm gonna say before that cash out, I stared down the camera, said these words, mark my words, this will be the craziest game of cash out you'll ever see.
You also said, mark my words, one non-meta team will go through.
Yeah.
And here we are with, I don't know if we can call both of them non-meta, but I think we probably can call them non-meta. To one degree, the stalling meta has been a thing for quite a while now, and nothing says stalling the game out like having Goo at will and Goo at large, and Goo Guns just going ham and hard. What an absolutely crazy end to that game. Just the fact that we were scrambling for so long, trying to figure out, will that last vault be picked up and not? Will it get doubled or not? In the end, it does get doubled. In the end, that does send 1UP through. Oh my days.
You know what? We're about to have a best of 3 where a Goo Gun Heavy is going to secure a spot in the major.
Guaranteed Goo Gun Heavy in the major.
Guaranteed Goo Gun major.
I think that we're in a Goo Gun meta.
One game of cash out does.
One game of cash out where previously, literally just 2 weeks ago, the team known as one of the best teams in North America, sent to the absolute shadow realm, fighting for their lives for one more ticket that remains because the other one got taken by a Goo Gun user.
The other one is getting taken by a Goo Gun user. It's just a matter of which one does it go to. Or is it going in the hands of maybe the Goo grandfather Ikazo, or is it going in the hands of TSG, who have just been, I don't know, maybe the thieves of the tournament in the best way possible.
Yeah.
The steals they've pulled off has been absolute heists. And to do on a map like Las Vegas of all maps, the casinos needs to lock their doors and get Tech Source Gaming out of there, because they are making their way out of the games with way more money than we reasonably thought they would.
Yeah, I mean, this is honestly the most fun prediction. We get to make a prediction between which Goo Gun and between TSG and 1UP. I think it is going to come down to the maps here once we get them, but for Vegas to start on, I think 1UP has this. I think the Goo father.
I'm going to give another reason to back 1UP in this. The last time we saw Tech Source Gaming win a cash out and then go into a best of 3, they were not good. They really struggled. And I think that 1UP could have played an absolute blinder here by coming through with Tech Source.
Maybe they have. There's only one way to find out, and we'll find out through these maps. Obviously, we're starting in Las Vegas Stadium, and that was the last map we played in that cash-out round. We won't be seeing Skyway Stadium, my baby. We won't be seeing Monaco at the hands of TSG. TSG also says Fortune Stadium has done enough damage. And 1UP says, you know what, Goo just doesn't taste as good in a map that's half-loaded like Sis Horizon. Instead, we will be going to Bernal for map 2, and should we see a map 3, it all comes down to Seoul.
A Goo Gun versus Goo Gun game on Seoul would go absolutely crazy if it gets there. But genuinely, Goo Gun versus Goo Gun on any map is the wildest finals that I could have ever imagined. I feel like if throughout this entire tournament, right, we've had a lot of ups, we've had a lot of downs. I feel like just for everybody in chat right now seeing this, that seeing two off-meta teams do this, this has to be the best for like a casual player that wants to know if they can play in a tournament.
So much for who can compete in these tournaments.
It really does. And it has broken my kind of comp-pilled mind. You know, people might be saying in chat, you know, what about Charge and Slam, right? No. We never see Charge and Slam in comp. We haven't seen them mesh, strangely, almost all tournament. And that did have a say in the previous meta, in the previous season for quite a while. We are discovering that Goo Gun has not just potential, but real power.
And also talking of Ikazo and 1UP, we are actually, I think if I recall this correctly, Ikazo and 1UP at the time called PEG were actually eliminated as early as halfway through the first North American Open.
You're right.
They were eliminated second elimination game, I believe, in the first Open. They then had to come back and play the second Open all the way through, and now they've fought their way through losers bracket, second phase all the way, and now they are just a measly 3 maps away from punching the golden ticket all the way to the Stockholm Major. What a run that has been.
That's absolutely insane. That is the finals at its core. A virtual game show where anybody has a shot.
The world's greatest game show, as I like to call it.
Yeah.
Where anything and everything can happen. And I do believe we'll see everything and anything that can happen in this game. As we are heading in game right now, it's time to take a seat. The time's to hand over to the pros. Jerry and Nardi, take it away. Let's find out which Goo Gun takes game 1.
Thank you so much, Oscar. Here we go. Neither of these teams have yet won a best of 3 on stream. But here, right now, they could win this for a ticket to the major. It couldn't get more dramatic than this, Artie.
It really couldn't. And, I mean, hey, last time we saw TSG in the 3v3, Ricardo did swap to Winchclaw. This time he's committing to the bit. He knows Akazo's on the other end. And, well, Goo versus Goo.
Double DMAT as well. The max mobility being brought out by both teams. They know what they need to do. They need to get their heavies in close to cause chaos. Ricardo rocking the shack as well. Interestingly, there are plenty of different weapons being brought across this map. We have the Matter, of course, being stuck by Palkia. But here we go, a close engage as Dome's already dropped and bullets fired. Palkia gets 1, Palkia gets 2. Noose left standing for TSG with the 93R. And he can pick Palkia out of midair, or he can't.
I was so obscured by the Goo Guns that I completely forgot that Palkia is running the Matter, the M26 Matter. And again, I always forget that the M26 does actually matter. But Palkia here is reminding me, this is a phenomenal game.
He's making you fall in love all over again, Artie. I can hear it. I can see it. All right, that first drop being made. Interestingly, they decide to bring it down into the sort of a lower half of this building. Palkia setting up further away. APS dunked on top of the point. And Ikazo rocking the Akimbo Deagles, as he always does, with the anti-grav cube as well. An interesting tech being rocked by our prime content creator in the lobby.
Now that's the interesting tech. Yeah, everything is interesting about it. Graziv, first to go down here. It's a big pick for Noose. Actually going to be removing the medium. Removes a lot of what actually made 1UP super strong in that last one. It wasn't the kills coming out from Graziv, it was everything else. But for now, TSG, they're going to have the opportunity to remove that APS. Who needs the right click? You don't need that. We're going to be throwing Dome APS of their own. Both teams running APS.
Yeah.
What is happening? A great steal here for TSG. 1UP fully recombines efforts up to the rooftop. And for now, Graziv deals some damage out to Noose. Noose goes out early on. A lot of APS noise he's not used to hearing. An anti-grav cube as well. The grav is going to go down here. We do see a 2v2 situation. Palkia with that Matter to work. And Noose going to come up from that defib, but will escape with his life.
Oh, really giving chase here. Graziv still down on this attack. TSG looking good, but Ikazo does find a pick onto Ricardo. That's the heavy battle one. And what is this?
Invis bomb.
This Invis bomb and the debris right on top of him. It's great protection, but not if Hani can get on ground level when he does. Noose cleaning up Palkia. And that is a successful defense of the first cash out, going the way of TSG.
Yeah, 1UP just let them take that. I mean, Akazo needed to get in spot for the goose stall during that steal, but there was just no chance. And yeah, the destruction is crumbling the Osboo's Casino all around. Ooh, yeah, that one got her.
Only in the finals. That is a wreck of a building, and they're going to hope that another objective doesn't spawn over there because they'll want some fresh terrain to mold to their liking. Speaking of terrain to mold to your liking, look at the sheer amount of goo. Of course, that'll probably be from the goo boxes in the sky. Lots of it on top of the Megadome, though. And these two teams meeting over the Alpha Active building. 1UP squirming their way into it, looking to move their way up what once was a hotel.
I don't know what's happening. All right, 1UP.
It's a lot to process. All of our practice casting, RD, has been in games that have been entirely different from this specific one. And we have to recalibrate our brains. It's like,
how do you cast this?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what weapons they have. I don't know what the M26 matter does. But no, here we go.
We're not that bad. We're not that bad.
No, exactly. But also zipline on grass.
Yeah, it's everything that you've never seen before in comp. And it's got them this far. They are one away from a major. We have to give them the respect.
Absolutely. And for people in chat, this is literally just seeing their ranked game, but for a chance at $100,000.
Yeah.
What a world we live in. And we're going to be seeing 1UP now taking control of Vault 2. They're moving it all the way over to the Engimo Casino where Cash Out C lies. But TSG, they're up at the very top, making sure that they're going to have the first chance at diving down on top of 1UP to stop it from getting there.
Again, like you mentioned, good positioning from TSG. This Megadome really does define Vegas, stretching right from one end of the map to the other. And they are trying to get an idea of where 1UP are moving, but 1UP are really taking their time about it. Do you want to take a break and come back in a minute? Like this is very slow gameplay considering the weirdness on display. There is a smart gateway that gives them that little edge as they dart their way towards the car park.
Yeah, they actually made it all the way around them. Really good movement. They're going to drop that Cash Out all the way to the ground floor. Polkia making his way quickly around the back. 1UP kiting, but this hurt them before. This is exactly the same situation that happened where TSG was able to get an early pick, and then, they came in for a quick steal. See what happens this time around. Looks like 1UP is definitely a little bit closer quarter to this. They know exactly where they want to be. Swapping up the top, 1UP. They're available. They've seen and heard exactly where TSG is deciding to maneuver around. But they've caught out only Noose. The other two could be swapping height at the back. They are. They come up the staircase there. As they do, Graziv gonna go down. 1UP is definitely hurting on this approach to the top. And Akazo, he's gonna be able to pull out. Polkia able to pull back. And TSG, they just need to look for one more pick before they're safe enough to steal.
Oh, Polkia has been found, though, going for that res, and at the moment, he's out. Akazo trying to stall that steal, but the anti-grav cube is not enough. And unfortunately, he's left squandering, left scrambling, rather, trying to find a hiding place to let his teammates come back up. Graziv coins in. Polkia will be next. About 50 seconds left on this Cash Out, RD, and it's being dropped down to the bottom floor.
I mean, this is the second time that 1UP plugs.
Oh, Graziv.
He steals. Oh, this is just so hard for 1UP to recover from. They have to. 30 seconds. That's it. It's going to put TSG one map away, but let's see what Ricardo's going to be able to do. He's holding the line right now. And for now, 1UP, they make their way in. They have one shot at this. See what they're going to do. The Invis Bomb. Wait a second. Polkia, he maneuvers around the back. And Akazo grabs, they get 2 picks here. Wait,
Where's
this
Hani?
Is more than enough. There's Hani. Oh, but the damage, the angle stops him! And that's going to be TSG taking map 1. That was not on the cards. I don't know what's happening, but every single World Tour enjoyer is rejoicing at what's happening in the major closed qualifiers.
TSG are just a different beast. There's no way to assess what they're doing here, but they're doing it right. That's all I can tell you. They're getting results. And finally, it's translating to a 3 versus 3. Like I said, neither of these teams up to this point had won a single map on a 3 versus 3. But here, TSG, of course, someone had to buck that trend. Team in orange going ahead, now 1 map away from that Stockholm major ticket.
In a weird way, maybe this is the first time for these two teams where the playing field has been completely even, as they're as off meta, both of them, as the other are. And I mean, the fact that we get to see an anti-gravity cube, we get to see an M26 Matter come through a tiny hole after being invis to secure a cash out, but then isn't secure at all because another weapon finds another tiny gap in all the goo. If goo had the same metric cost as gold per cubic, we'd be looking at $1 billion on 1 cash out. Fortunately, goo is mostly biodegradable and free, also a virtual asset. And if we look at the stats, for the first time with these two teams, yeah, that looks about right.
There's a bunch of interactions that we have to think about that just don't appear in regular games. That are like, there's so many suboptimal things going on. Like, why would you bring an APS into a Goo Gun team? It's not doing anything. You've got to adjust to this particular matchup.
I mean, it is doing a lot here.
It removes 3 goos.
It removes 3 goos.
3 out of 20.
I mean,
like, it does nothing.
I never thought that I would see the day where an APS turret on the ground eats a grav cube in an official match.
Yeah.
But in a qualification game to the Grand Major, because one of these two teams, one of these two Goo enjoyers, one of these two certified NGMO fans, as they are all Goo enjoyers, are going through to the Grand Major. And that's when we see them whip out an APS that swallows an anti-gravity cube.
You know, even after yesterday's games, when we saw so much off-meta stuff happening in EMEA, there were people that said, oh, yeah, but even still, oh, no, it's not ballots. It's all meta stuff that's making it through. If I see another comment that says, not everything is viable, I don't know what you're watching.
But it ain't the finals.
But it's not the finals, because this is proof. Living proof. You could do anything, Oscar.
The way Art is motivating me right now, I almost fell over. The sound boom from the last proof made me kind of take a little shimmy over here in my steps.
Yeah, he's fired up.
Whew, I am ready to go. These games have been intense, and it's only gonna get, I was gonna say worse, but honestly, it's just gonna get better. Because right now, we find ourselves where TSG are a single map away from qualifying through to the Grand Major in Stockholm. And 1UP, led of course by Ikazo, are currently 2 maps away, and should it come down to it, we have a beautiful decider map lined up at the end.
Oh boy. Well, second map is on its way, Oscar. We don't have long. It's just around the corner. Texels Gaming 1UP, and again, to reiterate, Goo heavy at the major potentially.
Goo heavy at the major, confirmed. And with that, we're gonna go in game. Take it away, my friends.
I'm still in shock. All right.
We're still in shock from the first cash out game.
Yeah. Map 2, Bernal suspended sponsor structures await. And this is honestly going to be one of the best maps for the double Goo Gun, because normally this is where winch kind of ruins the fun sometimes, where you get up and you winch it off the platform and then it's not crazy, but now it's going to be crazy all the way through. Hani also crazy with the shots. Going to get healed right back up. Akazo ready to go. Look at this. Graziv going to be able to maneuver around the side of Polkia. Even though he went with the invis bomb, it's not going to get him out of that situation. Speaking of sticky situations, Akazo and Graziv, they're creating one over here for the remaining players of TSG. Just Ricardo trying to escape his life. Not going to be able to do that.
That's crazy. Hani and News really operating to try and dive on the advantage they found, but they didn't reckon with the Deagles and the FAMAS sniping them out of midair. It's a strange one to see. A lot of the time in the current meta, you've got the light holding some kind of ranged option, and then it's either your heavy or, well, usually your heavy that will have a shotgun in hand. Here, that sniping capability from 1UP is brought by Ikazo and Graziv, the heavy and the medium. TSG have to adjust to that and know that if they just pick the light off, they can't go hitting a jump pad and expect to win a fight.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking to see as right now 1UP gets the plug, and as much as I want to say, yeah, crazy, that's a 1UP buff, but TSG has always done this off of 1UP's plugs. For now, Ricardo, he sends an RPG into a different dimension. Hani at 0 HP. Ricardo somehow survives the bubble. Polkia, though, covered in goo, gonna finally be able to find the chance to elbow to the side there. Gets a double melee kill. Noose, though, takes him out. 1 HP.
Yeah, the melee, the secret extra bullet in the Matters. In the Matters magazine. Yeah, it's a really, really nice weapon when you have it in the right hands. I love this Goo Gun skin because it gets a little bit of extra, you know, particle effects, those beautiful data squares sent off into the distance as you fire them. Because of just gooing up the entirety of this building, it seems, making it very difficult to enter. He's building a fortress in the sky.
Gooing off the jump pads as well. Obviously going to be some super critical tech. Oddly enough, though, they are keeping the zip lines on, because even if they take the zip lines, you can just goo them in the middle of it. But it's going to be a gateway that sends them up. Cash out gets dropped with a well-placed C4, and Noose doesn't check his corners. Akazo going to put some bullets in the back of his head for that. Grab cube going to land on the bottom, but it's not really going to help out Akazo. It is underneath. Hani dropped it with the D-mat.
Oh, great cover.
Great goo cover there. Ricardo going to be trying to stabilize over towards Akazo, who's going to detonate the C4, deleting a lot of the goo, but Hani and Ricardo, they're taking damage. Bulkia, Grazov, they're both in there.
How have they...
3-on-2, how are they alive? Ricardo finally going to get chunked away here, but Ricardo, he's just goo stalling Bulkia. It's an infinite goo stall. Ricardo has to reload at some point, though, but Bulkia's still stuck in the corners. Wait, TSG recovers off that! How does he recover off that? Bulkia finds one. He's going to use goo of his own, but there's still two players with TSG up. He goes down. They just goo-stalled him to freaking death!
Hani was given an extra minute to win his 1 versus 1. Look at this, it's a 3 versus 2. This shouldn't happen. And you can see Akazo off to the left fighting Hani, but it's taking so long. Ricardo, how does he get out of that and help out his teammate? Bulkia was just stun-locked. We've seen that before to normalize at the end of the cash-out map. Akazo with the crazy goo tech. It's okay, a winch. What's the stun length on a winch?
Not that long.
Yeah, exactly. This is better.
I know almost every statistic in this game, every single decimal point and digit. I couldn't tell you how long that stall would last, because I thought he was going to have to reload eventually anyway, but the rubble from the barn collapsing around him gave him just enough breath to reload.
Wasn't Akazo the one that threw a gravity cube, anti-grav cube down as well? Probably unseating some of that roof with the interaction there. So let's just credit him with that as well. So he put the debris right there. He knew what he was doing. He was 5 steps ahead. Every Gugon Heavy is playing 5D chess at this point in time. But Akazo just that little bit better in this map. TSG, of course, still have the lead in the series. So it's not do or die right now for them. We will see another cash out, whether it's on this map or another after this one.
I just can't believe that TSG is one more cash out from the major.
No, they're not. Wait.
Yes, they are.
They are. Oh my God, I got it wrong. I got it wrong.
TSG is one cash out away from the major.
It's crazy.
Akazo might be eating these bananas, but the protein might not be enough to deal with the goo. Looking to see exactly how they hold up here. They need to get full control of this vault, but like I said, 1UP has plugged every single cash out in this series, and TSG has stolen all of them back.
1UP won't want that trend to continue as they're delivering it. Some interesting box management there, and the 2 charges on the dematerializer spent just to pick that back up. The Ricardo shack comes in. As we know, it can do some damage when it's needed. Great RPG connects onto Bulkia. Everyone on 1UP, a little bit bruised, but very recoverable. No heal beam on the medium means that they just have to rely on the H+ infuser and that regen. Oh, News spies an entire team. He's not going to engage by himself. He gives the call to the rest of the team. Hani sniping from above, but they're catching them. They're like fish in a barrel here. There's the spot on the gateway, and News needs to get the distance right to get this glitch.
I think he has. See the APS here for 1UP. They do not want any... See the APS here for 1UP. They do not want any funny business here as TSG makes their way in just like they have before. Hani going to be dematting the wall over to the south side of the building. They move around the compound, but this is exactly what allows TSG to come in. And wait a second, with that grav cube, it's successfully extracted the cash out to the rooftop right now. This is unprecedented in the major. It's now on the roof. 1UP, they're diving in, diving back to this fight, but TSG, they're holding their own. Bulkia is missing the shots. Akazo and Grazov are dead. Bulkia gets one. Wait, no, he doesn't. Ricardo and Noose, they're both still up. Hani Oh my goodness, able to survive. Noose coming in, Pokey misses. 1UP has just died. TSG has stolen this. That might be it. That might be TSG stealing 4 cash outs with the goo gun and a grav cube. And I think they've done it. Oh, Jerry.
That could be it. It's that knife edge where...
No, there's no time.
No, I think
there's
you're right.
No time.
That has to be it.
TSG has just qualified to the Dreamhack Major with a goo gun.
It's not just a goo gun. I think we have to... They stole 4 consecutive cash outs to make it through the list elimination series. I believe they stole every single cash out before that led to this point. I don't think they've started a single one of their own. They have absolutely rolled in, gooed up, and ran away with a golden ticket, taking them all the way to the Stockholm Major at Dreamhack November 28th and 29th.
You can win the game just by stealing. Plugs for mugs.
This play.
The goo gun stall while being assisted by a roof that's currently slanted on the back of your dome, creating that just 1-to-1 CC. I don't know. I feel like I said earlier today that in these games, when I was here with RD and Rio, and I said in this game we've said that we see things we've never seen before with people that have seen everything the finals has to offer, and yet again, now again, we find ourselves seeing something that we've never seen before. Again.
And 1UP are not eliminated. They're going to appear in another best of 3 later.
SSG is terrified. SSG is so terrified right now.
We'll find out if it's SSG that they're meeting. It could happen. It absolutely could happen. But of course, I mean, we'll need a weather report at some point soon.
At some point, we're going to need to know what the weather is like, because all I know right now is that it feels foggy. There might just be in my head, might be the depth perception. I left my glasses in the studio at the office. Not that I have any, but if I did, they're probably there. Anyways, while we figure out what's going on with the bracket, while we catch our breath, I want to say congratulations, one and all, to TSG. We will see you at the Major. And to everyone watching, we will catch you all in just a moment after this quick break.
The stars, distant, watching. When will they arrive? Will your family be disintegrated first or last? Will your family dog become their leader? With Holtau's alien invasion insurance, you don't have to worry. Alto, we got your back.
Hi. Welcome back to the Finals Grand Major Closed Qualifiers for North America. My name is Artie. I'm here with Jerry and Rio, and chat, credit where credit is due. Tech Source Gaming has just qualified with a goo gun to the Dreamhack Major. And genuinely, I think I've understood now why they're called that, why they're called Tech Source Gaming, because they have just become the source of the new tech with the goo gun. And Rio, what's happening?
I'm really glad that I'm the one that gets to break it down, because genuinely what I just saw is basically how I play. So, if anything, I feel the most validated I've ever felt in all of my time in playing the finals. We saw so many off-meta picks. We saw the zipline. We saw the goo guns. We saw the gravity cube. It's just unheard of, and you know what? I loved it. And that whole time in the break room, I was just screaming that, like, I cannot believe I'm not casting these. And your bewilderment just blew me away, because I was there with you, but just the validated kind.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was losing my mind. And I knew that you were losing your mind out there as well, Rio. Pretty sure most people at home were losing their mind as well. Sure. Right there with us, with me, Artie, Oscar, and everyone here. Absolutely. It was wild. It was just wild.
It's been unprecedented here in Stockholm to see who's going to be joining us in just a few short weeks. But who's going to be joining us just a few short moments? Well, in order to make sure that we're all on the same page, we know where we're at in the bracket, we know the current situation, I thought it's time to check in with a little weather report with Vix and Cora.
Hello, welcome back to the weather station that I would like to say has been cloudy with all of that goo. There's literally no better way to describe the weather that we're currently in. Holy smokes.
Yes, smokes.
There was no smokes, but
there was no
holy goo, I guess.
Holy goo.
Holy goo.
Exactly. It is now do or die. This is what forges players, and this is what separates the weak from the strong. And again, this whole time, throughout this whole major, ever since it got started to be announced, everyone had their fan favorites here on SSG Space Station Gaming, and somehow we have created the situation where it is now do or die. It's all or nothing.
Or goo or die, actually. Even better.
Do or die. That, you know what? God damn, that was actually so good. It was so good. I broke 2 of the monitors. Great. Anyway, let's stop yapping because I know it's getting late for some people, and let's get through to, of course, where we are at right now. So it has been a goddamn long phase 2. And of course, if I point, we are right to these stages here. How we got there, you of course need to see this massive lineup. This is the game that we are going to be commentating on right here, right now. We did say, of course, congratulations to Nightmare and TSG with that insane performance, but now, and this is quite simple for you guys, all you have to do is focus on this part here. So, the journey of this one, how are we going to get to the very last spot here for the Grand Major, the very last ticket remaining? Well, the top 2 teams here in this cash-out match will be proceeding, and the bottom 2 teams will be eliminated. It is now or never for these players, and once again, Caroline, it's in a cash-out match.
Cash out again. Those are the spiciest games. 4 teams competing or dancing.
Oh,
or
it's
being
good.
Oh
no, Jerry, no!
Jerry's
Jerry!
out of the game.
Wait, why am I doing this?
I don't know, but maybe you're the one gooing.
Am I?
Yeah. I don't know. Apparently, I think so. I don't know what's going on.
With all the goo, it's hard to see, to be fair.
Yeah,
could be anyone.
Scrub it.
Oh,
come on.
Back.
Oh my god. Is that me? It was
that
me.
Is you.
Yeah. We got Jerry getting goose stalled in 2025.
Perma stunlocked.
Oh my god.
I mean, this pretty much describes the game, so
yes.
valid. Yeah.
I am super excited, but it is now enough yapping. Let's bring it over to the beautiful casters.
Thank you for that, Weather Station. You guys are the only reason I know what's going on anymore. We're looking to see the next cash out. Now, this is going to be a spicy one, as Thixie just told us. And, well, Space Station, 6 feet, steppers, young guns, and, well, Space Station Gaming, they clearly love cash out. They've done so well today, and hopefully this is going to be the one where they can change everybody's minds and see what's going on, Jerry.
Absolutely, and they have maybe an easier time of it here. They've had some really awkward opposition. Those goo guns
in the very second cash out that they played. In the first one as well, they came up against 8ball and No Hours and TSG. Again, No Hours and TSG doing some ridiculous stuff in that cash out at the very start of the day to cause SSG to come fourth in cash out. Very rare to see that, but here, maybe they can be a little bit more in control of the game. They need to, though. They can't go through a day, lose 3 cash outs, and expect to qualify for a major.
Yeah, no, that's a great way of putting it, but boy, the stakes are high. They have to get in the top 2, or that is going to be the end of the run for Space Station Gaming. And I don't know what to say if that happens. It'll just be heartbreak like we haven't seen at all today.
There is not a single person that has a pick'ems that has survived.
Yeah.
It is actually not possible at this point, because even if you were a Goo Gun believer, you didn't think that they would both be vying for a guaranteed spot in that last one. So genuinely anything can happen here. Space Station Gaming obviously has, well, a lot on the line here. And not only them, but one of the teams that they would be meeting in the next best of 3s, Fire Straits. I mean, there's 2 signed teams, only 1 ticket left. It's crazy stuff. Let's look at the maps here. 6 Feet says no Vegas. Young Gun says no Soul. Steppers got rid of Monaco. No more Skyway. Sorry, Oscar, not today. And the randomized pick to be Nozomi Citadel on cash out yet again.
Yeah, this is a fun one to do cash out on. It's a very chaotic map. The strategy is still being developed, but it's really chaotic and really enclosed in a lot of areas. So it's going to be a fun one. I am not sure if this is going to play into Space Station Gaming's style, but we're going to have to find out.
Yeah, some of the wildest cash outs we've seen so far in this tournament and yesterday for EU have been on the Nozomi Citadel.
Yeah.
And just incomprehensible games, truly. But Space Station Gaming really have to hope that they can cut through the chaos. and cope. They also have to cope. It's a bit of a Freudian slip, but very true. Yeah, they're going to have to make sure that they can at least win a cash out today. Because like I said, if they get to those 3v3s, I think most people back them to make that lower bracket run and survive and get the final ticket. But this is cash out, and it has proved their deadliest enemy so far.
Yeah, it's not a hot take. And again, I mean, all of the pro teams here in the finals, they don't scrim this kind of stuff. They're not as well practiced. But I gotta say, SSG, now or never, this is the time to prove that you have what it takes, to test your mettle. Jerry, Rio, I'm so happy to have you guys back as my casters. Please, for our last cash out of the night, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ardy. We spent so much time talking about Space Station Gaming. Do forgive us. However, there are 3 other teams in this lobby. 2 of these will go through to a lower bracket and have another chance at getting that Sweden spot, but 2 will go home. This is about as high stakes as cash out can get.
Absolutely. The Steppers and Space Station Gaming are already engaging on top of this rooftop. Shots are going off. Lamp is already pretty low. They're staying within that bubble, but Grad getting some heals off on his teammates. They get 1 kill, they get 2 kills, and they get the wipe. What a great way to start this map.
Excellent speedy start, and we can take our attention over to the other vault fight, which is going on between Young Guns and 6 Foot Underdogs. Some great shots landed by Ruby Labubu, the sledge heavy in the lobby as Walk FPS finds that trade. Tiger, though, doubles down on the light and takes him out. That's another wipe. And the players on the right-hand side of your screen there, all looking pretty to get their plugs going. Young Guns and Space Station Gaming in control.
Absolutely. That Sledge didn't get a kill, but his teammates did. It's a great spot for the Young Guns to be in. They've got a nice gateway set up. They can bring that vault all the way over here and really get it set up. But unfortunately, immediately spots out Grab, gets him down on a zip line. That is lethal into certain situations. He tried to go for a winch claw as well. Kip didn't connect, but he's now right behind Normalize. And what is happening? 2 Space Station Gaming people down instantly.
Lamp going for that push. He really wants to commit to this, but now he's running away, scared. He's going to get wiped any second now. That is Kip and the whole of Steppers taking Space Station Gaming down a peg or 2 with a really fortunate spawn and a quick interception to plug. They didn't even need to steal Space Station's vault.
Yeah, They didn't need to, but they tried, and Space Station went down. That is a very interesting way to get started with these cash outs. Cash out B already ticking down. Young Guns set up pretty well. The cash out over here on A got pulled all the way off the map and got reset. So the Steppers are in a good situation right now, but they are about to be targeted directly as other teams dive on here. The 6-foot underdogs trying to make their advance right now. They're going for a steal. They've got the goo, they've got the APS, they've got the smoke, they've got every opportunity to get it, but a winch claw stops them, and they have to go right back at it.
Hip trying to circle round. They've managed to do a decent job here, the Steppers, of covering themselves. Good shots towards Toxic Joe, but he's not the one stealing. They finish it off. They can't get the shots. No, they do just in time from Unfortunate, and he can even get the team wipe all by himself. What an incredible play there from Steppers, and Unfortunate in particular, the medium that has shone so brightly for this squad so far this tournament.
Yeah, that is a great way of putting it. He is an amazing medium. Turning our attention now to cash out B. It is almost done. We've got Lamp in here trying to get any kills that they can, but Space Station Gaming immediately get wiped again, Jay.
Wow, they're just getting beaten. They're getting outskilled, it has to be said. They're losing fights that they shouldn't be. Young Guns really on top there. Excellent sledge play coming out from Ruby Labubu. We turn our attention to the other cash out as A is under some pressure here from 6-foot underdogs. Steppers need to defend right on that far side of the map. Underdogs are pushing in as we speak. We have to head over there. It's being winched, moved about by Steppers.
Yeah, and really there is the cash outs. The other one is going to end as well. We're not seeing it wrap up, but the Steppers seem in firm control of it as that timer ends. So at the top, we have the Steppers and the Young Guns. A lot of chaos still going down there. Toxic Joe eliminated by Zuki.
Fantastic play there. Steppers really stepping up to the mark to get themselves off to a good start. Young Guns as well ahead of the pace. And Space Station Gaming looking not at their best. They really have to lock in. Now is not the time to have a bad game. You only get a few of those a tournament.
They do get the tap on the vault, so that will give them an extra 1,000, but here is the sledge. Do we see a bonk? There's a bonk on Kip Kip. Can he find a second one? He is a little bit separated from his team, but this might be an opportunity. He goes for the winch claw, but sadly he goes down in that battle. Young Guns have been wiped. The vault is in control of Space Station Gaming. Maybe this is their opportunity to build some momentum, get some steam going, get something happening.
Steppers have been winning absolutely everything this game so far. They even beat out their rivals in Young Guns here, who were in second place, but crucially, as you say, Space Station Gaming finding that vault and getting the plug. Here comes 6-feet underdogs. They're closing the gap. They've destroyed the floor and dropped it down a level. I don't think Space Station Gaming had long to set up, and that is reflected in the fact that Toxic Joe wins the heavy fight, taking SSG down to a 2 versus 3. They need to regroup. He finds the totem. Gonna go for a long res here, Grad. They have time to reset, but in come Young Guns. They've got their sights set on a potential third party as the steal is being attempted here by 6-foot underdogs.
Oh my gosh, a third party is going to change everything in there. Grad with a good kill on that. But what has happened? This cash out has been changed. 6-foot underdogs were able to get the steal. This is insanity as everybody is diving on cash out C.
Excellent play by 6-foot underdogs, finding that opportunity. Space Station Gaming changing tact. They're moving over to D. They don't want anything to do with these third parties, but maybe this is short-sighted, as of course this will put them further behind the pace. Steppers as well have been on fire so far. I wouldn't back SSG against this team right here, right now. We'll turn into cash out C though. That's almost done with about a minute left, being contested between 6-feet underdogs and the Young Guns.
Toxic Joe tried to get a winch claw, but it did not connect there. He's standing in his APS turret. He's trying to just kite this cash out as long as he can. I'm unsure if he's going to be able to do it because everybody is starting to swarm in here. Young Guns are making their approach. They're going to tap the vault, try and get a nice little bait out there. There is the sledge bringing chaos among them, throwing some goo down as well. Ruby trying to go for the steal. All of the underdogs are chasing in there, but they are getting stopped as the push is going on. They had to get pulled off of the steal, though Hammer is coming down, but the time is ticking down. Toxic Joe just gets bonked. They're going for a res, and they might be able to hold on to this, Jerry.
Space Station Gaming in the midst of that lost their fight and are recovering. Ruby Labubu doing bits. Honor the Pure steps in, and that's a wipe onto 6-foot underdogs. Young Guns back in it again with a steal and a second cash out to themselves. Where are Space Station Gaming in all of this? They're nowhere. They're heading to D, but so is everyone. This is that short-sightedness. Surely they wanted to be a part of that melee and try and control the game, but no, they're going after Steppers now. Steppers kiting to perfection. Unfortunate has been on fire, but down goes his teammate Zuki.
key as Young Guns step up the plate.
Absolutely, this cash out is going down. It looks like a steal is being attempted by the Space Station Gaming. Can they hold on? Getting some heals from his teammate. This is what they absolutely needed. Now they have to hold on for about 10 seconds, and I think that they are clear of everybody.
Oh, that's
Here
the whole
are
of 6 foot underdogs running straight towards them. Surely they might be able to pull something off here, but there's excellent movement on the side of Space Station Gaming. They still have the winch open. Surely they should. Where's the winch? Where's the winch? Oh, that was dangerously close. That was Space Station Gaming on a knife edge, but they get the cash they need to secure second place for the time being. It's still not going to be enough. This final wave of cash outs is going to determine everything. 6 feet underdogs, they're going to want a double. In fact, everyone's going to want a double. That second place, it's always dangerous. And for Space Station Gaming, with a target on their backs, this is going to be incredibly difficult.
Incredibly difficult is a great way to put it. A lot of people over here on Cash Out or Vault 6, it has been tapped by the steppers. They need to control this vault. They are in third, but getting a plug will help them get up that leaderboard. But right now, they're all standing around. Zuki trying to find anybody with the 93R. He is dashing around, trying to make sure that all of his pathway is clear, but the rest of it, we're moving over, and Ruby Labubu charging in with an RPG. This might be their chance to get in there, get a little more cash, and secure their first place.
A has been plugged by the 6 foot underdogs and now under siege by the Young Guns. That other vault in the hands of Space Station Gaming. They obviously have taken it to another objective. Very smart move. They're only slightly behind the pace and they can defend this with their lives. Everybody else centered around the other cash out for the time being. But making decisions. Where do we go? What's the optimal path? Lots of skirmishes. Unfortunate comes out on top in that one, as he often has, but he's finally put to rest by Honor the Pure. This is Young Guns and Steppers just fighting over nothing. Neither of them have control of a cash out right now. They're fighting to be able to move freely towards either objective. At the moment, 6 feet underdogs are happy to let this happen, but they shouldn't be, because this isn't enough cash for them to get a second place.
Yeah, it's just kind of a happy victory for them if they get it, but it really won't mean much. I think that we should turn our attention to the other cash out, which is starting to run down. This one is halfway there, and I guess there is another team that is wanting to grab it. This is anybody's game, Jerry. I do not know where this is going to go.
Young Guns are playing this so smart. They need to allow for 6 feet underdogs to get this cash. If they do that, then they go through themselves, and 6 feet underdogs will not. So this is perfect for SSG, because it means that they only have to deal with one party. We see Steppers realizing this, trying to third party on A. Ruby Labubu gets a kill with the sledgehammer. Only 15 seconds left over here. And SSG, they're going untouched. They cannot believe their luck in this situation. Young Guns, only one player left up, and it's Tiger. And everyone else in the lobby is focused on A. Will it be Steppers? Will it be 6 feet underdogs going through? Either of them, it could be, but the other one will be eliminated. Toxic Joe finds the kill. They're chasing him down. The rest comes out. Are Young Guns in this? No, they're not. The drop comes out. 3 bodies around the cash box. 6 feet underdogs defending. They might just have done it. They've found their kills. It doesn't matter though. They won't have enough cash. It's all for Young Guns to claim the victory. And SSG have the cash to come on top for the first time in a cash out. SSG and Young Guns survive.
I'm speechless. It's already, you break this down because I can't.
I don't even know where to start, but for SSG, I heard them sigh their sigh of relief from over here. Dixie is genuinely crying. I have never seen a man more stressed. We had the Swedish version of 911 on speed dial, bro. It's such a good moment that SSG, he's actually crying. Yeah. Such a good moment that SSG has survived, and they have a chance. It is definitely a rough day for Steppers, 6 feet underdogs, but Steppers and 6 feet, they put in some work. They came down to that last cash out where it just wasn't enough, and it was just luck. And I want to point out for Young Guns as well, 31K on the line. TTV Tiger had literally 50 HP. If he didn't survive, he would not have a shot at the major right now.
That is an insane game. I don't think I've ever casted the end of a cash out and basically just had a bar chart that was so important. The movements of every team was completely dependent on that cash, those split objectives at the very end. Almost more exciting than a double, if you ask me. And SSG and Young Guns surviving, I feel so sorry for Steppers.
Yeah.
Because they played their hearts out there. Unfortunate with an incredible game.
Yeah.
Went 8-6, not the best death rate, but so many crucial kills for him.
They played amazing throughout this entire thing.
Yeah.
I was watching the Steppers and was really rooting for them because they had just such a new team and a great composition, and it just didn't work out in their favor. But guys, if you could feel the energy in the studio right now, it's amazing. There's so much emotion, so much happening, and what a place for the finals to be. It's just unbelievable.
It is truly an emotional night here in the finals, and as we bid goodbye to 6 Feet Underdogs and the Steppers, SSG and Young Guns, they might have made it out of this cash out. They're not out of the running just yet. We have quite a bit of bracket to come through later, folks. There's a lot underway at this moment in time, but for now, it's just wild to see, Jerry.
Yep, 3 more 3 versus 3s. Best of 3s. That's all the cash out action for the day, for the closed qualifiers in total. And yeah, I'm actually speechless. This is going to be a crazy, crazy finale to the closed qualifiers. Still just that 1 ticket on the line, Ardy.
Absolutely. And to see exactly how those teams can fight it out to get that 1 ticket, I'm going to pass it over to our very emotional and right now, very moist weather station. Let's go cut over to see Thixie and Oscar with one of the most emotional weathercasts of all.
I don't know when it happened, when it went from overcast to full-on downpour. It is raining on this side of the studio as we headed to the weather station. Thixie, esports also at large, and myself have been crying out of joy, out of sadness, and out of pure emotion.
Yeah.
I have no idea. It comes down to the wire. It is a cash-out game that has to end it all. And the thing is, no one qualified in that game.
Yeah, no one even qualified, bro. I'm so emotional, man. This is like, dude, I mean, listen, when you see players come off and you start off this game, and you see, you know, when we were talking about the alpha 2 years ago, and you see the passion these players wreak. Whenever you watch Space Station Gaming, they reek of passion.
It is passion.
Even though no one's qualified yet, and this isn't biased, right? It's just that I know those players. It's just, man, it feels nice to see them get finally around and out of a cash-out match.
Absolutely. And cash-out, you can talk about cash-out as much as you want, but the finals is cash-out. The finals is final round. And if you want to be the best, you have to be the best. And here is bracket overload.
Oh my god.
There is nothing else to say. That is maybe picture of the tournament. Can we, production please, can we take a look at the actual bracket? Oh, my voice is giving up. We're at the 11th hour. We're past the 11th hour.
Yeah, we're past that.
It's 2:32 a.m. But it's just emotion. I don't know. Let's take a quick gander. Earlier today, we witnessed Nightmare punch their ticket through versus Fear Esports. Fear Esports are now waiting to fight SSG, as SSG made it out of the second death elimination, cash-out elimination game, where unfortunately we have to say farewell to 6 Foot Underdogs. What an absolute performance. And Steppers as well. Zuki, shout out. What an... I can't believe it. It is SSG and Young Guns moving on. And as we go into the next game, it's Fear Strays versus SSG. It is not a walk in the park by any means for either team. This is going to be a 3 versus 3 at the top skill level.
Yeah, exactly. And this is where now it's all game on for SSG, right? They've been having an absolutely tough day. And I want to also give a shout out as well to myself for Fear Esports.
Oh, yeah.
Fear have such amazing players on the team as well. So, you know, unfortunately, this is one of those times where we have to say, you know, it genuinely comes down to who's the better team here. And even though it's going to be this way, it is going to be goddamn cinema.
It is going to be cinema. You could not have scripted a better outcome. The emotions are so high. The pulse is through the roof. And I believe we are getting ready to head in game. So, Thixie, from you and me over here at the weather station,
we hand it back over to the wonderful cast over at the bracket. No, that's us. Over at the...
Over there.
No, over there somewhere. Over there. Pan West. And we will find the next game.
Pan West? I don't think cameras work like that.
Gotta give him a break because, I mean, genuinely, after a night like this, after yesterday, nobody knew what would happen. And after today, I still have no idea what's going to happen because nobody could have predicted. Right now, we have an elimination match of the ages. It's Fire Strays versus Space Station Gaming for the chance at the qualification. This isn't even for the ticket.
Oh my God.
This is...
Yeah, we know things. Oh my God.
One chance left here to see exactly which one of these orgs is going to make it through. Both of them very much deserving of the spot. Both of them having fought through an arduous battle, the likes of which we have not seen literally ever before in this unprecedented very first tournament here in the finals for the major, for the $100,000. For Space Station Gaming, it's been an uphill battle. For Fire Strays, it's been a rocky road. And Rio, I genuinely have no idea what could happen next.
Yeah, that is a great way of putting it because these are two stacked teams. They have an amazing lineup. They have people that have storied histories in this scene, and basically whoever takes it and goes on to the next round has earned it. This is going to be an amazing battle, and I just can't wait to get started.
And, Jerry, I mean, this is going to be the finals at its purest, but I mean, we have to address the elephant in the room. SSG has not played 3v3 final round tonight. And for SSG, well, they have just off screen.
Yeah.
For SSG, this is the most important round. For Fire Strays, they've played a lot. They've played a lot more than SSG.
Yeah.
And genuinely, both of these teams have to give it their all. They just get one best of three to do it. Jerry, what's the take?
It's that, honestly, SSG should take this, but earlier, they're only 3 versus 3 that they played, and it was off stream. They did drop a map to 8 Aura, and something tells me that they're not playing at their best in general today, right? There is no room for error anymore, and Fire Strays are no slouches either. This is a really powerful side. You've got T-Mills to contend with, Varian, such an incredible light player, and Slothy, like an iconic heavy. These are names that are all etched in the memory of our our minds and our impressions of the game. But the stats just say, you know, SSG have been the best in the world for a while, and Fire Strays of 7th or 8th in that sort of position.
And these are the maps that are going to matter the most. I mean, Space Station Gaming, they're going to start off on Cis Horizon. Fire Strays, they're going to choose Bernal, definitely a very strong map for them. Last pick is going to be Nozomi Citadel. This is where history will be made. One org reduced to ash, the other a chance at greatness, the likes of which we have not seen just yet. Only one spot remains, only one of these teams is going to make it. We're almost about to jump in, but here, Cis Horizon starting things off. Jerry, Rio, I'm excited to have you guys for the rest of the night.
Absolutely. Thank you, Artie, for that introduction. I am excited to get started on Cis Horizon. It's a favorite map. It's a competitive map. It's a good map.
Yeah, it's great. All right, Fire Strays and Space Station Gaming lining up, and a brawl will definitely take place in the art gallery here. Cash out spawning right inside it, and the vault not too far away. So Space Station Gaming opting to take control of this main room, this main entryway to that cash out. Definitely on Fire Strays' minds will be on the potential of moving around, circumnavigating the entire map and going straight to B. Grad closing the distance and gaining height with a very nice gateway, but that RPG manages to drop, normalize, and separate him from the team. A beam of health sent his way by Grad to keep him nice and healthy, but SSG on the main decides to try and keep the high ground. That naughty little fish hook there around the corner doesn't quite grab anyone. Slothy lucky that he didn't peek. Normalize very close, just behind a wall.
Yeah.
In another meta, this would be a DMAT away from chaos.
That's a great way of putting it, but look at this. This is a standoff. They are just standing right next to each other. I've said it before, it's like an awkward dance, but here is the push. Glitch Grenade going up, bringing down those dome shields. H+ Infuser trying to help his teammates out, but sadly he got caught out of there. Lamp went down. Varian also down in the battle, but there's a second one. T-Mills now the last person remaining. Can he turn the tide? But no.
Wow.
SSG looking good on that first fight.
Incredible from Grad, and poor positioning, it has to be said, from Slothy when Firestrays had that opening there with, you know, Lamp sending himself far into that room that was being held by Firestrays. They just didn't really think about where they were placing themselves to try and get that res off on T-Mills, but losing your medium as the first fight, really impressive, really good target prioritization from Lamp to get rid of that defib in the midst of the chaos.
That's really important, and I agree completely. Watching now as they throw some C4 on point, getting ready to drop it at a moment's notice if they need it. Getting close to the stairwell now, they're getting in the engagement almost immediately. Lamp getting healed right back up by Normalize. Normalize has taken some damage in this battle as well, breaking some of the stairwell railing to give them a little bit more room in this next fight. Lamp holding back, but holding that dome shield in his hand, ready for when they start this push. They are in control of this vault for now, or this cash out for now, but it's all about to change.
Oh, great winch though, Slothy taken down, and what a fantastic follow-up there from Lamp. Varian, the last one standing, and all that damage dished out by Lamp. Brilliant support as well from Normalize and Grad. That was set up beautifully by that winch. We get to see it again, his dome as well, proving so pivotal to just give them that edge, and Varian just a little bit late to the action, not finding any targets. No real value found by Slothy either. That's the main thing. That SA-12 barrel stayed completely full as he entered the respawn screen.
Yeah, and Lamp with that SA shotgun is just a terrifying force to be on the opposite side of. They're trying to make their move right now. Firestrays making the advance. There's some glitch grenades going off. Didn't connect with anybody. They didn't get any information from that, and this cash out is running down. We've got about a third left here, and time is ticking away. No real movement just yet. Grad went down in that battle. This could be the opportunity for things to change, but they aren't capitalizing on it just yet. They are able to get them right back into the battle.
Crucial defib there coming out from Normalize, but this goo is going to be fantastic. It's preventing this denial. They do drop a crucial goo to stall and prevent the steal from Slothy, and they follow up with the kills, but T-Mills, the last alive, makes something happen. It's not enough. Grad takes him down, and that is a first cash out going the way of Space Station, but boy was it close.
It really was, and I thought that Fire had all of the opportunity to get in there. They got the initial pick, but then they got gooed off and weren't able to kind of capitalize on that, and they got the res back up, and Space Station Gaming just came right back and destroyed the rest of them. It's a really good gameplay. You can see the composition. You can see how Space Station Gaming really starts to excel in 3 versus 3.
Firestray is definitely giving them a tough time, though. It hasn't been all easy all the way. Great position up here held by Space Station, and Normalize sending a few shots their way. Slothy attempting to cross the bridge just the old-fashioned way. No gateway in place as it stands. They're just saying, yeah, come this way. It's clear. And no opposition from Space Station, who are playing this very passively, not even having tapped the vault yet. They want to get another team wipe before they begin any objective moves.
Yeah, I kind of appreciate this slow gameplay. They are not taking any opportunity to make mistakes here, but look at this. They have to know that they're up there on ultimate height. They're all spread out. They're staying within a pixel's perfect little gap of it to hide all of their body. This is incredibly smart, and they're just playing out the time. They have every advantage, every reason to just slow this down.
Slothy, caught out there. Lots of damage dealt. Space Station Gaming unleashing, taking their time about it. There's the hook. Great follow-up. He was healed to max, but Lamp does away with his health like it's nothing. The follow-up is there as well. T-Mills goes down, Varian the last alive, and it's a 3 versus 1 yet again. This light scrambling cannot find a route out, though. Tries to snipe from above, but Normalize says no to that idea. Space Station Gaming are 4-0 in terms of team fights so far.
That's the kind of dominance we wanted to see from them on a 3 versus 3. Fire Strays have to wake up.
Yeah, without a doubt. And what I'm watching right now, it seems like Space Station Gaming is just exploiting the minute that one of these people are out of position. They get the kill, and then they start the steamroll. You can even see the Fire Strays just trying to run, trying to recompose, find a way back into the battle, but Space Station Gaming is not giving them any respite.
There's that winch out into the open for Space Station Gaming. They're going to cover this building, a really defensible building library. They're going to see this approach. Varian, oh, that's dangerous. Easy pick for Grad. You can't allow him to do that. Thankfully, his team close behind, able to grab that totem and get him res straight back up. They actually spend the defib on it, interestingly, wasting no time, maybe expecting that it will come off cooldown later on in the map or in this engagement. But I would say you should have kept hold of that. Either way, the shot's now sending Slothy a slightly tankier route, and they drop a dome to provide a little bit of cover on that cross. They've managed to complete step 1. They've closed that distance. They've managed to get into the building. That red barrel not really doing too much. Grad caught out slightly by T-Mills, both of them being juiced up.
Yeah, and this is an interesting approach because all of Fire Strays are trying to find any advantage at the shot, but Grad just pops one of them out. This is exactly what I mean. They got the first kill. Now watch how they start to swarm on them. They don't want to let them have any opportunity. And of course, the time that I say that, they back up and they start to play it more passive. But everybody has their strategies, and this is the right move at this time.
That's twice now that Varian has been picked off by Grad at range, stalling this push. And now it's got down to the point where those have been worth at least a team wipe by themselves. Only one real chance here for Fire Strays to rescue Sis Horizon. Otherwise, we're going to see a very quick map 1. Space Station, the drone gets dropped. They're fighting from above. And again, Grad, for the 3rd time running, picks Varian. And that is not what you want if you're a Fire Strays fan. Grad dashing about. He's controlled this game from start to finish. Slothy trying to find room, but Space Station are giving them nothing. Normalize can fight back. He just needs to turn around, and there's a low HP heavy in his face. The time is up. That is it. Space Station Gaming walk with Sis Horizon. They get the cleanup at the end with Grad finding a full team wipe +2. And that is one hell of a way to dominate a lobby.
Yeah, it felt like light versus light, and one of them came out on top.
Yeah, Grad's motions through this entire thing were pixel perfect. We're going to see more of that right here. And granted, there were a few moments where it seemed like Fire Strays were able to get some lucky picks. They could never play off of it with Space Station Gaming playing as locked in as they were here. Genuinely, I feel like SSG has been through the ringer today more than any other team. For them to be able to come through right now up against Fire Strays, a solid team by every metric, and be able to shunt them out, hitting both vaults, plugging both cash outs, winning every team fight. This is SSG showing up in a way to prove us all they have what it takes.
If I'm not mistaken, Grad just broke double digits on a very quick map. Oh, yes, he did. 10-1. Yeah. That is outrageous from a light on a 2 cash out map. That's just ridiculous.
No, that was Grad's game. That's all it was. He was just playing, and everybody else was just following along. And yeah, that was some of the best light play I've seen all day.
Now, I counted one fight in that highlight reel that he didn't have a major impact in, and he still got a kill at the end of it.
Mind you, Grad has almost 7,000 combat score, which is almost double the entirety of Fire Strays combat score. Single-handedly. Wow. I mean, unprecedented performance from SSG, which I'm thankful to be able to say after an entire crazy day like this.
He's back on the controller. Yeah, that's what it is. He's back on the controller. He had that odd moment at the start of the day. He had to play on mouse and keyboard for some reason. He didn't check it out. He didn't work out what was going on. And now he's back. He's won a cash out. Yeah. He's won a best of... well, not best of 3 just yet. He's won a 3 versus 3. And when Grad is cooking, I don't think there are many better chefs in the world.
Oh, yeah. I mean, when Grad's in the kitchen, you step aside, you let the master do his work. For now, Fire Strays, they are in dire straits. They need to do something here if they want to have a chance as well. And genuinely, I think that this team
could have a chance, but they're going to have to fix something. Rio, what would they need to fix?
I think that they're just going way too fast into these engagements. It's not going their way, and they're just not picking the right route either. So combining those two and then losing one person right away just kind of really sets them in a bad path. On top of that, your light needs to be able to beat the other light. I know that in this situation it's Grad, but still, he is able to just beam down their light every time, and it just turns the entire tide of the battle.
Yeah, there's just a lot of moments here where every single player on SSG is achieving greatness, and a lot of that is due to Grad, but a lot of that is also due to Normalize as well. Yeah. He's able to keep the team healed up every single moment that he's needed. He's able to give Lamp every single pad as necessary. Grad as well. He needs those pads for those gateways. And as we get into our next map, it is going to be an absolute stunner. But for SSG, this is now or never. Fire, it's do or die. And for Jerry and Rio, they're going to be bringing you the action. I rest my voice.
Thank you, Artie. It is all coming down to this. Will we have one more map, or are Space Station Gaming about to continue to the next step and the final step in this bracket?
Here we are on Bernal with the suspended sponsor structures randomized. Not standard issue. And we have now his first vault again. Very difficult to say how teams will approach this right now. It looks like Grad posted up on top while the rest are sort of skirting around beneath. Varian has to learn his lesson from that last map.
Yeah, it just Grad has those headshots. He has that little angle, and he's just poking and prodding every chance that he gets. We have the Deagles out on Slothy. Fun to see. But can he make anything happen with it? Everybody is just stuck in a rooftop battle at this moment. Things are going to go slow. I do feel that this is not going to be the same tempo we saw in the last map.
That's a great bounce in from Lamp. He finds the RPG on the team, and the follow-up is there from Normalize when he hits one. That's the wipe.
Okay.
Everyone just won their ones, and out of nowhere. I feel like we need the replay on that one. That was kind of chaotic, but yeah, Sloppy Teamals Varian, they wanted to play the range game. They had the Deagles, they have the 93R, and they have the FAMAS. They're not looking for a brawl, and they didn't get a single pick at range there, despite fishing for it.
Yeah, that would have made the turn, and I felt like they had made the right choice, bringing in those deals, trying to find that poke and prod damage, but really going up against Grad, he just can find every little angle and then stop you. But these rooftop battles do mean a lot. They do control who gets the vault, and it seems like Space Station Gaming are looking good as they plug the vault and cash out A.
Destroying those zip lines, as all good teams should do when defending one of these suspended structures. And we can see Fire Strays approaching from the western side. Ooh, a healing ball set up by Lamp here, interestingly. Also on the Deagle, seem to be a map pick on both sides. Both heavies opting for it.
Yeah, there's a lot of open sight lines. It makes a lot of sense, and also getting suspended structures does help out a lot.
Varian has made his way up, and there's a gateway and a jump pad to get up into this position. Interesting that both of those were spent, but not going to have much use for, well, in fact, they've now lost a sort of initiation tool. They would have really ideally liked to keep one of those. Brad watching down this stairwell, and this is a fight that favors him. You cannot start mounting these stairs without exposing your legs to those shots. It's the perfect defensive angle. The winch is going to bring this into slightly more cover, and the goo covers the room as well. This is a brilliant spot, and they need to open up the roof. That's exactly what they do. Space Station Gaming still have a handle on things. But Varian gets a pick on Normalize, and it could start crumbling.
It could start crumbling, and there is another kill. Slothy went down. It is a 2 versus 2. Both teams are trying to get a res off, but there are battle shots going off left and right. There's a nice little winch club. Varian now down as well. These wipes just happen so quick. Space Station Gaming seem like they're on fire right now, Jerry.
Normalize with 2 of those kills as well. Getting Grad up and say, hey, you know, don't worry. If you're not here, I can pick up the slack, right? He's often had to settle for the sort of, not quite the limelight that Lamp and Grad have, but when he needs to step up, he really, really can. So,
oh yeah,
that is it. I mean, there's no chance here for Fire Strays to collect the points here on Cash Out A. Could be a very quick victory if we see another cash out go in favor of SSG. Fire Strays are now one cash out away from devastation and elimination.
You know, Jerry, I don't have the scoreboard, but right now I'm thinking through my head. I think I've only seen like 2, maybe 3 kills so far.
It's a good place to think.
Usually. You'd really hope so anyway. Vault 2 untapped right now, getting some good shots off. There's a kill on Lamp. Could this be where they get it?
Lamp, what are you doing right there? Back up, my man. Either way, now T-Mills and co have an opportunity. A missed winch, but no missed shots from Slothy, and Normalize really has to pick up the pieces now. Thankfully, he's managed to go for the long res on Lamp. 2 versus 3. And they will have that defensive stall advantage. Grad only, well, 20 seconds away. In fact, no, of course, they're not defending. This is fighting over a cash out, over a vault, rather. And that looked like Lamp going down. Not quite. Is being chased. Varian has Lamp set in his sights. And there we go. The light does his job. He picks up the pieces. Finishes off that heavy. Normalize now, they're standing, and this is Space Station Gaming caught in a bit of a stagger as Fire Strays start unlocking the second vault.
Yeah, this stagger could turn the tide of anything. I mean, the vault is now in control of Fire. Normalize and his team are waiting for Lamp to coin back in. He still has 9 seconds before they can get him back in there. Maybe a few seconds faster if they're able to get his totem, res him back up. But right now, they have set it up on this cash out. Cash out B has been plugged. They're going to go directly towards the roof of this cathedral. They're going to have the best sightline in the map. This will be a really interesting and hard cash out to push for Space Station Gaming.
Cleverly winched out of that pagoda, or the bandstand, or whatever you want to call it. We never really settled on one of those, did we?
Pagoda is the fun word.
Yeah, pagoda's a fun word. I think a bandstand's maybe more accurate. Either way, we see Space Station Gaming taking a long route round, trying to find the safety of the indoors of this cathedral, and Slothy from on high playing sort of recon for his team. Of course, the Deagles, you're able to capitalize on that recon. There's a lot of movement here. Space Station Gaming being very smart about their routing.
Yeah, they're walking slow, they're crouching, they're not trying to give away any information, but they're still making progress as they move closer towards this cash out. Now they put a bounce pad down, going towards the top of this cathedral. It is now a cathedral top versus cathedral top. They're trying to stay alive, and Lamp is trying to get some shots off. He is staying up there, but staying behind cover with the healing ball, and this is a really good strategy, but time is ticking down, and maybe they're just gonna let them have this cash out, but they're still trying.
Grad having to heal up after a bit of a pain. Oh, great RPG. No, not so great RPG. It sails right past its mark, but the winch follow-up is great. And there surely is the kill. No, there's the health coming in to help Slothy, but he's still taken down regardless. T-Mills left on a smidgen of HP. And if they manage to get the wipe right here, right now, Space Station Gaming, they could flip the box and take it into cash outs. There's T-Mills in the sight of everyone. Lamp and Grad in a 2 versus 1 here, as Grad does collect the kill onto T-Mills. Varian has to save his team. Only about 10 seconds left, but I don't think that SSG can get there in time. No, they can't. They've done just enough here, Fire Strays, to prolong this map. And Varian goes in, collects a kill for his troubles, and even escapes through the gateway. He's taken out by Grad. Slothy actually coins in to prevent the team wipe in that time, but we are going to a 3rd cash out.
We have a game on our hands, Jerry. This is what I was hoping for. Maybe this is when the Fire Strays start to build their momentum, start to make something happen, and let's find out. They're starting to progress towards cash out 3, towards vault 3. They're making their move right now. It does look like Space Station Gaming might get there first, but they're setting up on height. They don't want to tap it just yet. They want to leave it out in the open, try and find any advantage as they can, and Fire Strays making their approach, but still going a little bit slow. But look, this Normalize is a little bit off from his teammates. This is a good spot for him to be in because he can spot out everybody on the approach.
Decides that he needs to get this objective going and regroup with his team, maybe weighing the benefit of recon against the risk of being picked off when you're alone and unrecoverable. And again, Fire Strays, as we saw Space Station Gaming do, be very sneaky around those lower levels, at the ground level, in fact. Gateway sent up into the sky here by Grad to try and give him a later escape if he tries to go and get a pick. Again, the vault not tapped deliberately here by Space Station Gaming. Fire Strays just waiting. This is real tense stuff. Of course, Fire Strays are still on the precipice of elimination.
Yeah, and you can see why they're wanting to take their time, because basically the only approach they can make is going up here or off to the left where you're even more exposed. So they have to find a pick, they have to land their shots, but you're going up against Space Station Gaming. They are a force in this arena. They're starting to make their approach towards Vault 3. They do get some good shots off on the SSG, but they're taking it and healing it right back up. This healing meta does not allow for a breath.
Varian is in a crucial position here, off to the side, trying to help his team and get these picks on the off angles. He has to find some shots of meaning, but they're just not happening. T-Mills and Slothy are the bait right here, but the bait don't survive for long if you're not fishing without a hook. And here we go, a little bit of a dive on the edge here. Space Station Gaming really just toying with us here. When will the fight happen? They finally tap that vault and it's out in the open. Lamp caught now. They've just swapped places.
They've traded buildings. It didn't...
Here's the dive.
They dive directly in there. The dome shield's going off. It looks like a lot of damage is going on. And T-Mills is the only person remaining. This is what I was talking about. They just build up this momentum and steamroll them. That is a very satisfying wipe after such a long setup.
Tension, 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 and release.
The finals is the perfect game for that. I just have seen that all day today.
It's like music.
Oh.
That's exactly how.
Beautiful music.
Yeah, wow. Okay, well, Space Station Gaming now in control of that final vault and delivering it to the final cash out. They're going to take it all the way out into the distance, but they have to stop on their route as they are just faced with Fire Stray spawning not too far behind them, and they don't get a free journey across. Again, Space Station Gaming fighting over a vault. They are just prolonging this. We have 9 minutes left on the timer, and they are squeezing every drop out of us on Banal. Slothy positioning himself with a little head glitch. Those Banana Deagles need to find something. We really haven't seen much from him specifically. But T-Mills and Varian happy to try and make it work. Lamp gets that plug. They finally stop stalling. Now we have the final cash out of Banal. Could it be the final cash out of Fire Stray's competition?
We are about to find out. The cash out has been started. We're watching now as they have set up on height. They're breaking all the zip lines, trying to make this push as hard as they can. It is starting to tick down, but all of them are on the bottom floor. This is going to make this push so much more difficult. If I were them, I would try and drop it, try and get it into your level, find a little bit of cover, do something. But we're about a fourth of the way down on this cash out. They're starting their approach, going down, crouching, taking it slow. They need to find a pick. They need to find an opening. They need to do something, Jared.
I think they're preparing for a pad move, but no, they decide against that. And that's a great RPG. Separates Lamp from the team. Normalize. Needs to drop, though. Needs to join his team back up. At the moment, Fire Strays have a chance to try and ball up and find a 1v1. Varian regrouping with Slothy. They engage from above. That RPG doesn't meet its mark, but the 2v1 on the roof does, and that is the heavy out for the count. Space Station Gaming on the back foot here, but T-Mills taken out by Slothy.
Yep, and this is it. Everybody's going back and forth. Slothy's trying to stay alive, but he's being chased down. Grad goes down in this battle. The steal is happening. Can they stall for a little bit longer? Varian is the only person remaining. He dives in there and he gets wiped. Is that it? Do they have enough time, Jerry?
20 seconds left on their respawn and 30 on the timer. That has to be it. I think they've done it. Space Station Gaming will progress. And unfortunately for Fire Strays, that is the end of their day. We see them winching it out into the open, but if we've done the maths right, that is it.
Yeah,
what a game.
Yep, this 10-second timer is about to start. There's no chance. They didn't spawn on it, and that's a GG.
Wow. Incredible stuff from Space Station Gaming as they prove their mettle in 3 versus 3, taking it in 2 and moving on to a qualification best of 3 for the first time in their day.
I cannot believe what we just saw. Fire Strays almost had a chance at survival. That second cash out would be a little bit more difficult for SSG than I think even they anticipated, but genuinely SSG has looked more put together in the last 2 maps than I've seen them look all day. Seeing them hold height, especially with the 50s plus the healing emitter, they know exactly how to play into the sustain, but over here, when Fire Strays was able to get that last second cash out, it seemed like a fluke. Space Station Gaming, even on this
point over here, swapping height, trading height, going back and forth. It's exactly how they played that last cash out as well. This team pushes as a unit, and as a unit, they will progress into the grand finals, of the final spot, the final ticket into the grand major tonight. They don't have it just yet. The Fire Strays, we will be saying goodbye to them, unfortunately. And Slothy, T-Mills, and Varian, they have put in a tremendous amount of effort to this game. Yet has not gone unnoticed, and unfortunately for them, this is the end.
Well, this won't be the last we see of them.
No,
absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
It's the end of their major run, but they are absolutely going to be back in the scene and causing a splash in the future. Unfortunate to be met with Space Station Gaming in a best of 3, if you ask me. They really could have been that extra team, but SSG now booking their spot in that last chance qualifier. Who's going to join them is the question that we'll find out, but I do feel for Fire Strays. That was a much better performance on Bonal than we saw on Sis Horizon.
Without a doubt. Their whole team had great performances. It turned into an actual match there. We got to 3 cash outs, and honestly, for all of those players, they're just amazing. I remember when T-Mills popped into the scene and just popped off. He was a sub in one of our PHL matches, and then he built a name for himself, and now he has a wonderful team. So we hope we see you in the next tournament, because, man, what a great matchup.
Absolutely. But SSG, they've got 1 game left in the evening, but who will they be going up against? Well, chat, we'll find out, because after this quick little break, we're going to figure it out with the last match, second to last match of the night. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you after this.
Ce que tu désires devenir, c'est ce que tu es. Alors, absorbe, absorbe.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. You're watching the closed qualifiers for North America here for the Finals Grand Major. It has been an unprecedented night of action here in the virtual arena. My name's Artie, here with Jerry, here with Rio. We have 2 matches left to see who's going to be able to qualify for the very last spot here for North America at Dreamhack Stockholm, November 28th and 29th. And Jerry, throughout the day, we have had a myriad of storylines of just the most unimaginable picks from the most crazy team upsets. Honestly, it's been a night.
It truly has, and we're nearing the final stages here. We're having another elimination best of 3 on the docket for you. It's 1UP versus Young Guns, and this is going to be an absolutely bananas one. 1UP with Ikazo, who didn't quite make it earlier with the goo gun, and Young Guns surprising everyone. Ruby Labubu with the sledge heavy.
Yep, exactly. This is going to be wild, to say the least. We got 1UP, Goo Gun, we got Young Guns, Sledgehammer in the penultimate match of the evening. See who will go up against SSG. Crazy, to say the least, but Rio, I mean, what do we got here? Genuinely, if this is the Goo Gun meta, this is Ikazo's time to prove it.
Yeah, I mean, Ikazo's the goo man. He is the person who has popularized it. He streams with it. He never switches off of it. So I'm hopeful that if they're able to do it, we might have the chance of getting a second goo team into the major. Can you believe how unhinged that would be? It would basically be if we were saying, yeah, everybody's running CL40. And yeah, that would be a very interesting major. I'd love that, but
yeah, you
I don't think anybody else would.
It's just crazy to me that I can say that if 1UP makes this, then there's a genuine chance that SSG doesn't qualify.
Yeah.
Wow.
Because that, honestly, SSG struggled against the goo.
Yeah.
A few times. And yeah, it could be the silver bullet or the big white blobby bullet that end SSG's run. But
bullet.
Of course, first of all, Young Guns. 1UP up against them, and this could be a really difficult matchup because that goo obviously is going to stall you in your approach, but if you've got a winch and a sledgehammer, sometimes you're just going to out-damage them.
Exactly, and let's see what maps they'll be gooing and sledging on. It's going to start off with Sis Horizon, then Young Guns is going to be bringing us over to Vegas Stadium. Last map is going to be Fortune, should we get there. So Sis Horizon, Vegas Stadium, Fortune Stadium, a good set of maps here. 1UP gets the first choice there on Sis Horizon, no doubt going to help them out with all the amounts of goo strategies you could pull off on that map, Rio.
Yeah, and honestly, thinking through the day, I think I have said goo more than I ever have in my life, and it is going to haunt me forever. I've said it so much that it doesn't even sound like a real word at this point. But yeah, these are the maps we're going to. Sis Horizon is going to be a real fun one. There's a lot of really open areas, so I don't know if that'll help or hurt a goo main, but
it's going to impact the sledge heavy as well. That's
true.
a really interesting map to be bringing sledge on. Counterintuitively, it feels like a good one at times. You see a lot of sledge mains actually quite enjoy Sis Horizon, despite the fact that there are long open sight lines and big open hallways and debris doesn't really exist there.
Yeah.
It just somehow works. I don't understand it, Hardy.
I gotta say, having a sledgehammer go up against a goo gun, it is very balanced in the sense that, well, you can use the goo to stall the sledge. Can't really gain any distance on anybody. Can't get closer. You keep getting stuck in the white stuff. At the same time, can't really build goo fortresses. It's balanced out because if you build a giant goo fortress on a cache out or a vault, all it takes is one right click and that entire segment is destroyed.
And let's remember that Ikazo isn't just Ikazo, it's also Ikazo, Graziv, and Polkia on 1UP. And they all do some really unique things.
Stuff.
You know, it's a very off-meta team.
Zipline was in there.
Exactly, the M26 Matter on Polkia. It's just all over
Vanishing
the place.
bombs. Yeah. We had the Grav Cube as well. Either way, it's going to be crazy. We've got Jerry and Rio here to take you through the action, figure out what the heck is going on.
This Horizon is a perfect battlefield for these two teams.
Charge and slam. Charge and slam detected.
I thought Jerry was just saying something, but yes.
Ruby Labubu.
Can this day get any weirder?
Is on charge and slam heavy. This is a competitive first.
Yeah, I haven't seen them genuinely used in the competitive scene since, what, Season 3? I'm speechless.
Okay. All right, well, let's see how that works out. Ruby Labubu close by opens up a sight line to this box, and the glitch not going to be sent towards that hovering gateway as we see Tiger being juiced back up after a nasty little peek there. Doesn't go his well. Graziv finds that opening, and the KS-23 on Ruby Labubu paired with the charge and Taj. Okay, this is breaking my brain a little bit, Rio. Two versus one here. Ruby Labubu can dig himself out of this if he can land some awesome KS-23 shots, but the dome is down. I don't think he's in a great position. We finally see the charge, but it's not for much at all as Ikazo seals his fate with the Deagles. I feel like my vocabulary has just doubled in about a minute.
Yeah, well, your finals vocabulary has, because that is the first time I think I've ever seen the KS-23. That is my best analog to the CL-40, so I am actually pretty happy.
I also love a KS-23. It's like my main weapon on heavy, so yeah.
Yeah, definitely. We're watching now as Ikazo's doing his standard setup, throwing those mines down, APS, and a goo nest. He's gooing off all of the walls. Get goo, Jerry. You did it. And now going to the rooftop to stop any push from the Young Guns. Taking some good shots off. He did deal a little bit of damage to Ruby, but that's not going to be enough.
Pokey is caught out, though. Look at this. Ruby Labubu chasing him down, and the whole of Young Guns bearing down upon him. There's no cover down there, but somehow he's escaped by dashing, and I don't know how.
And a goo wall.
And a goo wall. Wow, that's just about it. And some neat one-person kiting there by Pokey. It was scary for a moment, but he gets away with it.
Yeah, and the Young Guns are not too healthy themselves. They are getting healed back up. They stayed long enough without taking any damage, and now the teams are here. Ikazo and company have moved a little bit a ways away. They're trying to kite this as perfectly as they can, but here comes the charge and slam. Takes a lot of damage out of Ikazo. Ruby Labubu gets some damage as well. There's no sledge here. He's dealing shots with the KS-23.
And Pokey, the last one standing, hiding on top of this goo. Doesn't last long as TT Owen of the Pure activates the spidey senses. Pins him out in midair there. Cash out stolen by the Young Guns, and only 30 seconds left. Let's see this charge.
And it hits him there too.
Incredible. And it just throws you off. Honestly, coming up against a goo heavy and having the charge and slam ready, that is genius. You're going to be ruining all of his setups.
Yeah, now look at this. The Young Guns have secured themselves cash out B. No time to push, no time to make any changes, and we're going to have to turn our attention towards this next vault.
I love the spin, especially when there's an object placed on the barrel. It just looks so goofy. I hope he does it again. Let's see.
Inspect!
Go on, do it. Nah, he's not going to do it. All right, Graziv taking up point here for one up. And it works out quite well for him as he pins down Tiger. That's an easy pick, but there were players behind him for the Young Guns. They should be able to get this res very easily. There you go, Honor the Pure baiting his medium out with a few blushes. And now one up afforded the opportunity to get this gateway and move that vault all the way across. We see Ikazo controlling from range. And the thing is that Young Guns, of course, they've taken this very surprising approach to dealing with what 1UP have. But is it going to be enough without the element of surprise? Because Young Guns haven't been running this all day, all tournament at all. This is a direct response to 1UP being such a strange team. And I would be very surprised if they practiced this. Honestly, that's the thing.
I don't know. I keep saying that the top teams are dynamic, so I'm going to say that this is a strategy, but in my... Okay, and Honor just gets a pop-off shot off to the side, and Graziv goes down. Graziv. And now Ruby Labubu trying to make his way into this fort of goo. KS-23 still takes several shots to break that down, but he does have a little bit of an opening there, but Ikazo immediately drops it, setting off those fire mines.
Oh, and this is a great position for Ikazo. He can dip into cover and take as many shots as he wants, but he misses a load of them. 1UP looking pretty rough, and Graziv needs to get back to the fight. The DMAT will help him with that, but Honor the Pure finding Ikazo means that maybe it was was just a little bit too late for that medium. 3 versus 2, but the trade comes back. Ruby Labubu with a KS23 kill leaves only Graziv for 1-up. And they just need to hunt him down. Young Guns allowing him to get this res. They need to try and go for this steal. In fact, Graziv comes off. There's an opportunity. There we go. Finds a totem. The steal is going to come through. 1-up can reset at least without having been fully wiped, but they don't have much time, Rio.
No, they don't, and I'm curious who they pulled. They do have everybody back in there. They got a long res and 1 coin. They're starting their advance now. They need to make some progress. They take some damage on the approach. They need to get in there. Time is ticking down. The Young Guns are kiting this perfectly. They are off point. They are not directly on there, but are ready to dive on at a moment's notice. It still feels like 1-up are trying to feel this out, trying to find out where everybody is. They drop it by blowing up the C4. They're trying to get on it. The steal needs to hold right now. They need to stick this. Everybody's diving on it. Ikazo trying to hold
Ruby
it.
Labubu.
Shields are going down. Can he hold
charge!
it? No!
The charge! He bumps him off! The steal!
What am I watching?
The charge and slam from Ruby Labubu! The silver bullet to deal with Ukazo's goo shenanigans, and it steals them a map on Sis Horizon in this best of 3.
The KS23, this charge and slam. Artie, do you have words? Does the mouth work?
I can't.
We have broken Artie. It took 2 days and 20 hours.
That's incredible, honestly.
Charge and slam, goo gun, KS20, Peel Beam, M26 Matter. Everything I knew about the competitive finals has been shattered over the course of the last 12, 24 hours or so, and I have no words. Look at this. The charge and slam.
It saved it. It saved it. That is a Reddit moment. Somebody post that clip.
What is happening? Everything is viable. We have no idea what we're going to see next. But what we are going to see is Young Guns having a phenomenal record right now. 2-0 on the first map. And when we head to Vegas next, it's going to be an even better map for the Charge and Slam. An even crazier setup for the KS23 if they choose to keep it. What's happening here?
I love the KS23 on Vegas because you can hit some really far shots.
I need Rachel here on the analyst desk because I know there's one person that knows exactly what's going on. But Jerry, what do you think?
I mean, it's brilliant. On Charge and Slam and KS23, specifically against a goo gun, specifically on Sis Horizon, where destruction is so much easier to achieve. It makes perfect sense. It makes absolutely perfect sense.
It does.
I'm going to need a stats monkey to go and tell me if there were any mesh shields in the NA playoffs so far, because I think that means if there weren't, Charge and Slam has a higher pick rate. We want a third timer. Why not?
Oh, perfect.
So,
it's a great
look at the
clip.
steering. The steering is so impressive.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to point out. Look at this. 180 degrees, pinches him between the charge and the cash out itself, getting Ikazo yeeted off the point. Crazy stuff here, to say the least. And I have to say, yesterday, when we were having a lot of breaches, the CNS kind of came through and abruptly halted the broadcast at certain points. It was a little bit difficult. This time, we haven't been able to, necessarily let them come through. Vi's been doing a great job, but now this is when CNS comes through. Charge and Slam, CNS. Now we get CNS coming through this way.
Oh my God.
You're leaking, Nardi.
It's crazy stuff, I gotta say.
I've never connected those dots. It seems so simple now that you say it.
Yeah, they were behind Charge and Slam, one of the least used things.
Oscar's mind blown. He never considered that as a possibility. But I'm just... Anyway, we're going to Vegas next between these two teams, and with Young Guns on match point to be able to take it into the grand finals, final ticket for the Grand Major for North America up against SSG. Do you think it's possible? Do you think we're going to map 3? I'm going to send it to Jerry first. Jerry, what do you think?
I think it could happen. It absolutely could happen that we head to map 3. Obviously, with this best of 3, we had a standard banning phase. There was no advantage given to either team. So you have the opportunity to trade maps potentially. And if I'm not mistaken, that was Young Guns map pick, but I may be mistaken. If it wasn't, then we're in for a shocker potentially here. But yeah, it could be very different on Vegas.
It's unprecedented. But either way, we got another match ready to go here on Vegas. Jerry, Rio, thank you guys. Let's see who takes it home.
Wow, well, we've been surprised by yet another off-meta pick. I didn't think I'd see so many today. Of course, 1UP. They're no strangers to off-meta. Just look at their lineup, right? And the weaponry that they're choosing. It's hilarious.
Hilarious.
Even within the confines of a non-enforced HML meta.
Yeah.
Like these teams have come up with so much creativity within those limitations.
Yeah, I completely agree, and we've got a revolver. This is another interesting change. Popping some shots off. Did hit Ikazo, but not hard enough.
Oh, we've had a full role swap here. Ikazo moving onto that medium role.
Oh,
Razif
my God.
On the winch heavy, interestingly enough. So some real dynamism on display here for 1UP as they take control of the roof, and there's a little bit of chaos. We see Honor the Pure trying to find that position. Tiger gets a kill onto Polka with some fire somehow. Graziv credited with the kill onto Honor the Pure trade, and now the heavy battle begins in the midst of the chaos. Tiger drops down, and he can't be estimated. No, he does. Some great shots landed with the revolver and the punch to finish it off. Only Ikazo left on a smidgen of HP, and Ruby Labubu delivers that final blow.
2 elbow kills right there onto both of those members of 1UP. They got stuck in that elevator area. They're emoting. They're proud. That was some good kills. Love the revolver, too. It's the tiny revolver. It's the only revolver we have for right now.
Here we go. A little bit of a better overview of what just happened. Ruby Labubu getting into the fight just a little bit late, it seemed, there. But it didn't matter because he was just the extra bit of damage that they needed. And of course, that charge and slam at some point would have rained some damage out. We now have the first cash out being started. This is ridiculous. What is that?
This is just the most finals.
This is
finals I've ever seen, and I'm in love.
Creativity knows no bounds in this.
That's a great way of putting it. It's creative.
All right, shooting out the C4 on the point, so that's one step completed here by 1UP as they send Palkia to do a little bit of delay, but this opening in the roof is really favoring Ruby Labubu, just striking from above with this KS-23. Honor the Pure, making this look easy for Young Guns as they clean up very simply. They had the high ground. That was it.
Yeah, that was the high ground. They knew when to dive down. The KS is hitting. The charge and slams are slamming. And boy, they just have to hold on for about another minute after 1UP come back from this fight.
1UP just really struggling over this game. It feels like they haven't got a footing at any point. You can see just perfect positioning here. It really was like shooting fish in a barrel. I don't think 1UP really got a handle on that fight at all. Here they go approaching, and this is a nice move from Young Guns, deciding to ascend to the top of the Alpha Actor building to dive from above.
Ooh. There's a Molotov. I don't even think that we've seen that in play very often.
Nope.
They tried to throw it down, but I don't think it connected with the cash out. It is trying to be attempted to steal by 1UP right now, but everybody is diving on it. They are able to pull them off, and I think I saw another charge and slam get a kill with that, following it up with a KS-23 kill.
Oh my God, 1UP are being hard countered here. The spinning, Young Guns are bringing everything to counter 1UP right now. That Molotov, again, fire burns goo.
It does burn goo.
Everything that 1UP are built around is just being burnt to a crisp here. And that's the kind of adaptation that you need to find yourself a spot in the Sweden-Stockholm major. That's 2 words that really shouldn't be together. I mean, Sweden is Stockholm. We'll call it the Dreamhack.
Oh,
there we go.
Yeah, the Dreamhack. But there it is. They're getting some shots off. The revolver is hitting, but can it hit hard enough? Both of these teams are very close to each other. A little bit of a slowdown right now. Trying to fish for any information. The KS-23 is good at poking holes, like we just saw. APS turret brought down, trying to keep their team a little bit surrounded by them, but they're just directly on top of each other. Finding some revolver shots on Ikazo. Didn't connect the way that he needs them to, but he reloads and is back in the battle.
3 versus 3 still. Oh, but Graziv pokes his head up. Takes a lot of damage for it, but they trade places. Ikazo now jumping up, also on low HP. He's to get healed up, but Polkia can't find him. Ikazo just waiting for that regen. Oh, and he's taken out. That's the medium down for the count. Ruby Labubu finding yet more names, and these shots are all missing from Tigers. He needs to land something. Honor the Pure finds one. Graziv, the last one alive for 1UP.
And Young Guns, once again, getting the better of 1UP. They are just all over this squad.
Yeah, and I know that we've spent a lot of time talking about Ruby, but honestly, Honor is the man right now. He seems to be finding the perfect positions. He finds that entry pick and is just really kind of controlling this map and then allowing Ruby to just kind of come in there and clean everything up. This is good performance. This is looking like a very solid team. And if they are the ones to go up against SSG, this is going to be crazy.
1UP mounting this NGMO building, trying to find a pick at range. They need something because clearly these brawls just aren't favoring them. There's nerves at play. They're not hitting their shots. Palkia sent in close, but that matter is not going to matter if you're firing it at 60 meters away. And again, this cash out dwindles in time. Tiger being caught out on the roof. Ikazo goes low as well for 1UP. Both teams retreating. The drop comes out, no more stall available. Actually, it could drop a little bit further. It gets stuck on the slot machine. Tiger finds the kill. Palkia trades in response. Ruby Labubu, where is he now? He's low on health, but there's the shots from Honor. You said it yourself. He's making a difference. Ikazo in the 1 versus 2 right now to try and keep this attack alive. But there's the res. It's a 1 versus 3. Make it 2 versus 3. Bodies being resed on both sides. The long res now being stuck here onto the heavy as a full reset can begin. But this means that this final 40 seconds might be it.
That was a good res, and they're diving directly into it. The combat is popping off. An invis grenade goes off. This might be a good opportunity for them to hop around and get a kill, but Palkia very low, and they're healing themselves back up. The battle is still going on.
There's that pick. It's a 3 versus 2. Ruby Labubu out for the count. None of that heavy heroics available for this final push. About 15 seconds left on this timer. They need to find a pick. Young Guns are so low, but where is the push from 1UP? They need to converge. They need to commit. There's a res. They're not making it happen. Palkia just standing on the point with no protection. There's the dome finally. TTV Tiger witch down, but he gets a double melee kill. That's 2 for the price of 1, and that's bought him a ticket to the major.
Oh my god.
I didn't even know that Quick Melee had cleave. That's incredible.
Glitch trap? There was a glitch trap?
There was a glitch trap.
There was a glitch trap that just changed the game. I mean, the amount of off-meta picks in just this one match. We had the Matter, we had the Vanish, we had the Light Running Goo, we had Pyro Grenades, APS, Glitch Trap, the Charge and Slam, the KS-23, might I add. So many things happen here, and every time 1UP tried to come in and take one of these cash outs, it just seemed like Young Guns was prepared and ready. Genuinely, after such a generational run, I did not expect Ikazo and Game to run away, but what a phenomenal setup.
So one thing that I just want to point out is that I have been talking about for literally months how I have been wanting a team to come in here, to shake up the meta, to show us that the pros that have been playing this game have only been playing a part of the game. And my God, everybody, the Young Guns, they are giving me everything I've been wanting. This is I know you guys are speechless, but I am just eating good right now.
This is amazing as we're about to jump in. A great run from 1UP, but we will definitely see Ikazo in the future. Check him out, great content creator.
Oh, absolutely.
I gotta say though, Young Guns have earned their spot here. And for today, the Grand Major closed qualifiers, 2 teams have reached the finals for their final chance at a ticket. See who's gonna make it here to Stockholm. We've got Space Station Gaming and Young Guns, 2 teams that have come through this bracket in very different ways. But I can't keep yapping about this. How did we get here? What has happened today? To recap it all, let's pass it to the Weather Boys one final time. Let's take a look. Thixie, Oscar, hello, Weather.
Hi, hello, Weather. Hello, Internet. Hello, gamers. Hello, Twitch and YouTube chat. Those of you still watching. Thixie, we find ourselves at the end of a bracket that has been unreal.
This is absolutely incredible. I genuinely cannot believe
it is
that we're waiting to see who makes the last ticket and it's SSG versus Young Guns. We just saw this incredible innovation coming out there from Young Guns, utilizing the absolute thing that hasn't really been used much in comp, where it was like countering picks, right? Like, obviously, yes, sometimes there's some aspects, but this was a full counter to one player.
This was a full rock, paper, scissors moment where we see Ruby Labubu go, you know what deals with Goo in a really good way? Charge and Slam. You know what can't get Goo stalled because it's an instant CC break button? Charge and Slam. And do we not get one of the sickest slow-mos of the entire tournament when there's a Charge and Slam moving two people off a cash out? I don't know. You said it before. Mr. Game Design Director Matt
Lowe
is eating good if he's still awake because we're closing in on 4 a.m. here in Stockholm.
Also, Rob
is still watching. Shout out, Rob.
Shout out, Rob.
Rob, we love you. With that said, should we look at the thingamajig? Take a look at
the thingamajig. Yes, Oscar. The thingamajig.
Just above my head right here.
All the way over here to the right. That is it. The final match here of the closed qualifiers.
Yep.
The final ticket left. This is either winner or loser. Wait, hold up. We have an announcement to make. Watch this. Wow, the announcement was insane. Like I said, Oscar,
did you
that is
catch
incredible.
Everything?
Yeah, that's
the
insane.
fact we put out such a massive Season 9 leak this early, we're just 2 weeks into Season 8, and we show off that?
Yeah, I genuinely think that's going to change the meta, like actually.
I'm just happy that what we just saw releases after the major, because if that comes in before the major...
that's before the major.
It's just, anyways, we're back to the bracket, and like we were saying, just behind my massive forehead, if I can get out of the way...
Wait, just...
that worked.
The final game, it's a best of 3, SSG versus Young Guns. If you are not hyped in the chat, let me know right now who you think is going to be taking the final ticket right here.
Oh, okay, we're good. My life has been made.
Sorry.
Thank you. It is absolutely cinematic. We have reached the end of a bracket that has been longer than I thought a day could be. Technically, it's Monday and I work in 4 hours. Who needs to care about that? We are on to SSG versus Young Guns in an absolutely magnificent finish to this tournament. Desk, take us away. Take us into the last game.
Young Guns versus Space Station Gaming. Not a single one of you had this on your brackets. Nobody had this on their predictions.
I want to get the lower bracket run of Oscar's toe versus Vixie's rod. That is the most clown moment of the entire day. What are you doing, you two?
Honestly, and not only that, the off-meta pick of their incredible announcement. Dude, the edits of that quote-unquote announcement is going to go crazy.
I didn't realize Vixie was a spear main.
But we got the elim match of the century. SSG versus Young Guns. We have no idea what Ruby Labubu is going to pick going into this. SSG has no idea what Ruby Labubu is going to pick going into this. I don't know how many times I can keep saying Ruby Labubu. But for Space Station Gaming, this genuinely means the world to them. For Lampgrad and Normalize, they have spent so much time, so much of their life on the finals, literally playing since the very beginning. And for Young Guns as well, they have put so much of their life to this, not to say the least. I mean, from just an absolute wild card in the tournament up to this point, to see Ruby Labubu, TTV Tiger, Honor the Pure, players that have been around for a long time, to be able to come up against a titan in the competitive space like Space Station Gaming is no feat to be scoffed at. These are the storylines that the Major is here for, and genuinely, to do it in a way that is so off-meta is just perfect storytelling, and I just can't, I can't keep saying it.
And speaking of off-meta, I think that we're going to turn the tides a little bit too and do something a bit off-meta for ourselves. We're going to try doing a try-cast for this as well. So I think it's very, very fitting for an off-meta team.
Yeah, there's a a 3v3 going on in the server. There's going to be another team.
Call
another
this a quick cache. The way it's going to be 3v3v3. We got 3 casters here just trying to yap over one another.
Yeah, it's almost 4 a.m., so we thought we'd do something a little wacky. For the qualification match, the final ticket, Punch to Sweden, and yeah, it's going to be exciting.
Can you tell it's almost 4 a.m. here as all 5 of us here are breaking down, but let's break this down here with the map vetoes already. Coming up, first map, it's going to be Sis Horizon, right? We're banning out Skyway, banning out Fortune. Space Station Gaming wants stability. Young Guns bans Solo Monaco, and their first pick is Nozomi Citadel. So this is going to be very, very sweaty here, especially coming onto Bernal. Young Guns picking Nozomi, I think, tells me a little bit about what they want to do. I feel like on Nozomi, you're not going to be running Charge and Slam. I think they will go back to, maybe they'll pick up Goo Gun. Maybe they'll go back to Winch Sledge. But genuinely, who knows? Space Station Gaming, though, I can tell why they're picking Sis Horizon. Sis Horizon is the bread and butter of the finals as just a dead set, stable map that every single comp team is comfortable running up against anything. I think that they're ready for this. No matter what comes out, no matter what off-meta pick comes through, I think SSG is ready for this.
Yeah, I think that they are ready for this, but it is all going to be told in a few minutes when we load into the game. But I just don't know. I think that they have thrown so many curveballs, and I think that also SSG is so used to playing with normal players that anything could happen.
Have you met them? Have you met Space Station Gaming?
I have. Yeah. I've met a few of them, but yeah.
They're far from normal players, right? I mean, no, one of them has the word normal in their name.
Yeah, they're normal
But he also lies. It's in his name, normal lies.
Hey, normalize off-meta picks, but normalize meta picks because normalize picks meta picks, and as normalize continues to normalize meta picks, we do have Young Guns normalizing picking off meta picks.
I followed none of that, but I'm going to take your word for it.
No, I followed all of it, and I agree.
Oh, okay. I'm the tired one, I guess.
4 a.m., ready to go, ready to get these teams in lobby, and genuinely, once they get in lobby chat, we're usually pretty good at like, oh, this is my prediction. This is what I think is going to happen.
Yeah.
No one knows.
Not really sure. No, Young Guns are just so unpredictable. There was very little on them before this tournament even. You know, we knew that Honor had been playing in PHL Season 1.
Yep.
He was in the bottom-ranked team in NA in PHL Season 1. And, you know, they disbanded. They reformed as with a Ruby Labubu at the core. I just love the fact that we get to say his name more. It's incredible.
Yeah. And he changed his name, like, today.
Yeah, exactly.
From Meowfum to Ruby
Labubu. To Ruby Labubu, and I have enjoyed it every time that I have said it. I am a little French, and, you know, it just kind of rolls off the tongue.
Yeah.
I just got to say, there is just something about these teams, and I got to say, Young Guns has been one of the teams that has been upsetting this bracket the most.
Yep.
SSG is one of the teams that has been upset in this bracket the most, and it's kind of cinematic. Have them both drop in here, and I don't know if my voice is going to last till the end of this TriCast, but gosh darn it, we'll try.
We can do it.
We are going to do it. We're going to try, and yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun for us. It's going to be fun for your viewers, and it's probably going to be fun for Ruby Labubu and the others.
I hope it is. I mean, this has the potential to be the least fun that they have today. SSG, no mean team. Well, they are a mean team.
Yeah.
And it's no mean feat that they managed to get to here. It felt like as soon as they lost that first load of games, it was inevitable we'd see them at this final stage.
Absolutely, but without further ado, we've got one final best of 3 for the night. This is it, the final qual spot of the Grand Major. Jerry, Rio, and also myself, because I'm also casting here. Let's get it on.
Here we go. Sis Horizon to start the final game of our weekend.
That is a great introduction. I am so happy to be casting alongside these beautiful people, Artie and Jerry, and on a beautiful map with 2 beautiful teams. Let's see as they get started. Throwing some C4 down. Everybody is just set up. No team fight happening yet. Feeling each other out. Taking a little bit of pop shots off, but really no connection.
Young Guns is going to jump the Young Gun very early on by getting this tap. Space Station Gaming, they do have full height right now, but Young Guns, They're ready to swap all the way up at the top here. I'm hearing a little bit of motion to the sidelines, and Grad takes the first shots over to Ruby Labubu. Early healing comes from Honor the Pure. I've never seen Honor the Pure look more locked in than he is right now. Same with Base Station Gaming. They heal up immediately. We do have the Sledge Winch here from Ruby Labubu, and right now, we're also seeing the Pyro Mines come to fruition as Honor the Pure gets a side angle, but he is going to be able to take out Grad early on. This is huge. We were talking earlier about how important that early light pick is. Normalized, going to be trying to rotate in to get that trophy to res up Grad. Not going to find it yet, though. Immediately, Tiger getting in position. It's Normalized. It goes down. Lamp, 1v3 situation. If there's anyone that can do it, it's going to be him, but he goes down. Space Station Gaming down.
This was a very convincing fight by Young Guns as well. They took control, they got the first pick, it followed by the second, and then steamrolled into the third. Lamp couldn't do it, their team couldn't do it. This is looking really interesting.
That was not on the script. All right, well, opening up some sight lines here, Ruby Labubu. I wonder if they're prepping for a bit of a winch play. No, doesn't look like it. They're happy to keep this out in the open. Interesting move given their setup. Of course, the Vanishing Bomb on the side of Young Guns pairs really nicely with a Sledge Heavy if you can get an in close and personal. We'll see how Space Station Gaming decides to approach this. Lamp looks like he gets close and immediately winches it to safety.
Yeah, this is a good setup. The winch didn't really bring it out as far as they needed to. It's still in a very open area, but the engagement is getting started.
Engagement starts off. There is the jump pad RPG approach from Lamp. Early damage going to set everybody down to half HP. Tiger has to go out the side. A missed winch, though. A missed connection. Grad on the sideline could get Ruby Labubu here, 1 HP. They are going to be able to survive this. Normalized peaks in the heels. Nope, never mind. Grad up at the top trying to find Honor the Pure. Lamp down to half HP now. A lot of chip damage to the sideline, Jerry.
Yeah, team's just resetting here after that early scare. And we can see why, but this is favoring Young Guns. Of course, they're the ones on the defense here. They have a long-range red banner ball that doesn't quite meet its mark. Ruby Labubu just waiting underneath. He's found Grad, chasing him down, but Grad has the range advantage as that trade almost comes to fruition. Everyone now coalescing on that bottom floor against Ruby.
But Ruby's still alive. Lamp finally hits a winch, but not all the SA-12 succeed shots. Lamp goes down. Grad gonna be able to finish the shots, but Ruby Labubu up to full HP. Honor the Pure gonna be going for something here, but right now, Grad last alive, normalized, could not hold that steal.
1v1.
Grad versus Ruby Labubu, but Grad could have this steal, but Ruby Labubu on the sledge, no! Grad, he falls down to the bottom. He's not gonna be able to hold this, but Ruby almost low here. Grad 6 the steal. No, he can't. SSG does not have this cash out. It is Young Guns getting the first cash.
Ruby Labubu played that absolutely perfectly. I mean, obviously, Grad knows that he's up against a Sledge Heavy in that situation. Has to go for an early steal just to bait out his location. But then it's the follow-up that's what's impressive. Ruby Labubu escaping the range of the 93R around the corner. He knew what the win con was there, and it was time. Look, immediately after hitting this swing, he backs away. Well, actually, no, he goes for a quick swing just to see if he can get the kill, but then backs away, knowing that time is on his side.
Yeah, it worked out absolutely in their favor. The sledge was the perfect weapon to bring into that, and you just saw why. It didn't even let him ride that cash out down like it would have been if it were C4. The Young Guns are now set up on the other side. Space Station Gaming has tapped vault number 2. We might see things slow down a little bit here as both teams are starting to realize what's at stake.
Young Guns not in control here, obviously. Space Station Gaming have found a way to get that vault and move it round. Having won that team fight afterwards will be a cold comfort, of course, with Young Guns right in the lead. And this should be an easy plug for them. I don't think Young Guns are close enough to provide enough threat to deter this early plug here. So we'll go straight in as soon as they can find a way. This glass causing some problems, decides to opt for the goo. There's a bridge up. There we go. Opens up a sight line above, but in that time, Young Guns have managed to close the gap, and this isn't a perfect setup from SSG.
This is rough timing. SSG, they're kind of backed up against the corner. Normalized goes down to just 3 bars. Luckily, Grad has the H+ diffuser, but Grad himself gets snuck up on 2 HP. Honor the Pure goes out. There's a great pick for SSG. Right now, they can stabilize off the back of this, but Ruby, half HP. Tiger somehow able to connect, but they're on opposite sides here, Rio.
Yes, they are. This cash out is running down. Honor is still down in this battle. He has 10. They're able to coin him back in. There's the winch claw. They're pulling this cash out into a more open area.
Yeah, and that's great because you don't want to contest with the sledge. Of course, there is the opportunity to open up that wall as a sledge and move it indoors. In fact, they're going for a straight steal. Is that through the vent? Wait, it is through the air hole.
Wait, where's SSG? Nobody's stopping!
SSG, unable to prevent it. The RPG goes through that hole, but there's still plenty of time to try and get this team wipe.
Oh my god, I can't believe this is happening right now. Sledge in the air, but Grad dashes out. Not enough, though! Lamp 1 HP, but still Normalize finds the shots on Ruby. Onto the Pure is still up. Normalize gonna be able to heal up Grad, but Onto the Pure takes out Lamp upstairs. SSG, they still have to steal this. This is where they fumbled before. Normalize gonna steal through the same hole, but Onto the Pure coming up with the back. Not going for the res just yet. Here we go. Finally finding time to res, but SSG, they are comfortable now, Rio.
I feel as though he's missed his opportunity there. He is going to be able to stick the res. No, he's not. He gave away his game, and that's a crucial wipe. Not quite a wipe, in fact, as that res does in fact come through. Normalize finding that kill onto the light. Grad now fighting the res player, and it's so difficult for everyone here in the 3 versus 3 now. Somehow we're back to full members in this lobby. Normalize finds a crucial kill again onto Honor the Pure, but the steal is being attempted through the vent. It doesn't connect, and that is a cash out going in favor of Space Station Gaming, Rio.
We are still in this, and this is a match of a lifetime. Grad getting another kill in there. Only Ruby remaining. He does have that sledge, but going up against 3 of SSG is going to be something that sledge can't bonk its way out of. They're going to get the tap on this vault. They're going to bring it out, I would think, to see where it's way more out in the open, but boy, guys, this is getting crazy.
Both of those cash out fights were so close.
Yeah, this could be a 3-mapper. This could honestly be a 3-mapper right here, which is not what either of these teams want. They want it done as soon as possible. But Vault now being tagged, it's almost the reverse journey that we saw from the previous cash out, and that gateway will speed things along.
Yeah, reverse journey, a little bit of a reverse gateway. They come over here, catch out D getting started over on the workspace, but over the side, Tiger, nobody notices him come up. Lamp and Grad, both gonna be low. They heal each other up, but Young Guns, every player extremely low. Tiger first to go out as Lamp lands a shot from behind. It's gonna be Onto the Pure, gets a pick. Normalize takes out Ruby, and this is the first time a clean team wipe has occurred here.
This is looking like Space Station Gaming have found their footing. They're building their momentum, and as soon as they get going, it is so hard to stop them.
Yeah, they're realizing that they're giving Young Guns a bit too much respect. They're seeing now that they have had multiple opportunities to go for the jugular and finish those team wipes off. Now they are starting to take them. Really, really neat little jump pad, and then it falls down the coin slot. But it's achieved its job. It's put that right out in the open. Grad finding a pick onto Ruby Labubu, the opposing heavy. That's going to really stall their progress, Young Guns.
Yeah, and the time is ticking down. Space Station Gaming is in control of this cash out. Look at the other team. They are so far away. They're trying to find their way to get there, but still 75 meters. They're trying to get a gateway, trying to go quick.
Coin slot replay, absolutely incredible. We've got 30 seconds on this cash out. Young Guns, let's see who's going to be able to pull this off. Onto the Pure, going to be using the Vanish Bomb to use the jump pad to get high over to Grad. He gets the pick with Grad out of the picture. Normalize, nowhere near able to go and get the res, but it's going to stop the steal. Ruby goes down, Lamp gets one. It's a 2-on-2, but as Lamp goes down, it's just Normalized. Lamp's trophy is immediately in vicinity. Tiger going for the steal here, but behind this goo, will it be enough cover? Onto the Pure takes Normalized. Lamp, 1 HP, he has to go for the stop.
Yeah.
He gets the stop. He stops it, but he has to stop it again. Does he have the winch? The winch lands. No way. He gets map 1.
Lamp, take a bow. That is outrageous heavy play. I thought Honor the Pure was going to be the hero there. That Vanish Bomb pick, followed up by the following pick to open up the play for Young Guns, but how about that from them?
This is such a close match, back and forth. You should see our faces. We are in awe. This is unexpected, unprecedented territory. Both of these teams know what's at stake. Both of these teams giving us the plays of a lifetime.
I've got to see those final moments again. Every single cash out went down to the wire here, Rio. Like we said,
This is going to be a 3-mapper. Space Station Gaming do not have it so easy here. Young Guns are coming out fighting. I have to see this again. Look, Normalize getting the res on Lamp. And Honor the Pure doing so much. Takes out Normalize. This is the shot. Look, Tiger stealing on 1 HP. That's the problem. Ruby the Boo Boo could not body block all of those pellets.
If Tiger was not 1 HP,
that would have been it.
That would have been it. If there's no way he was going to be able to do enough damage from that range if he was not so low, thanks to the hard work from Normalize earlier in that fight.
Yeah, and I mean, looking at the kills, I think that we might see our little tiny flaw in their plan. Ruby Labubu got 1 kill, only 1,000 damage on his name, and that might have been it.
And importantly, you're not necessarily looking for kills as a Sledge Heavy, but you are looking for damage. Your combat score should be through the roof. You are getting in there, landing those overhead swings and letting your teammates clean up. Half the time, you might not even come out with many kills as a Sledge Heavy, but that is a subpar combat score. Maybe some adjustment would put Young Guns over the edge.
I am just in awe at what we're seeing here today with Space Station Gaming and Young Guns having a way closer match than anybody could have predicted. I'm glad we didn't put in predictions because, like we said, we have no idea what's going to happen. I didn't know it was going to be that, but that was cinema.
Absolute cinema.
No, that is the perfect way of putting it. If you guys love the finals, you are getting the show of a lifetime right now. The clips, the amazing last-second steals. Yeah, I just couldn't ask for anything better. And it's almost 4 in the morning.
The jump pads going in the coin slots.
That was beautiful. That was one of the most creative.
It really was. I've never
things.
seen that. And I love that I can say that in the finals, that I have over 1,000 hours in this game. I probably have hundreds of hours casting, and every so often, just something just pops up to remind me how genuinely unique and fresh this game can be.
Yeah, I've never seen a clutch like that in my entire life. And Lamp is going to be wearing that moment on his sleeve for the rest of his life. That was game-changing. And now, Space Station Gaming find themselves 1 map away from qualifying to Dreamhack Stockholm 2025 for the Finals Grand Major for $100,000. They're not out just yet. If that first map was anything to go by, this next one is going to be a nail-biter.
Here we go, map 2, Young Guns, hoping to put Space Station Gaming to the sword, keep their Dreamhack hopes alive, and make sure that this goes to a map 3.
Everything comes down to this. If they want to make it to Dreamhack, or if the Young Guns want to keep the dream alive, they have to make something happen, but it looks like they're ready to just dive into it.
Oh, an early fight coming out here. Normalize already at the point, delivering some damage to the Young Guns, but they recover quite quickly. Walls of combat established. Lines drawn in the sand, but those lines don't last very long when there's this much destruction in the arena. Ruby Labubu finds some impact with that sledge that we were talking about. Grad, very low HP as well, has to Scarpa. Normalize caught out, he's on low HP. That RPG will do it. Ruby Labubu, can he make it 3? It's Grad. He needs to try and take some people out. Honor the Pure, low on HP, cannot chase him down as the light is going to be down to the heavy and the medium to deal with that. But in the meantime, they've decided, let's send that box over there. Honor the Pure gets the cash out started on A.
Yeah, and it is getting started. The time is ticking down. Both teams getting really close. The engagement is going to happen any minute, but Normalize is down, and they are trying to get him back up before they decide to go for this push. This is a good play instead of waiting for the coin.
Yeah, losing that early team fight was so detrimental for Space Station, but they're recombining as a unit now over to the other side here. And coming from the mall area, they need to get this right. They need to get an opening picture.
Young Guns have managed it themselves once. Space Station Gaming have sometimes struggled in these opening engagements. They've been a little bit better in those longer drawn out ones. We've only really seen one true burst fire death over on Sis Horizon. You can see Honor the Pure taking up position on the roof.
Yep, and now Space Station Gaming, they start their approach here. They need to flip up height early in order to figure out exactly where Young Guns is holding from, but Honor, that was perfect. A Vanish Bomb peak. Space Station has no idea their location has just been revealed. Ruby Labubu moving over to get a kidnap on a Grad. Grad removed once again. Space Station, they have to start this with one less player. Normalize going to try to go for the steal here with a sledgehammer. Anything can happen. Normalize trying to heal Lamp. Oh my goodness, Young Guns. This is wild.
This is wild indeed. We've got about a third of this cash out left. It is in control of the Young Guns. They are just watching this run down. They're kiting it. Normalize still at half health. Grad not in the picture. 3 more seconds before he can come in. And even when he coins in, I don't know if he'll have enough time to get over there.
They're gonna have to start this now. If they don't, it's been too late. Onto the Pure has an angle to stop this. No matter what though, look at the jump pad, the sledge. It's all coming down now. Normalize trying to do what he can, but cash out. Time has already run through. Lamp, a sledge already run through his head. Ruby Labubu somehow still alive, but for now, Normalizing Grab. They're just on thin ice. Space Station wiped. The first cash out, it goes to Young Guns.
Young Guns truly determining the terms of engagement there. Every single fight in the thick of it, in these tight corridors, and that's where Ruby Labubu wants to be. He wants to be able to get right up in your face. Space Station Gaming are losing the plot a little bit. They need to play the macro better, hold from range, and play to your strengths.
Full control inside those buildings and those tight quarters for Young Guns. That's exactly what they want. Space Station needs to prevent the cash outs from being in tight spaces.
Yeah, this is a perfect situation for them to be in. I see why we are at this map right now. A nice little gateway pad has been set up. They bounce over there. They're ready to start this engagement. They're right on top of each other. The dome shields are going down, but really no shots are going off just yet, Jerry.
They really are backing themselves to win the close range engagement against the sledge, but right now Ruby Labubu is surging in confidence more than anything. That's a, oh my god, that red barrel went through the gateway and hit someone on the other side. A great shot to follow up from the light, and that is a huge pick. Make it 2 as Lamp finally takes down his nemesis. TTV Tiger manages to find Normalize, and that is an important pick. In fact, he even lands some crucial shots on Grad. This isn't over. Tiger might be able to clutch this if he can land that shot, but he's being chased down by Lamp as well.
On the top ropes with the goo, but finally, SSG get a wipe. They can breathe a sigh of relief. 20 seconds remain until they can point back in. This is going to allow SSG to take the vault over to the Via side of the map with cleaner sight lines and an ability to pull the cash out into an area, that's incredible, into an area where they have full control, Jimmy.
That's it. That's what they need. They need control. They need to stymie this approach by Young Guns. And it's not entirely dependent on the sledge. They can fight from range, but you really do just want to keep them at arm's length here. That cash out being started now by Space Station Gaming.
Space Station Gaming has the height, they have the time, they have the cash. Can they hold on and get this one in the bank? We're watching now as the Young Guns are starting their approach. They're coming in a floor below. This is where that sledge comes in handy. They bring it down. They bring it down another floor, Artie.
All the way down to the very bottom. I don't know how many floors are left, but for now, Ruby Labubu going to be doing their best to start this steal. Throwing the goo up at the top there, but C4 has the product, deletes a lot of that utility. SSG, they're still up to the top. They know they have this for now. Right now, Young Guns, they're maneuvering over to the stairwell. They take the zip up to the top as they flip up height. Early damage, gonna be blocked there. But for now, Ruby Labubu, first pick there. SSG is one up. Grad finds another. It's a 1v3. TTV Tiger, he knows he doesn't have this one. Gonna try to go for the wipe, but wait, takes out Normalize, wait. Okay, SSG, they're safe for now.
A small scare there, but I really feel for Tiger as he shot so many of those revolver bullets right into the back of his heavy.
Oh, absolutely. And you know what, Artie, you pointed it out perfectly. As long as they control this cash out, as long as they pull it out into the open to a more exposed area, they are able to control it. It turns into such an uphill battle for any sledge user and just kind of slows down.
It's still an uphill battle here for Space Station Gaming. They are almost complete on cash out B, but Young Guns do have another chance here. And if they steal it, then we are going straight to map 3.
Yeah, but for now, Space Station Gaming, they need to be able to confirm this. And then it'll just be one more cash out to Stockholm. But it's not free. Normalize goes out. Lamp finds one as well. It's a trade out. But Young Guns, they have the opportunity to get the res early on here at Space Station. They need to hit the long res early rather than late. But that cash out timer is ticking down. Young Guns, they are going to try. See what's going to happen. Stranger things have happened before as they stick. Tiger getting healed up, getting body blocked. But cash out goes to SSG. It was close, but SSG one cash out away from Stockholm.
That could be it. Young Guns really had a chance there. They get wiped in the process as well. Nice pickups from Lamp and Grad at the end. Young Guns were 3 versus 2 during that, and they just took too long to decide to commit to the steal.
Yeah, that is where it all comes down to. This game can be brutal on its timings, but that is what separates the top teams from everybody else. They're starting their approach now towards vault number 3. This could be the very last cash out of today, Artie.
No idea how we got here. 4 in the morning in Stockholm, Sweden. But for now, SSG, they have their eyes on the prize for their chance at 100K. Young Guns up on height here, headed towards the arcade. Space Station Gaming, though, as they approach from the divide, we'll see exactly who gets the first opener here, Jerry.
Really tense stuff. Of course, the vault fight can be so pivotal. We've seen what happens when Young Guns are able to decide where this goes. They spot someone on the roof. They're closing him down. Tiger has him in his sights, but Grad with the oversight, the protection. Excellent tight engagement from SSG. The pincer movement, perfect. Normalize doesn't get the collection onto one of the pure, who then takes out Grad, but he's done the damage, and it's only a few bullets remaining.
He almost survived with that vanish.
I know, that would have been crazy, but
stealth game.
It would have kept him up in a 1 versus 2 there. I feel as though that was done and dusted. The hard work done by normalizing that shot.
Yeah, that was a great vault fight. They played that perfectly. They got the first 2 picks and then finally got that last one. That invis grenade did help him out for a second. You see the panic shots, and you know he's trying to find them, but eventually he saw a little bit of movement, and look at this.
This is the perfect cash out for SSG. I cannot wait to see what this approach looks like. Young Guns is going to have to get creative here, Rio.
Absolutely. Look at this creativity right now. Normalized so high up there on top of this. This is a great vantage point. They have to look almost directly up to even see it. This is amazing. I can't see this not working for them.
Well, they've already got the pick on the medium of all of the classes you want. It's getting that defib out of action, and that's a super quick wipe coming out from SSG. That sledgehammer just not working for them. The only good thing about that for Young Guns is that they've got plenty of time to try and rescue this.
1 more attempt by the Young Guns, but 10 more seconds before they're even able to spawn into this. There will be only 1 opportunity to stop SSG from proceeding on.
1 minute remains for Young Guns. 1 cash out remains for SSG. Let's see what happens.
Closing that gap, we see Tiger moving on. Everyone getting underneath, but this perch still in place.
Up from the stratosphere, these shots raining down.
Oh, Grad.
Space Station Gaming, but Grad has the pinch from behind. Wait, but Ruby Labubu comes up the top, the sledgehammer in the air. Ruby's 1 HP goes down. Normalize gets first, but Honor takes out Lamp. Quick res from Normalize here, going back and forth, and Tiger somehow still alive. Needs to find the opportunity to use the defibs onto Ruby, but there's no time. They need to go in for this. If they can't, that's SSG's Qual. Timer ticking down, Normalize the Lamp. They're in space already. There's no way that they can get into this now, but Lamp goes to low HP. It's just Tiger, and he goes down. That's liftoff for Space Station Gaming. They qualify to Stockholm!
Oh my God, they did it! They had the most difficult day I have ever seen. They pushed through everything and they did it! What an amazing way to end today!
My heart goes out for Young Guns. What a performance. So impressive from start to finish today. But there's only 1 team on our lips, and it's Space Station. How they have earned this. How difficult have they made it for themselves. Cash out after cash out, they struggle to contend with every curveball sent their way. We've seen so much creativity. The target on their backs, the biggest in the world. But they just turned and threw it off.
They knew they would have a difficult time coming through this tournament with such immense competition. They had no idea the challenges that they would face, from off-meta picks to third-party griefing and cash out to every single thing going wrong. But they persevered. They took the time 10.5 hours later, Space Station Gaming. I cannot believe the history that we are witnessing here. There is so much emotion in the studio tonight.
You know what? Just an incredible stat line at the end there. Every single SSG member had over 8 assists.
Wow.
They had more assists, every single one of them, more assists than kills. That is a complete team performance. Focus Fire at its finest. And look where it's got them.
Every single movement so carefully calculated. The cash out at the very beginning of Nozomi that they did not have control over taught them everything that they needed to do from there. But it was their journey through this entire bracket that taught them exactly how they needed to come together as a team to make it happen. I could not be more proud of not only Space Station Gaming, but the other 6 teams that joined them in their journey to Stockholm, Sweden this November for Dreamhack.
Yeah, that was some of the best finals I've ever seen. I am going to go back and watch those VODs probably tonight because I loved it. I got to cast it, but I didn't get to really watch it in the way that I could as a spectator. Everybody out there, I hope you have enjoyed the show of the lifetime. We've been doing this for almost 2 years, and I seriously mean it when I say we have never had a moment this tense. We have never had a game mean this much. And guys, we're not even at the Grand Major yet. This is a perfect way to introduce what the Grand Major will be like to everybody out there.
This is just the qualifier stage. But now that the entire bracket has been filled out, through all the emotion, all of the heartache, I have to say, I've never seen an esport where even the cameraman is tearing up towards the end. I have to say, I couldn't do it without you guys. I sure as hell couldn't do it without Oscar and Thixie. Let's cut over to the weather one last time tonight. Chat.
We are at an absolute end of script. The full phases have run. The cinema was written. The cinema has played out. 7 teams are standing. 16 answered the call. But in the end, through the most arduous bracket I've ever seen in esports, SSG claimed the final ticket in a way that cannot have been written in a better way.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the thing, right? I mean, you can say obviously what you want about the format or about the game mode or about the stuff. Every single team that qualified through this, and I'll stand on this, deserved it. I'm sorry, but they deserved it. And this is absolutely
their spot
incredible.
To be here to begin with, and through cash outs, through 3v3s, through elimination cash out rounds, they have made it all the way through. Some of them in as little as 3 maps, some of them in I don't know how many maps, but in the end, they are through. And we have our final 7. Joining the 6 from yesterday, joining the 3 from APAC, and as of today, we know our 16 teams that are going to the Grand Major in Stockholm on November 28th, 2019, in just a few weeks.
Yeah,
what a
exactly,
journey it's been.
and what a way for it to be held up until the very last point for SSG. I absolutely cannot believe that we had to have this whole moment lead up to this. But I also want to give credit, of course, to the team that lost.
Yes.
Right? Because you can't take the good without the bad.
No.
And I think just seeing someone like Rubilabubu stepping up and utilizing, more than what is outside of the current meta of the game is just absolutely incredible.
Rubilabubu gets counter pick of the entire tournament, going into Charge and Slam to beat out the Goo Demons. It is an absolutely insane pick. And then picking back over again, a KS23. I don't know what to say further at this point.
I mean, the one thing I'll say is that I would not have been able to have this whole thing go on without this trio kind of casting that happened. It was absolutely insane. So thank you guys so much for this. You completed this. You were the cherry on top of this entire event, and I have much love for you guys. So
from us over here at the weather station,
this is absolutely
on behalf of everyone at Embark Studios, thank you all so much for watching. Back over to our wonderful desk to ring us out. This is the weather station.
Thank you so much for the weather station. I'm just so proud of everybody that came through this bracket. This has been one of the most emotional weekends in the finals history. This is just the first. Dreamhack Stockholm awaits. Rio, thank you for everything this weekend. Any final words before we start
Do I have
wrapping.
any final words? I just think that today and all weekend was absolutely everything you can expect from the finals. This has shown us what an amazing esport this is, how much depth there is, how much change and variety, and just so many possibilities, so many ways to play. There's not even a defined meta. I love this. I hope we gave you guys a show. And seriously, Artie and Jerry, you guys are wonderful casters, and I am amazed that we're here today.
It's meant so much to me to see the community reaction to everything that's happened today. The way that people get behind the players and the teams so much and enjoy what we're doing here as well, the broadcast. It's been just an absolute privilege to be a big, well, even a small part of that. And it's been a long, long weekend, but this is just the beginning. Like, this is only the very first studio broadcast we've had of the official esports of the finals. There's so much more that can be done and that can be achieved. And yeah, I'm absolutely just gobsmacked at how exciting and fun and awesome it's been from start to finish. So yeah, bring on Stockholm.
Bring on Stockholm, absolutely. And with that, chat, there's nothing else left for me to say. There's no story left to be written except for the one that will come at Dreamhack Stockholm 2025. You can catch that November 28th and 29th. And for everybody watching at home, I hope that you know exactly what this means. No matter what the pick is, no matter what the team is, no matter the exception, chat, you can make it here as well. But that's it from us for now. We'll see you at Dreamhack. But wait, what's happening to the broadcast? Oh no! Hey, hello?
Where'd they come from? They're in the building! What's happening on us?